coffee.
Hey, Fred, I had one question about your bio here when I was reviewing it last night.
Yeah.
You're still the director of SFU's Big Data Initiative, eh?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, I'm just going to make sure that in PowerPoint here that I can see my notes. Okay, so you can still see me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. It didn't do any strange things. No, weird thing, when I started up Blue Jeans, it said it could not complete my purchase, and that gave me some concern. About that.
It gave you a little shot of adrenaline.
Oh yeah, it just. Well, actually, what I have is my backup. I have in case our internet connection goes out, I at least have my iPad. I can just tap into the 4G network, and then if necessary, if our main internet connection goes out. No, I always have all sorts of redundancy. So
Never be too prepared.
Yeah, have paper too if necessary. But I was. Good morning. Okay, great. Okay. Okay, that's fantastic.
So, Merlin, for this one, so I'll jump on for the intro, and then I'll come back, and then we'll regroup with Fred, and then Fred and I will move over together for the 7:45. Yep, and then it'll just be me. Exactly. Exactly, yeah.
So cameras and mics are muted so that they don't appear on the screen.
Good morning, everybody. It's Kevin Tetro here, the Executive Director of Discover Canada, here with for a special holiday edition of the GovTech Summits. This is our third and final GovTech Summit as part of the Canadian GovTech Summit Series, and this one's held in partnership with our partners Simon Fraser University and the University of Ottawa's Professional Development Institute. And before we get started, I just want to recognize that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nations. I also want to thank very quickly the work that our front-line healthcare workers are putting in the past 8 months, and also to all the public servants and the industry folks, for that matter, that participated in the last 3 summits. I know it's been an incredibly challenging time for everybody, and they've really stepped up and volunteered to kind of share best practices and participate. So just want to kick it off with a thanks to everybody. It's been a really awesome 3 months putting these summits together. One great thing about virtual summits is that you get such a rich variety in terms of the audience. You're not limited by geography. And, we had such a diverse range of best practices and feedback experience from across Canada. We started out in Newfoundland where, the entire province was basically formulating a strategy around the fact that they were, so desperate for cybersecurity talent. The entire province was looking at how to outsource more, how to get the private sector more involved in their cybersecurity, because they just didn't have the talent in the province at the moment to supply their needs. Then we went to New Brunswick, where Cyber MB and the University of New Brunswick are putting together networks of common of folks who are. Sorry, I'm just seeing something. Marilyn, do you see this welcome message? Okay, sorry about that, guys. And in New Brunswick, where CyberMB, UMBs were putting together consortias of cybersecurity stakeholders to augment Canadian critical infrastructure security. In Ontario, we saw how the entire province was looking at revamping its procurement process to make it more inclusive of small and medium-sized businesses. In Manitoba, the chief digital officer there was extremely passionate about RPA and the opportunities RPA was opening up on creating more efficiencies for the province. I think he's the only guy I ever heard from about RPA where he was talking about robots kind of controlling robots, like layers of RPA on top of each other. I thought that was really interesting. And then in Alberta, the chief digital officer was deliberating, the best way to implement digital standards for the province, and whether or not, it was going to be legislation or regulation, and whether or not those standards would have teeth, where ministries or departments might, face consequences if they didn't achieve a certain level of digital services. Of course, he was still deliberating the merits of that. And then, of course, in BC, where we heard from one of the provinces that I think was more ahead than a lot of others on their journey to the cloud and on cybersecurity. So always a pleasure to hear from the province of British Columbia. And I want to thank also the industry folks who really complemented the public sector presentations with, really global experience. Some of the executives that participated had, absolutely astronomical experience doing digital transformation across the world. And I'm happy to say that, the kind of content that you've seen the last two summits are going to continue today. We've got the province of Quebec, the Minister for Digital for Quebec presenting at 1 o'clock. We've got Treasury Board coming in at 11 to talk about what they're doing on data and AI from a government perspective. And then, of course, we got CSIS kind of wrapping us up from a series perspective at 5 p.m. So that's going to be an extremely exciting situation because, you don't really hear from CSIS that often around what they're doing with data, that's for sure. Of course, there are going to be Q&A opportunities. I encourage all the attendees to ask as many questions as possible. I'll be watching the feed very closely. So please don't be shy about submitting your questions. And, I hope you enjoy this next summit. So we're going to take a very short break here in 5 minutes. And I'll be back with Simon Fraser University to kind of kick things off with Fred Popowich. We'll kind of set the stage a little bit, talk a little bit about what we're talking about when we mention big data and AI, machine learning, that kind of stuff. So I'll be back very shortly with Fred Popowich. Thank you for joining us this morning.
And we're off.
Okay, been unmuted. Great context there. With respect to questions, how much, that's one thing I can be adaptable. Do you want to leave things open for questions at the end? What's your preference there?
Well, I'm going to be encouraging people to submit questions here, Fred. So if there's questions at the end, absolutely, let's address them.
Okay. Okay.
And if we got time left and there's no questions from the audience, I'll have questions for you. So one way or another, we'll get some engagement at the end of this thing.
Okay. And we're due to finish at 1/4 past the hour. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah. All right, we're here for our kickoff session with our partner Simon Fraser University, and as I was reflecting coming into the summit, it's a lot of work for those outside of Ottawa to be engaged in government. It takes a lot of investment, it takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of passion, and you got to want to be there. And one thing I noticed with Simon Fraser University is they're really involved, and you're going to get a sense of that throughout the day here from their presentations, particularly at 4 o'clock, and Fred participating on the panel at 2 o'clock. But they're really engaged on the training side, but also on the application of AI. So you're going to see some case studies of them actually working with government to gather data, process data, and create insights. And at 4 o'clock you'll hear about what they're doing with the pandemic, and then at 4:30 you'll hear about what they're doing with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. But Simon Fraser University has always been a post-secondary that number one has an excellent reputation globally, but one that really cares about working with government. So I'm very happy to be here with Fred Popowich. He's one of the folks at Simon Fraser University that has been the driving force in terms of their engagement with the governments in Canada. Fred Popowich received his PhD in cognitive science from the University of Edinburgh in 1989. Had the privilege of residing, I just learned, in that city, and has been a faculty member in the School of Community Science at SFU. He's also an associate member of the Department of Linguistics, an associate director of the Cognitive Science Program. He's also the director of SSU's Big Data Initiative, which they just launched these past few years, I believe. And Fred, the floor is yours. Looking to hearing about your presentation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. Bienvenue. As Kevin said, I'm the scientific director of SFU's Big Data Initiative, and it's my pleasure to be with you all today. And I'd like to begin by respectfully acknowledging the Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, Katsi, Coquitlam, Kikite, Kwantlen, Semiahmoo, and Tsawwassen peoples, whose traditional territories our 3 SFU campuses reside. I also want to respectfully acknowledge those traditional lands that our speakers and audience reside on as well. So as Kevin was setting the context, we have some exciting talks today with some brilliant minds who are using data, machine learning, and AI to solve our most pressing challenges. And what's great about this summit is providing a platform for the Canadian public sector and related industry to share those best practices, projects, and insights into how big data and AI are being used to create innovative and equitable solutions to these challenging problems. And at the SFU's Big Data Initiative, we're leveraging and empower big data so we in Canada can really lead in a digital world. That's through mission-driven partnerships. We're providing transformation, talent, training, tools, all those different T's to communicate with all 3 levels of government. So Kevin gave you a bit of context of who I am. So yes, I am a professor. I'm an artificial intelligence researcher. I'm a teacher, an administrator, and even a solution provider. So really a lot of the things that we're doing in terms of this, it's getting engaged with the community and solving those real world problems. Next slide, please. So in the context of today and setting as an introductory session for what we're going to be hearing about today, I want to give some idea to talk about things that basically how we're empowering people to unlock data for precision policy and decision making. Because ultimately it's that people that make the decisions. It's not data, it's not AI in the real world that make those decisions. Ultimately it's with people that all that power resides. Next. So at the Big Data Initiative, it's just like, you have the library that deals with knowledge all through history, at universities. Well, we wanted to build upon that, and the Big Data Initiative is sort of a core facility at the university that covers all faculties. It's where you deal with data in terms of not only in terms of the research, but in terms of the training, in terms of the platform. And what's nice is it brings people together from all across the university and from all different parts of the community, whether it be government, not-for-profit, for-profit corporations, and the individuals in the community as well. So with the Big Data Initiative, as Kevin had noted, it's been around for a few years, and it turns out this is, I think, our 4th year now. There's some numbers that you can see on the screen there. The one that on the bottom left I just want to stress is actually, I think it's, as of today, I think it's 25, how much engagement we're doing in terms of different levels of government, whether it be with the municipal, provincial, or federal government at the different levels. Next slide, please. So in terms of setting the stage again about today, in terms of making decisions and people making those decisions, wanted to emphasize, not normally I would be talking about decision making, but this year has really made us realize what it's like about making decisions in a crisis situation. What we're dealing with in a crisis situation, whether it be health, economic, defense, natural disaster, whatever that kind of situation may be, we're dealing with multiple sources of data. And we're in the society that we're structured now, we're getting more and more data from different sources. And often that data is incomplete or unreliable. So one thing that we really need to know about this is, okay, it's not just data on its own that's important, because data drives a lot of what we're doing now in terms of decision making and in terms of algorithmic decision making, in terms of artificial intelligence. But what about other kinds of information and even knowledge? People would always talk about the old pyramid of data, information, knowledge, and wisdom in terms of this. So in terms of that, so it's not just data that informs those decisions, it is information and knowledge the knowledge that people have and that people share. In a crisis, what's important is time is often a critical factor, whether it be time in terms of dealing with a pandemic, whether it's time dealing with the crises relating to the climate action that needs to be taken. And in terms of making those decisions, who is it that's making those decisions? And once you're determining how those decisions are made, how do you evaluate those decisions? Because really, if you don't have the means to evaluate things, you're not being informed in terms of going into making things to actually improve the situation. And that evaluation is important not only with respect to humans making decisions, but how machines are using data to make decisions, because they have to know how to evaluate things as well. Next slide, please. So as I commented earlier, the role in the slide here where we're talking about the role of AI and data, much of current AI is driven by data, but really too often that AI is a black box, and a lot of the work that people have been doing is to try to make it more transparent. And in terms of that, so like the context really matters in terms of determining what is valuable. So like if you're trying to come to a decision about a health treatment versus an insurance premium, the context really does matter. And what we're seeing in society now is it's not just technology that being tied into those decision makings. It is AI is tied into real world processes or systems. How do humans not only produce the data, but how do they evaluate the data? And those humans have to be there to ask the right kind of data questions, to determine the data sources and determine the use. And what has really, I guess in terms of the final point there, what has made data so powerful is really because of the wide variety of data that we have nowadays, and how that data can be tied in to processes in terms of making decisions. Next slide, please. But ultimately, you can't do it alone in terms of making these decisions. People, I guess a good example of it, even in terms of people were initially worried, like AI is going to take over the job of radiologists because computers can make better decisions potentially if given enough data than a human could. Actually, no. What it is human knowledge plus algorithmic knowledge plus the tying it in with what other people have learned. That is doing things together that gives the greatest power in terms of that. So I guess in terms of this, unless you're an Iron Man or something like that, you can't do it alone. In terms of this, you need to draw on all sorts of other sources to be able to make these appropriate decisions. And in terms of it, for people that have been incorporating data and AI into their business, further incorporating AI into their business processes and so on, you really have to put the effort there, not only for just the if you're putting new things in place, you have to put the effort to understand the process and determine how it's going to be evaluated by the different people that are doing the process. Next slide, please. So in terms of this, what I like to view it as a solution is really in terms of partnerships, this notion that you can't do it alone, and informed decisions that draw upon not just data, but information and knowledge. So really, what we're seeing around us and in society is a very robust AI and data ecosystem. And we're really seeing that in Canada too, in terms of the kind of partnerships that we're bringing together people to solve these real world problems. And this is what we're going to be seeing today in terms of the representatives we have, giving presentations not only from universities, but from government, from companies, and so on. It's bringing those different people together and solving those complex problems. Next slide, please. So I'm going to, setting the additional context for the rest of this, part of the rest of my introductory presentation here, I want to give you a spectrum of some AI projects that have been undertaken, not only by Simon Fraser University, but by our partners, and how some of these problems, basically how we've been able to use this collaborative AI and data approach to solve some of society and industry's greatest challenges. Next slide, please. What I wanted to provide context for was, again, because so much of the pandemic has been taking up so much of everybody's mind space, and not only mind space, but the decision-making space in terms of a lot of our jobs, is an example of something where it is not doing it on your own, but tying things together and having people working together. The example that we had here was with Providence Healthcare, which worked with SFU's Big Data Initiative, the Magpie Group, you'll be hearing from some of them later in the day, the Omics Data Science Initiative, and even some of our great graphics and visualization people, the Groovy Lab. They have the best name in terms of that. They were working with Providence Health to validate some of Providence's data models in terms of coming up with a COVID-19 pneumonia detection tool. So this was a collaboration that basically directly assisted Providence Health, which is St. Paul's Hospital, and one of the major care facilities in downtown Vancouver, to plan for the ever-evolving nature of the COVID-19 crisis. They ended up releasing open source code for these models, and has already lowered the barrier for clinicians around the world to develop data-driven pandemic responses. So in terms of this, so it's now available, like I noted on the slide there, available through the United Nations global platform as well. So this was a prime example of bringing together people that had the data, people that had the problem, people that had the knowledge, and being able to collectively solve a problem. And you can immediately see the impact on society there. Next slide, please. So in terms of this, what I mentioned, one of my earlier examples, is this was an example of how having a robust ecosystem allows, in a crisis, a very timely situation, timely response to a difficult situation, where you're able to bring different people together. And this is something that we've been able to do not just in British Columbia, but in Canada. We have as a country, we have a long history of being able to work together and collaborate, drawing together our knowledge from across the country to solve challenging problems. And in one of our presentations later this afternoon, we'll even see how this has drawn people together in terms of a challenge across the country for dealing with oceans data in terms of that. So things that we can learn on the West Coast and the East Coast, working together and collaborating to solve some complex problems. But when you're trying to pull all these things together in terms of this, I think I want to pause here for a moment to talk about some of the ethical issues in terms of AI. And this is, again, an area where Canada has strength, and we're able to draw upon the network of experience we have in Canada and tied into around the world. Next slide, please. So in terms of ethical AI and what you do with data, what you do with technology, Canada has really taken the lead in this. The Montreal Declaration from a little while ago was responsible, ties into the ethical use of AI, and even the Canadian government in terms of this. There was the directive on automated decision making, which for most people in terms of organizations are familiar with the algorithmic impact assessment, which has been Canada really taking a lead, taking a look at basically, how government is going to use AI to guide decisions within departments. And in terms of that, it's great to have a tool that helps determine what kind of human intervention, peer review, monitoring, and planning are needed in an AI tool that's built to serve citizens. And ultimately, making the best use of AI, deciding when to automate and when to augment, what are the factors that you need to drive your decisions. So just like we're talking about ethical use of data all the time in terms of which is, there's one of the books from a few years ago, The Weapons of Math Destruction. That was a good one. That was taking a look at ethical uses of data, and biases of processes. Same kind of thing in terms of this. This is something that we need to be aware of in terms of when we're tying AI and data into our existing processes. Next slide, please. So if I wanted to leave you with a few things in terms of this for tying in AI with your processes, some of the kind of questions are natural questions to ask about, just like we're very familiar with the WH questions, the who, what, when, where, and why. And in terms of journalists are always asking that kind of thing when they're driving their things. We, as seeing how we're going to be using data and AI for different purposes, we may have these ethical data questions, as we see on the screen here. Where is the data coming from? Who is it going to? For whom? Who is doing what with the technology? And so on. So these are all things that we need to be aware of, and we have the mechanisms in place to be able to take a look at some of these things in terms of informing our policy and informing our decisions. Next slide, please. So by taking a look at this and keeping this in mind all the time, as an educator, people are always saying, okay, what year do you have your ethics course, in terms of AI and data and that? And even if by asking that question, it shows a bias and shows not the understanding of it, because there are courses on ethics, but there's no one ethics course. The kind of things like this cannot just be an afterthought, just like quality in software can't be an afterthought. It has to be there throughout the whole process. So the importance of this in terms of this in the processing and the processes and the decision making means that it has to be there all along. There's not just one point where we have data ethics or AI ethics, just like there's not one point to have just quality in the process. It has to be there all along. Next slide, please. So in summary, I'm going to, for the rest of the talk today, and we'll give a bit of time for questions at the end, I'm just going to highlight a few of the things from, like I said, how these partnerships work together. You'll be seeing other presentations, like I said today, from a range of different, not just from the universities, but from companies, organizations, and individuals. And in terms of this, really, it's a lot of these, by looking at these things, you can see, this is an example of how people work together to solve this complex problem. How are the problems that we are dealing with right now related to things that have been done in the past? What can we learn? What wisdom, not just data, information, knowledge, what wisdom do we have that can inform us for the future? Next slide, please. So an example of this, tying it in, again, at the federal level, is relating to the Canadian Digital Technology Supercluster program. It's funding, they have, one of their programs is relating to capacity building, and we've been involved with them with a program, the Athena Pathways Project, which is helping women open a path into a potential career in AI or data science. We'll be talking in our panel session this afternoon at 2 o'clock more about the training aspect of this. But again, when you're seeing the importance that Canada is putting in this, and organizations like Simon Fraser University playing a role in making sure that people are ready to basically job ready in terms of this, in terms of the development of the skills that they need relating to digital and data literacy. And like I said, we'll be diving into more of that in the panel this afternoon. So the Athena Pathways project for us has been interesting because it not only with its focus in getting women in AI and technology areas, and historically women have been underrepresented in computing science field. In my own background, when I was doing work in computational linguistics and natural language processing, it was interesting that historically there was always a closer balance to 50-50 in that field than in computing science in general. And you see initiatives like this which are able to overcome some of these and encourage people to be able to overcome some of these biases in terms of that. Next slide, please. So another aspect of the partnership is with our recently signed agreement at Simon Fraser University with the National Research Council. We have with them developed a collaboration center for AI and data science research and training. Our most recent event in that was actually just happened yesterday in terms of that, where we actually had, I think it was 45 researchers, about half from the National Research Council and half from Simon Fraser University, in terms of determining aspects of data science and AI problems, brainstorming on what are not only the important problems that existing problems that need to be solved, but how do we prioritize amongst them and how do we resource them and pull in additional partners, because again, we can't do it alone. And so this is a good example of this kind of collaboration that allows us to push things forward and solve some of these challenging problems that we're dealing with in terms of this. Next slide, please. And this notion of a partnership as well, so just like we had that agreement with the National Research Council for a Collaboration Center, CANSI, the Canadian Statistical Science Institute, is located, now co-located with our Big Data Hub on the top floor of the Applied Sciences building at Simon Fraser University, where nobody is, everybody's working from home right now, so it's, thank goodness we've been able to collaborate in the virtual world as well, but it makes it, just like I could have, a few months ago, I guess it's coming on to a year ago, that we were able to walk down the hall to collaborate with them. Fortunately, we're able to now just collaborate, pop up a window and collaborate with them, solve, continue our discussions and solving complex problems. And what's great about this, having it all across Canada, when you have a national organization like CANSI, it gives you tie-ins to other universities, to other researchers, to other problems that people are solving across the country. Next slide, please. And the other powerful thing in terms of this is partnering with not only Compute Canada, but the other organizations involved with the different computers across Canada. We do have a supercomputer on Burnaby Mountain, CEDAR, which is a way of tying into, helping people work together to solve some of these complex problems. So one of the reasons researchers will often be reaching out to us is saying that, okay, yeah, I have to bring together all this data to solve this complex problem. Hey, there's not enough power on, in the machines that we have to solve this. Hey, well, we have facilities in Canada that we can tap into that can solve these complex problems. Next slide, please. So the way I'm going to wrap up in the last 5 minutes here in terms of this through the remaining slides is talk about the aspects of AI when I was talked about deriving value, and AI that capitalizes on diversity of technology, diversity of stakeholders, and the integration of those people, of that diversity into the real world. And we'll be seeing this all in terms of this deriving value beyond in all of our presentations for today. Next slide, please. So like I said, we have data-driven AI research, we have the training, and the engagement is the way that we're actually able to make that change. Next slide, please. One that is an easy thing, just like things when there was all that controversy relating to social media that people understood, fake news and things like that. People are now understanding the complexities involved with data in terms of health modeling because of the situation we as society are in right now in terms of the emergency response. So for instance, out of our complex systems modeling group located in the Big Data Hub, its director, Sandy Rutherford, was basically helping British Columbia health authorities to create more informed resource and emergency response plans. How do we use the resources there? And working with the Ministry of Health, we'd be able to come up with different modeling scenarios for dealing with helping BC respond to the COVID crisis. Next slide, please. In terms of this, Maya, one of our professors in the Faculty of Health Sciences, collaborating with the federal government's Department of Women and Gender Equity to study how big data could be used to build a gender-based analysis plus informed model that measures and predicts how climate change will impact diverse groups of people in Canada. GBA Plus is you can sort of view it as an analytical lens to assess how diverse groups of women, men, and non-binary people experience policies, programs, and initiatives. This will really add much needed research on the impacts of climate change on diverse groups in Canadians. Next slide, please. Specifically on the COVID crisis, Carolyn Colleen, who you'll be seeing later this afternoon, I won't talk much more about her work, but really she is, if she is not in the news every day in terms of describing how research has impact and how data has impact on the real world, I'll let her speak more about that this afternoon. Next slide, please. Ultimately, in terms of this, the way that this is being done is in conjunction with students, with people in industry that are coming back for training, with people that are basically being able to see how their work can expand into whole new areas. And we're going to have that panel on this, like I said, this afternoon, which is going to be taking a look at how not only Simon Fraser universities, how different groups around that panel discussion are training the next generation of big data leaders. Next slide, please. Briefly, just want to comment on the gender gap tracker, which is a project that's been led by one of our professors of linguistics, Maite Tabalda, and in terms of taking a look at partnering with the Informed Opinions organization to take a look at how women's voices are being used in the media. What's interesting about this one is we've also been able to, Maita's work is her work's also been able to take a look at how this has also been affecting women in terms of the response to COVID, and how basically different impacts of societal impacts are affecting different people differently. Next slide, please. So ultimately, in terms of this and the vulnerable populations and that, it comes down to individuals. It's measuring that impact on individuals, and SFU's Institute for Canadian and Urban Research Studies examines how people with mental illness may basically been able to interact with police over space and time. Because that's the interesting thing in terms of data and being able to tell a story with data, with artificial intelligence, is you need to be able to understand and be able to tell people and show people how that is having an impact. And for instance, even with our SFU's Vancouver Institute for Visual Analytics, looking at the best way to tell stories with data, to have humans interacting with data. So basically, with this ICERS work, like I was saying here, that our institute there, we're able to understand better how people with mental illness interact with police over space and time. And as we've seen, even in the images of how things change over time and in space relating to the COVID-19, it is so important to have those images, those visualizations, and those interactive visualizations to be able to tell that story. Next slide, please. So, partnering with, this was a different example, partnering with the Fraser Health Authority. We've already spoken enough to that and short on time here. Next slide, please. So basically what I wanted to do, if I needed to summarize all of this, it's, you can't do it alone, I guess, except in Hollywood when Iron Man created his own AI-powered suit of armor. So we do need relationships. We need to have those, we need to moderate that relationship between the push and the pull in terms of the technology and societal need in terms of that. So we need a lot of wisdom to know how to navigate through this complex relationship. And it's really those relationships lead to partnerships, and the AI ecosystem in Canada is robust with significant activity and growing investment. If you take a look at the history of AI in Canada, it's not just been in one place, it's been growing. From the research point of view, it's been covering universities across the country. And even from companies' point of view, you know, like you've been having AI technology, whether it's being used in the oceans, whether it's being used in medicine, whether it's being used in the environment, being used across the country. And really, in terms of British Columbia, what we've been doing, we've even working closely with our partners at UBC, we've been drawing on our expertise in BC to strengthen the BC AI ecosystem and Canada's position as an international AI leader. So ultimately, if I needed to summarize with us, we're dealing with AI for good, not only in BC, but in Canada and the world. Next slide, please. So in terms of that, so really, I know we only have a few minutes for questions, but I'm really interested in, just feel free to reach out to me, Fred Popowich at sfu.ca, and we're always interested in, if you've got data, you have a problem, want to see how AI can tie into it in terms of solving it, I'm happy to chat with you. So thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thanks for that, Fred. Excellent presentation. I've got a bunch of questions here, but I'll focus on a few that I think pertain more to your area of expertise. You mentioned supercomputers powering AI and whatnot. Where do you see that now, and where do you see that going? You know, do you think that the supercomputing capacity and whatnot is going to result in like an exponential growth of use of AI and whatnot? Where do you see that going in the next little bit?
Oh, it's an interesting question. So with respect to the use of supercomputers and that, and granted, you know, talking to any researcher, there's never enough computational power to be able to do what you want to do in terms of this. But if you take a look where a lot of the advances have been made in AI over the years recently, some of the algorithms we've had around for years, like I was working with some of these algorithms back in the 1980s, you know, when I was studying back in Edinburgh there. And in terms of that, we realized that, yeah, we did not have, at that point in time, we had to make restrictions or not use as much data because there was just no way of working with it. So really with the advances in computation, not just with advances in supercomputers, advances in quantum computing, we now have the Quantum Algorithms Institute and the at Simon Fraser University and the Quantum Materials Institute at UBC. It's able to continue to push the platform that we have. It allows us to attack more and more complex, come up with more innovative solutions because we have that additional data that we can process. Because ultimately, we can always use more computational power. Physicists can always run more models predicting how the stellar interiors, in terms of how these different things would work out. But we can come up with better, view it as weather prediction models. It's because of supercomputers we've been able to. It used to be you could only predict weather a few days out. Now we have more computational power, we can do things. So we're going to see this. We need to keep supporting those computational advances because it will allow us to have better solutions to the problems and getting those solutions sooner.
Thanks, Fred. Well, I think we've hit the time limit here. So Dr. Fred Popowich from Simon Fraser University, our partner for the summit, thank you very much for kicking off the summit. And I will send out Fred's contact information to the attendees in case you want to reach out to learn more about what SFU's working on. So thank you very much, Fred. We're going to take a very, very quick break, and we'll be back with the keynote with NetApp.
Thank you very much.
In business, boring is good. It means expected, things going according to plan, fully predictable, which is just so 2019. But what happens when the world becomes fully unpredictable, defined by disruption, upheaval, and change? Those who can quickly adapt thrive and rise above. Those who simply can't, well, there's that. With our latest launch, NetApp is announcing new solutions to help with that. Now, we make your enterprise apps run better, on-prem and in the cloud. We make it easy to see and control all your data from one place. And we give your developers storage and compute resources that manage themselves. We do all that to help you instantly respond to an unpredictable world. Because we're the specialists, relentlessly focused on putting you in control. Boring is no longer an option. NetApp.
Okay, we're back here with our keynote with NetApp. NetApp has been a tremendous supporter of the GovTech Series and has participated in all three summits. And we're here today with William Miller, Chief Information Officer and Vice President at NetApp, along with Dr. Barry West, who will be playing the role of interviewer. And gentlemen, when I was looking through your bios last night, the bios I had did not do you justice, because I would say that if CIO as a vocation was a thing, which I'm sure it is, I mean, that you'd fit the role perfectly. Bill, from your expertise being a CIO at multiple global organizations for your career span, both at Broadcom Corporation, at Harris Corporation, you bring that commercial expertise. Have you ever been such a technology guy, by the way? And then Dr. Barry West, with your public sector experience, I mean, you've worked at, I don't know, over 28 years of government service experience, CIO at 6 different government organizations. I mean, I'm really looking forward to this conversation because you bring that both that commercial and that public sector CIO perspectives, gentlemen. So thank you very much for joining us today. Barry, I'll hand it over to you to get started with the interview. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Kevin, and good morning, everyone. And thanks for having Bill and I here at the Canadian GovTech Summit Series on Big Data and AI, which is such a relevant topic today. And I'm really fortunate to be here with Bill Miller, who, it was just mentioned, his name is known throughout our industry. So it's a real honor and a pleasure to be here with Bill. Let's jump right into it, Bill. Data has been around a long time, but it's talked about differently these days. What is going on that has brought data, you think, to the forefront? What is making it so powerful and valuable today versus 3-5 years ago when data was still talked about, but not at the level we hear today, Bill?
Hey, Barry, great to see you. Thank you for participating. Looking forward to getting into this, but I have to start by saying I really appreciate the invite to be here today and to participate. You know, NetApp has so many phenomenal customers in Canada, so many long-term, great Canadian customers that I really appreciate an opportunity to join such a great group of people this morning and then to have you moderate. So thanks for the invitation. All right, let me jump right in on the data question. It's a great way to get started, by the way. First, you really have to appreciate today that data is truly an asset, right? It is an asset. It's a competitive weapon. It is a fundamental need to serve our clients and customers better, and to be able to deliver the value that we all need to deliver in our missions. So very important to understand the power of data and the differentiating aspects of data, not just for a commercial company, but for any kind of mission-based organization, any kind of governmental agency. So data is extremely important to us in differentiating what we do and accelerating what we do. But I think a lot of things have changed technologically, Barry, think about the last 6 to 7 years. So in our business alone at NetApp, the emergence of solid state drives and all-flash FAS and all-flash arrays. So basically what we've done is we took the physics of spinning media and a spinning disk, and we've moved that into solid state, which does what? It takes advantage of Moore's law, right? As semiconductors get better and faster and lower power and cheaper and more compressed, we're able to bring storage and storage performance to retrieve and process that data that much faster. And that's paralleled processing, the ability to process data. Dr. Popovich was just talking about, we're talking about with Kevin, supercomputing and what we can do in the future. But think also of the miniaturization of that. No company represents that better than the British company ARM, right, which builds these distributed processors. So, an iPhone today isn't a processor. It's not an x86 core. It's a number of purpose-built, specially designed processors to handle 5G Wi-Fi or to handle GPS or any number of other sub-processors. So we're able to do so much more in compute and storage today. And then you've got the whole layer of software utilities and software offerings that have come into the fore for modeling, model building tools for data scientists, machine learning, and all of these utilities that can be applied to the speed of the data, of the acquisition of the data. Think of things that we take for granted today, like SAP HANA in-memory computing. I mean, think about the performance gains we get with that kind of engine. And then the last piece I'll say is IoT. We all kind of went, okay, IoT, big deal, right? Internet of Things. What does it really mean? It really means we're able to collect data from sensors that are distributed all over the place. And they're able to collect enormous amounts of data, assemble that data so that we can do meaningful things with it. So 6 to 7 years ago, we had no capability to do what we do today. Technology has come very far, and it's going to continue to evolve and give us this opportunity to leverage these enormous amounts of data. Barry, you remember a few years ago, Gartner officially retired the phrase big data.
Yes.
And the reason is it's all big data now, right? It isn't like there's something, it's all big data and it's all available to us.
Yeah, you're so right, Bill. And I relate what you were just saying back to some of my previous CIO jobs in the government, especially at the Federal Emergency Management Agency and at the National Weather Service, where we were starting to really use some of this power of data, especially for our geospatial technologies at FEMA and also at the National Weather Service, as we heard from our keynote just a little bit ago about how our forecasting has changed dramatically over the last 10, 15, 20 years. We are now able to put long-range forecasts of 14 days plus in accuracy together, where before we were lucky if we could do it in 2 to 3 days to have somewhat of a good forecast. But what I've seen evolve, Bill, over the last 15 years, just in those two areas, from a government perspective, has just been astronomical.
Yeah, Barry, and you know, we were talking the other day about these models and predictive models in your time at FEMA. You know, I've spent many years in Florida and maintained property in Florida, and I can tell you, I remember even back to 2005, Hurricane Katrina, that did so much damage in the Gulf. And the year before that, when we had 4 major hurricanes hit Florida in 2004, the spaghetti models, you remember the predictive spaghetti models, that were all over the map where these storms were going to go. I can tell you in 2020, with all the storms that approached our coast, the accuracy and the predictive confidence in those models, both for time from the event, but also deviations on those tracks, has improved dramatically because of the use of that data.
Yes. Bill, another technology that has influenced the way we capture and use data is 5G, which is certainly shaking things up right now in our industry. How do you see 5G affecting trends going forward, Bill?
Yeah, I think that's another great question, Barry. I think 5G is really important on a number of fronts. You know, first of all, we all want it because the more numbers in front of our G, the better our devices get, and the more videos we can download and the more real-time application access we have. We lose the power of 5G. What 5G really allows us to do is move power of computing to the edge of the network. It allows us to decentralize more processing as we're able to do more out at remote sites and at the edge. And if you think about innovative companies today like NVIDIA, with the processing of imagery and what we can do by taking those image processors and moving them out to the edge of the network where the data is being collected, where those sensors and collectors are, we can do a whole lot more by distributing those workloads and making decisions, whether it's out on an oil rig in a remote location, or maybe it's locally in a medical center, where all of that data doesn't have to be backhauled to a central server with the latency provided. So we can do a lot more on the edge. One of the examples I like to use, at least in my mind, of an edge device, the ultimate edge device that we all relate to today, is an autonomous driving car. Think of it for all intents and purposes as your Tesla or your neighbor's Tesla. Okay, that is mobile compute and navigation on the roll. Okay, that vehicle does not have to depend coming back to Mission Central to get information to decide what lane it's going to go in or whether it's drifting out of a lane, right? Those sensors are all mobile, they're remote, they're contained at the edge being at the vehicle, wherever that vehicle is at any given point in time. And a lot of that decision making has to be delegated out to the edge of the network, can be delegated out to the edge of the network today, so it doesn't have to be backhauled. That's not to say that the vehicle doesn't phone home, that the vehicle doesn't take advantage of all the diagnostics and capabilities that may sit on a server somewhere, but it's to say it can operate autonomously in that environment with the data collection enabled by technologies like 5G and others that allow that processing to be able to be pushed out to the edges. That could be extrapolated to a light post or a parking meter in a city that's tracking what's going on, and kind of, one of my favorite examples is, if you've spent any time in Singapore, I haven't been there for about a year, having a little bit of withdrawal, but you can't go to a street corner in Singapore where you don't have the little black hemispherical globe with that camera up in it, watching what's going on for beneficial purposes, I would add, in that nation state, to basically track, what's happening in that economy and in that culture. Now, that's not necessarily a 5G device, but it is remote data collection to the extreme, right? It allows us to collect data from various points and look at our society very differently, and then backhaul the subset of the information that's essential rather than all the local processing that can be done out on the fringe. So I think it bodes well for our ability to distribute that decision making.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great answer, Bill. Let's shift gears a little bit and talk about current events. And as we enter here into December, January, and February, we're probably in our toughest months with this COVID-19 pandemic. I think yesterday the numbers here in the United States where we had the largest number of deaths yet, which is very alarming. How do you see data, Bill, affecting what we've seen so far with COVID and going forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think the bottom line, Barry, is you can never get enough data soon enough to make all the decisions and the inferences you need to make. And I think if you go back to the beginning of the pandemic, so much struggle trying to make sense out of the data, to assemble the data. So I remember when this whole thing first started, I grew up in Baltimore, in Maryland, and, one of the revered names in the state of Maryland is Johns Hopkins University, right? And Johns Hopkins was one of the core medical centers that started serving as the hub for distribution of information around the virus. So, we'd see Dr. Fauci or whoever was, Hopkins said this, or the latest study from Johns Hopkins. What we were failing to do was aggregate all the data from other health centers and other medical research universities. We got great programs across the world, and right down the street from where I was living at the time at Stanford University was running their own seminar. So the ability to aggregate all that data was missing to really understand, what's the effectiveness of a mask? What does social distancing really mean? What does social distancing mean inside in a grocery store versus outside in the open air? And so we're trying to gather enough data, do enough statistical analyses to quickly determine what was really going on. And of course, a lot of that information gets politicized, that this person doesn't know what they're doing or these people have an agenda. The truth is, it's really hard to get to the truth with a in a pandemic that's spreading at different rates in different populations around the world. So assembling that data has become very important for us to understand things that I think we now take for granted, which is, younger school age people are rarely affected severely by this. They tend to get over it very quickly. Elderly people with, pre-existing conditions are more likely to be affected. That's based on data, not supposition anymore. But I would say this, I think it's also been very powerful in the fast tracking of the development of these vaccines. We've seen really unprecedented rates of progress. I mean, think of it. You're talking about a virus. You're talking about a variant in a virus. Most of us, quote unquote, went home from work somewhere in mid-March, right, and retreated to our private bastion of VPN and Wi-Fi on our local carrier to connect us like we're doing today with the rest of the world. It's early December, and we've already had not only vaccines showing promise, these have been through extensive trials, statistically valid trials of many, many tens of thousands of people, and we have reason to believe there's a lot of optimism for what's coming out. We've never been able to do anything like that in the history of the world. We couldn't have done that without data, and we couldn't have done that without shared data and effective sharing across these organizations that are looking for a global benefit. And yes, a Pfizer wants to compete with a Moderna, and everybody wants a faster path to revenue. But there is a basis of that exchange, and governments play a huge role in freeing up that data for the benefit of humanity in the open exchange of that data. I think it's wonderful. I think it bodes well for us as a global community of people trying to live our lives better in being able to share and open this data as effectively as we have up to this point.
Yeah, that's a great example, Bill, about the speed of the vaccine, because I think initially they were talking like a year and a half, the doctors, year and a half, 2 years, and here we are, 9 months in, and it sounds like we're very close. here in the next month to 2 months of having something on the front lines with our first responders to take. Speaking of the new technologies, Bill, the government of Canada, through its recently introduced AI source list, is beginning to empower departments to experiment with AI tools as part of their operations. The United States has been experimenting with AI now, as you know, for several years. Right. What role do you see AI playing in the collection, storage, and use of data going forward?
Yeah, I think it's first of all, it's an interesting topic because there's a lot of aspects of this, and I clump AI and machine learning together, right? Because I think what you're really trying to do is you're trying to build models to understand. You're trying to build predictive models that determine what's going to happen based on the data I've collected. I'm going to build a hypothesis. I'm going to test that hypothesis with a subset of the data, and then I'm going to see if it applies into the future with the model I've built. And then there's that recursive path that you go through to optimize your models, and not only optimize the models, but maybe alter the models as the input factors change, right? You know, I mean, things change daily and those models have to be updated. So this is an AI machine learning kind of virtuous cycle that we go through. I think it opens up tremendous possibilities for all of our business and all of our services. Clearly, we can automate a lot of what humans are doing today with algorithmic solutions that take away the more mundane tasks and allow our experts and our specialists to focus on the more challenging problems, right? So we're seeing that in healthcare, whether it's a radiologist reading a scan, where a computer can take a CAT scan or an MRI, go through the various layers, look for patterns, and then provide that pattern insight to a radiologist to say, hey, it's, you know, what I'm seeing is this this image, layers 3 to 6 in the scan's upper left corner. That's where you ought to spend your time assessing rather than walking through 32 layers of scans, right? In the 7 minutes you have allocated to serve the patient, right, through the organization. So I think we're getting smarter. AI is becoming more powerful. Let me bring up a point, though, that I think is really important. I think the technology is emerging faster than our ability to absorb it and manage it. So think about this, and I see this where I am today, and I see this at other companies I work. Most of our employees, whether we're in a for-profit corporation or we're in a government agency, most of our employees are process people and they're transactional people, right? Follow these steps in doing your job. They may be very complex, but there's this rubric you go through. There's a set of steps, set of processes. You know, we don't necessarily want our bank tellers being all that creative. We want to follow a set of approved, governmentally regulated stages and steps that keeps everything compliant. I think when you start thinking about AI and ML and building models, you're really going to that analyst community. You're going to people that can look at data, they can look at factors, they understand statistics, they understand a little bit of math modeling, and they're really like in a finance organization. They're not your accountants, they're your FP&A people. They're financial planners and analysts in the organization, and they're generally a small group. So what we're seeing is this need for data scientists, for people that understand how to analyze data, how to make sense out of it, and how to get at the truth, and then in a really sophisticated fashion, not only get at the truth, understand what happened, but to build the next generational predictive model so that we can roll forward. And I think the technology is actually exceeding our ability to digest that, because most of the jobs we've built as companies have been transactional jobs. And so we're going to struggle with that for a while, Barry, I think.
Absolutely. And you hit on a real key point, Bill. I think you nailed it when you said the data analyst and the analyst in general, data scientists and the analysts are going to be key as we go forward. And we're going to see a lot of retooling of current positions, I think, in the IT world here over the next 3 years, just because of AI. And the other thing I just wanted to mention, I think cloud, and you may agree with this too, Bill, but I think cloud is going to play a major role with AI as an archive, and also being able to share the data that we're getting from AI with our other organizations, like universities, for example, and other organizations. So I think that's going to be key too as we move forward.
Yeah, you brought up the C word, Barry. That's dangerous cloud. We could spend the rest of our time just getting immersed in the implications of cloud. But I completely agree with you. You know, I'll give you an example. One of my good friends spent a lot of years as the CIO at Jet Propulsion Laboratories in Pasadena, California. Some of you on the call may know Jim Rinaldi, great guy, long-term serial CIO, government agency CIO. Maybe you know Jim, but he's a wonderful man. So, you know, Jim tells a story of early forays in the cloud for JPL. And I talked to him one day and I said, you know, Jim, are you going to cloud for utilities that are there? Are you going there because it's cheaper, because it's and he said, it's really none of that. It's really about sharing the data from our missions with those organizations that we want to make it available to. So if we're doing a Mars lander mission and we're collecting all of this data and shooting it back through that little soda straw of bandwidth from Mars and we're collecting it, I don't want to store all that in a JPL or in a NASA data center, right? I want to store it in a cloud environment that we manage, we keep secure, but then we give privileges for other university and research partners around the world to have access to that, better mankind through the things that they can learn and find and glean from that data. So cloud offers so many incredible advantages in being able to share data and to be able to distribute data and do it securely, right? Because in all of this, we haven't talked about it, but security and governance is a really huge part of this around data. And I know that our colleagues here on the line this morning in these governmental agencies feel very passionately about governance and making sure that both privacy, right? Because security is not the same as privacy. They're different things. We don't want the wrong people to get the data, and we certainly don't want, you know, personal data, PII type data, to get out in the wrong hands. So a lot to this, the cloud's enabled a lot of that, and I think I don't know what your thoughts are, Barry, but I think we're quickly at the point where security in the cloud is overtaking what a lot of us can do in our own data set.
Absolutely, and I'm really glad you brought that up, Bill. That whole governance piece, it's left out so many times. But the whole governance, the privacy, and the security, and then with the security is you know, you have the whole CIA model, triad, you know, the confidentiality, the integrity, and the availability of our data, and that plays right into this whole thing. And speaking of which, leads kind of into my next question is, what do you think organizations need in order to properly leverage their data? What are the prerequisites and key business drivers, and what does in your mind, what does that decision tree look like?
Yeah, I think first of all, there needs to be understanding at the very top of the organization that the data does give you leverage. It gives you competitive advantage. And, you know, again, I'm talking about it from private industry, but it gives you advantage in delivering your mission more effectively. And you can look at data. I like to look at data from the front side and the back side. The front side being, if I have command and access to data in my organization, I can make better decisions on how I'm running my business, how effective. In the commercial world, am I generating profit? Am I profitable on the products and services that I sell? What are the costs of my supply chain? And can I run a healthy business for the shareholders? On the government side, are we getting efficient government services, right? Are we getting the highest efficient? We're taxpayers. We have an expectation to get highly efficient services as taxpayers. So there's that, are you running your organization efficiently? But on the other side, if we look at data, it's about providing added functionality and utility to our clients and our customers. So if I'm selling an object, if I'm selling a utility, if I'm selling a service to a customer, and I can add a data mix into that, okay? So let's say I'm a healthcare professional, you know, and as a I have my client come in, how am I doing, doc? You know, here's what I'm having. If that customer, if that client, if that patient can get long-term access to data, can provide data online, has a utility, has a portal to constantly interact with that physician or physician group, that's adding real value. It's not a one-time visit to the office. Here's my blood pressure today, right now. No, I'm collecting this stuff. I got a monitor. It's going in. Maybe there's even advisory services that come back to me online about diet and exercise and how I can control this. Those are value-added services to the core service, based on data and the utilization of that data. So it's a value add to society. It's a value add to the business. And I think we really have to look at it that way. So to answer your question, the top minds in the business have to be aware of those opportunities to better serve their clients through the leverage of the data they're collecting on their own business and the data they're collecting on behalf of their customers and their clients, and to be able to find a way to leverage that and turn that around. And I believe at the core of it, to try to provide more value to your customer by utilizing that data intelligently. And if you do that, the rest of it's going to work out. The customer sat's going to work out. The profitability is going to work out. It's going to follow, right? And so to me, it's starting at the very top with an awareness.
Yeah, no, great answer, Bill. I think you and I could talk about this all day, but unfortunately, we need to bring this home. So let me wrap up here with my last question is how can NetApp really help here? You know, we've gotten into really some of the internals of data. How is NetApp helping governments make use of their data today?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great question. It's almost a follow-on to the last question. You know, where do you start and what do you do? First of all, you have to control your domain, your data domain, right? And companies, government agencies, any kind of charitable organization needs to kind of start at the beginning and say, what's the data that provides value? Where is it? How am I collecting it? How am I going to expose that to applications, utilities, software to generate this value? You and I covered it before. Invariably, part of that answer is going to be it's in the cloud, right? All of these Silicon Valley startup companies today are based on what? Software. They're based on software. There aren't many Elon Musks out there building rockets and building self-driving. Most people that are in a venture cap world today are building software. And a lot of that software is based on analytics and based on the consumption in the management of data. So you're going to see more and more utilities coming to the fore. And here's the reality. They're not coming to your data center, right? Because the monetization of those new properties, the private equity firms are saying the fastest way the wealth creation for our shareholders is to make them available to AWS, to make them available to Microsoft Azure, to make them available to Google Cloud and potentially other offshore cloud-based platforms through time. So the monetization is going to be there in the cloud. Every week, every month, new utilities are going to emerge in the cloud, and we're going to have to be able to go out to the cloud to take advantage of that. So what NetApp is trying to do, our mission is to move from an on-prem storage company to a hybrid multi-cloud based data services company. That's a big statement. But what it really implies is a couple of things. We think our customers are going to want to move workloads to the cloud selectively. They're going to want to be specific on what clouds they're comfortable with and what clouds they move workloads to. And we want to be agnostic as to what cloud our customers move their workflows to. And we want to be able to help in that migration. So if you want to spend the next several years in a high-performance private cloud, migrate some of those workflows to Azure, some of those workloads to AWS. We want to help you manage that data fabric that connects data from your different clouds and to be able to provide secure movement of that data back and forth to help you fulfill your mission. That's really our objective. We think the world needs that. We think the world's going to demand that, and we're fully committed to that. So we believe our competitors can't offer anything in that range of services. So we're thrilled about the mission, and we're really excited about what some of our early customers are doing with data in the cloud.
Yeah, great answer, Bill. And just goes to show that we can evolve as organizations, and companies like NetApp have really changed with time, and that's one of the things I think is one of their great success factors in getting that trust from customers with technologies like this. So thank you, Bill. Really enjoyed this, and I think we have some time for questions, Kevin.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Yeah, just reiterating various backs of it. questions here that will take us to 9 a.m. So, Bill, you were talking about the conversion of NetApp to like more of a data services company, recognizing the future of the cloud and whatnot. Like, if you're talking to a CIO in the government of Canada, for instance, that's a big NetApp user. I know you guys are used a lot in the public safety departments, for instance. What does that shift in NetApp strategy mean for your existing customers?
Yeah, I think what it means is it gives our customers a consistent path forward that's very comfortable. So I'll give you one example. We've had storage, large data center on-prem storage. One of our big operating systems is called ONTAP. It's, I personally think it's the best storage operating system in the world. We built a cloud variant of that called Cloud Volumes ONTAP, CVO, and it basically allows us to take most of the features that are built in ONTAP and familiar to our customers who have been operating complex storage arrays across multi-data center environments, and now move some of those workloads to the cloud, but have the same controls, right? We have a piece of software called On Command Insight, OCI, that allows you to monitor your storage and other suppliers' storage arrays and data centers, give you all the metrics and measures and KPIs around your storage environment. We've migrated that to a platform called Cloud Insights that allows you to do that and manage your volumes at AWS or Azure or GCP, and on one singular console, so you can see all of those volumes, right? So our goal is to allow our customers to see their portfolio, of storage wherever it is, to look at the health of that, and if they want to move workloads from on-prem to one cloud or from one cloud to another cloud, based on their leanings, based on their contractual obligations, or just their comfort level, they can do that. And then we, again, provide utilities for snapping and moving that data. We call it the data fabric, but it's an ability to move data efficiently across those different properties to manage your whole portfolio. So we believe that's the way of the future. We think it makes it easier for our customers to migrate. Some are super aggressive, some are more cautious. If you're in the financial services industry, maybe you have a different level of comfort than oil and gas exploration, which may be different than pharma. So each industry, each company will have its own comfort level with migrating workflows and workloads to the cloud. We want to be able to support that migration without losing a step. So that's what we're really there to help our customers do.
Okay. And Barry, maybe I can get you to follow up on that. Like, from your perspective, from your public sector experience, the data fabric and the ability to move data around. Would you have seen that helping you if back in your days when you were a CIO?
I think really helping more from a customer knowledge of needs. Like, many of our business systems in government were very complicated, and I think really getting into that data fabric was key. I mean, we started a lot of those initiatives through things like enterprise architecture and having various reference models, data reference model, technical reference model, which helped quite a bit. But I think even going further and digging further into that data fabric would have really helped us with things such as data standards, because it seems like we always struggle, and Bill, I don't know how much you've seen this, but organizations continue to struggle with standardization of data, getting people to use the same standards, and that then really compounds itself with issues down the road when you're trying to use a cloud or you're trying to use databases where you've got different data, definitions and different metadata. So I think having that information would have really helped a lot more with a lot of the larger systems that we were trying to modernize when I look back.
And I'll tell you the other area, Barry, is data classification, right? You can just it's so hard to get an organization as they're creating these data repositories and everything, to classify the data, because we have all these great tools and filters, many of which are security platforms and security tools that are looking for for egress of data outside of it. If you don't have your data classified, it's very hard to set a set of decision rules on the ingress and egress of that data.
Yeah. The other thing, Kevin, I'd like to add is one thing we've seen in the United States government is the use of the chief data officer, and that role has really evolved here in the last 5 years, where they're actually looking at these type of issues, and that is their sole job, whether they report up to the CIO or whether they report up to the department head or the deputy. It's getting much more elevation here in the United States, and they're getting the authority to really go in and tear down a lot of these data silos, where other people just, they want to cling on to their data. They don't want to really have people coming in and understanding more or having to be forced to share their data. So this has been a great thing for us. It's taken a while to define that role and what it really means and what they do, but we are starting to see some benefits.
And I'm going to keep picking your brain here because doesn't happen often where you've got two CIOs on with the amount of expertise you both do. From a Canadian perspective, we're just on the cusp of really leveraging cloud. Government departments now have access to a variety of cloud providers for protected B information, so they're just about ready to experiment. From your experience, the U.S. is a little bit ahead. What kind of advice would you give to CIOs? If you could do it all over again, what kind of things, best practices should they look out for? What things might they have in mind that they should avoid, for instance? What are some best practices that you could share?
Yeah, I'll just, Bill, if you don't mind, I can start. Yeah. I would say be bold, but go after the low-hanging fruit to get buy-in first. And really have a cloud strategy that aligns with your IT strategic plan. It is so important. But really getting the buy-in, getting people on the same page as to what we're really trying to accomplish. A lot of people think, put everything in the cloud, you're going to save money right away. There are a lot of upfront costs that go into cloud infrastructures that people don't realize. So you're going to have some upfront costs that you're going to have to pay, and it may be a year or longer before you start seeing some of those benefits. But I would say go after the low-hanging fruit. When I say low-hanging fruit, I'm talking about email, collaboration suites, development, software development. These are things that are not necessarily out on the mission critical line, but you can start showing the benefits and the cost savings. But the trust factor is really key too, in getting vendors that you trust that are going to be managing your data and that have met the security needs. And we saw that here in the United States back in around 10 years ago with cloud. Is many vendors, many of the inspector generals and the auditors and others in government really didn't feel comfortable with putting data into a cloud. And it wasn't until we had vendors like Amazon, Microsoft, and Google really step up and show that they were going to put the effort into their security requirements and meet a lot of our SOC needs, is when we really started seeing things take off. So I would say go out, look at use cases, move, be bold, but at the same time get buy-in and show some success quickly.
Yeah, let me add to that and say, you need certain skills to get started. Architects, Barry mentioned architects a little while ago. Cloud architects, they're not a dime a dozen. They're hard to find. But it doesn't take a legion of them, to do this kind of work. It takes a couple of well-placed people, either hired onto your staff in an IT department or brought in through a partner. That you have some confidence in and can work with to help laying out, for example, a document that we built early on. We do a lot of customer one NetApp work where we prove out, leverage our own technologies. But we built what we call a cloud decision framework. What workloads would benefit most in our company from going to the cloud, and what kind of cloud and whose cloud. And those could be economic drivers, they could be security comfort level drivers, they could be the kind of tools that I want to avail myself of are largely out in the cloud, so I'm going to pull a subset of my data, put it out in the cloud, and expose it to those tools. Very small subset to get started. Barry's comment, find some low-hanging fruit, find something that makes sense and lean in and start doing it, right? You can't learn this stuff through a textbook. You have to go in and get your hands dirty and start moving some workloads and finding out where you benefit from this. So I think getting started with it is very important. Find a partner or two that you kind of trust, that you can do some sandbox efforts, and I think they'll quickly grow, and you'll find out where the benefits are and where the challenges are. This is not a simple thing to do. The other thing I'll say about a lot of these cloud services, what we've seen is an explosion of different billing and cost models with this. It used to be you'd come to NetApp, you'd buy a storage array, you'd buy some controllers, some shelves, you'd put money into that, and you'd depreciate that over 3 years, let's say, and you try to make it last 4.5 years. I mean, that's how you manage that store. Today, you point and click and spin up volumes. You pay for them while you're using them. You retire them next week. You don't pay for it. I mean, the cost models that are emerging, the pay-go models that are being delivered to customers now are tremendously valuable in helping you manage more predictable expenses than when you had to outfit a data center and then you were stuck with the asset. Whether you under-leveraged it or tried to sweat the asset, you know, you didn't have as much control. Today, you can modulate that. So it not only gives you control of your business from the utilities and what you can get in the cloud, but how you pay for it and how you budget it in your annual operating plan.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I've got two other questions, but I think we got time for one more, so I'll go with a policy one. We talked about the speed of AI and whatnot being introduced within the public sector. Barry, perhaps I'll start with you, and then Bill, I'll come to you to wrap up, 30 seconds each. But like, this is not a 30-second question, but from a policy perspective, like how do policy people keep up with the rapid change going on with AI? Like how has it occurred in the United States now that you've been experimenting with AI for a couple of years?
Well, great question. You have to get them engaged with IT. I mean, they have to be at the table. The policy folks, they have to understand it. They don't have to become experts in AI, but they have to have a general understanding of what it is, and they have to come along with you. And it can't be something after the fact where you throw it over the transom and you say, here, this is what we've come up with, figure out how to put it into a policy. They have to be along for the ride. And that's how I felt the best, when I look back on my career, that was the best way of getting that governance model in place with solid policy, was to have people involved and engaged early on with the process and bring them along with you rather than, after the fact, and good documentation.
Yeah, and I'd add to that. IT provides the organization with the art of the possible. What can we do? What can be done? What tools, platforms, and clouds, and how do we enable it? The business has to get excited about the transformation of the business model, and that's really the digital transformation piece. Can I move my business model forward? Hey, I want to partner with IT to figure out how I'm going to enable that, how I'm going to take advantage of that. And I think it really is a true partnership into the future. Last comment about AI. There's nothing worse than a incorrect predictive model. Okay, so you need to bring data science, you need to bring people in and assess those models, because making wrong choices with the data is more dangerous than making no choices with the data, quite frankly. So you have to be right a lot more than you're wrong to put these models to work.
Excellent. Okay, gentlemen, I got a whole bunch of other questions here, but we got to stop because we're running into the next session. But always a pleasure. That's NetApp, our keynote for today. Always a pleasure working with them. They always bring such high caliber authorities to share best practices and whatnot. Bill Miller, CIO for NetApp, and Barry West, thank you very much for joining us today. Hope to have you back again soon.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Okay,
thanks, Bill. Enjoyed it.
Second break, everybody. We'll be back with SAS Institute. Okay, we're right back at it here with SAS Institute. And introducing SAS Institute is my colleague, Ken Stewart, one of our key sponsors from the Capitol Hill Group. Ken, I'll leave it to you. Ken will be introducing the SAS Institute and also our next session, Think On.
Thanks very much, Kevin. Ken Stewart here. I've had a little bit of a video problem, but I'm calling in from beautiful downtown Toronto. I'm at College and Bay. In fact, I'm going to be introducing Sabrina Mancini and Frank Scott. And Frank and Sabrina, I'm not too far away from 280 King, which is that beautiful building on King Street where SAS is located. I've been there many, many times. I've worked with SAS for many years. I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but they are the analytics vendor of choice in the Ministry of Health. Very obviously, they are incredibly busy right now, but I know the ministry yesterday had a big conference in Toronto, and they gave a great big, the Karen McKibben, who's the CIO at Health, gave a wonderful shout out to SAS for the tremendous analytics work they're doing with the ministry. So just wanted to plug that in. It's a great company. For anyone who's unfamiliar with SAS, they are truly the global leader in analytics through their analytical, artificial intelligence, data management software and services. SAS helps turn data into actionable insights. So I'm going to now turn it over to Sabrina Mancini, Senior Associate Systems Engineer for Data Sciences. In this role, Sabrina works with the various federal government data science and analytics teams to help them develop their analytical processes and extract value from their data. And Sabrina is going to be supported by Frank, but I'm going to turn it over to you now, Sabrina.
Perfect, thank you. All right, so today we'll be talking about exploring machine learning with SAS. Next slide. All right, the agenda for today, we're going to go over what is AI, machine learning, deep learning. I think there's a lot of definitions out there, but we'll standardize it right at the beginning so we're all on the same page. Next, we'll move on to SAS and AI. We'll go into the use cases of machine learning, deep learning, and finally, we'll finish out with some use cases that we've seen or that we've worked with customers in the past with. Next slide. All right, so how do they relate and what are they? We get this all the time where we hear all these terms and we don't really understand if they're interchangeable, if they're not interchangeable. But I think if you think of AI as the umbrella term, machine learning falls within AI, and then deep learning will fall within machine learning. Next slide. So first we'll cover artificial intelligence. So this is how we define it at SAS. It's the ability to make decisions like those of a human, given the same information. So where we're coming from, we're an analytics company. We're not in the business of building robots. That's not our incentive here. We're not trying to make robots aware, but we are trying to make models or make machine learning autonomous. So that's really our aim of using AI. Next slide. So machine learning, I mentioned, is a subset of AI, and it's based on the idea that systems can learn from data and identify patterns to make decisions. And really, we're not using a lot of human intervention in any of this. If you think of you're studying for a math test, it's a test on systems of equations, and you have to solve for the problems. You don't know what the answer or what test questions you're going to be asked, but you're going to try a bunch of questions to prepare yourself for the test. And, they're not going to be the exact same questions, but the idea is that you learn the behaviors of the questions, you learn some nuances, you learn how to answer them, so that when you see new questions that you haven't seen before, you're able to answer them. It's the same idea for machine learning algorithms, where we're training them on a subset of data, and we're using them on another set of data, and we're seeing that if it's comparable results, then we'll say that your machine learning algorithm learned your problem correctly. Next slide. And last term that we'll talk about is deep learning. So there's two important things about deep learning and why it's a subset of machine learning. One is that it's using the specific algorithms in terms of neural networks. and then it's also processing a large amount of data. And the reason for this is because it's using we're analyzing different types of data than you would for machine learning. Deep learning is exclusively for data like images or videos. It could be like speech or speech files, things like that, where these are very large files that require very specific types of algorithms to identify the patterns. So for today, we won't talk too much about deep learning, but I think it is important to understand the difference between AI, machine learning, deep learning, and our focus will really be on machine learning for today. So next slide. So why use AI? These are just general benefits that I see customers benefit from all the time. The first one is technological benefits. Machine learning and AI and everything is very powerful because it's not specific to one industry and it's not specific to one use case. It can be used in so many ways. If you work in the finance department, it can be used in finance, HR, for policy development, things like that, where again, it's very flexible, and it's based off of what data you have, and that's how the machine learning algorithms will learn. And the value of this is that you can achieve your business objectives quicker and easier. The next one is operational benefits. By using AI, you can make your employees more powerful. And as I touch upon some examples later on in this, I think it'll highlight why this is very important. But there's a saying that data takes 80% to prepare, and 20% of your time is used to analyze it. And I think that we see that true all the time. We were speaking to a customer recently that, they have 5 days to build something, and 4 days they literally do data prep. So it's not an exaggeration. It actually is like a real world problem that we have. And by using AI, we can move beyond just focusing on cleaning up our data, preparing it in a form that we can use, and actually focus on the analytics. And that's really where you're going to get your value from this. And the value of using the operational benefits is quicker time to value. So again, you're speeding up that process. So it's condensing all that data prep, and you can spend more time on everything else. And the last one is value of innovation. So this is around solving new business problems that you didn't have the technology to address before. So maybe lots of companies, they store a bunch of unstructured data, which is text data, so free-form text. Maybe you collect surveys, things like that. And a lot of the times that doesn't get analyzed because you don't have the technology to analyze it. But where AI comes in handy is that you're now able to use the technology to actually get value from that data. So it's not just sitting somewhere in a data lake. And the value of this is if you're in like the private sector, if your competitors aren't using it and you're using this type of data, that's more power to you. You're getting more insights that they're not. And for a public sector, your goal is really to help citizens. So if you're able to help citizens more by looking at data that you have but you haven't looked at before, then again, that's more power to you. Next slide. Next, we'll go into why use SAS specifically for AI. We'll cover the 3 same buckets, and I'll show you, and I'll speak about how SAS has used this with customers. So the first one is technological benefits. So I mentioned this before, how SAS or AI could be used for many different use cases in many different industries. So SAS can be scaled to be used by entire organizations. It's not a small environment where only one team can use it. If you want, you could, but if you can also scale it up so it could be for an enterprise as well, because we're a global company, we have lots of experience with different customers, and we can share knowledge with you on how you can develop your AI practices. An example of this would be Nestle. So they started off with one single use case, and they found it successful, so they actually expanded it to 450 employees who now use SAS. The second benefit would be operational benefits. So I mentioned this earlier. This is moving away from doing repetitive data work to more analytical work. So in this bucket, we see how SAS can help is through democratizing AI So now by providing people a tool set, they're now able to use and build up their skills that maybe they didn't have before and they wanted to use, or they did have but they couldn't use because they didn't have the technology. So now we're giving them something where they can actually, move past doing the simple data work. The second bullet point here is operationalize your assets. I think operationalize, I don't think it's a real word. I think it's a SaaS made up word, but I think the idea is that we're saying actually use what you built. A lot of times companies build algorithms and they showcase them internally, but they're never able to actually use them in the real world for whatever reason. And I'll touch upon this later on, but it's about moving your assets from within your environment to externally where your customers are now exposed to it. An example of this would be with Rogers. They use SaaS to consolidate all their data together, but also they use machine learning to predict if a customer is going to complain and address them before they actually do. And this has lowered customer complaints by 53%. The last one here is value of innovation. And again, this was the point of different use cases that you haven't tackled before. And SaaS has powerful products and solutions that enable you to take advantage of different algorithms. So we have machine learning algorithms, classical statistic algorithms, as well as deep learning algorithms to solve those complex problems. An example of this would be bee futures. They use SaaS to analyze and read the movement of bees to identify the optimal location for a hive, which I don't even know how they would have analyzed this before. Maybe someone had to follow the bees, but I think it's a pretty cool technology that, we couldn't probably solve this before, but now we actually can. Next slide. And how do we do this? Well, SaaS takes a platform approach to AI. Next slide. And really, we built, so with the SaaS platform, I'm going to start from the bottom up. We'll start off at the bottom where it says your data. So within the SaaS platform, that's what we call our product solution set is, well, we can ingest any type of data. So whether that's something that's, a PC file, or you're connecting to a database, or you have, let's say, streaming data that's coming from IoT, then we can connect to that. But really the important parts are the part where you'll get the most values in the middle. That's going from data to discovery to deployment. If we start off the left-hand side on the data, that's about not only accessing your files, but being able to manipulate your data to get into a state where you can actually use it. So maybe that's transforming your data, maybe that's aggregating it, things like that. Next would be the heart of today's discussion, which is discovery. This is about getting your data and actually using it for exploration, analysis, model building, things like that. And lastly, I mentioned this earlier, is deployment. Deployment is about actually using what you've built and putting it into production. And this could be many things to many people. It could be you built a report and you need it to be sent out the first day of the month. That could be something you need to deploy, but it also could be a model, which is what we usually talk about when we talk about analytics. We talk about model building, and you want to actually deploy a model so that when, let's say, you built a model that predicts if someone should get a loan or not, then using a model in production would be the customer who fills out their information, and they get automatically notified if they will qualify for a loan. And on top of all that, you'll see that white box, and you'll see you'll see industry solutions, fraud, security, etc. And those are our solutions. So packaged around all our products, we have certain solution sets that will provide extra IP that we've established to have as industry standards to help you get that much further to your insights. So for example, for IFRS 17, we have a specific solution for that that addresses those compliance issues. But just beneath that, you'll see right in the middle, Python, R, Lua, Java. So those are open source languages. SAS is it's open, so you can use whatever language of your choice. And then right beside that, you'll see it APIs. So if you use APIs to connect to other systems, you can connect with SaaS, which just makes the platform more usable externally from what it currently is. So next slide. And this is speaking a little bit more about who can use SaaS. So whether you're a visual interface user, so you like the GUI, you like to drag and drop, or maybe if you're, let's say, an executive who you don't actually build anything, but you need to consume it, you would fall under a GUI user. So it's available for those people, but also for people that like to program, whether that's SaaS programming or that's open source programming. There's the ones listed there. You can use them, as well as for developers who, let's say you built a report in SaaS and you want certain graphs to appear on your website and have them interact with each other. You can do that through APIs. Next slide. And so AI can be found in two ways in our platform. Next slide. So the first one is what I'm going to be focusing on first, and that is that it's embedded in our products and solutions. It's seamlessly integrated in commonly used tasks. So it makes the product quote unquote smart. The second one is that it is in our machine learning and deep learning algorithms themselves. So again, actually the neural networks and the gradient boostings of the world, that falls under the second bucket. Next slide. And next slide. All right, so this graphic here shows how we typically see model building. So you start with preparing data, you go and explore it, you build your models, you register it, deploy it to an environment. Once it's deployed, you want to monitor it to make sure that it's actually accurate over time, and then you want to retrain it if the accuracy has gone down. So that's going to be how we're going to talk about machine learning in today's discussion. You can also use this for if you're just building reports or maybe doing statistical analysis. So for example, if you're building reports, you're probably going from preparing data, exploring it, and then deploying it, whatever deploying it means to you. But for this example, we're going to be speaking about machine learning. And there's 4 ways we're going to be talking about how we've embedded machine learning and AI into our platform to make it smarter, make it a lot more usable. So next slide. So the first thing we're going to talk about is automated data preparation. Before I jump into this, I will say if you've used SaaS in the past and this screenshot doesn't look familiar to you, it's probably because you're using SaaS 9. So SaaS 9 was our older release of software, and as of the last few years, we've released SaaS Viya. It's our latest release of software, and it's super powerful. It does everything from statistical analysis to machine learning, anything like that. As well as it's all web-based, so you're not downloading anything on your desktop or anything like that. And as of last week, we've come up with the latest version of SaaS Viya, which is all cloud native. So if you don't want to install it on a server and you just want to go straight to the cloud, you're able to do that. So I just wanted to say that before we go into this. Screenshot's a little blurry, at least for me, but what this is showing you is that on the left-hand side, we can get automated suggestions based off our data. So we've uploaded our data into the software, and we can get, once we click Get Suggestions, it runs through and gets suggestions for us based off of our data. So the first one is it's suggesting to put a unique identifier in our data. So we have, for example, if it's going to be every row is going to be like unique, so it'll have a number of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. And that's something that I don't have in this data set, and it's recommending for me to have. So again, that may be something that's simple for me to see, but lower down on the screen, there's maybe more suggestions that I didn't know that I needed to do. So for example, there's one on standardizing on the job field. So maybe I thought that I didn't realize that the job field wasn't standardized, but the software has gone through and understood that it needs to be done before I could continue on with my analysis. So that's just one way that you can automate your data prep work. So again, the product's a lot smarter and it's making recommendations to you to make you more efficient. Next page. Next one is automated analysis. So again, with SaaSFIA, all the products are seamlessly integrated. So this is a different product, but it's in the same web browser or web address as the last product. So this is where the product where we build reports and we do data exploration. So here, this is automated explanation, it's called, and what the software is doing, it's going behind the scenes. It's looking at, I chose a response variable or a target variable, and I'm saying I want to understand churn. And so what the software does is it evaluates all the variables in my data set, and it's telling me which variables are related to churn and how they relate to each other. So it's telling me that age is the most important factor in terms of churn. And the graphics below, it'll tell you something like, well, if age is below 40 and the number of products that were bought were between 1 and 2, then someone is more likely to churn, something like that. So again, it's not just looking at like one variable and a bunch of variables for one other variable. It's looking at all the analysis together. So it goes beyond just simple analysis to more complex analysis. So maybe I didn't realize that age and product, when you combine those two, they affected churn differently. So that in that way you can speed up your analysis. And just as there was a suggest tab in the data, the previous page, this one also has a suggest tab. So if it'll suggest some graphics to me, so it might suggest I create a bar chart off of age because it knows that could be useful for me. So again, that's just another way that I'm speeding up my process. Next page. All right, so next we'll go into machine learning enhanced forecasting. So in this way, if you've ever built forecasting models before, you're probably very familiar with the concept of overrides. I'll just quickly go over it, but an override is if you have your forecast, it's all built out, but you know something about your data. So for example, let's say you work at a retail company and you know that you have a sale coming up on a specific day, and you know that's going to increase your the number of sales you're going to make, and the forecast is probably a lot lower than what you know it's going to be. You can override that forecast and change the results so it's a lot more accurate based off of your own knowledge. Or let's say if you're doing public sector work, let's say there's going to be a new policy change that you know will affect whatever your forecast will be, then again you can override that. So one way that machine learning has enhanced forecasting within the SaaS platform is that it can identify forecast entities that require override. So it's looking at past data and it's saying, you know what, we've noticed that maybe every January 1st, sales have decreased by a lot for whatever reason. It's going to recommend to us that in the future we should probably change our forecast as be more congruent with what they've seen in the past. But again, if you don't want to make those changes, you don't have to. It's just a recommendation. Next page. And this is just another way of using the overrides with the machine learning enhanced feature. So it'll tell you if your forecast should be reviewed, whether it should be lowered or increased or anything like that, just to be a little bit more accurate in the long term. Next page. And next. I always forget when I have these added graphics in it. All right, so this one is looking at model auto tuning. So again, we built our model, or we're at the part where we want to build our models. And you know, this building models is not an easy task. It takes a lot of time. The reason for this is because, one, there's a lot of different algorithms that you can use, and two, within those algorithms, there's a lot of hyperparameters that you can adjust to make your models better. And there's so many of them, so there's so many combinations of what you can do and what model at the end of the day is best for your data. So how model auto-tuning makes you a lot efficient is that it goes through the data, well, you can set parameters. So you say, I want to do 50 iterations through my data in 5 minutes. And it'll go through all the hyperparameters for a specified algorithm, and it'll try them out. It'll try as many as you specified. So if I said 50 iterations, I can also put 500 iterations. The iterations are just different models. So if I said builds 500 models, it's going to go through, builds 500 models, compare different hyperparameters, and show me all the results, so I can choose which one I actually want to do at the end of the day. Next page. And we can see the output here. So this is just showing you after we ran our auto-tuned model, you can see it provides us all the details. So what the hyperparameters were, how many iterations it took, what models were used, things like that. So it's very open in terms of the information that's provided to you. Next page. All right, so this one's a video. It's looking at auto machine learning pipelines. So you can build end-to-end machine learning pipelines with one click. So here we selected, we named the project, we selected the data source, and we said we want to predict, you tell it what variable you want to predict, and then you press enter, and what it's doing. So this is someone built an interface. So again, going back to that API integration. But behind the scenes, it's SaaS, so that's where this is going right now. And you can see this is the model pipeline that's generated behind the scenes that the computer or the software built. So someone didn't build this by a few clicks of a button. The software built this, and we can actually analyze the results here. Sorry if it's a little blurry, but pretty much it's telling us what models were built, how they performed, and things like that. So once you're at that stage where you build your models, you actually want to evaluate them, and so it does that evaluation for you. Next page. So the last section we're going to be covering for this is model interpretability. And so I mentioned that once you have your model built, you want to understand what it's actually doing. It's a really important part about being quote unquote open and not a black box. If you've ever heard of the term black box, or if you haven't, it just means where you build a model and you don't know what it's telling you or how it's getting its results. And that's something you don't want with model building. So how we can help that is through using things like NLG, so natural language generation. So the software is generating text for you, and it's telling you what the results are. So for example, my lit chart, which shows me how well my model did, it's just a statistic. The software is going to generate some natural language generation, so it's going to tell me your lit for model X was XYZ, and it makes it a lot easier to understand your results. Next page. And same for this. This is just showing you another output of the results. You can see there's text up the right-hand side. So again, this is going back to that openness of your models. Next page. Next slide. And we'll do next slide. And next slide. I forgot how many of these are put in. And so again, this one's just blowing up the text on the right-hand side just to show you. All right, so now we'll move on to the actual algorithms behind the scenes. So again, when we talk about, when I talked about the first point about making the product smart, it's actually algorithms built into the platform itself to make it smarter. Now we'll actually look at some of the machine learning and deep learning algorithms within SaaS. Next slide. All right, so there's a lot of them, and there's different buckets that we have here. So on the left-hand side, you'll see a bucket for analytics, and then in the middle, you'll see statistics. So these are more classical statistic techniques that you've seen many times before. So things like linear regression and clustering, things like that. And this is something that if you use SAS 9, you've probably worked with these. But where we're moving towards is more machine learning and deep learning, which is on the right-hand side. So these are the algorithms and the techniques that you can use within the software. So things like neural networks, as well as gradient boosting models, random forest, things like that. And then if you are doing any deep learning techniques, there's specific, you would use neural networks, but there's specific models within that, or algorithms that you can use, which we also have within the platform. Next slide. All right, and I'm going to spend a little bit more time explaining deep learning. I think it's a pretty cool subject, and especially if you haven't had exposure to it before. And it's really powerful, and there's a lot of things you can do with it. So I'm going to quickly cover a few applications of deep learning. So the first one on the left-hand side is image classification. So that's identifying what's actually in the image. So you can see the words just below it says animal, dog, cat. So let's say we've trained our software on a bunch of images. The output now, once we tested on this image, for example, it would tell us that there's a dog and a cat in this image. The second one is object detection. So it's trying to determine specific objects within the images. So it's trying to narrow down on if, like the cat, for example. The third one is image segmentation. So this is actually, it's getting more complex as we're going along, but image segmentation is about identifying and putting like actual areas and boundaries around what our specific objects are. So you can see that it's identified a dog, a cat in the background of this, and you can see the outlines of each of those there. And the last one, more complex, is key points detection. So now that we've established that, let's say, a dog, what are the important parts or features of this dog? So it's establishing that the legs or the nose or the eyes are maybe things that we're trying to test and train the model on. So the next page will have an example of key points detection. Next slide. All right, so let's see if the video, okay, so next page. Okay, so the video starting. So this is key points detection, where it's identified the center of these, we'll call them mirrors, for example, on a conveyor belt, and it's trying to establish if they are too close together, and if they are, it'll cause a jam. So you'll see if there's a red part, that's going to cause a jam. The green line establishes they're a good distance apart, and they're not going to cause a jam. And then yellow is mediocre. So again, it's identified the centers, and it's establishing the distance based off of the centers if they're too close or too far apart, or sorry, too close apart or a good distance apart for a jam to occur. Next page. All right, so that wraps up going over what AI, machine learning, deep learning are, how they're used within the SaaS platform, but also how you can use them for different, with different algorithms. And the last thing we'll cover is how SaaS can help business outcomes. Next page. So I put two stories here, and these are just examples of what we've done in the past, and I think they're just good to give an idea of like real world scenarios of how companies have done it that may be similar to you, or you can leverage the same idea, going back to that point about, you know, it's not for a specific industry or a specific use case, but maybe you'll see some value in how, for example, I'll go over Lockheed Martin, maybe how they did it, and maybe there's something similar in your organization that you can leverage. So what Lockheed Martin, they build a bunch of aircrafts and things like that. So what they've done is they put sensors on a specific one of their aircrafts. So it's just listed there. And what they do is they have rows of data, 72,000 rows of data coming per flight hour, streaming into SaaS, and as the data comes in, we're analyzing whether or not the product that it's attached to needs maintenance or not. So, I mean, you can see that it's a really important job, a really important task for them to know this, because if they're able to detect before a part goes down, that can really, it will save the whole aircraft. Next page. And the last example I have here is Amsterdam UMC. So they use SAS. This is a computer vision example. So looking at the deep learning slide that I mentioned. So they use SAS to increase speed and accuracy of tumor evaluation. So they actually evaluate the images of tumors or the images that they have of people who they think might have tumors. And this isn't to say that they replace doctors. There's still people that are analyzing the results of the algorithms, but it is speeding it up. So I might say if one has a higher chance of having a tumor, and therefore these should be evaluated before the ones that maybe have either a 0 to very low chance of having a tumor. So again, you can see that that's something that's really powerful in terms of analytics. And again, that's not something, I mean, if you don't work with like healthcare and this is not applicable to you, I think the idea of using computer vision and thinking of a creative way to use it, that's what really should be taken away from this slide. Next page. All right, so this one's just wrapping up what we've covered for today. So starting from the left-hand side, AI can help generate value in your organization, and so you can reach your objectives quicker. Embracing AI allows different users to embrace analytics, whether they are open source programmers, data analysts, executives, etc. It's not limited to a specific persona, quote unquote, or data scientist is usually what people assume it's going to be for. It's really for everyone. Next point is that machine learning and deep learning have the ability to empower your organization to be cutting edge. And the fourth point is we take a platform approach to AI, so we move from data to discovery to deployment and everything that encompasses that, just so that we have the whole idea of it built out. So it's not just focusing on analytics, it's on the whole process of analytics. SAS has AI embedded in its platform, as well as it delivers a multitude of machine learning and deep learning algorithms. So again, it makes your job a lot easier as you work with it, but also it means that you're able to use a lot of different techniques maybe that you haven't used before to get your job done. And lastly, SAS has helped organizations globally achieve significant business outcomes. And again, this is just talking to experience. Maybe if your organization hasn't had a lot of experience with either analytics or data science, but you really want to, I mean, we're more than happy to help guide you on the journey. And so I believe that's my last slide. And so I think at this point, we can open it up to, oh, yes, sorry, that wasn't my last slide. This is my last slide. And this is some useful assets that we have. So if you wanted to learn more about what just AI, not including SAS is, but then also how SAS approaches AI, as well as SAS via our latest product release, and then some more technical slides below. So if you're familiar with GitHub, we have a GitHub page, as well as you can take a Coursera course on machine learning with SAS, which I believe is free. So that's my last slide, and I guess I'll turn it over to the question period.
Sabrina, that was a fantastic job. Very, very well done. Boy, there's a lot in there. You just gave us quite a tutorial on AI and deep learning. Wow. Okay, we've got a lot of questions that have streamed in here, and it's so interesting, Sabrina, that that last slide you were saying, what are the takeaways and how you would apply AI and how analytics is being deployed. Ironically, one of the first questions is, where are you seeing deep learning applied in the Canadian public sector?
Frank, do you want to answer that one, or should that be?
Yeah, so deep learning is still quite a relatively new concept, if you like, for some of the Canadian public sector. Areas that can be used as Ontario Ministry of Health are using SAS and machine learning in their environment. And in terms of deep learning, it is used in hospitals, etc., for looking at tumour growth or changes in diagnosis or early identification of issues that could change a treatment path for people. Now, that's maybe not quite in Canadian yet. Maybe that example I have there is more for the US. But the whole concept of machine learning and AI is being adopted. I can't give you an actual example in Canada of where deep learning is being used right now.
I can think of one that.
No,
Go ahead.
Go, Spirit.
I know in the Nordics we've worked with, I can't remember which country, but it's in the Nordics, where they use it to detect vessels that are behaving illegally, and so they have a problem with with people that own shipping vessels that pick up fish, either going into areas that they shouldn't be going into. So they'll turn off they have like GPS sensor or GPS things that they have on their vessels. They'll turn those off, and they'll go to these regions where they're not supposed to, and they can use computer vision to actually use satellite imagery to detect if those vessels are in inappropriate zones. Again, it's not a Canadian one, but I think it's the idea that you can apply it to something that we do here.
Yeah, and we have been in discussions with Department of Fisheries and Oceans on that exact same example, trying to help them with their controlling who's fishing where, either in the east or west coast fishing areas for Canada.
Now, you don't have to answer this, but I know that SAS is the primary supplier of analytics to StatsCan. And if there's a repository of data in Canada that holds reams and reams of data, it's got to be StatsCan, population, demographics, all the key data that goes to the banks, businesses, just the general public on how the economy's doing. So I would assume StatsCan would use some fairly developed modeling, right?
Yeah, I mean, StatsCan have got, I believe, I was on a call yesterday actually, and I think they have over 5 million different SaaS applications that they have, believe it or not, built. So they are using the whole platform for all of their statistical analysis and all of their data processing and machine learning techniques. They're not quite into the deep learning side because it's kind of beyond their remit for that, but definitely in the machine learning world, StatsCan are a huge user of SAS, and also they use open source as well, because there's a marry between both. I mean, SAS leverages open source and helps to productionalize it and deploy it. So it's not just always one or the other. There's sometimes a combination of tools and products used to deliver your machine learning capabilities.
Yeah, and I know of an example of how they use open source for deep learning. They specifically for StatsCan, they wanted to know how many solar panels are on Canadian rooftop or houses. So they were thinking about using deep learning to, by using, again, imagery from satellites or something like that to detect, or be able to, one, detect, but also know how many are actually being used right now.
Here's a question. You're both data scientists and offering fascinating insights, but here's one, fairly interesting thought here. What comes next? What's after deep learning and machine learning? Any thoughts there?
I think that we're really early stages on both in terms of where the field is. Like, it's been, machine learning has probably been around a lot longer, especially with neural networks have been around for decades. But I think people are just starting to use it, actually, like, as I said earlier, like production states. So we're seeing a lot more of, banks using it all the time. Like, it's becoming a standard, but I don't think it's proliferated the market as of yet, and I think that's where we'll go. I think we'll see it everywhere. I think deep learning will really take off. I think it's really small market right now, but I think it's that'll be the next break in the technology.
Yeah, I mean, we'll probably move to deeper learning, because really what's happened over the last few years, like SAS, we if you talk to someone from SAS, we'll very proudly tell you we've been doing machine learning for 40 years. And the truth is, we have had neural networks and decision trees and whatever else built into the system for all those years, where people could be writing code using good old SAS code, 20 years ago. But it wasn't a buzzword then. It wasn't really I'm not saying it wasn't a concept, because it was, but it wasn't a popular concept. And I think what changed is compute power has gotten so good and so big, and you can throw so many resources at a problem now that you can address these issues that you never could before. The capabilities have been around for a long, long time, but the compute power just wasn't there to handle it. And I think that what's happened now is, because of the cloud and the ability to create these enormous compute engines that you can throw at problems, we're just going to be able to do it more and more. There'll be more complex algorithms developed and more complex problems that we'll be able to challenge, and quickly. There's no point in throwing software or throwing hardware at these problems and it takes you a week to solve it. The difference is now these problems have been solved in seconds or less. So the more compute power we get, and the more that continues to develop and keeps getting faster, just that the more complex problems we'll be able to solve.
Yeah, and I think even the skill set, it's a big part of it. I think people are becoming more data literate. I know even with master's programs or even undergraduate programs, we're seeing a lot more of those. I went through one of them myself, and when I was applying for it, I think there was only like 2 or 3 in Canada, but now I think most Canadian universities have programs where people are learning about data. And of course, there's statisticians and economists before, but I think machine learning and data science it's a different field, and we're seeing a lot more people interested in it.
Yeah, and so I just add one other thing to that as well. The whole thing of AI and machine learning, it does make a lot of people kind of glaze over, because they think, I have to be a data scientist to do that. And yep, it obviously helps. The more you know that, the more you understand these algorithms and what they can do for you, the better. But SAS has taken the approach as well of trying to make these capabilities available to people who maybe don't have all those deep skills. They're not able to sit and write code and build these algorithms themselves. That's why you saw a lot of what Sabrina was showing it's all drag and drop interfaces. So you can build those pipelines, you can tweak some of the parameters, and you can actually get outputs from it that are meaningful without necessarily being a data scientist. Now, you do need people who understand the outputs, because there's no point in getting an output and you don't know what it is. So you do need to have some knowledge, but you don't need to be a coder to use the SAS platform and get really powerful results from it.
Well, Frank, you mentioned that SAS has been, undertaking machine learning for 40 years. Maybe I should have thrown that question to Dr. Jim Goodnight.
I'll tell you, he would have a much better answer than me, but you might be here for a while because he's so passionate about it.
But for our viewers, Dr. Goodnight, fascinating guy. In fact, I've had the pleasure of seeing him speak. He comes to Toronto quite often to see his company and to talk to big SAS customers. Dr. Goodnight's the founder of SAS, and very much like Larry Ellison, the founder of Oracle, with the relational database. I think from what I remember, Dr. Goodnight, they started, working way back with, the infancy of computers and data, with the CIA, with the U.S. Air Force, and mostly in military and government applications. And here we have these phenomenally, tremendously successful IT companies. Look, we got a couple more questions. We have a lot of questions, actually, but I know, Sabrina, your mouth must be very... I'm just going to ask a couple of more. Here's a good one. In fact, Frank mentioned cloud. You can't talk about IT today without referencing cloud. How does the cloud affect the way SAS delivers your services and products? What opportunities does cloud open up?
Yeah, so SAS obviously saw the potential for the cloud quite a while back, and for anyone on the phone, including yourself, Ken, who knows SAS from the past, you'll know us as a programming language. We've been around since 1976, which is a long time in this industry. And it was very much a coding interface. We then developed some GUIs to make things better and easier, but it was all built in that kind of monolithic architecture, which was meant for the day. It was meant for the 90s, and it worked great in the 90s, right through to today. Still works, it's still great. but it wasn't built for the cloud. It wasn't loosely coupled. It wasn't built around containers and Kubernetes and everything that you need to be fast and agile and be able to utilize the cloud properly. So yes, you can take your SaaS 9 environment and put it in the cloud and it will work really well. However, if you want to really take advantage of the cloud, you have to put in a modern architecture. And our SaaS via architecture is exactly that. It's not SaaS as you know it. If you did know it, I think anyone who knows SaaS at all and has seen Sabrina's presentation will probably be looking at it going, no, that doesn't look like SaaS. And it's because it's all changed. It's 100% web-based. It's 100% designed and built for the cloud. And what it does is the cloud gives us as SaaS and you as customers the ability to deploy the products and throw the products at really big, complex problems. And to grow and shrink that environment as you need it. You maybe don't always, maybe you've got specific jobs, like those deep learning type jobs. They're intensive jobs. They take a lot of processing power. Text analytics jobs take a lot of power to process. So you can spin up environments to solve the problems that you need to solve and then put them back to maybe your more normal operational size when you don't need them to be so big. So the cloud for us has been fantastic. It's a phenomenal way. It's allowed us to develop our products, really add to them and take advantage of all these capabilities we've had there for a long time, but also to redefine what SaaS is in terms of how it looks, how it feels, how it plays and what it does. And the cloud's been phenomenal for that for us.
Yeah, and I think the benefits get passed down to the customers. So with the new release of SaaS, we're moving to CI/CD framework, so everything's being pushed. We have monthly releases, but also like quarterly releases if you prefer that, where you're getting updates as soon as we create them, which, I mean, before our product releases were maybe every 6 months, maybe to a year, but now you're getting updates like quicker than you can probably learn them, which is really cool.
Yeah, and it's a great way of keeping up with new algorithms that come out and new processes that come out. You're not having to wait for a year to get it in SaaS, so I'll just go use open source because they have it there now. We can now start to implement those algorithms much quicker as well.
All right, one final wrap-up question. You both did a tremendous job. Here's a question. The federal government are just starting with machine learning. Any suggestions on how to get going, how to get started, where to move on this? Might be a sales opportunity here.
Yeah, so I would say you have to treat machine learning like you would any other project. I think we tend to get scared or a bit kind of tentative with the hype of things, but really you have to have a business problem at the end of the day. So you have to have a problem that needs to be solved, and you have to identify that problem. Now, Sabrina put up a very good slide at the very end there with some resources to go. If you maybe to get some examples, go to the SaaS site and look at success stories. Use Google and look for machine learning examples in your industry. If you're in healthcare, look for machine learning in healthcare. See some examples of what other people have done, and that anecdotally will then let you say, okay, I see how I could use that to solve this problem I've got. Because quite often, machine learning is being used and you don't even know it. But treat it like any other project. Have a business outcome in mind, but keep it simple. Try and start with something small. Don't jump right in to try and solve the biggest problem you've got in the organization. Try and take off something that's nice and bite-sized. Treat it like any other project. Know what your outcomes are, know what you're trying to achieve, and then work towards using a platform like SaaS or open source. If you've already got data scientists and they're using open source, then you're way ahead of the curve. But if not, a platform like SaaS makes it nice and easy. Well, not easy to do. It's a complex topic, but it makes it much easier to do than sitting down and writing code for sure. But keep it simple and have an outcome in mind.
Yeah, and I think it's also about the people on the team. Like, I think it's good to have a mix of different personas. So if you do have a data scientist, but I think there's also value in having someone with like a business knowledge that knows the problem very well and knows the path that could go forward. And maybe someone else or that has like a hybrid of both. So maybe more of a business analyst who's able to communicate with both the data scientist as well as the business developer. So I do think that's three people that it would be a small team, but again, if you're starting with a small problem, it's definitely doable.
Yeah, and that's a very good point. And we like to use that hybrid word because we have a kind of a hybrid approach to our analytics. It's not just all throw the computer at it and get a result, because you have to have transparency. You have to understand how it came to that result. And I know in the Canadian government that we don't like to maybe say someone didn't get benefits because no, the computer said no, for anyone who's watched that British thing that I can't remember the name of now, the British program. Anyway, but you don't want people to be getting turned down because just no, a computer program said they can't get benefits. So someone has to be involved from the human side, and that goes with when you're building this. It's not just throwing it at the computer and seeing what the result is. You've got a hybrid approach between human intervention and the computer, and the subject matter expert is definitely very important in there to work with the developer/data scientist that's doing the work.
Well, that's a great way to wrap up, Frank, talking about the human side. You both work for absolutely one of the most tremendously influential companies in the world. I mean, just an example of what SAS has done is everyone is now an analytics company. You can't talk to an IT company and without having, oh yes, and of course there's our analytics module, and it's really that SAS, Dr. Goodnight and the team and Carrie really started it all. I'm going to turn it over to
I appreciate that, Ken. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, no, it's been a real pleasure to talk to you guys virtually. I'm going to turn it over to my good friend Kevin Tetro. Kevin, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ken, and thank you, Sabrina and Frank, for that. So we're going to take a very, very quick break, and we'll be back with CEO of ThinkOn, Craig McClellan. You can see him there previewing himself. But thanks a lot, Frank and Sabrina, for that. Actually, that was one of the most enjoyable SAS presentations I've seen, and I've seen a lot of them. So fantastic job. And,
thank you.
And we're going to take a quick break. Back to you shortly.
Thanks very much. Bye, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. It's your virtual host here, Ken Stewart. I'm calling in from beautiful downtown Toronto at College and Bay. I'm overlooking Queen's Park on a sunny day here. I just want to say a couple of things about my good friend Craig McClellan. Craig, I'm not sure how you feel about this, but when I was in high school and for most of my 20s and 30s, I'm an old man now, but I used to love the Toronto Sun. It was a great paper. The poor newspaper industry's been under siege for a while now, but the Toronto Sun used to call themselves a little paper that grew, and that's the way I describe ThinkOn, the little company that grew. You started off as that wonderful little startup in downtown Etobicoke, Ontario, and you've now evolved into as a major player on the federal scene. All the great work you're doing with the government of Canada. I know you're very, very active here with the province of Ontario. You're a muckraker. Your company is upsetting the whole procurement process at the City of Toronto. You've got data centers across Canada. It's just your company's been a tremendous success. And the other thing I'll say about you, Craig, is you are a COVID refugee. You have left the city, and you've now relocated to the hills of Eastern Ontario. Is that not true?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, well, congratulations on that. Sorry to see you leave, but I guess in this remote access world, and we're all working from home, I guess you're able to run your business that way. So I give you great tribute for that.
Thank you.
Okay, I just want to say a couple things about ThinkOn, Canadian cloud provider, competing with all of the big cloud platform companies, whether it's Amazon or Microsoft Azure or Google. But ThinkOn, protecting critical information, reassuring citizens that their data is secure and accessible, and that is the primary focus of the Government of Canada. ThinkOn is the only Canadian and fully compliant cloud service provider that empowers this vision to build a cloud-first digital government with a nationwide, Canadian-owned and operated service delivery infrastructure. The other thing I want, just one last comment, Craig. You know, I was flipping through Canadian Business the other day, and there's ThinkOn, I think number 115 of the top 500 growing Canadian companies. So another tribute to you for the way you're building your company and becoming such a force on the Canadian cloud scene. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Craig, to take it away. Looking forward to this.
Okay, sorry, I didn't realize. Yeah, okay. Good morning, everyone. Ken, thank you so much for that. Hard to top what you've said about the company there, but if we could go forward to the next slide, I want to be respectful of everyone's time. There's good material to go through here. So as Ken said, you know, we are a Canadian organization right from the ground up. Business was started in 2013. Sometimes it feels like yesterday, sometimes it feels like more than 8 years ago. But we've had some really good success over the last 8 years. Right now we've got about 1,100, approaching 1,200 subscribers, customers. We are unique in that we sell through channel partners and advisors. So we don't actually deal directly with a lot of organizations, but certainly in the public sector space we do. As Ken said, you know, we do have a Protected B framework agreement in place, the only Canadian company to have that, and we're delighted to have two really strong advisory partners in that space to help us with Insight Canada and TIG. In Canada specifically, we are unique in that we operate 3 regions across the country. So we're not just an Ontario and Quebec play, we also have multiple data centers in the West, in Calgary specifically, and then actually one in British Columbia as well. That gives us a lot of flexibility, and we actually have 3 locations across the country that have their Protected B clearance. It's been quite a journey for us to move into that public sector space, but it's been 4+ years, but we're pretty proud of that. I would say the thing that we're most proud of, though, at the same time is churn is a headwind in any managed service business, and I really think it's a testament to our commitment to our partners and to our customers that, you know, our average churn over the last 4 years annually has been 0.25%. That's an order of magnitude less than the industry. I think it's mostly because we tend to focus on what we're doing and not get out over our ski tips too much, and we're not looking for massive projects that are fraught with risk. We like to have some early wins and successes. We're also unique in that we're the only VMware-powered cloud that's on the Protected B roster at this point in time. So many of you out there are already running VMware-powered workloads, and I have a couple slides that I'll talk about that in a minute, but it is a major differentiator because we're all about having success early and making things happen quickly, and we've picked products that help us with that. And as Ken said, he saw us on the latest report on Business magazine. You know, we're number 115. Prior to that, the year before, in the Profit 500, we were actually number 19 across the country. So as you get larger, it becomes harder to maintain those numbers, but the actual growth rates have been phenomenal. And thank you to everyone out there that might actually be a partner or a customer today. Next slide, please. So I have 3 simple themes that I want to talk about today. Migration is not transformation. I'll go into that in more detail. It really is all about the data. And then something that I feel also very strongly about, a hybrid is the future. There is no one solution out there for all. It's really about building outcome-centric solutions for specific business problems. Slide. So something about our business that I always find is helpful to kind of set the stage. I've been in the cloud business for 20 plus years. Companies existed, we're in our 8th year, but there's 6 key themes that we hear over and over again. The first is there is no one cloud. There was a time and a concept where I could move all my workload to a particular vendor and effectively outsource my problems. That's changed. We're seeing hybrid now being discussed over and over again. The second key theme is we are starting to hear from people about their constant frustration over financial surprises. Many of the hyperclouds have models where you have very fine-grained billing controls, which is wonderful for a startup, but not so wonderful for a enterprise organization or a large public organization where you have to lock in your costs and you actually have to fit to a budget. And we're hearing crazy numbers as high as 20+% variable usage charges that can't be budgeted for. We're also seeing that finally people are moving beyond fascination. Unfortunately, people are becoming frustrated. There are lots of projects that were very quick to rush out to the market. They were probably never outcome focused. And we're in a situation now where people that used to be fascinated by the cloud are frustrated, and we really try hard to alleviate that. We're also finding that contrary to this notion of self-serve, more than ever, people are asking for help to be guided. They really are concerned about having a good vision for their future. Governance is at least as important as convenience. Compliance now has a seat at the table repeatedly, and I would encourage anyone on this session today that hasn't engaged a compliance person in their organization to seriously think about that, because there are many issues that compliance people raise that just do not come to the top of mind with the typical project. And then last and certainly not least is people are finally starting to understand, and they're asking these questions now about the barriers to exit. There is a Hotel California mentality in the marketplace within the hypercloud community about making it very difficult to leave, and either in a scenario where you've got term lengths on your contracts before you have to go through new procurement processes, or just the penalties around moving data early and often. Those are discussions that you need to have at the beginning of relationships, not when you're halfway through them. Next slide, please. Go to the next one. So let's talk about some workload migration realities. I'm always fascinated by how people assess workloads, and I like to think of it as it's like changing tires on a moving car. The nice thing is in your own car, you can spend very little money and rotate tires, but if you're an F1 driver, you're literally spending 20 times more per tire rotation just to make sure that you can keep that car on the road for as little as possible. And I found this example recently as a Gartner study where they looked at a project, a typical project of 2,000 workloads being moved from the private data center onto the public cloud. And I was fascinated by the results. We're talking about a 5.5-year break even. Does that really make sense? Spending $2.5 million to save $210,000 because of the challenge of moving workload in today's hypercloud environment. It's really just one of these things where you're not really in a position to save money by moving existing or legacy workload into a non-VMware compatible cloud environment. It can become, as the chart itself implies, and I tend to believe that Gartner tends to spend a lot of time looking at these numbers. I just think it's one of these. This is a great example of buyer beware. Next slide. So, as I said earlier, outcomes are finally starting to take precedence over. People realize that they have to be clear on what they're trying to do. We have a pretty simple strategy here at ThinkOn. We don't tend to talk about the art of the possible as often as we probably should, but we really try to be practical. And then, we believe that you have limited time and limited dollars, and you need to put those to the best use possible. So we work with our customers on, and we suggest this regardless of who you're working with, not just ThinkOn, but any cloud provider. You need to identify where you can get some quick wins because you have to build confidence inside the organization. In certain environments, certainly VMware-powered cloud environments, migration is measured in hours. with very little disruption, because we're talking about hypervisor compatibility. And we believe that the applications that are best migrated are stable applications, or those nearing retirement should be relocated as opposed to transformed. Why go through the exercise of making them operate on an incompatible hypervisor alternate cloud when you can just ride them out? You think of this as a workbench for your applications. We actually position Think on as a bench. Think about the money you were setting aside for migration budgets and to really invest those dollars in replatforming. The applications that are, what I call them rot, redundant, outdated, and trivial, those are the ones that you should be focusing on replatforming to a hypercloud environment or to a container environment, because you can really affect the user experience dramatically, and it allows you to embrace new platform as a service and software as a service opportunities, as opposed to moving workload, as I said earlier, that is going to be retired or is very stable. That workload is easy to move. And in general, what we find is 96% of workloads today run on VMware. So if you must relocate workload, try to avoid the hypervisor tire changing. And on top of that, make sure that, as I said earlier, that you really are being sensitive to the cost of the repatriation and do not get locked in. Next slide. So, here's an example of how ourselves and our advisory partners can help you. So, we, as I said earlier, we're 100% VMware powered platform. What it means is we can provide an environment where it's zero impact to the workload during migration. It's literally to the point where you can migrate workload in a running state. A very intuitive self-service interface. What is most important, I think, about this is that you can test migrations dozens of times without ever having to go through the impact to production. Moving from VMware to VMware allows you to do that. We think that it's a great opportunity to leverage a fully managed infrastructure. And then ultimately, what we're really talking about, though, is freeing up resources to work on important application transformation projects, because this is really where you're going to get a return on your investment, is updating applications and changing them, not on getting a legacy application to work on an alternate hypervisor. Next slide, please. So just a couple comments on something that we've announced earlier this year and we're really excited about. We are in the process of building and expanding on our new Protected B marketplace, specifically for SaaS applications, featuring over time Canadian SME software vendors delivered on top of a Protected B platform. This is going to be a very exciting environment ultimately for those niche use cases where you would be best served by moving onto a SaaS environment by using off-the-shelf applications, but leveraging our Protected B services. It is available to all levels of government, subject to procurement processes, but we've had some really phenomenal feedback early on, because this is all about enabling off-the-shelf, best-in-class applitions to service what would historically have been perhaps custom-designed applications. Those exact applications that I suggest need to be end-of-life as quickly as possible. So it's not always about platform as a service and rebuilding. Sometimes we can actually find solutions that are in our software portfolio. Fine. So, here's an example of our foundational partners that we've gone to market with, mattering of different examples. But what I really like about this is, we're targeting enablement of unique services. I'm going to talk about the digital mailroom in a moment, but we're really, everything you can see here is about outcomes, right? Whether it's robotic process automation or cloud native platform as a service development, or even something as mundane as Office 365 backup and recovery, which is a substantial issue for a lot of organizations. These services are actually becoming available, if not already available, in our place. Next slide, please. So here's an example that I thought was worth bringing up. Nimble is a partner of ThinkOn's, another Canadian company, and we've worked with them for the last over a year, actually, creating a digital mailroom service for a federal government agency that processes millions of pieces of mail monthly. They had, interestingly enough, this project was started before COVID, so there were the classic outcome-centric considerations around dealing with volumes of content, dealing with a variety of content, tracking this content, especially when it's a national entity and there's multiple mail rooms spread around the country. And then, of course, COVID hits and every employee is relocated to home. Now, how do you actually deal with that in an efficient model? So Nimble's actually offered a SaaS-based application that's allowed the organization to retire a variety of applications and manual processes to not only respond to what became a crisis with COVID, but also a business outcome, which was streamlining the mail delivery, reception, and processing process. And this is a perfect example of Canadian organizations collaborating, because not only did we have to deal with the standard security clearances that were already in place through CCCS, but we also had to deal with the agency itself who wanted to go through additional security validations. So we were able to share a lot of material to help our software partner be successful. And now this is a service that's available on our infrastructure in Canada, and it's not exclusively available to the existing federal agency. If there's lots of other organizations looking at this, and it really is about replacing legacy applications and experiences with something that is best in class. I think it's a great example of a case study of what we can be successfully doing. Next slide. So just to summarize, this is really about developing a catalog of SaaS-based outcomes. So you don't come to our marketplace wanting to learn about cloud. You come to our marketplace trying to solve business problems. Over time, that will grow. What's nice about it is it's a walled garden marketplace. So unlike the hyperclouds where a marketplace becomes confusing with the sheer volume of opportunities or options, we're building this walled garden model, and then we're collaborating with organizations like Innovate Cities, who are rolling out services to municipal level governments across Canada to make this really easy to consume, easy to use, with all the necessary security and trust models already in place, including data trust considerations, and all the things that Canadians expect from their service providers. And they don't necessarily appreciate how little those options are available, or how inconsistent the services are when you source services from an organization that isn't headquartered in Canada. It is available across 3 regions, as I said earlier, so those in the West don't need to feel left out, which I think is important because we have to deal with latency issues, and oftentimes people in the West are told they should run their workload in Washington State or in Oregon, which just doesn't make sense to me. And then the best part about this is we've integrated it into our own security operations model. So it has continuous security integration and testing. So we're maintaining compliance at all times. And a lot of these smaller ISVs aren't in a position to do that themselves. They can't afford to do that, and it becomes prohibitive. And some of you may have, you'd be speaking to ISVs over time who will tell you it's just too expensive to do business in Canada in the public sector. Well, our goal is to really fix that. And we're looking for support over time because we think it's very important that we help organizations in Canada establish strong operating models. Slide, please. So I'm going to pivot now and talk about the hybrid cloud of the future. So many of you will have experienced or been experimenting or maybe all in on hypercloud. While I certainly respect the size of those organizations, and as Ken alluded to at the beginning of this, we are a small startup that could. I still consider myself, this organization to be very nimble. And one of the ways that there's 3 ways that really we deal with that. But what we've seen repeatedly from organizations is that there is a significant amount of lock-in that occurs passively when you don't consider the implications, such as one-way workload migrations, because you're actually going through a transformation, not just a migration of workload, because you're moving on to a closed hypervisor. In the container space, which is absolutely a more portable environment, there are still many limitations. Hypercloud portability goes, yeah. The second issue is this unpredictable cost. A trial will never exceed your budget, because trial workload does not mimic production workload, and it can become significantly expensive, especially when you start looking at any attempt to collaborate across clouds or between your own environment and a cloud environment because of network costs. And we've seen this number be 50% or higher in reality once running in production. Now, as I said earlier, if it's a legacy application that doesn't either is going to be end of life in less than 5 years, because the math says you don't break even for 5 years. So if it's an application you want to replatform or replace, then it really doesn't make sense to transition that or transform that application on hypercloud. You should be keeping it on a VMware-powered cloud environment. And then the third one, and probably the most painful, is that data becomes an anchor instead of an opportunity. Something that most people realize when they start thinking about it is unlike the migration of compute, the migration of data still adheres to the laws of physics. If I have to move 100 terabytes of data, I still am going to take some dramatic period of time, regardless of what anyone says, because I cannot make a photon move faster or carry more than 1 bit of data. We're actually working on a project right now in California where the public sector entity is going to be producing an exabyte of data a year, and they cannot get a network to do it. We actually have to do it with physical devices. And this is for an archiving application, but just an example of the challenges. And the cost and time effort required to relocate or duplicate data is really a disincentive to shop your business. So it's an anchor. It locks you in. And then we've actually had certain situations where organizations, especially in the IoT space, you may be developing an IoT-centric application. Maybe it's cameras on poles in your community, and you find out that it's actually less expensive to destroy the data than to try to repatriate it or move it because of egress charges. These are all things that will always be dismissed as insignificant, but it is not insignificant when you actually are in the market and you're trying to solve a problem. Next slide. So we know through the analysis that the market is moving towards a multi-cloud, hybrid cloud world. So depending on the numbers, it's anywhere between 40% and 70%, but this is a reality. And if you haven't adopted large-scale cloud migration, this is something that you need to consider. How do I actually embrace a multi-cloud world? How do I make sure that my applications can actually be deployed consistently and service consistently? It feels better if I put my workload in one place, but you may find that those lock-in issues create a significant amount of challenges for you later. Next slide, please. So let's just go to the next slide. It is all about the data, as I said earlier, and we're going to start to tie all this together. So, the analysts may be over bullish, but data is still playing a rapidly accelerating role. These are just 3 examples of the pressure that people are feeling around analytics. It's absolutely astounding how fast data is growing. The dominant amount of data is unstructured data, which is a very different animal. Requires a lot of transformation on its own in order to make it usable from an analytics perspective, which means you have to consume a lot of storage space, which really just exacerbates the problems that I talked about earlier. Next slide. So at the same time, we've got these 3 trends that are influencing how organizations consider embracing a multi-cloud future. As I alluded to in the last slide, volume growth. I'll tell you anecdotally, you do nothing and your data is going to grow between 30 and 42% annually. That's just what we see across our customer base, and it's over and over again we see this. At the same time, security pressure is rising. It's not just about ransomware, it's about data privacy, it's about auditability and compliance, but security is a rising tide that people are feeling pressure for, and then that in turn feeds into compliance. Because if you cannot demonstrate compliance, it's only a matter of time before someone starts asking uncomfortable questions. And this is all driving people towards this relatively new concept of a single source of truth, meaning I have one location, one source of all my data from which I can do multiple things. And this, if you think about this from a pure operational perspective, now I have the foundation to actually deploy a multi-cloud future, which is really what this is all about, enabling people choice around their cloud platforms. I would be, incredibly naive if I sat here in this session and said that, our cloud is the best cloud for all your applications, because that would be a mistruth. but we do have to consider about how we enable a real effective multi-cloud future. Next slide. There's some things about data that we need to think about. First of all, data is accumulating faster than it can be processed. Okay? Unstructured data is growing 100 times the rate of structured data. So unstructured data, you might think of a simple PDF file or form submission, but it's also video, audio, body-worn camera content, you name it. And then we've got, a situation where organizations are struggling to find information due to the rapid growth of unstructured data. So the statistics are mind-boggling. I still have yet to figure out really how much data a zettabyte is, but it's a frighteningly large amount of data. And then what we're also finding is that this unstructured data is presenting a problem for practically every organization out there. It's a real issue for people. And it's unfortunately people have been taking it for granted, and they've just been collecting this data without a thought around how they're actually going to use it and leverage it in the long term. Slide, please. Okay, thank you. So, and as we were talking about a minute ago with security, in a hyper-converged world where we've got every application is attempting to collaborate with other applications, we have to consider what the threats are with respect to collaboration. It seems very easy to very quickly connect two applications sitting in two environments and let them collaborate, but it is not trivial. The second time, IoT and operational telemetry present very unique security issues. Like, for instance, operational telemetry is considered protected B at the federal level, IP addresses, those sorts of things, but don't necessarily apply at the provincial or local municipal level. So there's inconsistencies, but it does present a unique security issue because ultimately bad actors collect this sort of data and they use it for orchestrated attacks. And then, I think the third consideration here, and we're actually pretty excited about what this means to our business and to the industry over time, but quantum computing is going to render a vast majority of traditional encryption obsolete. So that's a challenge. And then, so put all this stuff together, we've got ransomware people, the bad guys are finally figuring out how they can affect unstructured data sitting in object stores. There's no longer a Windows file system that's just at risk. It goes much further than that. And then, of course, some people say that data is the new oil, which I appreciate their point, but it's actually not true, because if you steal oil, the person that had the oil no longer has it, and they know that it's been stolen. Data, on the other hand, when it's stolen for either damage causing or financial benefit issues, I still have the data that was stolen. I just don't know it, and I have no symptoms. And the symptoms can be very long and drawn out. Next slide, please. So the last leg of that three-legged stool I talked about earlier is compliance and auditability. If you are not deploying and managing your data in an environment where you can maintain compliance, you are asking for trouble. Supply chain trust is going to become as important or more important than price. And then what we're seeing now repeatedly is security is a greater issue than urgency, meaning someone may want something tomorrow, but they won't get it tomorrow if they can't address the security considerations, which I actually think it's quite important, very important. So things that we believe people need to look for, bad data will become weaponized. So think about that for a second. I didn't steal your data, I just changed your data. That is an absolutely frightening consideration. And that sort of, how that gets weaponized is whether it's voter lists, which is obviously a hot topic right now, but it can be things like, the property valuations, for example. And the lists are endless about how bad data can be weaponized. And we think it's very important that people start to look about how they air gap their data. If you're collecting so much unstructured data and you're going to use it for analytics applications, you really need to make sure that it's being stored in an environment where it is truly secure. You're not being held hostage when you actually want to use that data. And it is immutable, meaning I can guarantee that it isn't tampered with. So we believe that more than ever, it's about establishing a single source of truth for your data. There are many things you're trying to avoid. If you look at the diagram to the right, you could see, well, I've got my data sitting on 3 hyperclouds today, and that data is a kind of a collection of common data, some unique data. But the reality is I do not have a single source of truth when I'm running applications across multiple hyperclouds, unless, of course, you've established a single source of truth, which, if done right, it really allows you to avoid 6 key things, or minimize the risk, I should say, at least, around data spillage and leakage, theft, bad decisions by virtue of using bad data or manipulated data, which drives inconsistent outcomes, corruption, and ultimately blown budgets. Because if I'm moving data around between all these public clouds, I'm paying a fortune in transaction fees and network fees to do that, or processing fees to do that. So it's really about establishing this notion of a single source of truth so that I can, in turn, successfully use multiple public cloud vendors and not put myself in undue risk. Next slide, please. So for us, our message is retain control of your data because the perceived savings are not worth the long-term lock-in of moving your critical data out to one particular public cloud. Build a single source of truth, and then actually leverage the arbitration opportunities between multiple hypercloud vendors. If an analytics application runs more cost-effectively in Azure today and AWS next month, great. The issue today is if all your data is sitting in Google Cloud, well, then that's really not possible without spending unexpected costs. And we can trivialize those costs, but unfortunately, they're not trivial. It does cost less to centrally administer control of the data and protection of the data. It is, as everyone here probably clearly understands, one perimeter to protect is less painful than multiple perimeters, or worse yet, extending perimeters between multiple cloud vendors. So we believe very strongly that the future is one repository, obviously addressing immutability, durability, efficiency, and security. So I'm not talking about putting all your data in one building. I'm talking about putting all your data in one system that has the appropriate levels of data protection and privacy to actually enable a true hybrid cloud adoption model, which can include on-prem, it can include at the federal level, you've got workload running in GDCs, provincial level, municipal level, you may have your own data centers and computer rooms. Those are not to be trivialized. Those are part of the solution, but ultimately getting to this model is critical for long-term adoption. Slide. As I highlighted, there's really 4 key elements for a single source of truth. Obviously, if you're going to be successful, you need to have a model where you have multiple tiers of storage. I'm going to talk about some of these in more detail, but immutability is maybe not straightforward to a lot of people, but it means your data is tamper-proof, it's auditable, and it's policy-based. So I can actually apply policies to how I'm dealing with that data. Durability is about making sure that it's geographically redundant, it's integrated into backups. Backups are not going away, but many people trivialize the importance of that. Things like erasure coding ensure enhanced durability across multiple geographies. And then, of course, efficiency, another issue, and then security. Making sure that I'm actually post-quantum ready, tied into whatever security incident event management platform I'm using, because ultimately I have compliance issues to report on. So we see this as a continuum within the single source of truth, as opposed to one flat storage service. Slide. I'm just going to spend the last few minutes talking about some things that are in the pipeline or have recently become available, because I do think they're game changing. Next slide, please. So, first of all, if you intend to actually move more aggressively into the analytics space, you are going to incur, significant costs around computational support and storage, potentially, depending on the data. So we've actually partnered with Intel, and we've started deploying Optane-specific clusters with VMware, of course, running on top of it, that allows us to deliver, ultimately enable in-memory databases of up to 3.2 terabytes. But what's really cool about this is it's stateful. So unlike other in-memory databases where if the machine is corrupted or fails for whatever reason, you lose that content, you have to rebuild it. With this model, it's actually stateful. And we're talking about a quarter the cost of what you would normally spend either in your own environment or on today's hyperclouds for in-memory or large memory systems. This to me is an absolute game changer for the analytics space. And this is actually available inside our Protected B infrastructure, which, as I said earlier, our Protected B infrastructure is dedicated to public sector workload. We operate no non-public sector Protected B workload inside our environments, which gives us, I think, a lot more flexibility, especially if you're starting to look at these sorts of large in-memory applications. Next slide, please. And then just last few minutes here, highlighting some of the foundational capabilities. Let's go on to the next slide that are really becoming available in the marketplace. Next slide. So one of the things that we've heard repeatedly from customers is that I have all this data and I don't know where it is. I don't know what it is. It's unstructured by nature. It's files and file systems. You end up spending more and more money. But we know that about 3/4 of all your data, or in most organizations' data, is inactive and unstructured. It consumes large volumes of expensive storage, and most organizations just don't know the composition of their data. So our value prop here is recovering storage space, reducing backup workload, and ultimately reducing cost. So what our design goals were around optimizing this and making it really easy for people to move data into the most appropriate storage tier, which could include a hypercloud environment, either in or out of a hypercloud environment. Our engine can support that. And making sure that the end users don't feel disruption, because there's nothing more annoying than I can't find my data. Next slide. So this is an example of the pain that people have today, and some of you may have already experienced this. So, I have a limited budget. I've spent it on performance-oriented storage for my databases, put a file system on there, and what ends up happening is data that is unstructured or actually doesn't need to be in cold storage consumes space, and organizations that need to go and spend much more money on storage than they originally budgeted. It isn't unique if you feel like that you're the only ones that may have suffered this, and if you haven't, then I applaud you, but this is a very common and painful thing that we're seeing. Next slide. So really the point here is if we can get the data back onto the right storage tier without disrupting the business, we can actually save a lot of money. That's the bottom line, is trying to help organizations, especially public sector organizations, because we're all taxpayers. How do we help you save money? And that is by moving content onto the right tier. And then next slide. And then we can position the cloud as a true single source of truth for things like that unstructured content or the cold storage, which means that we can now reduce your costs even further, and we enable, back to this notion of enabling hypercloud arbitrage, because now I can actually run workloads in different clouds. Next slide. And just this is a bit of a highlight of what the service is capable of doing. It can talk to practically any storage today to migrate and use that data. This is all about enabling people's ability to consume the storage they already own. Because there's nothing worse than being told what I bought was wrong or bad. So that's not what this is about. This is about enabling. And by the way, this is not something you have to get from us. This is a concept, and there's products out there that do this today. So it's not about unplugging one vendor and unplugging a new one in that is going to deliver the same level of service. There are multiple options. This is just what we are one of the organizations offering this, because we think it's very important for people. Next slide. So then let's go on to the next slide. Just keep on time here. This is something that people need to think about from a long-term archival retention and compliancy. So if you have data that is collecting for reasons that actually may not be great reasons, but you still have a compliance requirement to do it, whether it's unstructured data that just has no life cycle, but you can't delete it. I've read recently some of the banks are now saying they're not deleting data ever, because ultimately it may be evidence, who knows what it is, but they just can't afford the cost of deletion. We know that 3/4 of this unstructured data is inactive, whether it's log files, which there's a great example of people trying to save money and destroying log files early in the life cycle when it might actually make sense to keep. Video, now people, I think this is actually inevitably going to be a big issue for especially public sector organizations who need to retain video for very long periods of time. And the real problem here is I can't back this stuff up. Because first of all, there's no backup window for it. The amount of data is insane, and I now need to build a solution that allows me to ensure that backup's actually built into storage as opposed to a separate product. So, our design goals were around durability, making it geo-replication compliant. That's why we have 3 unique geographies across Canada. Enable the migration and archive copy to be done concurrently, so I can actually move it and I can archive it without touching data twice, because that's also expensive. And the idea of being able to make it immutable around object lock is also key, because you as a customer need to make sure that I can turn on object lock. I can assign policies for destruction if I actually can destroy data. Why do I make that a human issue? I should make that a policy issue. And then I want to make sure, as I said earlier, that data is protected inherently in the design, not as a additional service. I don't need to buy backup software to protect this data. Next slide. So this is, we believe the value proposition for organizations that seek these sorts of services is substantial. So we're talking about, some significant reductions of costs. And if you don't believe in a multi-cloud world, you can do this with the hyperclouds today as well as a think on, but this is the way to think about it. You get a lot of value off of this sort of a strategy that you don't necessarily get with your own storage investments, because it's just, frankly, it's too difficult to deploy, and you need to really focus on these high value concepts here, whether it's replacing tape with this sort of service, having true air gap, so that I can actually say to my auditors, a system cannot access this data. I can't emphasize enough this notion of air gap. It's not air gap when I put my data into Glacier if I can programmatically recall it. If I can programmatically recall data, it is not air gapped. The only way you can actually say something's air gapped is if a human has to approve something and not be bypassed. And that is a significant issue that no one wants to talk about, but true air gap requires human intervention. Then, of course, it needs to be fully auditable. Next slide. So then just we're on the downhill stretch here, but I think this is actually the most exciting future, and this is something that people need to, I believe you need to start thinking about now. If you believe what I've said for the last half hour about the amount of data the growth rate of data, the fact that it is incredibly difficult to locate content, and I can't recall data because it's prohibitive to recall it, to search it. So imagine if I had 1 billion PDF files sitting in a offline storage service today where I pay egress fees to recall it. I couldn't recall it to search it. At the same time, the data retention periods are now exceeding the life expectancy of the storage media. Some people refer to this as autonomic upgrades. I have data sitting on spinning disks. Those disks are replaced every 5 years, but I have a 20-year retention. You need to address things like, well, does that contravene a compliance policy because I'm technically moving the data? 75% of the data now we're hearing and seeing outlives the application that it was written on. It's a significant issue. I wrote data with a particular healthcare application, an EMR application. I retire that 10 years later through a competitive RFP process. Now what do? Puts my collaboration at risk. So it puts my data at risk because I have to move it between platforms, or I need to figure out a way to actually collaborate between those platforms. It's creating a lot of challenges for people. And then, of course, that creates opportunities, because if we're thinking about post-quantum cryptography, well, if we're going to store data for 20 plus years, we can't encrypt it with mechanics that are effectively dead in less than 5 years. So we need to be on top of these sorts of things. These are all things that you need to be considering now, because if you're keeping data for long periods of time, it isn't going to be financially feasible to change it later or to repackage it later because of the nature of the way the public cloud providers charge for these sorts of ancillary services. Next slide. So what we're actually working on right now is a model whereby we can index content at time of ingest. We'll protect the index homomorphically, meaning that it will be quantum proof. That actually also allows that index to be shared across multiple entities securely. You could do a 2-hour conversation about homomorphic encryption, and there are people on this call that are probably more astute at this than I am, but the bottom line is we need to have a way of, if we're going to store data for 20 plus years or 10 plus years, we need to make sure that we can find it, which means we need to index it, because we don't want to touch it unless we absolutely have to. That means we can use an air-gap repository that's truly air-gap, because I no longer have to go and search for things anymore. I can search my index. And we need to protect access to that data with, as I said earlier, true air-gapping, 4-factor authentication, meaning 2 humans, 2 factors, and ensure it's not programmatically accessible. And that removes the risk of ransomware and all those other nefarious things that can affect data, especially data that's at rest for a very long period of time. But of course, standard in the unstructured data storage space. So, very important. Next slide. So, in summary, our strategy is embrace hybrid cloud, make it easy for people to move VMware workload, because that's what it is today, onto a VMware-powered cloud, so you can focus on re-platforming applications that may live perfectly well on a public cloud. Make sure that we can enable arbitrage by making sure that large volumes of data don't end up sitting on hyperclouds, especially given that we know there's changes coming to public policy around privacy and all those other issues that are going to force people to change. May not be big changes, but I think it's fair to say there is going to be change forced upon us with both federal and provincial standards being reviewed and modified over time. And we're enabling, high-performance compute with our large-scale memory. At the same time, we think that our platform will allow you to drive cloud adoption forward with protection, a greater level of data protection, whether it is because of our quantum-proof integration or the fact that we are, truly air-gap storage. The bottom line for us is we want to enable things. We don't want to inhibit adoption of cloud. And I believe that that's open for questions. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, Craig. Now we know why ThinkCon has been such a success. A lot to digest there. We have a lot of questions. You've opened the floodgates, and you've hit on some issues that impact every IT shop in Canada. So there's some very technical questions, and there's some really good general questions. Let's just try and get through a couple of them. Here's a good technical question from Ryan. Ryan R. Slide 26. Can you explain stateful and the benefit there?
Oh, sure. Yeah. So most large memory VMs today use traditional DRAM. So if the machine, the physical machine, and I'm sure everyone understands that behind every virtual machine is a physical machine, right? Just we're stacking multiple VMs on top of it. If that physical machine were to fail, the virtual machine running on it fails. And if it's a large memory application, then everything that was in memory goes away. So that's why people are typically using flash storage for databases, or because that way it's stateful, meaning it can be retained. In our large memory services, in the event a machine were to be rebooted or fail, you actually don't lose the state of the VM. And when the hypervisor comes back, you can actually restart that entire database in memory. It effectively stays intact, but at memory speeds.
Yeah. Thanks, Ryan, for that question. Craig, there's a lot of questions about just, what it's like being a company like ThinkCon competing against, the big platform providers and sort of the Canadian angle. Could you talk a little bit about the advantages of choosing a truly Canadian cloud provider? Like, are there advantages there from a security perspective?
Yeah. So, I believe strongly there are. And I will try to not use red herrings in this answer. It's easy to dangle red herrings around, but the reality, in my opinion, is, especially as it relates to public sector data has a unique requirement in that it serves all Canadians, and it needs to be in an environment that is designated for that sort of workload. So, even though we are certainly the smallest of the framework agreement holders, we built a cloud specifically for that, because at the end of the day, we want to ensure that all levels of government know that there is no risk of data leakage out of the protected B environment, for instance. And I think another key consideration is all of our humans, all the people that actually operate our protected B infrastructure have clearance. They actually have gone through the same clearance process. So we're not relying on a company assertion or company's commitment to security. We're actually relying on the human's commitment to security as well. So there's actually, in my opinion, there's a much stronger supply chain here with respect to employees doing work, going through the clearance, the company going through the clearance. And it's just about, I'd say at the end of the day, trust. And the last thing is, and this, some people may roll their eyes. I'm just going to state this as clearly as I can. The U.S. Cloud Act requires or has a provision for governments to establish executive relationships, meaning that data is actually then properly controlled between the two government entities. Okay, so in what's happened in the last round of trade negotiations is we effectively lost the right to declare residency requirements at a non-federal level, because the only exemption now is security exemptions. So if you're a municipal government or a provincial government, you don't actually have the contractual right to demand that because they can move it later. I could move it later, frankly, for that matter, if I wasn't Canadian. And I think it's just important that you align with an organization that just takes risks off the table, as opposed to, oh, I'll be fine. I trust people today. I mean, what's the old saying? Trust but verify. I think it has to be one more than that. I think it has to actually demonstrate trust, and then verify.
Good question. Good.
Oh, I should add one last quick thing, Ken. By the way, this doesn't cost more. You do not have to spend more money to deal with a Canadian company. And I realize there's this hangover of, people think, oh, it's Canadian, it costs more money. It doesn't cost more money. Cost is absolutely not, as far as I'm concerned, not an issue.
Very good. Craig, there's no question we're entering the age of the cloud age. I mean, you can't talk to anyone in IT, even in general data terms, without talking about cloud. Here's a good question. So when you talk about cloud in the Government of Canada, are there any key messages you would want to get across to CIOs? Well, what would you want to tell them if you had 30 seconds? And you deal with a lot of CIOs.
Yeah, I do. I deal with a lot of stakeholders. I would say success is critical in your organization early, and the biggest projects, which may feel the best, are not necessarily the ones where you have guaranteed success. And if you really want to drive cloud adoption, you need to demonstrate to the whole organization that you've had success early, so then you can actually focus on truly transformative projects where you rewrite an application, but you use container-based technology. I've heard people say there's as many as 18,000 applications living inside the federal government that were written in-house that are not, no offense, they're not best in class now. Well, arbitrage those, or not arbitrage, filter them out, pick the ones that you can move reliably. They've got a 5 to 7 year shelf life. You already know you're not going to save money by re-platforming them. Move them to a compatible cloud, and then get success, make sure everyone feels great about what you've accomplished, and then focus on the strategic efforts. Great
response. I got a couple of technical questions. Let's go to the technical side again, particularly about hypervisors. So in broader terms, what is the role of the hypervisor, and why do the cloud providers have their own hypervisors? What's the consequences of that on decision making?
Yeah, no, great question. So first of all, the hypervisor is what allows you to get multiple workloads concurrently running on a physical server. So VMware was an early participant in this space. As I said earlier, 96% of Intel workload is running on VMware today inside most commercial data centers or like company or organizational data centers. But that fundamentally existed to allow you to run 10 workloads on one server as opposed to 10 servers. The public cloud providers have an incentive to use their own hypervisor because it doesn't cost them as much money. VMware is not a free product. VMware, it costs me money. It costs the enterprise money that's running it today. The key in all this is the cost savings associated with running that proprietary. I say proprietary, it's not really fair, but we're running that closed hypervisor. Is it really, who's it benefiting? And in my opinion, it's benefiting the cloud provider, 100%. Doesn't benefit the customer. And it does allow for, I think more control for those public cloud vendors. But it should not be lost on anyone that VMware offers VMware services on same platform as the public cloud vendors because there are so many customers that already know there's no point in replatforming. It just so happens that those footprints don't support protected workload today. But I think there's a huge strength in that. And maybe to add to that, well, actually, we'll leave it at that.
Okay, well, I'm going to throw it back to Kevin in 1 sec. Kevin, one last question, because Craig, you have you've won the support of a lot of patriotic Canadians this morning, and this one last question is, Craig, how come there's not more Canadian players in the field? Why are there not more think-ons? I mean, where's Bell, TELUS? Where are the big telecoms in all this?
Well, the big telecoms all did enter the space early, but I think it's fair to say that if I was a senior executive of an organization of their size, I would want every business to be a billion-dollar business I was in, because I have to make large capital investments. Specifically in the telecom space, I'm constantly making massive infrastructure investments to deliver next-generation wireless, those sorts of things. And so what ended up happening was there was a lot of fledgling clouds, if you will, that did not have an outcome-centric solution. I'm in the cloud business. I'm not in the how do I help people protect their data business, either through hosted backup, or there was no specific outcome focus. And I would tell you the only reason, really, I truly believe this, the only reason why we've been able to be successful, well, two things. One is we embraced partners who help us go to market, first of all, because, I can't imagine retraining a telecom sales force to now sell a cloud service and having any hope of success. And secondly, it's been outcome centric. Like, know what you're going to do. Don't just say I'm in the cloud business and put up a sheet.
Great job, Craig. Thank you so much. Wonderful presentation. Back to the desk, Kevin.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks a lot, Craig. So that's Craig McClellan, CEO of ThinkOn. Craig, there's a bunch of questions here. I'm going to send them along to you guys via email, and we'll try to get to them. And then what we'll do is we'll take a very, very quick break here, and we're back with Treasury Board in less than a minute. Okay, thank you, everybody. Hello, I'm joined here for our 11 a.m. session with Benoit from Treasury Board, and joining us from DIGG, the Agency for Digital Government for Sweden, is Patrick Akimo, who will be kind of, when I was doing the research on you guys, getting the bios where I was like, you guys are kind of cut from the same cloth. You know, I've seen a lot of similarities of what's going on in Sweden and in Canada. And Benoit, I was really impressed when I was going through your background, how passionate you are about AI and putting policies in place to, govern the use of AI in government. Canada's, I think, way ahead of a lot of other comparable nations at this time. So I'm glad that you're over there on the team and you're protecting Canadians as, AI and whatnot are experimented. Just for folks' background, Patrick, he joins us with a tremendous amount of experience, both from the public and private sector. So he's working with the, I would call them the equivalent of the Canadian Digital Services. I'm not sure if that's entirely accurate, but they're doing a lot of digital facilitation within the Swedish government. But he also worked over at PostNord, which is the Swedish equivalent or the Scandinavian equivalent of Canada Post. And before that, he worked with SAS Institute, who we heard from this morning. So he brings a tremendous amount of expertise from both the public and private sector. So Benoit will give us a bit of a rundown on where Canada is at in terms of AI and big data, and then we'll jump into a bit of a discussion here. We'll get Patrick and Benoit to start talking and get a bit of a discussion going. Okay, Benoit, so I'll leave the floor to you.
All right. Well, thank you very much for this introduction. As you noted, I'm at the Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat. My agency sets policy for federal departments, and myself specifically, I'm within the Office of the Chief Information Officer. So we set policy for anything that's digital. So this includes the things you would expect, like technology, data, information, cybersecurity, but also some other things you may not necessarily expect, like privacy and service delivery. So let's go to the next slide. This is about big data and AI. So I thought before we get too deep into this, I would just put some definitions out of the way so we agree on what we're talking about. The picture you see here is a little Raspberry Pi computer I use to block the ads on my network. It's a small computer with 16 gigs of storage, and nobody would say it's big data on its own, at least now. 25 years ago, maybe. But, I put this there because when people think big data, IoT often comes up. And this is an example of an internet-connected device. Small, but together they can add up to a lot of stuff. When we talk about big data, the volume or the quantity is an obvious quality. But today's storage is cheap, computers are fast. So what else defines big data? You may have heard about the 3 V's, the volume, variety, velocity. These were the original, I think, 3 V's. Now this model has been expanded to 4V, 5V, 6V, etc. Variety is an important aspect as well, I think, and it's an interesting one. It means you're not only dealing with structured data, say in a relational database, but you're also having to deal with unstructured documents, unstructured text, images, audio, web content, etc. The conventional techniques to manage this data, like SQL, is no longer sufficient. Velocity, the last original aspect of big data, is having to react to this data and the difficulty of keeping up because of its volume, because of its variety. Perhaps we're receiving a stream of data from sensors and other sources, and we have to make sense of it in a short amount of time. Otherwise, you don't get any value from it. An example, if you get traffic sensors that tell you that there's a traffic jam, but it takes you a week to process that and take action, well, it's useless, right? You needed to take action during the jam. So let's go to the next slide. So then what is AI? There's a lot of definitions for it, from general to more narrow, but I'll tell you, the way I see it. And when I talk about it, in my mind, it's computational statistics. I like how A.J. Agrawal, a Canadian professor, describes it, that it's a prediction machine. Take data that you have to generate data that you don't have. So AI is really powerful statistics to digest tons of data and make predictions about it. In the case of making automated decisions, it could predict the most likely decision based on historical trends that were perhaps made by human. But when people think statistics, they think, simple numbers, for example, measures, lengths, dollar amounts, things like that. And then you compute properties about them, like their averages, the median. Maybe you think of a trend line. We've all done that in high school, I imagine. And, the trend line is projecting into the future. So already you're starting to make a prediction. But how do we go from that to, image recognition, where we give it a picture and the AI can tell you this is a parrot or this is a car? Well, again, it's prediction of this image is most likely to be a parrot. But how do you do that using statistics? Well, the images are just pixels. It's a grid of numbers, each pixel having a RGB value, which is a number, it's in a matrix and so on. So what do I think AI is? It's a set of techniques and approaches to apply math and statistics to any kind of data, whether it's text, images, voice, administrative data, and make predictions from it. Let's go to the next slide. So for the most part, AI needs data. Machine learning learns from data and lots of data. It takes the past examples and uses them to predict the future. So the more data, the more relevant the data, the higher quality the data, the better the AI model resulting from it will be. Likewise for big data, we've talked about how it's an explosion of data. There's a variety of formats, the velocity that's needed to process it. You can only manage to deal with it if you automate everything and if it's algorithms making decisions. You can only harness big data if you have AI to process it. So you see the symbiotic relationship between the two. AI needs data and big data needs AI to process it. And it's, the yin and yang. Let's go to next slide. So what do we do with this technology in government? Well, we're already seeing AI being deployed across the enterprise, but often in ways people are not aware. If you're using Teams and you pick the background blur or you replace the background with a nice picture of the beach, you're actually using AI. It's a neural network that's deciding which part of the image is important, like your face and your body, and which one is the background that it can just blur out. But that's not really transformative for government. We're in the business of delivering services, of making decisions about who gets benefits or not. Ideally, we want our decisions to be data-driven, accurate, consistent. So can AI help there? Some programs have long delays associated with them. When people request a service, it takes a long time to get that service because the officers have to review the case and make a decision about it. So could we replace these officers with algorithms that work 24/7 and process 10,000 cases per hour? Well, in some cases you can, but we're seeing more and more government decisions that are becoming automated, but that can come with certain problems. So let's look at the next slide. My apologies, it's a little bit of a messy slide, but I'll show a few examples that can come when we're using algorithms to automate decisions. So top left is a famous Amazon example. They had trained an AI on their existing staff. So they had asked their staff for the resume, and they had trained the AI with those resumes and asked the AI to use that to screen new applicants. It turns out that Amazon, their workforce is IT-centric, and they were mostly men. So the AI had learned to discriminate against women. And they tried all sorts of things to eliminate this, but they never truly achieved it. And in the end, they decided to scrap it because they felt the algorithm was incredibly sexist. In the past, especially the past year, we've seen a lot of concerns in the press and from the public around facial recognition. On the one hand, it's racist in that it doesn't work well for people with darker skin tones. On the other, it creates a lot of privacy issues. Top right, we see the results from a survey that was done a few years ago asking Canadians how comfortable they were with a computer making certain decisions. And what we found was that the more important the decision was, the less comfortable people were with a computer making that decision. So in short, there's a trust issue. People don't trust machines to make some decisions. Finally, bottom right, it's an example where a US state that automated the number of hours of care that in-home patients would receive. And when they deployed an algorithm to replace the manual assessments, people saw their allocation drop by half or worse, and they were no longer getting the care they needed. But the worst part about it is nobody could explain why that was the case. Nobody could explain the algorithm. They would just say, well, the machine said you need to drop from 12 to 3. But that's a terrible thing if you can't explain it. So if we go on the next slide, I summarized the two major issues that we've just looked at. The first is the bias or discrimination that can come. And this is when a specific group is disadvantaged or not treated fairly, like the women in the Amazon example, or people with dark skin tones for facial recognition. This can be because the data itself that we use to train the algorithm was biased, or because the algorithm itself is biased. The second problem is the black box problem. So that's the medical aid example, where the algorithm is so complex or poorly designed that nobody can explain how it works. In some cases, I could argue that it's not important to be able to explain the algorithm so long as it works and it delivers good performance. But when you talk about deciding the benefits that somebody will get, you better be able to explain the factors behind that decision. This is often called explainability, but for some reason my word processor thinks explainability is a spelling mistake. So what does it mean we cannot automate decisions that are about people? Well, no. Let's look at the next slide to see how we can do it correctly. So at the federal level, we published the Directive on Automated Decision Making, and this was in April of 2019. This directive, it gives requirements for federal departments wanting to automate service decisions. It includes several requirements for transparency, such as giving a notice ahead of automation, and also providing an explanation after the decision has been rendered to avoid this black box problem. There's also a strong focus on quality assurance. You need to use recent and accurate data. You need to test your data to identify its biases and monitor the system once it's in production to make sure that biases do not develop. Once you're done all that homework, you need to hand it in to the teacher and, get the verification. So for the more impactful decisions, we're asking departments to conduct a third-party peer review of that system. Next slide. Supporting this directive, there's an important tool for us called the Algorithmic Impact Assessment, or the AIA. The AIA is an online questionnaire that assists people in identifying the impacts that the algorithm can have. And it gives an assessment of the level of impact from 1 being low impact to level 4 high impact. So examples we often give is number 1 could be campsite allocation. You may get a less desirable site or a more desirable, but the impact is not very high. At the other end, high impact, you're talking decisions about, immigration, imprisonment, social benefits, in terms of significant monetary contributions, etc. So this impact level that's measured by the AIA will drive the how strict the requirements from the directive will be. We wanted the directive to be proportional to the risk that the algorithm presents. This is a way not to curtail innovation, for example. If it's low impact and low risk, the requirements should not be so strict as to prevent you from doing that. So this tool is completely open. It's free for use for everyone. The source is on GitHub. And it's deployed in a public manner. So other cities, other countries have already used it, and everybody's welcome to use it. Go to slide 10. Now we're going to switch topic a little bit and come back to talking about data. So you may have seen a similar breakdown before. This is what does a data scientist do with his time? And, in here we're seeing 60% cleaning data, and it varies by study. Sometimes I've seen as high as 80%, but certainly this seems to be a ballpark. 60 to 80% of your time is spent just cleaning data. The other 20% is finding the relevant data. We can see that the useful bits that I've colored in green here, mining data and training models, is less than 20% of their work. So what can we do to expand that slice that's meaningful and that delivers value? Let's look at the next slide. So the first step we took was to publish a roadmap, which we call the Data Strategy Roadmap for the Federal Public Service. It sets direction for the strategic management of data across the Federal Public Service. There's several key recommendations as part of this. The first one was for departments to create within their department a data strategy that was appropriate to their line of business. And this was completed for the most part by September of last year. The second piece that it recommended was to establish strong governance to provide clarity on who is in charge of the data within the organization and within the government as a whole. There was also a strong focus on standards, so improving overall standards for the enterprise that would govern how data is collected, accessed, safeguarded, and used. There was a strong pillar also on the people aspect, so recruitment and training. So this is work that the Canada School of Public Service, for example, is leading for us, but there's also actions for departments in this. And the last pillar was the technology pillar. We need to make sure that we have the right IT environment to allow the workers to use these technologies and make use of the data and derive value from it. Let's go to the next slide. This is really the meat of what my team works on, along with the directive on automated decision making. So this is policy from the Treasury Board. The policy on service and digital came into force in April of this year, so it's a new instrument. It was a big effort to consolidate and modernize our policy suite into a more cohesive whole. It replaced 8 previous policy instruments with the single one. An important change it brought was recognizing data as a strategic asset and giving the CIO of Canada specific responsibilities to define enterprise-wide data standards for quality, accessibility, interoperability. But it also identified the departmental CIOs as responsible for managing data as a strategic asset. So to realize the CIO of Canada's responsibility, my team has been working to define a data governance framework that would be used by the CIO to exercise his authority to set enterprise-wide data standards. Multiple departments have contributed to working groups, and they've been working hard over the spring, the summer, to define this framework and a data standard protocol as well. They've also created a data quality framework with 9 dimensions for data quality that would set a baseline across the GC for how we manage this aspect of data. Data standards will be essential to enable interoperability of data across the GC. Today, we have a really hard time combining data sets because they use different formats, different standards. A simple example is province codes. You only have to go to the Open Government portal, download a few data sets that contain province to see the myriad of way in which something as basic as a province can be represented. You know, it can be QC, PQ, P.Q, etc., all variations of it, you'll see them. So with different data sets following similar frameworks for data quality and standards for the common data fields, that's going to make the life of the data analysts a lot easier in combining data set and deriving value and deriving analysis. We're hoping it's going to take a significant chunk out of that data cleansing exercise. If we look at the next slide, it summarizes how widely deployed AI was in departments. So this is already at least 1 year old, and I wouldn't give too much importance to the specific numbers. But what's important to see from this is that it varies greatly from departments. We see some where there's a single individual that has been doing it for 1 year, and there's other departments such as NRCan with over 50 employees that have been doing it for 20 years. So there's really a lot of variability in departments in how they've adopted AI so far. We go at the next slide. So to illustrate the rich diversity of AI projects that take place in the Government of Canada, I've reached out to several departments and I have asked them to share slides of projects that they have in this field. So what follows is the slide that they've shared with me, and we'll see slides from the National Research Council, NRCan, Statistics Canada. So the first slide we look at is from the National Research Council. What we see is a platform to mine social media and enrich it using natural language processing techniques. For a given topic, it'll identify the key themes, the sentiment, whether people are talking positively or negatively about this. There's also an alerting mechanism that would flag when major changes occur. So here we see Syria. The sentiment could have changed from anger when it was a civil war. My apologies. And then it changes to fear when there's a sudden attack. So the system would flag this in the social media and then alert the analyst that something just occurred. The information in the whole system was designed to be the most effective in supporting the work of the analysts. So they really looked at what is it that an analyst needs to do and present the information in a way that would ease their workflow. And, we see one scenario here, but it's been used in a number of contexts. For example, right now in monitoring the COVID epidemic. Let's go to the next slide. So we're still with the National Research Council, and here we look at models they've developed for predictive maintenance. So rather than rely on calendar-based maintenance or, mean time before failure for parts, they've leveraged sensors that are in the systems to start making evidence-based decision-making. They've built normalcy models for what the sensors should return in normal conditions, and then they can start detecting aberrations. That's a sign of imminent failure, but before there's been an actual failure. They've developed this over different sectors. So here we show the aerospace, but they've also applied this for trains, for example. So in the train track, they deploy sensors, and as the train goes over, each wheel has a specific vibration, and they can, then inform the maintenance as to what wheel out of a super long train needs attention and has issues. So this work is done in partnership with various industries and operators, for example. So the NRC has the AI expertise, but they're not expert in, the vibration models for aircraft engines and things like that. So they work closely with the Canadians building these engines, and they can point them to, what data is appropriate to examine and how to build these models. So it's a good collaboration. If we go to the next slide, now we're going to a different department, the Natural Resources Canada department. And you may be wondering what a machine like that has to do with AI. What is this about? It looks like a tank in the middle of the forest or something like that. So what we're looking at is a drilling machine. And the orange logo you see at the front, that's the explosives logo. So there's some explosives involved. So to understand the types of rocks that exist in the underground, they drill and they insert explosives, and then across a really wide area, they'll deploy thousands of sensors, seismic sensors. They set off the blast, and the sensors will capture the echoes coming from the explosion. And this lets them detect what's in the underground. So if we go to the next slide. These thousands of sensors will generate millions of data points and files from 20 gigabyte to 5 terabytes for a single experiment. So NRCan has partnered up with MILA, the Montreal Machine Learning Research Institute, to build deep learning models to predict the rock formations from this seismic data. The models will help industry become more effective at finding buried minerals like gold, copper, nickel in the underground. This collaboration with MILA was initially in the form of contracts, but more recently, MILA staff has been deployed to work full-time with NRCan scientists. So it's really a great example of collaboration with the world-leading research institute. Let's go to the next slide. So Previously, geochemical analysis of rock samples, it had to be done in the lab. And so they would take the samples and using a very expensive and large machine that would take hours to process the sample, they would get the results. Now, using affordable and portable handheld scanners, they can do this geochemical mapping right in the field to support the mineral exploration. So in near real time, they can identify the elements that are present in a rock, for example. So the portable scanner can only do a small area. You can see the little highlighted area here. It's only 3 millimeters square. So they're using an open source workflow for machine learning to stitch together multiple scans that they've done from a given sample. And also, if you look, there's the area highlighted, and then you see 3 spectra from that sample. So these corresponds to the common frequencies for gold, and given that they show a similar shape, it gives you a strong confidence that that's actually what you're looking at. But when you're doing more precise analysis, it's common to have thousands and thousands of these spectra across a large sample. And you can imagine doing this correlation manually, it would be near impossible. So that's where they've leveraged AI and machine learning to make it easier to pull out the information and identify the clusters and their features in the rocks. Next example. Let's go to the next slide. Yeah, thank you. So this is the last example from NRCan. Sorry, I often confuse them with NRC. So National Resources Canada. So this is a project called CMAP, and using data from a variety of sources, they're using AI to predict which buildings would benefit the most from energy efficiency retrofits. These types of retrofits and which types of retrofits, would be the most effective. So, for example, should we change the windows or the insulation of a given building? So, in other words, where would the investment in retrofit would have the biggest impact? And then they can visualize the results of that on a map. For this project, they've partnered up with the city of Kelowna in BC and a utility, Fortis BC, to get the data that they needed to support this. For the machine learning component, they've partnered up with Concordia University, which is using machine learning on LiDAR data to identify the roof types of the building. So is it a tin roof, is it a tar roof, and how high it is from the ground, telling you how many stories the building has. There's also a private company that's involved in modeling the types of buildings that are present. So as you can see, a lot of partners, a lot of different data source, but this lets you arrive at a really good result. Let's go to the next slide. The last few will be some quick examples from Statistics Canada. As you can imagine, Statistics Canada is a department with very large resources for data analytics. So when they reimagined their next generation cloud-based analytics platform, they didn't only think of their needs, but they considered the needs of the greater Government of Canada community. They designed this environment as a collaborative data space, or a CODAS, where partner departments can come in and access their analytics environment, bring their data, but also leverage the vast amounts of data made available by StatsCan and combine the two. The power of analytics really comes from this combination of multiple data sources to derive new insights, so this supports that. And further to this, they've also established a strong data governance program supported by standardization to ensure that all the data in this environment would be interoperable. Let's go to the next slide for an example of the type of analysis they do in this space. So in here, they're using deep learning on satellite images to identify construction sites. Just one example. And if we go to the next slide, this is a natural language processing example. So it shows the variety. One is image recognition. The other one is natural language processing. So different tech, but all in the same environments. So this is a platform for web extraction and reporting, a little bit like what we saw from the National Research Council. And what I wanted to show through this is the types of collaboration that is sometimes required to bring these projects to life. Whether it's expertise for AI or to get access to different data or to get access to the technology, it's often very valuable to collaborate with your partners. So if we go to the next slide, I'll summarize quickly, what I talked about. First, we talked about big data being defined by volume, but also the types of data that are at play and the techniques to process it. AI bring powerful techniques that's needed to process this different kind of data and this volume of data, and to do it at scale and in an automated fashion. As we automate, we need to be mindful of potential issues that can show up, like bias and lack of explainability. Also, if we want to be able to use our data, I've talked about the need, to get our house in order, to have a solid data strategy for its governance, for standards, for quality, for interoperability. Finally, I try to illustrate the benefits that collaboration can bring to add expertise, to give you access to technology, and make your projects a reality. So I want to thank everyone. I want to also thank NRCan, NRC, and Statistics Canada. Thank you.
Benoit, merci beaucoup. C'était une présentation vraiment excellente. Patrick, I think what we'll do here is I do have a whole bunch of questions from the audience, but I'm going to leave the two of you to kind of have a bit of a discussion. I know that you had some ideas and whatnot that you wanted to table, and then I'll come back in about maybe 10 minutes, and then we'll get through the questions, okay?
Sounds good. Hi, Patrick.
Hi. Oh, that went well. Good presentation, I think.
Thank you. There's a lot to talk about when we talk about the management of data in an enterprise as big as government. I'd be curious, in Sweden, was some of what I presented, the challenges and our solutions, is it similar to what you're seeing in Sweden?
It is, and it's very similar in many ways, but maybe the approach is a little bit different, and where we are as well, I would say. But one thing that I think it was interesting when you mentioned that it was the CIO role who would be the responsible for manage data as an asset. Is that primarily from the governance framework perspective, or is it also the content?
Well, it comes, so the root for that is really in policy. So it's in our policy on service and digital, which assigns the roles to different individuals. Some departments have chosen to delegate a portion of the CIO role to a chief data officer. So that's something that happens as well. But that's the source of it. So the CIO, if you look at the policy, there's quite a lot of responsibility. It's a wide, so there's, service delivery, management of data, cyber security, privacy, etc. So it's a big portfolio of responsibility. But what's important is that for the first time, we've recognized that data is an important component of that.
Yeah, because we're having that discussion here as well, and it's, I would say it's more often that some people in the business side or the business organization is responsible for the data, from data management, data governance perspective, but it could, and also the responsible for data protection, for example, is I would say 99% always within the business side. But of course, IT is highly involved in everything. But I can see a clearly shift, moving from IT into the business sides when it comes to the content responsibility of data and the discussion around it as well. And we're having a new strategy, data strategy within the European Union as well. That is just a couple of months old, and I would say it reminds a little bit from the one from UK as well. And I think your data strategy has got a lot of inspiration from that one as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think if we look at the role of the CIO, it's also recognizing that more and more government are delivering digital services, right? And that doesn't only mean taking existing services and making the form available as a web page. It's more than that, right? It's thinking, how can we leverage the data that we have to deliver a better service? So in a perfect world, we should ask ourselves, what data would I need, or if I could wave a magic wand, what data could really let me predict what's the need or would let me deliver a better service. And that's a little bit the shift to digital government, is not to think of just taking analog processes and putting them online, but to rethink the whole way of delivering these services.
But that is something I would say when you're comparing, countries international. Sweden always having a high ranking when it comes to digitalization maturity. It's always top 3, 5, 10, something like that. It's always in top. But that's just relative, because if you look at most of the agencies here in Sweden, for example, even international, they're really good to just make a transition from books to computers and music to CDs and Spotify and so on. It's not the transformation part of it. It's just moving into digitization, so to speak, not digitalization, doing the right things. And I think that is a really hard thing to move into, and to explain it as well, that the huge potential economic value lays in that corner, not the one we stands, because we're just talking about business as is, not what it should be. I think that is a huge discussion. We need that type of discussion here in Sweden. I can say, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And if we start talking about, what does it mean for the data to be an asset, you want to make sure that the data is used, right? That's the first thing. With an asset, you want to make sure that it's used. And for data, maybe it's a little bit different from tangible assets. Tangible assets, you want to make sure also they don't just sit in a room and they're locked and nobody has access. But with data, I think there's also an element of discoverability. How do people find the data that's present already in the organization? And there's the role of data governance is also one to provide the right data architecture. So for the organization, do we have an enterprise data model? Do we know what data we collect within this organization and look at it from a holistic view? In large departments, there's a lot of silos that'll get created. And we see, for example, client and address information in a large department. There can be 10, 15 different programs that collect the same information in slightly different ways, right? So why don't we centralize, a client registry or an address registry for the department, collect it in one single way, and then use that to deliver better service? So as the citizen goes from one service to the next, you don't have to ask him again. You already have this information. It can be reused. So that's also part of the vision we're trying to bring, tell us once, and the one GC being broader also than just the government, the federal government of Canada, is how can we collaborate with provinces and municipalities so that when the citizens interacting with government, it's a single government. I'm, requesting services. So that's the ultimate vision. Are we there? Of course not. But that's what we're going toward, right?
Yeah, we're having exactly the same discussion here in Sweden, and from customer journeys like that, and we're working on something called ground data, we call it, but it's actually master data within the administration, and we're actually designing the governance framework for that right now in the public administration. But it's a hard thing to do, and I did it at PostNord, because we merged the Swedish and the Danish postal service. And it's a huge business, of course. I think it was like maybe, 60, 70,000 people when I started. In the end, it was like 40, maybe 35, I can't remember. Everything was, outsourced. But we worked a lot with master data, customer products and so, and things like that. And it was a really hard work, I would say, both on the governance part, but actually doing it in implementation, in the processes and in the services and in the systems and all that. And it was a mess, I would say. It took 3-4 years for us to establish the first customer master that key products could start utilize. And now we're talking about at the national level or at the European level. So, and even if we had that type of structures and governance in place at PostNord, we were really mature compared with others. I will still not say that we actually manage data as an asset. It was still the shares, and everything was. You can see it in the books, but you can never see data because it's an intangible asset.
And another part of it is to think of data as it's an asset for the government, yes, but it's also, in a lot of cases, we collect this data on behalf of citizens. So how can we enable, citizens and industries to leverage that asset that we have? So that's the whole open data discussion. So long as there's no, personal information, of course, the open by default, I think there's still a lot of progress to be made in making this data accessible. And as we do that, I think it's important to consider the same issues people will face trying to use that data. So make sure we have consistent data architectures and data models and standards for common fields. Like I've mentioned earlier, province. It's really hard right now to combine the data sets because they're all using different representations for the same thing, really.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a lot of questions for you guys here. Let's see if we can get through some of them. Patrick, some of them are pretty general, so it would be interesting to get kind of your perspective on them too. So a couple of them are around bias. Do you think some organizations are rushing to build AI solutions before addressing bias in data that will be used by AI and the AI algorithm itself? What's the best way to deal with bias in AI? So Benoit, perhaps we can start with you and then pivot over to Patrick.
Sure. Well, there seems to be maybe a question about, are people rushing to deploy AI without properly addressing this question? And I think the work we've done recently with this directive, across the government of Canada at least, there's a good general awareness that this is an important consideration in building these systems. That said, we still have a lot of outreach to do as to the types of systems that should consider these potential impacts. But I think it's come a long way from, let's say, 5 years ago. This was not even a consideration for most people. Now, everybody that's in the field of data science knows about the bias issues in AI and is aware for the most part of our Canadian directive as a way to study it and address it proactively. So I think we've made a ton of progress in that sense, and we're no longer just rushing out AI systems without thinking as to what will be the impact on people. And we hope that the algorithmic impact assessment, and we're seeing it used outside of the directive as well. So there's a requirement to conduct an algorithmic impact assessment, but we're seeing people using it proactively in areas that would not be covered by the directive, but as a useful tool to help identify these biases and ways to mitigate it. Yeah.
Patrick, what do you think?
I think it's a very interesting question, and it's really important that you have a strategy for how to implement it in the processes, and by design, I would say as well, because it's when you design the system, you need to think about these things. It's really important. And Benoit mentioned some examples before how easy it is. In Amazon, for example, how bias can get into the system. And then you need also to look at the contingency and how to continue developing the system, so it's not another developer or another data is added or something like that, and you will have some new biases to the system. So if you have an approval, you need to continuously work with that in a systematic approach. Yeah.
Yeah, I second that. I think once it's deployed, it's essential that you keep monitoring because we've seen tons of examples where the system was initially okay, but it turned, bad very soon after. So yeah,
can be something else after a while.
Right.
Yeah, that kind of addresses the second question around the bias. What controls can we put in place to mitigate the influence of human bias? So it sounds like those processes, those guardrails, need to be constantly evolving to match the environment. You talked a little bit about the 1GC strategy, and as a Canadian citizen, that would be fantastic if I can access all my government services through one window on omnichannel. It always puzzles me, why people in general are more comfortable giving data to the big corporations like the Facebooks of the world and whatnot, and they're very cautious about providing the same kind of data to government that would enable better government services. Do you think, Benoit, perhaps I'll start with you from the 1GC perspective, like is the ultimate goal to offer services like government services that you would be comparable or modeled upon those being offered in the private sector, like from like an Amazon, for instance, in that level of personalization? Is that the objective that you want to achieve?
Well, I think private sector has different constraints, and like you said, there's different trust from people. Something that's going to be really strong in our approach is the consent model. Before we reuse information and we can have that transfer, there would be an informed consent from the citizen. Like, do you want this to take place? Yes or no? So perhaps, from these controls, it's a little bit different where with commercial platforms, as you register, there's this page of legal text, you agree to everything, and then it's not ask on every transaction, what you're about to share in some cases. So I think there's always going to be differences. The ultimate, I think, for the government who's in the business of delivering services would be predictive service. Like, we can predict what service you're going to need. But is that possible given the constraints on the Privacy Act, given the trust that people have, and the types of data you would need to have access to be able to predict those services? I don't think so necessarily that it's possible. In some cases, we can do part of the automation. So in the tax context, for example, CRA took an initiative to see if people had failed to claim certain benefits and proactively notify them of this. So this was an example of the government being proactive in offering services. But I don't think we can be as prescriptive across the board. For example, like your Amazon, you log in and it knows what you want to buy before you even know you needed it, right? So I don't think we'll get there for government, unfortunately. But I think it's important that we consider why that's the case and the reasons people would not necessarily want that either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like the consent model that you alluded to there. And from a Swedish perspective, Patrick, what kind of digital services is the government now offering its citizens? Is it sophisticated, predictive, personalized at this point?
In some way, yes, I would say, definitely. When it comes to the tax, for example, I would say we are really ahead of most of the people in the world because it's a very lot of automation within that system, and you can do it by your mobile phone, for example. You can the declaration, for example, you can do that on the mobile phone, and you can use it for banking, everything in banking transactions to the tax agency and so on. So I would say we are well prepared in that area. But when it comes to the data itself, it's we're working a lot of on the master data piece, how to manage data within the public administration as an asset. And it's like two different groups. One is looking at it from the public administration, and the other is from the citizens, like my own data, and how could I manage my own data and by consent share it with authorities and municipalities, regions, and so forth, and get quicker services, benefits, and things like that. So, and we're looking at it from European level as well, like at one point of entry and once only principle as one of the leading principles in this area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know in Canada, I mean, Benoit, you would be well aware of this. They just tabled new legislation in Parliament. I'm not sure what stage it's at now, but to make it the penalties are very high if you're taking in data and misusing it beyond the consent that was provided. So it seems like that consent piece is extremely important. Benoit, there was a slide in there that you had where you identified the various departments that are experimenting with AI. And in a session earlier today, I think it might have been SAS that mentioned that it doesn't really take that many people. Like, you don't need a giant crowd of people talented in big data and AI to be experimenting and doing little things here and there. From your perspective within the departments, like what do the public servants need? Do they need to kind of pursue more projects or move the dial? Like, do they need better tools? Do they need better training? Do they need better personnel, more talent bringing in from the private sector? Like, what are you noticing are the needs within the departments to kind of move along with their projects?
Sure. I think tools we've addressed for the most part using, our cloud-first strategy. Now that you move to Amazon or to Microsoft cloud platforms, for example, they come with a really rich set of tools and a really good platform to do this analysis, as well as the capacity. Before, if we go back a few years, that was an issue. People were saying, on my PC, I cannot run a machine learning workload. I need access to a lot of compute. So the compute, the tools, I think that's been addressed. You've talked about, training and the qualifications. I think there's been a lot of progress made as well, both in recruitment, departments recruiting people with those skill sets, but also taking existing staff, perhaps, IT programmers using more conventional techniques and going through the digital academy at the Canada School of Public Service, which is a really great program where it's designed by the government for the government, but in collaboration with private sector to really take somebody with limited knowledge of these techniques and then make them productive. So certainly we're seeing that, and there's an explosion right now of these skill sets across the government. So it's being addressed. I think there's still a lot of room to go. In that people need to realize ways in which it can empower their business. So across science-based departments, for example, we're seeing the departments that are strongly embracing AI having a lot of success, and suddenly they're doing a lot more science in a lot less time. So that can be an area, for example, if your science group is not necessarily leveraging these techniques, is do small experiments, start playing with it to see if it can bring benefit to your specific areas. So I think that would be the recommendation is we now have, access to the tools. There's training available through Digital Academy. So start doing some pilots to apply AI where it can make sense.
Okay. Patrick, I'm going to ask you kind of the same question. Like, in your experience, was there like a game changer? Like, it seems like cloud for the government of Canada has been a bit of a game changer because it provides such a wide variety of tools to empower the public servants to do the projects they want or whatnot. Was there a similar experience in a Swedish perspective? Did cloud come in, and was that a huge game changer as well in terms of moving the dial along?
I would say it's the opposite, because we're moving a little bit more from the cloud, basically because of the regulation, and especially Cloud Act, I would say. Since everything, like when it comes to sensitive information and all that, US can get that type of information, everything from company secrets, or it could be from the agencies, whatever. So since the last this summer we had a court thing in European Union, and it was very clear that we should not use cloud from outside European Union, actually, as it is right now. That's the recommendation. And that's problematic because it's, as you said, you have a lot of powerful capabilities in the cloud solution. So we would like to use them, but we're not allowed to do it as it is right now. But probably they will come up with a stack, something you can do and something you can't do. So it will be like a risk model, I think, when to utilize the cloud.
Okay. Yeah, the Cloud Act, that's the second time that's come up today. I know Craig McClellan from ThinkOn was mentioned that earlier. And I read the Cloud Act, and I want to see, I'd love to read that court decision because on the interpretation, because I've heard so many different, not theories, but perspectives on it. I don't know what to believe, So interesting you brought that up again. Let's see if I got a couple more questions here. Some of them are more like kind of housekeeping. So those directives, Benoit, that you were alluding to, the departments go through them, have to, I guess, outline the projects and whatnot. And then you said they have to submit them to the teacher. Who is like the authority that looks at those directives and ultimately makes a decision?
Yeah, so what I meant by that was just to illustrate a little bit the model we wanted to take with the peer review. So as departments are ready to release their systems, to deploy the systems, at the higher impact level, so it's not required for the level ones, but at the higher impact level, there's a peer review that needs to take place. So there's a number of options that's offered in the directive for who this third party can be. It can be another department. Statistics Canada, CSC, and National Research Council have offered themselves as potentials for this. You can go to university researchers. You can go to a private sector firm that has expertise in the domain. So there's a lot of options. I think we have 5 or 6 options listed for this third-party peer review. In terms of the AI itself, one of the requirements is that it be published on the Open Government portal. So it needs to be made public, the impact assessment that you undertook. So ultimately, we're accountable to Canadians for this.
Okay, understood. Thanks, Benoit. I got one last question for you. Maybe we can do a bit of a rapid fire here. This one has come up over and over and over again, especially with COVID. Facial recognition, utilizing facial recognition to enforce COVID policies, like wearing masks, for instance, or like the thermal to see if people are okay going into work and whatnot. Benoit, from a Government of Canada perspective, do you envision some kind of facial recognition being implemented within the public service, whether for COVID or for other things? And then Pat, I'll pivot over to you and ask you, have you seen facial recognition used within the public service in Sweden, and how has that worked out? So Benoit?
So it's already being used in government in certain key sectors, so that's the first thing. But there's a very strong awareness of the potential issues that come with it. So the departments that have deployed it, as part of their strategy to leverage it, they also have a strategy to mitigate the negative impacts of it. So I mentioned in some cases it doesn't perform as well for different skin tones, for example. So the departments that have rolled it out have taken a responsible approach to make sure that first they're aware of this, and then ways to mitigate it, so that it's not always a mandatory tool, for example, to use facial recognition. It's offered as one of the multiple options. So that's a little bit how it's being approached, and we're seeing perhaps an interest in expanding where it could be used, but again, people are very aware of the issues that come with it, so it would be done in a way as to minimize or eliminate the negative impacts of it.
Hence why you have so many directives or policies in place that people have to go through in order to get that stuff cleared. And Pat?
Yeah, and facial recognition is not allowed here in Sweden, I would say, after a court decision for a couple of months ago when one of the municipalities tried to use it. So they are investigating it right now, and maybe there'll be some allowance for the police department. That's it.
Okay, understood. There you go. 2 different approaches. So fantastic to have you. Benoit Deha from the Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat, Acting Director for Data and AI. Glad you're there, Benoit, directing those policies. Fantastic to have someone of your expertise in that capacity. And Patrick, thank you very much for joining us. And I hope you have a fantastic evening. I think it's just around supper time there. So thank you very much for providing your perspective. It really added some flavor to our discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We'll take a very quick break, folks, and we'll be back with Microsoft. Thanks, Benoit.
Thank you.
Bye.
Innovation. It's not just a word, it's an action. With artificial intelligence, we are not crawling or walking or running, we are flying. Today, Microsoft AI helps an architect bring history back to life. He doesn't see data, he sees fragments of our past. This is now. Artificial intelligence helps farmers grow more food with less resources. She's not collecting information, she's feeding a growing population without wrecking the planet. This is real. An engineer explores how AI could help the deaf see sound. She's not looking at obstacles, she's staring down opportunity. Innovation doesn't see the possibility of tomorrow, it creates tomorrow. And are you ready for the headline? Tomorrow is here today.
Okay, we're here for our noontime lunch special here with Microsoft and Stats Canada to kind of kick things off. And joining me, who will be kind of driving the bus for Microsoft, is Pauline Martin. And Pauline, when I was going through your bio last night, I came up with the keyword trailblazer because you've been in the IT business for 25 years, not to age you or anything, but more to compliment you. I mean, you're doing public sector work with the federal government and healthcare and whatnot. So I don't think it's I always love seeing women in tech, and I think you're an excellent example of what tech should look like, going into the 2020s. So Pauline, 25 years with information technology, and I'm going to pass it over to you so that you can drive this session. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Kevin. Really appreciate that. So nice to be here, everyone, and thank you for taking the time to join us today. I'm going to give a bit of a 5-minute intro in terms of where Microsoft sees AI and the opportunities for government, some of our best practices and guidance. But what really excites me is getting our customers and our partners to share their stories. And so shortly I'll be introducing a customer of Government of Canada, Rob McClellan, CTO of Statistics Canada, to tell his story, as well as a close partner of ours, Duncan McSporran from Cognitive Spark, who will be doing an interview back and forth with Derek Dobson, who is our leader in Canada for Microsoft Defense and Intelligence. So let's go ahead and get started. If you can advance to the next slide, please. So we see AI transforming government everywhere. There's tons of opportunity. I don't think that's disputed in any way. The data is immense, and data feeds AI. So we see opportunities across targeted citizen services and social programs to augment the capabilities of a back-end customer service or citizen service person to enable citizen engagement in new ways using functionality AI for accessibility, citizen feedback, and using all of that great citizen data that we have collected across agencies to plan and resource our programs in new and different ways. To optimize transportation, we see this one on the day-to-day in terms of traffic, public safety. And then when you look at COVID and what's happened in the world, we are seeing AI use cases in Canada today that are using artificial intelligence vision services to detect proper wearing of PPE as people enter a bus, to count and determine capacities before people enter to protect health and personal safety. Tax assistance and compliance. We do a lot of collection of money as a government organization. We also spend a lot of money, and so we need to make sure that when people are submitting their taxes, they're compliant. We look at that as a source of revenue for government, and coming out of COVID again, that's an important source to offset the spend that we have put into the economy. So can we use artificial intelligence to better assess who is completing their taxes, where taxes are being left on the table, and how can we help citizens and businesses to be more compliant? Additionally, on the fraud side, and we look at benefits modernization, for example, how can we use artificial intelligence to detect and prevent fraud before the money goes out? So if you can go to the next slide, please. I'll walk you through a bit of a methodology that we are seeing works very well to optimize your value from artificial intelligence. Especially in government, how do we define value? Could be defined in terms of citizen service, in terms of fraud prevention, and we're seeing a lot of single use cases crop up using artificial intelligence in these cases. But where we find greater benefit of that effort across your organization is when we define an AI strategy end-to-end that enables transformation of your organization throughout. If you can go to the next slide, please. one of the key enablers here is transforming your organizational culture. And that means integrating AI throughout your organization. AI is meant to augment human capability. So in order for us to deliver artificial intelligence solutions to augment what we are doing as an organization, a government organization in this case, we need to build partnerships across IT, developers, and the internal departments that are delivering those services so we can fully understand the opportunities and then use artificial intelligence to improve upon and augment that capability. Next slide, please. And one of the key things, linking back to the last session that we saw from Treasury Board, is, especially in government, how do we approach artificial intelligence in a way that is responsible and in a way that is trusted? So Microsoft brings to the table our 6 principles of artificial intelligence, which include fairness. Does a model represent the outcome or the recommendation for all citizens that have the same background, the same input to the model? Reliability refers to when a model is used, does it produce the same outcome every time? And in the event that it does not, how do we remediate? Who is responsible to bring that back in track? Inclusiveness refers to the opportunity of artificial intelligence. If we're going to provide a new service or deliver something in a new way, we need to make sure that it includes everyone and that benefit is fair and equitable. Privacy refers to those citizen data points, the personally identifiable information, and the fact that we are protecting that information through our models. Transparency is sharing how that model is working. So a citizen can trust a model. An internal operations person can trust some guidance if they understand the steps taken to make that guidance. And from an accountability perspective, there always needs to be a human in the loop responsible for that artificial intelligence use case in the event that it impacts a human. And the last slide, before I hand the floor over, talks about how we can learn. We feel that skilling is going to be critical for AI adoption and the benefit of AI to come through. And it has to be skilling across the entire organization, not just technical skilling. So we've built an AI business school for government specifically that's free, available online. It has 4 modules. I've given you one slide from each of them as a teaser. Highly recommend it. Take it, share it, and you'll see in-depth examples from around the world, as well as tools and real capability growth opportunities for you and your team. I've included the link there, and I would encourage you to go ahead and take a look. So with that, I would love to introduce, it's my great pleasure to introduce Robert McClellan, who's the CTO of Statistics Canada. And Rob will be introducing you to his Data Analytics as a Service program, which is a transformational program. He's got a great outlook on the vision for this and some great near-term, what I'll call evidence that this is a working, creative way for government to move forward leveraging artificial intelligence. And I'm not going to steal his thunder. Robert, lovely to see you. Thank you very much for doing this, and I'll give you the floor.
Great. Thanks very much, Pauline, and hello, everyone. It's great to be here. A little cloudy and dark out, but lots of brightness on the screen. So I'm going to talk about some of the activities and really importantly, the lessons that we've learned. I think that this highlights we've really been able to progress our agenda, our vision of transformation, of leveraging AI and data science to really change the yardsticks as to where we're going. So next slide, please. So COVID-19 comes along in March. All of a sudden, everything breaks loose. What are we going to do? And I think the first thing to stress is so StatCan provides analytic insights, models that really help inform sense-making of the world and what's going on in the country or at a province or municipal level. We are involved in providing models and access to semi-sensitive data under carefully controlled circumstances. And so it was natural for us to actually want to be involved and to help contribute to the gargantuan efforts that everybody's actually been making in this space. And so, one of the key things here, though, is where and how do we react? So one, we're an agency. So we have a building or a set of buildings at Tunney's Pasture. Now suddenly we're all working from home, just like like everybody else, we've had an impact on that. We have all kinds of partners at different levels of government who are looking to generate, insights that are going to help them guide their efforts or report to citizens about how we're actually making progress. So I've shown here a capture from our website. Lots of good information there, and I've been quite proud of what we've actually been able to do in these very challenging circumstances. And this sets the stage then to the next slide, please. So, before COVID came along, I think I originally created this slide back in January, which seems like a lifetime ago. If you look at the challenges that we have today and the kinds of action that we're trying to take, we've got social cohesion and inclusiveness as being something really of note to us. We've seen what's going on around the world as societies are stressed. We've got environment and energy. We need energy, but we don't want to destroy the environment. We've got climate change. We've got economic sustainability, right, particularly during COVID situation. And so all of these things really represent, I think from a data and an analytics perspective, different stakeholders, different data sources, and it also represents multidimensional analysis. So how can we actually generate an insight for the opioid crisis, drawing on people's life history, and can we identify sort of correlating areas where it might actually allow us to take more focused action to positively impact the situation. Next slide, please. At the same time, of course, digital transformation is happening, and it's happening now. And I think that the nature of that transformation occurs across multiple dimensions as well. So we live in glass houses now. There's a much higher degree of transparency, accountability. People are looking for authentic responses and engagement. The services that we provide are being disaggregated. People are looking to be able to pick and choose pieces. And so for a statistical agency, for example, whereas in the past I might have done a custom survey for somebody and 18 months generate a result, with an associated price, people are actually increasingly looking to be able to work with us into controlled circumstances to generate their own insights or to go in slightly different directions, potentially to bring their own data. So again, we're responding to all of these transformation challenges through our modernization initiative, which we've talked about on a number of occasions. I think that we've seen the impact of social media. Who are the gatekeepers? How are decisions being made? How are opinions being formed? What's our role in all of that? So again, that's an important part of our focus. And then people are working from lots of different locations, right? People are consuming our results and our data from lots of locations. So again, if you look at the digital service blueprint for the Government of Canada, certainly respects and reflects the nature that people are looking to access and be able to take action on information that they find on their terms. And so there are a number of these different sorts of things in play. And oh, by the way, technology continues to change at pace. Next slide, please. So in focusing on our data analytics as a service platform, really it was about addressing some of these challenges that arise from transformation. So how do we actually increase the granularity of data that people can get access to and or see? How do we do things in a much more timely and responsive fashion? If you're trying to create some insights for COVID response, you can't afford to take 10 months to generate an answer. How do we take advantage of new data sources and so on to generate more interesting insights? I think I saw a reference to crop yield predictions, for example, or some sort of use of Earth observation data in the short Microsoft presentation. So again, we're active in all of these areas with our data science community, but we are actively engaged with external researchers in government departments, in academia, and others. And inevitably, they have a complex question they want an answer to. They're looking to see if they can find how they might answer that question. There are issues around data and sources and processing and how to analyze it, through to generating some outputs, some models, perhaps predictive models, and telling stories. You have to do something with this. Next slide, please. So when we break down our users, we interviewed over 300 external users, and we really identified a set of primary, secondary, and tertiary users. And the primary users, it's important to stress that we can't just call them users or citizens. These are folks who are specialists. Some folks have a superficial knowledge they're looking to tell a story. They want the sort of ready, drag and drop visual stuff to hand to help support that. On the other hand, we've got research analysts, data scientists, and so on. In our secondary group, we have an important class often overlooked, which is that there are folks that have to curate. There are the data engineers, the stewards. How do we actually ensure we've got high quality, robust, integratable, composable data to help people answer those questions internally and externally. Next slide, please. So we've done some persona analysis. We've done a breakdown, and I think the key thing here is that we look at things like schooling background, demographic detail, what their challenges, what their needs are, and what they're really trying to accomplish. We see a big shift going on, for example, to open source tool sets in terms of moving away from some of the proprietary COTS analytics tools. And this really reflects what's coming in from schools and other places in terms of the tool sets and so on that folks are using. And so this really helps us understand what we need to do to create some environments. Next slide, please. I think another thing that I thought I would just quickly touch on here, I've done a bit of work on this with the UN Global Platform work I'm involved in. So, if you think about Airbnb or you think about Uber, what we've got is an ecosystem of folks that have assets that they want to monetize. It's either a car or it's an apartment or a house. And then there are folks with needs. They want somewhere to stay or they need transport to somewhere. And then there's this platform that sort of helps sit in the middle of all of that stuff. And so I think an important thing to think about as we go forward is whether it's actually looking at our vendors, our cloud service providers, and our higher business capability providers, or, it's a health department in Ontario or Saskatchewan or something. And then there's various federal folks. We live in this ecosystem where folks have data, they need to produce insights, they need to share practices and methods by which they make that happen. So I think that this is an important area that we need to actually dig more into as we go forward to help us actually inform where we go next. Next slide, please. So I really want to stress partnerships. One of the things that I've been really thrilled about since March is just the way that Microsoft has worked with us. Speaking, completely objectively here, we have really managed to achieve some really important things using our Azure Cloud tenant in the 2 dimensions, which I'll show you in a sec. I think the other thing is that we've managed to break down some of the silos within our organization. And then, of course, we continue to also work collaboratively with partners in other government departments. We can't do enough of this. It's really about overcoming it. And I think that this has been one of the really positive things I've seen with the COVID situation. Okay, next. So here, let's talk concretely about what we've accomplished. The first thing that I'm really proud of is the Advanced Analytic Workspace that we've created. We've done this in collaboration with our data science experts led by Sebki Erman at the Stats Agency. And what we've done is actually done a complete cloud native play here. We've got a bunch of open source tools that are deployed using container orchestration. And so we've deployed things like Kubeflow and all the other data science tools that people know and love. This was created together with folks from these different areas. The interesting thing here, too, is that we've actually had some interesting engagement with Microsoft on this one because essentially it's an IaaS play. But Dave Aronchek, who was the actual original creator of Kubeflow, actually works for Microsoft. So this is the fascinating thing, is that you can be involved in both PaaS and SaaS services as well as open source, and we actually find welcome and useful advice from various parts of Microsoft. So if we go to the next slide. And so, as I mentioned here, this is a co-creation partnership. So my folks don't actually do data science for a living, although I think some of them dabble in it. But by actually getting together with the experts, the PhD data science folks from Sebki's area, together with our cloud experts, we've actually been able to put something that really is scalable, meets their needs. They were hamstrung by on-prem. And we've done it in a time of COVID with questionable access to some of the normal resources. And this is something we're actually talking around the town and can co-create with. It's available in a Git repo. Next slide. The second thing that we've done is actually our collaborative analytics environment. So this is one where we started from scratch back in April, and we leveraged the rich set of PaaS and SaaS services that Microsoft has in the AI area and other Azure services. And so we've put together this collaborative analytics environment that takes advantage of things like Databricks, data lakes, and so on. And we've used this. We've managed to achieve a protected B, so sensitive data authorization from a cybersecurity perspective. We're actually using this today, supporting modeling activities, supporting personal protective equipment dashboard work that Health Canada and others are actually doing, working with all levels of government, and we've implemented cross-domain authentication and a bunch of really interesting technical things. So again, we managed to turn this one around really quickly. We worked really closely with the Microsoft architects on this, as well as also different folks within. And so this has really been a big success for us, and we've done this in record time. Next slide. So I think the other key thing to stress is that, it's tempting when we talk about innovative approaches and so on to talk tech. And the reality here is that, innovation applies to a whole lot more than culture and organization. And, to stress the message earlier, we do this for humans, it's done by humans, it's augmented, amplified, and made tractable using technology. And it's done using observation. So we've actually taken a bit of an entrepreneurial model that we've tried to apply. We launched this in April, really to kind of create that tight focus on what it is we're trying to do, deliver value, target customers, borrow some of the concepts from a startup mindset. Next. I can't stress enough the issue here really around digital interoperability. Folks often think about tech level, well, I got a JSON file, we're good to go. Semantic interop is key. If you do not actually know what the semantic definitions are of the various, data labels or vocabularies that you're putting together, you might actually end up with an answer that could cause you a lot of grief if you're basing a $100 million decision on it. Seems sort of evident, but I think that, again, this is where we're strongly trying to tap into some of the semantic technology layer that, we have with Microsoft, but also the ontologies and working vocabularies. The other key thing here is to talk about the legal piece, right? So if you're talking health data or related things, again, there are strong constraints and directives touching on the previous discussions vis-a-vis privacy and so on. So again, being clear on what this looks like, working with the cloud and text, we have some investigative work we're doing around homomorphic encryption. Got some PhD researchers working on that stuff with Microsoft again to talk about how we actually might address some of these issues. Next slide. So I think that's all for me. I want to leave a couple minutes for a Q&A. I worked at Nortel for a bunch of years and didn't survive if you didn't have a relentless sense of optimism. But I think that certainly I've seen a lot of excitement in my team at a time it is very challenging for folks. They've got families, their kids are at home, they're teleworking and so on. But there's been a lot of excitement, and I think that, as always, having line of sight to how you're making a difference, how you're responding, in the middle of the pandemic, it's not business as usual. I think that's been a great thing for us here in the public service, because sometimes, things seem a bit of a plod. The other thing I would say here is that, we've been able to actually move with speed, not with recklessness. And again, in a situation like this, the fact that, important decisions need to be made quickly has allowed us to actually really deliver some value together with our Microsoft partner. So a big thank you to my colleagues at Microsoft for their support. And I'll finish there. Thanks very much.
Thanks a lot, Robert. That was fantastic. And a couple of things stand out for me. The collaboration, both within and external, is a big piece of this puzzle. And certainly you have many diverse internal and external customers. And you have to think of it that way. And what I'm so impressed about is that user-centric focus that you have. I'm wondering if you may have some comments on cultural change inside. How do you get all of the right people around the table so that you can gain that organizational understanding of what needs to be done?
I think that's a great question. I mean, it's a challenge. I'm actually going to draw on, I have somebody on my team who's got a fascinating background, and he brought up actor network theory. I think what you really need to do is to say, do we have a coherent, consistent vision? Do people understand their individual agency within that sort of vision and the approach and the strategy? We've got work to do there, but people, understand where it is they're going next and what their sort of independent degree of action is. So you need to make sure that people understand what their degrees of freedom are, and at the same time, make clear what the checkpoints need to be. And then I think there's a subtle distinction between, somebody once cynically said in government, process is more important than outcome. But I think that certainly we've really tried to drive a strong sense of outcome driven by outputs and so on. So the other thing is we take full advantage of collaboration technology. daily stand-ups and so on with Teams calls and things. So I think that it's really about helping people understand where are we going, what's the important thing right now, and really to drive that dynamic sort of nature. I think the other key thing here is that there's this wonderful world of opportunity, really in terms of the services that are available, say, in the Azure offering and other cloud offerings. The world is our oyster, but people have to actually have strong sense of curiosity. They want to need to create. I personally believe all folks like to create. How do we remove the obstacles and the roadblocks? And skilling is obviously going to be another key thing. So I think lead by example also can't be stressed enough. It's a bit trite, but we have really fostered that sense of, we're making a difference. And the key thing we go and have a conversation with Health Canada, and they're really positive of what we've done. So are my colleagues. IT is typically seen as a roadblock, an obstacle. What do you mean you haven't got it done? What do you mean I need to know the server order 18 months ahead of time? And what we've actually been able to do is to create a short feedback loop, and nothing causes humans to change their behaviors like really getting positive feedback. So that's how it's happened. It's a journey.
Awesome. Thank you. Kevin, did we have any other questions from the audience for Rob?
Yeah, actually, I've got two here. One for Rob and one for more Microsoft, I would think. For Rob, it has to do with the data that Stats has, I guess the Canadian citizen data. It's like we talked a lot about consent in the last session, and it's like, how do you like evolve the consent process or whatnot to enable you to use data in different ways than originally agreed to? Like, how is the consent process with Stats Canada? Like, what can Stats Canada do and not do with the citizen data?
It's a good question. So I will tell you that we are governed by the Statistics Act, and that spells out very concretely what we can do and what we can't. The second thing is that we are very strongly connected to the Office of the Privacy Commissioner. So we take our privacy commitments very, very, very seriously. We also have a duty to notify and advise in terms of when we use data. So the first thing I will tell you, and it's certainly been true since I joined in 2011, is that we do not sort of randomly take data and smash it together to see if something interesting is up. So if we want to actually do entity matching, do record linkage to be able to inform a specific set of analysis, we have an approval that goes right to the deputy head. We have to notify the minister, for example, of ISED, and we post it on our website. So we tell people what we're going to actually do with that data. So that's the first thing. The challenge we have around the consent model is that we are in the business of generating statistical insights. And so what we need to do is ensure that we have quality, and we have a deep methodology around that, around making sure that we have representative samples of data. Now, if you don't actually have that ability to get those observations, then it means that potentially the population that decides not to share them is underrepresented in your analysis. And that means then that they may actually lose out on government services, for example, because some of our outputs are actually driving things like indexing pensions and so what I would say to you is it's a sacred trust, and I think that we've been trying to really enhance and augment. Certainly, we're taking a privacy-driven design approach to ensure that we've got the transparency, reporting, logging, and at the same time, the cybersecurity controls. It is highly governed as to what we actually do and with what and for what purpose. And we have to answer questions around necessity and proportionality. What is the social benefit from actually doing this activity with this data? Do you need that data? Have you looked at alternatives? And so these are all part of a very strong framework that the agency applies. And we have, sensitivity classification tools, again, that help us that. The cardinal sin in our business has always been really ensuring that there is no re-identification potential. So very, very strong culture, very strong rules, and we are, with our data analytics as a service platform, augmenting and enhancing the way we actually manage that, taking full advantage of the various services that we get out of our Azure cloud services.
No, that's reassuring that there's such great guards in place protecting the
absolutely.
data. That's very reassuring, even after that Treasury Board discussion at 11. Pauline, this question has to do with Microsoft tools, I guess, that would be available to Stats and other departments in the cloud. So it's like, number one, is Microsoft developing like its own AI and machine learning tools? And then I guess a follow-up to that would be from like a partner network, and we're going to learn more about Cognitive Spark here in a sec as an example, but like how do they get plugged in? Like what kind of tools is Microsoft offering departments like Stats Canada beyond those that are purely Microsoft?
Absolutely. So, number one, Microsoft is meant to be a platform upon which our partners build better solutions, more industry-specific solutions to address certain and different challenges that are out there for government and for other industries. And so, yes, we do have a set of platform as a service AI capabilities, cognitive services such as natural language processing, vision recognition, and that sort of thing. And you'll see some of that. What happens with that is customers can use those of their own and build and develop upon them, or partners such as Cognitive Spark will take a capability that is embedded and use the fact that it's managed and continually improved by Microsoft and build their own solution on top of it. So it really is a combination, Kevin. And what I'll add to that as well is the platform itself. We're seeing a lot of use of open source analytics tools on top of Azure. So the idea being a single platform, including Microsoft tools, including open source tools, including government's own designed analytics tools, genome sequencing, for example, for fish or for humans around COVID research. They all sit together on the platform. They leverage a common data platform. They can put boundaries around privacy and security and access in a singular way. And those partner solutions are really critical to helping people achieve bigger and better and more unique challenge solves through our partner intelligence capabilities. So I hope that gives enough of an answer. We can provide more background, but it really is a blend of that entire ecosystem on a single platform that we are looking to bring.
Yeah, I remember. I think Microsoft does have the largest partner network in the world. I mean, not surprisingly, on Azure. This one's more for Rob, and then this will be the last question because I know we got another half here to plug in. Is a government body working with a development team to design applications? There are clear roles to be played by domain experts in applied social and cognitive sciences, i.e. organizational behavior, ethics and governance, reasoning, and vision science or visualization design. So I guess they're asking, where are there teams and where do these teams reside who are designing all these applications?
Okay. Well, I'll take a stab at it. So we have a large internal development contingent, folks that are dealing with both the evolution of legacy. We have a big cloud workload migration program underway. We have what we call subject matter specialists. So if we go off and look at the various social, economic, and demographic things, those folks are certainly domain experts around that. We certainly have an Office of Privacy Management and Information that are experts really around dealing with some of these things. Ethical use, we have a strong program with Chief Data Officer, we have Chief Privacy Officer. So again, I think we have a number of roles. The agency does a lot of that work itself, but it also works with industry partners on where we're looking to supplement and grow. I think that one of the things for us today is that we really need to apprentice our people. You can't just send them a bunch of free courses. So we're looking to bring in expertise in areas where we really need to benefit from it immediately, but then also grow and create that culture shift. So I guess the short answer then is we've been in the business, for example, of privacy and non-disclosure of data for a very long time, and it's central to what we do. So we have some deep expertise around a number of those sorts of things. So, and ethics, of course, is always the other key thing, right? To the earlier conversation about the AIA framework, the reality here is that if we produce biased or skewed data by ethnicity or by language or culture or anything else, we have failed. Our business is to provide as honest and objective an assessment of Canadian society and activity. And so it's a key thing for us.
I can see the minister's getting ready for his session at 1 o'clock.
Maybe that's a good time for us to hand over.
Rob McClellan, great to have you. Thank you very much. Chief Technology Officer for Stats Canada. We're going to get on to the next session here. Thank you very much, Rob, for joining us today.
Okay, parfait. Thank you.
Pauline, over to you.
Wonderful. Thanks again. And so the next session is going to be focused on our partner, Cognitive Spark. Duncan McSporran is the founder, Chief Operating Officer, and the Vice President of Aerospace and Defense for Cognitive Spark. And he will be speaking today with Derek Dobson, and Derek is our leader for Defense and Intelligence at Microsoft Canada. Both have a long and esteemed history of military experience as well personally. And I think you're going to hear some great stories out of this one. So with that, I'll hand the floor to Duncan and to Derek. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Pauline. I'll probably open with just a few opening remarks and then very quickly pivot to Duncan and the full Cognitive Spark story. So data AI obviously is at the center of a lot of conversations at the moment around capability development and capability requirements in the armed forces. Really, all of that isn't a brand new thing. It's an evolution of something that started quite a long time ago with a concept called network-enabled warfare, and then actually moving on to something called data-centric warfare now. So you've seen a period of tech intensity leading to a period of data intensity. So what's changed then in the middle of that? I think the three things that have happened that we're aware of in the defense ecosystem that are changing understanding and cognition is really the fact that the threat environment has evolved quite significantly. The armed forces here in Canada and of course around the world find themselves in a new operating environment where they're both dealing with both the international competition between nation states and armed forces, whilst at the same time dealing with threats from non-state actors. And both of those actually happening at the same time presents quite a big challenge, especially when placed against the backdrop of the fourth industrial revolution, with data and technology at the heart of that. So now the data is seen as a means of offset to provide competitive advantage and retain agility and decision superiority. So that's probably the biggest thing that's happened at the background. Also, though, at the same time, there are new domains have emerged in the armed forces, specifically around space and cyber. Traditionally, maneuver was always conducted in the maritime, land, and air domains, but we have space and cyber additionally now. And of course, data is seen as both ammunition in those spaces, but also as the resource that generates speed and accuracy of action. That's the second piece. But probably the third and most important piece is from that period of tech intensity into data intensity. We obviously, just the armed forces as we do in society, live in a world where the exponential increase of available data that's generated through various sensors has created a massive resource pool that can either be exploited or could slow things down. And so when you're in a world where you're generating insights through pervasive surveillance or persistent surveillance in all of the domains, radar, sonar, electronic intelligence, communications intelligence, etc., that's got to be collated, analyzed and disseminated quickly, and human beings find that difficult to do. So algorithms are being used to accelerate cognition. And on that acceleration of cognition and understanding, it happens both in the enterprise and in the armed forces. And basically, you're able to deliver new effects better, make better decisions, and obviously also prepare yourself for things without actually having to deal with them physically in the live domain. And at that concept of improved cognition and speeding understanding, I'll pivot across to Duncan. And Duncan, do you want to make some remarks about Cognitive Spark?
Yeah, thanks very much, Stakes, and thanks very much from all of the other speakers that I've been listening to. And one of the key things, and I think this really will become clear as we sort of go through this part of the discussion, is the resonance that you're going to hear about the importance of the human in the loop, and how really it doesn't matter where we're at in terms of our evolution towards artificial intelligence or computer vision or any of the other key capabilities that we would talk about in the context of the fourth industrial revolution. At the end of the day, and certainly this should be part of the sort of managed expectation of people's understanding of what those technologies are, there is always going to be somebody in that decision action cycle or in terms of the way in which they work. And it's really great to hear so many of the speakers today already reflecting on that. And I really sort of would be remiss of me not to start my part of the discussion without reflecting on that myself. So we work in one of those particular areas, and we've been very fortunate to work with a number of government departments here in Canada, and also to be partnered with Microsoft, who've really enabled us to articulate very clear use cases for some of those technologies, whether it's Internet of Things or mixed reality or computer vision in the sense of identification of objects. And really where we're at as a company is that we've created a mixed reality solution using augmented reality computer referred to as the HoloLens 2, which is a world-leading capability which was developed by Microsoft and released on the market about 4.5 years ago. And what that's doing is it's really creating a bridge between the data that Degs was just referring to and the analytic power of the human brain. And we're presenting that data in a way which makes it really meaningful. We're doing that simply to start with, to bring this into some really specific use cases. But at the end of the day, the drive to create a software platform which has meaning really has to originate from that end user. And as a result of that, our focus right from the point where we set the company up has always been to create a mixed reality or an augmented reality solution which works where the end user needs it to work and in a way which is beneficial to that individual. And again, we just heard from the previous speaker that one of the most important things in the human relationship is the fact that people want to be creative. Well, in exactly the same vein, people want to contribute to their team and they want to feel that their contributions are valuable. And really what we find is that augmented reality solutions, such as the one that we have at market and is in use by the Royal Canadian Navy, really help that individual who may be tired, wet, cold and hungry, but at the same time needs that sense of purpose and needs a unity of purpose in terms of what they're doing, a feeling that they're contributing to the team, but at the same time can be reticent to make a decision. So what better way of doing that than projecting an environment into their workplace where they can actually gain the use of that visualized data, or alternatively in a simple form, just over-the-shoulder support from an expert who can be anywhere in the world, and help them to do the next right thing and to do it as well as they could possibly do it. And we get constant feedback from people after they've started using the system at whatever level it is, whether it's at that sort of management level or at the actual sort of frontline piece in terms of bending a wrench or fixing a system or visualizing something which they've never seen before, and they go, wow, now I see that it's absolutely clear to me what I should be doing next or what the next decision should be. And all of that is enabled from, a piece of software which connects you to either the digital data or to the expert who has a better understanding of what that data means.
So Duncan, you mentioned there about being teamed with humans, and you're obviously teamed with the Royal Canadian Navy. Could you tell us a little bit more about the use cases and how you're teamed with the Navy to take forward their digital transformation agenda?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the things that's really worthwhile as well, again, is reflecting on the fact that the Royal Canadian Navy have really established a really straightforward approach to digital transformation. It is owned and led by the senior leaders in the Royal Canadian Navy. And they have a very clear understanding of where they want to go and the impact that digital capabilities, whether it's analytics, IoT, or mixed reality will have on the sailor, not necessarily this year, not necessarily next year, but in the near future. And we received some really clear outlines of aspirational capabilities that the commander of the Royal Canadian Navy wanted to implement. And at the time, Admiral Lloyd, as he was the commander of the Canadian Navy, sort of had identified that mixed reality would help his sailors to do their jobs more effectively when they didn't necessarily know what to do next. And gave us a really straightforward mandate with some really challenging requirements in it, particularly revolving around security and low bandwidth. And basically just threw it on the table and said, right, can you do it? He initially said that to Microsoft, and Microsoft turned around and said, we've got just the partner that's working in that space and gets that really well. And we were brought into the conversation. And 5 weeks later, Admiral Lloyd, his team had the initial capability in their hands to start demonstrating that. And working with the marine technicians in the Royal Canadian Navy to validate the use case and then to identify what the future path to implementation of augmented and mixed reality in the Navy would be.
And you touched upon low bandwidth there. Can you tell us a little bit more about Remote Spark?
Yeah, so we're a Canadian company. You can tell from my accent. My broad New Brunswick accent, but I'm based here in Fredericton, New Brunswick. It's my home, and we've built a really world-leading team up here, which is really focused on creating that solution. We set ourselves up as a cybersecurity company to create mixed reality solutions. And that has led us down a pathway where we have created not only something that is very secure, but also that operates over low bandwidth. And we have Canadian Forces surgeons at the moment trialing the system for operational use between surgeons under the auspices of the Navy projects that we do, in order to be able to guide a remote medic who is capable of doing surgery but has not necessarily done a project or not done a surgical procedure before, guided by a surgeon in Ottawa or in Halifax to do that. And in order to do that, they need to be able to verify that it'll work in a forward operating base or in an austere operational environment, wherever that might be. And that's really where we've put a lot of our effort to, and they've been able to do calls as low as 128 kilobytes in order to be able to facilitate that kind of work. But you can then take that's just a really good example for us to use, but you can take that to any task that you might be thinking about, where somebody needs to have information or knowledge or expertise shared with them. That data could be remotely stored, or it could be just direct advice. Turn that round to the right, flick the switch, push the red button 3 times. I know it doesn't seem like that's what's going to work, but that will reboot the system. That instantaneous ability in austere conditions, low bandwidth, and with the highest security, really sort of when we demonstrate that capability to anybody, whether it's internally within the forces in Canada or externally with our commercial partners or armed forces around the world, then it has that immediate impact. We have one client who's basically gave it to their sort of continual improvement group on the shop floor, and 10 days later that continual improvement group came back with 240 use cases. And the reason they're speaking to us is because we can operate in that congested bandwidth environment, such as an industrial shop floor, or alternatively from a military perspective, a forward operating base.
That's fantastic. So we can see the clear utility for that, both for the Navy and the fleet, and obviously across the armed forces. What's next, Duncan, then? What's the next pound for you guys?
Interesting enough, again, I think it reflects on your opening comments and some of the areas, and we're looking at how we take that sensor data and make the sensed data that is collected from all of those platforms that are out there, whether it's IoT in an industrial context or whether it's battlefield situational awareness sensors in a military context, and bring that in so that it can be presented to somebody in the context of their workplace. And that may be a piece of terrain from a military area, and aggregate that information so that it has meaning, so that the individual's cognitive process is not applying undue fatigue. They're not interpreting data which exists on a 2-dimensional screen or is being put up on a PowerPoint. Actually, what they're seeing is a true visualization of that sensed data. It's reflecting the fact that a piece of equipment isn't working, or it's reflecting the fact that they've detected something in a space where it shouldn't be. Well, what better way to do that than to take the data and actually sort of put it into a proper 3-dimensional context, which is easily understood by the human brain, so that somebody can act and take, and really sort of can take advantage of that link between the data and what their role is in terms of the decision making. And then on top of that, I think it's really sort of pushing this out to the edge. So making sure that we maximize the benefit of all those edge capabilities that we talk about on a regular basis, whether that's disconnected edge capabilities, such as some of the data links that are enabled through low Earth orbit satellites, or whether it's disconnected by choice simply for security reasons, because whilst cloud computing is very much the future, a lot of organizations still have to operate under very strict protocols when it comes to connection to the internet. And we fully facilitate that and work with groups such as the Canadian Nuclear Laboratories and so on in order to create those on-prem systems which can be deployed on an Azure stack to meet those security requirements of no connection to the internet.
That's fantastic, Duncan. That's really comprehensive, and thanks for that. So you've shown us how you're partnered with the Navy, you're partnered with the Armed Forces and other commercial entities. You showed us how you're looking at the IoT environment, etc., as well, and bringing all that sensor data in, making it usable for the human being, and then applying it both in the enterprise sense, but also at that tactical edge. And clearly that further piece will be the next bound.
Yeah, and getting it in front of people. I mean, seeing it really is believing, and people don't get to the light bulbs all go on. Like he gave that example with 240 use cases. They knew about the technology, but until they got it in their hands, there wasn't that sort of aha moment, that sort of road to Damascus bit where they go, oh, right, now I get it. And that's key, and we really sort of are very lucky and fortunate to be able to demonstrate those capabilities through partners such as yourselves to that market, both federally and commercially.
Thanks very much, Duncan. So just by way of a couple of concluding marks to maybe top and tail this piece, I think we covered a lot of ground in our short discussion together. We can see that there's a huge amount of utility for data and AI in the armed forces space, both in the enterprise and the operational area. We can also see that some of the use cases you've talked about augmented and mixed reality and how that can be brought to the human to improve an understanding, both in a really practical sense, not just in sort of academic sense. The areas where we see the future of the armed forces as driven or as codependent upon AI and technology are quite interesting. I think you've touched upon them there. Firstly, we talked about decision superiority. So I mentioned in my opening remarks about all of that data and how it gets ingested and turned into something that can drive better decisions. We're seeing the use of that to accelerate activity in the Boyd cycle, observe, orientate, decide, and act. Not just in the physical domains, but also in cyber domains is interesting. 85% of cyber alarms being estimated to be false alarms. You can actually help and use AI can sift through that noise and make better decisions. That's one interesting piece. We also see another piece around autonomous platforms, and we talked about the human being there, but there is a degree of autonomy that's interesting from autonomous platforms that operate in all of those domains themselves. But obviously, autonomous vehicles don't need to necessarily stop for rest, etc. So we've got AI moving in the physical maneuver space and overcoming some difficult environments without constraints on altitude or depth. So that's interesting too. And then moving obviously across into the enterprise space, one of the use cases that we see being exploited across all defence departments rather than the Canadian Armed Forces is the BI tools that others are using to make better resource management decisions with their manpower and logistics planning. And that drives on to the whole aspect of predictive modelling that can be used to improve maintenance, warehousing, network distribution, etc. So lots of use cases there. I think the final piece is that I would come on to looking into the future, and I can see you're very well positioned with that which you're developing with your team and your partners. The areas of individual training themselves, so synthetic environment is being used to understand the tasks in front of people in preparation, but also during the tasks that they're being expected to conduct in a lot of operational environments as well to prevent skill fade is interesting. And the final one, which I was going to touch on, and you covered absolutely beautifully in your description of the use cases that you're covering, is battlefield medicine itself. So AI certainly being used in a lot of different guises there, autonomous casualty collection systems and platforms, AI-driven diagnostics, or to improve the diagnostic capabilities of those individuals who are perhaps a little farther forward than necessarily the fully trained medic, and also to help in actual treatments, robotic surgery systems, etc. It's very interesting. So lots going on without minimizing conversations that were in previous discussions about the ethics and the frameworks and lots of policy frameworks that need to be put up. But we can clearly see a massive path forward, both in data, AI, and its practical application, and the sorts of solutions that you're providing in Cognitive Spark bring that human into the loop and make sure that it is indeed being used to improve understanding of the human being rather than fully just automating systems. So that brings that piece to a close from my perspective. I don't know if Pauline is going to pop up if we've got some more questions. There's Kevin.
Yeah, I've got a couple questions here from the audience. One of them is just fundamentally, Duncan, from a Cognitive Spark perspective. I mean, who came up with the idea, and what's been the journey been like? Tell us a little bit about the startup and how it's evolved.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting story. I just recently left the British military. I was seconded to the Canadian military here, and decided that we wanted to stay, and was introduced to Ryan Groom, who's my partner in setting the business up. And Ryan had a cybersecurity background. I had a sort of very end user focused background in terms of problem solving, and Ryan had been introduced to the HoloLens under NDA before its commercial release. And we were sat on a walking holiday in Scotland. I know this is very prosaic, but that's the way it was. We were drinking some whiskey, and he'd just been released from his NDA, and he said, "There's this amazing piece of kit that's just about to be released on the market, and I think there's a massive opportunity." And really, we sort of set the company up to really, like I said, make mixed reality work where the end user needs it to work. Very much from those personal experiences of, I know where I could have used that, and so again, it just comes back to that human experience piece. We weren't trying to take something that pre-existed on a two-dimensional platform and jam it onto the Microsoft HoloLens. We came at this with a completely clean sheet, and that served us incredibly well in terms of the technical advances that we've been able to make in conjunction with the Microsoft product teams. But also importantly, again, I should mention them here, the really great applied research teams that we work with at the University of New Brunswick and New Brunswick Community College, so Scott Bateman's team in particular at the Human Computer Interface Lab. And it's great because we get that constant chatter and excitement, as you hopefully get from the tone of my presentation. There's so much out there that we can address this with, and especially in the context of being a Canadian solution, that's fantastic that we're out there on the cusp of the wave.
Yeah, I love how it all started with a whiskey or scotch. It's what's in that scotch that makes fosters good ideas. Don't need to answer
innovation.
Innovation.
Pauline, over to you for final questions or thoughts.
Yes, I'd just like to say thanks again, Duncan, for sharing that tremendous story. I'll always remember seeing now retired Admiral Lloyd on stage in full military dress with the HoloLens, and for the people on the outside, we could see him waving his arms in the air, but what he was actually doing was following very intuitive directions on how to maintain a piece of military equipment quite easily. And that's a game changer when we look at naval operations, to keep the ships afloat, keep them at sea instead of having to bring them back. So great example of user-centric design. Just a couple of closing comments. One of the things that you've heard throughout this session is the value of bringing everyone around the table, the users, the potential consumers of the product of AI, but also all parties that are impacted by AI, privacy, security, IT, developers, and third parties. The collaboration there is critical to getting the most value and really defining something that is there for a purpose. We've all seen lots of cool proof of concepts. If they don't have a basis in business value and operational value to the government, they will go away and they won't be adopted, and it will harm the culture of AI for the future. So we've been doing design thinking workshops with a number of our clients to help facilitate that process, and happy to do that with anyone who's interested. Responsible approach, cross-departmental collaboration, learning from each other, and joining these communities. And again, back to the skilling piece, because when it comes to AI, we want everybody included, everybody involved. Those diverse perspectives will balance the ability of that model to be unbiased, to be well-rounded in what it does. And so by skilling everyone in the organization, irrespective of their functional role, you will get better value and better output from those models. And I'll close on that. Any closing comments for you, Kevin?
No, that was beautifully done, Pauline.
Thank you.
way to wrap it up. So thank you very much, Pauline, Duncan, Derek, and Rob with Statistics Canada, and of course the Microsoft team. Great to have you with us today. So thank you very much. We're going to take a very short break here. We've got the Honourable Minister for Digital Transformation from Quebec appearing. He will be addressing the audience in French, naturally, so I've copied a link in the chat that enables you to get live translation for our Anglophone viewers. So we'll be back very, very shortly with the Honourable Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde, mon nom est Julien Ringuelet et je serai votre présentateur pour la séance de 13 heures aujourd'hui. Alors j'ai le plaisir d'avoir avec moi deux orateurs de très haut niveau. Le premier c'est Monsieur Éric Kerr, ministre délégué à la transformation numérique pour le gouvernement du Québec, ainsi que député de la Pelletrie. Et j'ai aussi avec moi Daniel Giasson qui va agir à titre d'intervieweur après la présentation de Monsieur le ministre. A quick announcement in English for the people hoping to access today's content in English. We have simultaneous interpretation, which you can access through the link that Kevin just posted on the chat. Et la même annonce en français, donc pour ceux qui veulent avoir accès au contenu d'aujourd'hui en anglais, vous pouvez le faire par le lien qu'on vient de publier sur le chat. Ça vous donne accès à l'interprétation simultanée. Éric Kerr a été élu député de la Pelletrie pour la première fois il y a plus de 12 ans. Et il agit également à titre de leader parlementaire pour son parti, la Coalition Avenir Québec. Depuis l'automne 2018, M. Kerr agit également à titre de ministre délégué à la transformation numérique gouvernementale. Avant son entrée en politique, M. Kerr était analyste programmeur, ou programmeur analyste plutôt, donc je pense qu'on peut dire qu'il connaît très bien son sujet. Comme j'ai mentionné à l'instant, j'ai également Daniel Giasson qui se joint à moi aujourd'hui. Daniel a participé à plusieurs de nos conférences cet automne, donc la plupart des gens dans le public vont le connaître, mais peut-être en guise de biographie rapidement. Daniel est un spécialiste en sécurité, renseignement, politique et environnement réglementaire, et il a travaillé à la fonction publique fédérale pendant 5 ans, notamment au sein du SCRS, donc CSIS en anglais. Alors avec ça, Monsieur le ministre, la parole est à vous.
Bien, merci beaucoup tout le monde. Merci d'abord pour l'invitation. Merci pour la présentation. Merci surtout pour avoir rappelé que je suis élu depuis fort longtemps. J'essaie d'éviter de parler de mon âge, mais bon, c'est l'expérience. Écoutez, c'est une magnifique opportunité que vous m'offrez aujourd'hui. Vous l'avez dit, le gouvernement du Québec, en fait, le premier ministre, il y a 2 ans, m'a fait l'honneur de me nommer ministre à la transformation numérique parce que il est évident, en fait, que la transformation numérique est un phénomène sociétal auquel les gouvernements ne peuvent pas et ne doivent pas échapper, bien évidemment. Donc, l'idée, évidemment, était d'avoir ce leadership-là au sein du gouvernement du Québec pour s'assurer de procéder, d'accélérer la transformation numérique et de cette façon-là, de s'inscrire dans ce mouvement sociétal-là et de faire que le gouvernement du Québec, comme administration et comme prestataire de services, soit capable d'offrir ces services-là à sa population de façon numérique. Assez rapidement, il y a des éléments qui se sont dégagés auxquels on devait s'attaquer. La gestion de la donnée massive, l'introduction de l'intelligence artificielle, et je me permettrais de rajouter aussi une identité numérique forte. On a vu récemment ces incidents-là sur le vol de données de renseignements personnels qui amènent aussi des vols d'identité, donc sur trame de fond, cybersécurité. Mais pour moi, les 3 piliers fondamentaux de la transformation numérique d'une administration du gouvernement du Québec sont la gestion de la donnée massive, l'intelligence artificielle et une identité numérique qui est forte. Premier constat que nous avons fait, c'est qu'il y avait une façon de gérer la donnée qui est un actif incroyable, mais qui était extrêmement déficiente parce que malheureusement, chaque organisation, chaque sous-entité du gouvernement est appelée à gérer ses propres données dont elle a besoin pour rendre les services qu'elle a à rendre. Ça a eu pour effet de créer de très nombreux silos. J'imagine que le phénomène n'est pas exclusif au gouvernement du Québec, mais le gouvernement du Québec l'a vécu comme un ralentissement ou une hypothèque profonde dans sa capacité à transformer son administration publique. Donc, première chose à laquelle on devait s'attaquer, c'était à la mobilité de la donnée. Ce qui est fondamental pour une transformation numérique réussie, c'est d'avoir une donnée qui est mobile, c'est-à-dire qui est accessible à l'ensemble des sous-organismes d'une organisation. Dans le cas qui nous préoccupe, dans le cas qui me préoccupe, tous les organismes publics qui relèvent du gouvernement du Québec. C'est pas une mince tâche parce que ça implique évidemment de changer complètement l'architecture de données et pour ensuite être capable de gérer cette architecture-là, les accès, les permissions. C'est une tâche qui est colossale mais qui est fondamentale. Sans l'accès à la donnée il n'y aura pas de transformation numérique parce qu'il n'y a pas de capacité d'amener des éléments comme l'intelligence artificielle. Qui m'amène évidemment à mon deuxième pilier, qui est l'introduction de l'intelligence artificielle. Il y a fondamentalement deux grands éléments auxquels on doit s'adresser lorsqu'on veut utiliser ces applications-là. Évidemment, il y a toute la considération éthique. Un gouvernement, une administration publique se doit d'être exemplaire et on comprend que avoir accès à la donnée massive, à cette quantité d'informations-là sur nos concitoyens par de l'intelligence artificielle, évidemment, ça amène des enjeux éthiques qui sont pas mineurs. Vous avez évidemment la Déclaration de Montréal qui a jeté, je pense, des bases très intéressantes, mais je pense que cette réflexion-là doit se poursuivre et elle se poursuit du côté du gouvernement du Québec parce que il faut évidemment être capable de répondre aux différentes questions, à savoir est-ce qu'une machine peut prendre une décision, est-ce que ces questions-là ne doivent être réservées qu'aux seuls êtres humains, à quel moment on peut faire intervenir l'intelligence artificielle, quelles sont les limites de l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle, quels sont les impacts aussi sur les profils d'emploi. On sait que l'intelligence artificielle va venir remplacer des interventions humaines, ce qui veut dire pour les employés de notre organisation, de modifier les compétences, voire de réorienter complètement une carrière. Donc, ces enjeux-là, ils sont importants quand on amène des considérations comme l'intelligence artificielle et il faut s'y adresser. Ensuite, bien évidemment, il y a toute la notion de la performance. L'intelligence artificielle, combinée évidemment à l'accès à la donnée massive, amène une prestation de service dont on augmente significativement l'efficience et je pense évidemment que comme toute organisation, le gouvernement du Québec cherche à avoir cette efficience-là, cherche évidemment à développer des applications, des procédés qui vont faire en sorte qu'une organisation qui a un service à rendre doit être capable d'analyser chaque étape de ce service-là pour savoir quelles sont les étapes qui peuvent être automatisées, robotisées et pour lesquelles on peut avoir aussi de l'intelligence artificielle qui vient en complément, qui vient gérer la capacité à offrir ce service-là de façon plus efficiente. L'objectif, bien évidemment, je l'ai dit, améliorer la qualité du service. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Bien, ça veut dire rendre le service accessible, donc permettre aux citoyens de consommer le service au moment où il entend le consommer, de la façon dont il entend le consommer et sans avoir à se déplacer. Donc, c'est vraiment un changement de paradigme où, au lieu de dire, bon, ben, je prends rendez-vous avec une organisation du gouvernement dont j'ai besoin, je me déplace, je prends mon temps, je prends mon argent pour me déplacer, donc je fais cette démarche-là vers le gouvernement, ben, c'est toute la notion du gouvernement qui va vers le citoyen. Moi, comme je le dis, je rêve de ce jour où l'ensemble des services du gouvernement seront disponibles au bout du pouce. Et c'est ce que l'intelligence artificielle et c'est ce que l'utilisation des données massives nous permet d'espérer, nous permet de designer pour nos concitoyens. Le dernier élément, et non le moindre, bien évidemment, une identité numérique qui est forte. Il est fondamental que ce volet-là, on puisse créer dans un univers numérique, qu'on puisse créer un citoyen numérique. Pour avoir un citoyen numérique, ben, on a besoin d'une identité numérique. C'est ce qui va permettre à nos concitoyens d'utiliser ces services-là parce que c'est la porte d'entrée. Et si, comme malheureusement c'est le cas présentement, les façons de s'identifier, de s'authentifier numériquement sont complexes, ben, c'est un frein à la transformation numérique, c'est une barrière à la consommation numérique. Si ces moyens-là ne sont pas sécuritaires, c'est-à-dire s'il est trop facile d'intercepter les informations, de bénéficier de l'information de façon frauduleuse ou malveillante, on brise la confiance. Si on brise la confiance, évidemment, on fait reculer la transformation numérique. Donc, une identité numérique forte, conviviale, facile d'utilisation, c'est la clé de voûte, c'est la porte d'entrée des services numériques. Et le gouvernement du Québec, en ce sens-là, a lancé le programme, le Service québécois d'identité numérique. C'est un programme que nous avons annoncé il y a presque un an maintenant, sur lesquels on travaille et qui va avoir différents différentes livraisons et qui va nous permettre aussi d'offrir des services numériques plus larges, plus conviviaux. On parle, par exemple, du portefeuille numérique ou l'ensemble des justificatifs, des éléments de l'identité numérique. Au Québec, on parle de la carte d'assurance maladie, on parle du permis de conduire, on parle du certificat de naissance, donc les attestations d'identité de base qui sont disponibles numériquement et pour lesquelles il pourrait y avoir une utilisation subséquente, non seulement pour les services gouvernementaux, mais aussi au niveau des municipalités et au niveau des entreprises. Parce que ce que l'on souhaite avoir, c'est une seule identité numérique qui permette à nos concitoyens de consommer tous les services numériques, quels qu'ils soient. Il ne faut pas limiter ça au seul service du gouvernement du Québec. Parce que j'écoutais nos précédents intervenants et je suis tout à fait d'accord. Le gouvernement du Québec, en fait, je dirais tous les gouvernements, mais vous me permettrez de parler pour le gouvernement du Québec, on se doit de faire partie de cet écosystème. Malheureusement, dans les années passées, l'administration publique québécoise avait un peu ce réflexe-là de se retirer derrière ses murs, de travailler en autarcie. Je pense que c'est exactement le contraire de ce que la transformation numérique et le monde numérique nous invite à faire, c'est-à-dire briser les silos, briser les frontières, travailler en collaboration, en co-création. Le maître mot, c'est le partage. Donc, il faut, et nous travaillons, le gouvernement du Québec travaille vraiment avec cette idée-là de collaboration, de partage, de co-création, autant avec les différents paliers de gouvernement, le gouvernement fédéral, le gouvernement provincial évidemment, les gouvernements municipaux, mais aussi les entreprises privées, les milieux académiques. Donc, vraiment, tout cet écosystème-là doit être sollicité, doit être mobilisé pour partager l'information, partager la compétence, partager le savoir et briser les silos. Donc ça, je pense que ce sont sur ces trois éléments-là, donc la donnée massive, l'intelligence artificielle, l'identité numérique, si on le fait en collaboration, en co-création, je pense que l'administration gouvernementale en bénéficie, mais c'est évidemment l'ensemble de la société qui peut en bénéficier. Je l'ai dit, je le répète, la trame de fond, la cybersécurité, je m'en voudrais de ne pas évidemment aborder ce sujet-là parce qu'il est névralgique. Je disais qu'une identité numérique forte contribue à faciliter l'accès, mais aussi à la confiance, parce qu'une identité numérique faible amène évidemment des problématiques de sécurité. Mais c'est vrai aussi pour, je dirais, l'ensemble des différentes interventions qu'on peut faire dans l'univers numérique. Si l'on veut que nos concitoyens aient confiance, l'univers numérique doit être un univers sécuritaire. Je parlais d'un univers numérique dans lequel gravite un citoyen numérique. Le citoyen numérique doit, comme dans la vie réelle, dans la vraie vie, doit se sentir en sécurité. Et le maître mot, c'est la cybersécurité et tous les éléments de cyberdéfense qui peuvent être déployés. Donc, et je pense que malheureusement, on a vécu des épisodes tristes, particulièrement au Québec, avec des vols de données massives. On parle de gestion de la donnée massive, malheureusement. Le vol de données, lui aussi, malheureusement, peut être massif. Et l'impact, évidemment, il est surmultiplié. Donc, c'est extrêmement important de considérer cette question-là. Le gouvernement du Québec, au mois de mars dernier, s'est doté d'une première politique de cybersécurité que nous avons élaborée, d'ailleurs, et ça, j'en suis très fier, avec l'ensemble de l'écosystème. Donc, le gouvernement s'est pas doté d'une politique qui s'est faite à l'intérieur de ces murs. On a eu l'occasion d'en discuter, comme je le disais précédemment, avec les entreprises privées, les milieux financiers, avec les milieux académiques, le gouvernement fédéral, représentants du gouvernement fédéral qui ont participé, et je les en remercie, ont participé à l'élaboration, de cette première politique de cybersécurité du gouvernement du Québec, qui donnait le ton et qui plaçait les premiers jalons d'un réseau gouvernemental de cyberdéfense que nous sommes à déployer présentement au niveau du gouvernement avec les méthodes les plus modernes, que l'on souhaite en tout cas être les plus modernes, les plus efficaces, inspirées de ce qui se fait dans l'entreprise privée, parce que comme pour le reste, je pense qu'il doit y avoir ce partage-là. Nous avons avec les autres administrations des autres provinces canadiennes beaucoup de discussions aussi sur l'identité numérique, mais sur les questions de cybersécurité, parce que je pense que plus ce réseau-là va s'étendre d'un océan à l'autre, plus nous serons efficaces à lutter contre les cybermenaces que ce soit des individus, que ce soit des États, il ne faut pas se le cacher, ça existe. Et donc, il faut être capable de collaborer ici au Canada entre administrations fédérales, provinciales, à avoir ce réseau-là aussi large et aussi agile que possible, parce que malheureusement, je dirais, les cyberpirates travaillent en collaboration. Donc, nous qui avons à assurer la défense des systèmes d'information de nos administrations respectives, avons tout intérêt à travailler en collaboration aussi et mettre en place, oui, des réseaux de cyberdéfense, mais des réseaux d'alerte, parce qu'une menace qui est évitée, bien évidemment, fait beaucoup moins de dégâts qu'une menace pour laquelle on doit réagir. Alors, là-dessus, le gouvernement du Québec aussi s'inscrit dans cette logique de partage, de collaboration avec le réseau de cyberdéfense que l'on met en place. Donc, je veux pas m'étendre trop largement. Je veux vous laisser évidemment le temps de poser des questions, mais très important d'être capable d'avoir une donnée qui est mobile, d'être capable d'avoir ce portrait-là, de valoriser cet actif incroyable qui sont les données que le gouvernement du Québec conserve sur l'ensemble de ses citoyens et citoyens corporatifs. Un volume de données qui est extrêmement important, qui est extrêmement précieux, qui doit être protégé mais valorisé. L'intelligence artificielle, effectivement, va nous permettre d'augmenter la performance et l'efficience de nos gouvernements, de nos administrations, de nos services, va nécessiter évidemment de s'adapter à cette nouvelle réalité-là. Évidemment, il faut avoir des considérations humaines à travers tout ça. L'intelligence artificielle est au service de l'homme et non pas le contraire. Finalement, une identité numérique qui est très forte et une trame de fond qui est la cybersécurité. Je vous remercie de votre attention et je vais prendre vos questions avec plaisir.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le ministre, et très intéressant, une présentation très intéressante. Je vois déjà des questions passer dans le chat, mais je sais que Daniel, vous en aviez préparé plusieurs, peut-être pour partir le bal, et je peux peut-être intercaler quelques questions du public là, parmi les vôtres.
Certainement, excellent. Monsieur le ministre, merci beaucoup pour essentiellement une photo extrêmement riche, une réflexion riche sur où le gouvernement du Québec se situe présentement. J'aimerais vous amener, parce que vous l'avez mentionné au début de votre allocution, mais j'aimerais, comme vous êtes un spécialiste de la technologie déjà, que je trouve extraordinaire, dites-moi peut-être votre perspective ou votre perception plus personnelle lorsque vous êtes arrivé de comment vous avez jugé l'état ou comment vous avez trouvé l'état de l'infrastructure informatique au Québec. Qu'est-ce que vous avez trouvé qui marchait bien et puis peut-être aussi qui était à regarder, je dirais, davantage?
Merci Daniel pour votre question. En fait, je vais vous dire, je pense que ça va être plus court de vous répondre sur ce qui marchait bien parce que eh bien, écoutez, en fait, je vous dirais que la photo que j'ai prise, c'est comme si le gouvernement du Québec, dans les dernières décennies, avait peut-être pas porté autant d'attention qu'il faut aux technologies de l'information et à la transformation numérique. Je commence par une pierre d'assise sur laquelle reposait l'ensemble de nos infrastructures, qui est la loi d'accès à l'information, qui date des années 70, qui à cette époque-là était révolutionnaire parce qu'elle permettait aux gens d'avoir accès à l'information. C'était l'idée de transparence du gouvernement du Québec, mais parallèlement à ça, qui prescrivait aussi par quels moyens on devait protéger les renseignements personnels de nos concitoyens. Mais à une époque, évidemment, Daniel, vous vous en doutez, le papier était roi et maître. Et dans un univers où les organismes travaillaient en silo, donc chacun avait ses informations, ses prérogatives pour en fait la prestation de service pour laquelle il existait. Cette culture-là, malheureusement, s'est transposée dans l'univers numérique. On n'a jamais adapté cette loi-là, et donc le numérique, au lieu d'aller chercher les forces du numérique, ben écoutez, on a mis en place un système qui révélait toutes les faiblesses du numérique, parce que l'univers numérique, c'est un univers de partage, de co-création, c'est un univers d'innovation. Or, nous n'avons pas été innovants. Malheureusement, je dois vous dire qu'on a encore plusieurs services qui travaillent avec des serveurs, des mainframes, du système IDMS. Vous savez que ça complexifie beaucoup la transformation numérique. On avait des centres de traitement d'information. Écoutez, on en a encore 577, alors que je regarde nos voisins ontariens qui sont à 8. J'ai besoin de vous dire qu'il y a un gaspillage de ressources humaines et matérielles dans cette vieille façon-là de stocker nos données. Donc, on est en train de faire toute cette consolidation-là. Le Québec en aura à terme seulement 3. Puis ça va nous permettre, évidemment, d'aller chercher toute la force de l'info nuagique aussi. Alors, mais vous savez, passer de système IDMS à l'info nuagique, c'est passé du siècle dernier au 21e siècle. Ça se fait par étapes. Donc, beaucoup de choses comme ça pour lesquelles on a eu des constats à faire et pour lesquels on est en train de faire, évidemment, des mises à jour. Donc, le Québec est en train de se doter d'une nouvelle loi d'accès à l'information qui va reproduire essentiellement le Règlement général de protection des données européen. C'est vraiment le modèle qui nous a inspiré, qui nous inspire, mais prévoit aussi que le Québec pourra nommer un gestionnaire pour l'ensemble des données. Donc, c'est toute la différence entre dire chaque organisme public est propriétaire de la donnée qu'il collecte versus quand un organisme public collecte une donnée au nom du gouvernement du Québec, le gouvernement du Québec en devient le propriétaire. C'est la façon dont on veut s'assurer de la mobilité de la donnée dont je vous parlais, qui va faire en sorte qu'au lieu de redemander à un citoyen 10, 15, 20 fois une information qu'on possède déjà, bien, on va la partager, cette information-là, et on va être au service du citoyen plutôt que de mettre le citoyen à notre service. Donc, je pourrais continuer comme ça longtemps, parce que il y avait des trucs qui étaient à modifier, mais essentiellement, là, je vous dirais que les gros morceaux qu'on est en train de mettre en place, évidemment avec l'identité numérique, on est pas mal là.
C'est excellent ce que je voulais vous amener là, puis peut-être voir avec un petit peu plus de précision, parce que vous semblez m'indiquer que vous intervenez au niveau législatif, qui est excellent, mais aussi au niveau de la gouvernance, parce que la donnée numérique par elle-même n'a pas de frontières ministérielles, n'a pas de frontières organisationnelles, et donc vous mentionnez qu'il va y avoir un responsable de la donnée numérique. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres changements dans la gouvernance que vous faites ou que vous entrevoyez à ce niveau-là présentement?
Oui, ben absolument. En fait, parce que tantôt, je disais la trame de fond, c'est la cybersécurité. On a mis en place le Centre gouvernemental de cyberdéfense parce que de la même façon que la donnée était gérée au niveau de chaque organisme public, donc il y avait une surmultiplication des centres de traitement, évidemment, la protection de ces données-là était administrée de la même façon. Le problème, c'est que lorsqu'un organisme public était victime d'une cyberattaque réussie, l'information restait à l'intérieur de l'organisme. Et donc, l'organisation qui n'avait pas toujours la maturité, on va le dire, pour bien réagir à une attaque, que ce soit en prévention ou en réaction, ben, les dégâts étaient considérables, mais n'étaient pas connus non plus. Donc, au lieu de sonner l'alarme au niveau de l'ensemble de l'organisation et de faire en sorte que d'autres organisations avaient la capacité de se prémunir éventuellement contre cette attaque-là, on gardait ça en silo comme une espèce de maladie honteuse, si vous me permettez l'expression. Donc, avec le Centre gouvernemental de cyberdéfense, on donne maintenant une vision gouvernementale à tout ce qui est la sécurité de nos systèmes. On met en place aussi beaucoup de formations au niveau des employés. Donc, on gère au niveau d'une entité centrale la montée en compétences de nos employés dans leur cyberhygiène, parce que, Daniel, vous n'êtes pas sans savoir que les cyberattaques visent souvent nos employés, les individus, les systèmes, parce que c'est souvent, il faut le dire, le maillon faible dans le système de protection qui n'a pas cliqué malheureusement sur un document caché qui n'aurait pas dû. Et j'ai pas besoin d'élaborer, là, je pense que tout le monde sait de quoi on parle ici. Donc, on a mis en place 6 formations disponibles pour l'ensemble de nos employés pour mieux les équiper, pour que ces employés-là deviennent des maillons forts de notre chaîne de protection plutôt que le maillon faible. Donc, on met en place un certain nombre de mesures, mais pour moi, la gouvernance, quand on parle de cybersécurité, pour reproduire, et je trouvais ça intéressant d'entendre nos précédents intervenants, il faut reproduire le modèle militaire. C'est très important. C'est très direct. C'est très directive. Écoutez, quand il y a une cyberattaque, c'est pas le temps de faire des comités ministériels puis de commencer à discuter de la couleur de la margarine, là. il y a une cyberattaque, il faut agir, il faut réagir, il faut que ce soit rapide. Si on n'est pas capable de prévenir l'attaque, il faut minimalement limiter les dégâts au maximum. Et donc, le maître mot, là, c'est la rapidité d'exécution. Et c'est important que chacun sache quoi faire de façon instinctive quand ça arrive. Donc, on est vraiment en train de mettre en place ce réseau-là un peu partout dans toutes nos organisations et sous-entités du gouvernement du Québec.
Excellent. Ben, merci beaucoup. Écoutez, je vous amène ailleurs parce que j'ai vraiment beaucoup de fruits dans vos interventions que j'ai trouvé intéressantes. Il semble avoir une collaboration ou une perspective différente sur la collaboration entre les gouvernements, entre les niveaux de gouvernement. Et si on accepte si on accepte que pour un citoyen au niveau de sa prestation de service, il ou elle ne fera pas de différence beaucoup à savoir d'où ou comment vient le service et de quel endroit qu'il l'offre, c'est pas nécessairement une préoccupation. Alors, d'où vient cette nouvelle ouverture-là et peut-être une question, jusqu'à quel point vous êtes prêt à aller dans ce sens-là, si je peux vous la poser comme ça.
Je vous dirais que, et là je vais faire un mea culpa québécois, nos confrères des provinces canadiennes, des autres provinces canadiennes avaient déjà, je dirais, cette espèce de réflexe-là. Le Québec a été peut-être isolé, malheureusement, je dirais, dans les dernières années sur ces questions-là, entendons-nous bien, là, en termes de technologie de l'information. Je pense entre autres au DIAC, où on siégeait pas nécessairement, où maintenant nous siégeons, mais pas depuis longtemps. Je pense au JEDI, où nous sommes maintenant représentés, parce qu'il y a cette volonté-là du gouvernement du Québec de s'assurer que l'identité numérique, même si elle est une responsabilité des provinces, et ça c'est important de le mentionner, parce que l'identité, quelle qu'elle soit, relève de chacune des provinces. Donc l'identité numérique ne fait pas exception. Il en demeure pas moins que nous sommes tous citoyens canadiens. Et il faut s'assurer qu'il y a une interopérabilité entre les différentes identités numériques. Là-dessus, le gouvernement du Québec a contribué à financer le laboratoire d'identité numérique qui est actuellement situé à Gatineau. Oui. Donc, l'objectif est de s'assurer que lorsque quelques partenaires que ce soit décident de se lancer dans l'élaboration d'une identité numérique, on puisse le faire en respectant certains paramètres qui vont faire que ces identités-là seront interopérables et que ce soit moi qui vais en Ontario, en Nouveau-Brunswick, partout au Canada, même avec le gouvernement fédéral, on puisse utiliser notre identité numérique et tout ça fonctionne sans aucune difficulté. Quand je vous parlais de portabilité dans la consommation des services numériques, je pense que vous l'avez bien dit, Daniel, l'univers numérique n'a d'autres frontières que notre capacité à nous connecter. Voilà. Et c'est important de réfléchir maintenant la transformation numérique en fonction de ces paramètres-là. La frontière, c'est la connexion, ce ne sont plus des lignes géographiques. Et donc, c'est intéressant et c'est même, je pense, fondamental d'avoir cette portabilité-là. Donc, le gouvernement du Québec est résolu à travailler en collaboration, oui, avec l'écosystème québécois, mais je vous dirais plus largement avec l'écosystème canadien.
Excellent. Donc, vous voyez une identité qui est portable dans un système d'identification qui est fédéré dans une certaine mesure, je suppose, quelque chose comme ça.
Oui, tout à fait. Tout à fait. Oui. Ce qui fait que je consomme un service du gouvernement fédéral, du gouvernement provincial, ou que je sois appelé à consommer un service ailleurs au Canada, ben, l'idée, ce serait évidemment, idéalement, d'utiliser la même identité numérique. Donc, je parlais de convivialité. Pour un citoyen, quand il reproduit quelque chose qu'il fait à tous les jours, ça devient très facile, c'est très simple d'utilisation. Et après ça, les systèmes, on s'arrange pour qu'ils se parlent puis que les informations qui ont à être échangées soient échangées. Mais ça, c'est transparent pour le citoyen. Et je pense que ça, c'est en collaborant, en discutant, puis en établissant et en suivant des standards qu'on va y aller.
Excellent. Sur un autre plan, Monsieur le ministre, est-ce que vous jugez très directement, est-ce que vous jugez que vous avez les ressources nécessaires présentement au Québec pour faire ce virage numérique-là qui est important? Comment vous voyez cette situation-là de la main-d'œuvre, par exemple?
Oui. Écoutez, actuellement, le gouvernement du Québec emploie 12 000 personnes en technologie de l'information. dont 70% sont des ressources internes et le reste, 70 ou 80 m'excuserez, là, ça bouge, là, mais entre 70 et 80 qui sont des ressources internes, les autres étant des ressources externes. Le budget d'infrastructure de dépenses en ressources informationnelles du gouvernement du Québec est de 4 milliards. Donc, Daniel, la question n'est pas de savoir est-ce qu'on a suffisamment de ressources, parce que la question à ça, c'est clairement oui. La vraie question que nous nous posons présentement, c'est est-ce que nous utilisons bien et de façon efficiente? Et là, la réponse, c'est un peu moins évident. Mais ça fait partie, mais vous savez, ça fait partie de ce changement de culture qu'on souhaite imprégner, c'est-à-dire au sein de l'administration gouvernementale du gouvernement du Québec, où on a peut-être cette tendance-là, encore une fois, en travaillant en silo, à saupoudrer les budgets, saupoudrer les ressources dans différents petits projets, plutôt que de se dire, est-ce qu'il ne serait pas préférable pour l'efficience du gouvernement d'avoir une vision plus gouvernementale et de concentrer les ressources là où il y a de la valeur ajoutée. Donc, c'est cette démarche-là dans laquelle on s'inscrit présentement. On a commencé cette démarche-là en déposant le 4 juin 2019 la stratégie gouvernementale de transformation numérique. De transformation numérique gouvernementale pour le titre correctement, qui visait justement à donner des objectifs globaux, des objectifs auxquels chaque organisation devait souscrire, et plutôt que d'y aller sectoriellement. Et à partir de là, on demande à nos organisations publiques de nous transmettre en conformité, en relation avec la stratégie gouvernementale de transformation numérique, de nous transmettre des plans de transformation numérique, pour lesquels, par exemple, on va exiger qu'on identifie au moins un processus c'est-à-dire un service dont le processus pourrait être automatisé, robotisé ou inclure de l'intelligence artificielle. Ainsi, on peut se créer une banque de projets, puis après ça, par priorité, par ordre de ce qui est urgent, important, souhaitable, on pourrait gérer ces projets-là et s'assurer de les faire avancer. Ce qui va faire que, au lieu d'être correct dans à peu près tout, on pourrait être vraiment excellent dans certains créneaux, puis après ça, s'attaquer aux différents autres créneaux là, qui auront plus tard.
Il y a vraiment une stratégie qui émerge de vos propos, c'est-à-dire une intervention au niveau législatif sur la loi sur l'accès à l'information. Vous avez une politique numérique gouvernementale, vous avez une politique de cybersécurité, si vous voulez. Alors, c'est intéressant parce que c'est des éléments qui se fondent ensemble pour avoir...
Si je me permets, Daniel, nous sommes à l'aube de déposer notre première stratégie d'intégration de l'intelligence artificielle. Normalement, début 21, le gouvernement du Québec va se doter d'une telle stratégie, si je peux me permettre.
Non, au contraire, parce que je voulais vous amener là, parce que vous en avez parlé. Et je vais être, évidemment, vous avez une stratégie en développement, donc c'est pas encore, sur les cartons, c'est pas encore public, donc je vais être prudent dans ma question, mais quelles sont votre perspective sur les avantages et les dangers de l'intelligence artificielle? Vous en avez parlé un petit peu, mais où vous voyez ses bénéfices, par exemple, et où vous voyez peut-être ses dangers ou ses contraintes. Je ne sais pas si vous avez une perspective.
Je pense que le danger, ou je préfère dire peut-être les considérations, sont essentiellement que le processus par lequel l'intelligence artificielle fonctionne va traiter l'information et donner un résultat. Ce processus-là, il est interne, donc il est obscur, il est opaque. Il va être fondamental qu'on puisse clarifier et rendre plus transparent ces processus-là, potentiellement par le fait que l'humain sera toujours l'instance décisionnelle suprême, qui aura, elle, à rendre des comptes et qui aura à expliquer. Mais il faut qu'on puisse humaniser ces processus-là, si vous me permettez, hypothéquer la capacité de l'intelligence artificielle à nous amener au bout de son potentiel. Et ça, c'est très important. Comme vous le savez, à Montréal notamment, le Québec, qui vraiment est un pôle d'intelligence artificielle qui est reconnu mondialement. Donc, on veut aussi, et puis je digresse un peu de mon propos, mais on veut s'assurer de garder cette espèce d'élan-là et on veut s'assurer là que toute cette recherche, tout ce savoir-faire qu'on développe, on peut l'intégrer non seulement, oui, dans les entreprises privées, mais que le gouvernement du Québec est partie prenante de ça et qu'on a ces terreaux fertiles-là pour développer des applications qui vont nous amener ailleurs. Donc ça, c'est peut-être s'assurer que le processus décisionnel reste toujours transparent et à la portée du citoyen qui en fait l'objet. Ça, c'est important. L'autre élément qui est très important pour nous, c'est l'impact sur la main-d'œuvre. Vous savez, Daniel, on ne se comptera pas d'histoire. Comme dans toutes les périodes de notre histoire, le marché de l'emploi est appelé à changer. Il y a aujourd'hui des métiers qui n'existaient pas il y a 50 ans, 100 ans, et il y a des métiers qui existaient il y a 50 ans et 100 ans qui n'existent plus aujourd'hui. Et ça, ce sera toujours vrai. Et l'intelligence artificielle va très certainement contribuer à avoir cet impact-là sur le marché de l'emploi. Il y a des emplois qui ne nécessiteront plus d'intervention humaine parce que toutes les applications d'intelligence artificielle vont nous permettre de faire plus, faire mieux, de faire plus vite, de faire plus longtemps. Et donc, il faudra s'assurer que notre main-d'œuvre est capable d'évoluer en même temps que le marché de l'emploi. Et ça va être important. Et là-dessus, le gouvernement du Québec se devra d'être exemplaire, d'accompagner nos employés dans cette transformation. Ça, c'est vraiment fondamental. Maintenant, les avantages. Écoutez, on est à l'aube de quelque chose qui nous amène tellement de promesses, qui a tellement de potentiel. Mais je vous dirais, là, à très court terme, l'intelligence artificielle, on parlait de cybersécurité. Moi, je vois l'intelligence artificielle dans l'application actuelle comme étant une cyberpolice d'une très grande efficacité déjà, qui nous permet déjà d'assurer une sécurité de nos systèmes parce que ne serait-ce que la détection de comportements anormaux, de transactions anormales, la détection d'intrusions, je pense que l'intelligence artificielle peut nous apporter. Il y a énormément de processus. Quand on parle de fraude, par exemple, si on parle de l'Agence de revenus du Québec, quand on parle de fraude, l'intelligence artificielle peut nous aider avec justement cette quantité de données, qu'elles soient organisées ou non organisées, de la donnée massive. L'intelligence artificielle maintenant est capable de plus en plus, de mieux en mieux, de détecter les éléments qui ne concordent pas. Et ça va nous faire gagner un temps fou parce que d'abord, on peut analyser beaucoup plus de situations et on peut porter l'attention des personnes responsables, des cas qui sont problématiques uniquement. Voilà. On va chercher une efficacité qui est incroyable et l'intelligence artificielle sur ces éléments-là va dépasser notre capacité humaine ou alors où ça prendrait tellement de ressources pour faire la même chose. Et là, je pourrais vous donner de multiples exemples. Personnellement, je vois le jour où le gouvernement du Québec va avoir un numéro de téléphone avec un centre unique et les appels qui seront pris par des personnes humaines, ben, c'est des appels qui ont une caractéristique spécifique, vous comprenez? Faire de la redirection, on n'est plus là. On n'est plus là. Alors, il y a de très, très nombreuses applications, Daniel, je pense que l'intelligence artificielle n'est qu'à l'aube des promesses qu'on peut rêver.
On peut mettre là-dessus. Peut-être, j'ai des tonnes de... Oui, vas-y, Julien. Oui.
Excuse-moi, Daniel, peut-être qu'on peut glisser quelques questions du public parce que j'ai reçu quelques-unes par le chat et je commence à voir peut-être des thèmes qui se dessinent parmi les questions. Le premier, c'est l'info nuagique, là, ce qu'on appelle le cloud. J'en ai eu une couple que je vais essayer peut-être de résumer ou fusionner ensemble, mais il y en a une qui concerne donc les mouvements importants de données vers l'info nuagique. Si je ne me trompe pas, ça fait environ 2 ans que vous-même, Monsieur le ministre, vous avez fait une déclaration dans ce sens, peut-être un peu moins de 2 ans. C'est sûr que la très grande plupart des fournisseurs d'info nuagique sont des grandes compagnies internationales. Mais est-ce que les fournisseurs qu'on pourrait appeler complémentaires, comment vous voyez leur rôle? Peut-être des fournisseurs un peu plus petits, mais qui sont canadiens. Il y a peut-être une facette de souveraineté numérique à ce niveau-là?
Oui. C'est une excellente question. En fait, ce que le gouvernement québécois a fait, Puis à l'instar de ce que le gouvernement fédéral a fait avant lui, et qui n'avait jamais été fait, c'est dans tout le projet de consolidation au centre de traitement de l'information, on a catégorisé nos données, à savoir quelles sont les données qui sont non sensibles, quelles sont les données qui sont peu sensibles et quelles sont les données qui sont très sensibles. Les données très sensibles seront hébergées au niveau d'un cloud québécois, donc du gouvernement du Québec, administré par le gouvernement du Québec, opéré par le gouvernement du Québec. Donc, ces données-là vont rester à l'intérieur des officines gouvernementales parce qu'elles ont une valeur qui est névralgique, parce que, évidemment, on ne peut prendre aucun risque qu'elles sortent, et même, je vous dirais, même qu'elles sortent des murs du gouvernement. Pour les données peu sensibles et non sensibles, nous sommes allés en appel de qualification parce que le gouvernement du Québec a créé un courtier en info nuagique. Donc, les entreprises, selon certains paramètres, se qualifient pour donner des services info nuagiques. Et là, ce qui est intéressant, c'est comme on adresse des données qui ne sont pas sensibles ou peu sensibles, les critères peuvent être plus souples. Et ça nous a permis de qualifier quand même, écoutez, j'ai pas les chiffres en tête, là, mais on parle, il me semble, de 6 ou 7 fournisseurs québécois, 4 ou 5 fournisseurs ou 6 fournisseurs qui sont canadiens, les autres étant européens ou américains, mais compte tenu du fait que nos considérations sont un peu plus souples, je vous dirais que ça permet à nos entreprises canadiennes et québécoises d'offrir des services qui sont très intéressants, qui sont attractifs pour nos organisations. Et compte tenu du volume de données que ça représente, qui est quand même un volume assez important, ça peut représenter des occasions d'affaires qui vont permettre à ces entreprises-là de grandir. Comme vous le savez, le nouveau traité Canada, États-Unis, Mexique nous empêche de mettre des critères nationaux sur le stockage de données. C'est l'article 19 de l'entente, je pense, là, dit nommément qu'il ne peut pas y avoir de critères qui empêchent les mouvements transfrontaliers de nos données. Mais par contre, avec le courtier en info nuagique, ça donne une souplesse à nos organismes publics de choisir parmi les entreprises qui se sont qualifiées avec laquelle ils veulent faire affaire. Et ça, je pense que ça permet à nos entreprises canadiennes et québécoises là, d'aller chercher une bonne part du marché qui est disponible de cette façon.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le ministre. J'en ai eu une couple d'autres qui concernent les données. Vous avez mentionné que le gouvernement du Québec publie beaucoup de données par rapport à l'informatisation. Nuagique en est un exemple, mais il y en a d'autres sans doute. Là. Et la question est un peu vague, donc peut-être qu'il va falloir qu'on la raffine un petit peu, mais de quelle façon est-ce que le gouvernement utilise ces données dans le développement de politique? Que ce soit surtout les données sur les citoyens.
Oui. Écoutez, je vous dirais que ce soit pour une prestation de service, une politique, c'est un peu le même processus. Dans une politique, on va se servir de la donnée pour dégager une tendance. Cette tendance-là va nous permettre d'avoir un portrait de notre population et à partir de là, on peut élaborer nos politiques. Je vous donne un exemple, la stratégie de transformation gouvernementale. Un élément crucial de la stratégie, c'est dites-le nous une seule fois, qui est un objectif. On constate que on va redemander beaucoup d'informations à nos concitoyens que nos concitoyens possèdent. L'autre tendance qu'on constate, c'est que le travail en silo fait en sorte qu'on condamne nos concitoyens à être des intermédiaires entre deux organismes publics. Par exemple, vous faites une demande pour une prestation de service à un ministère ou un organisme, on va vous demander par exemple, un certificat de naissance pour ouvrir votre dossier. Donc, vous vous retournez vers l'État civil québécois, vous demandez le certificat de naissance, vous vous retournez vers un autre organisme du gouvernement du Québec à qui vous donnez le certificat de naissance. Alors que la question, c'est, mais pourquoi ces deux organismes-là ne se parlent-ils pas? Pourquoi cet organisme-là est-il obligé de passer par le citoyen pour interroger l'autre organisme? Et ça, vous pouvez multiplier ça des dizaines de fois par citoyen et par des millions de citoyens. Donc, ça fait un nombre incalculable d'interactions totalement inutiles. Alors, c'est justement là où nous amène la capacité à bien utiliser nos données et avoir une bonne idée de la donnée, la mobilité de la donnée. C'est tout ça qu'on est capable d'éliminer. Et si vous rajoutez l'intelligence artificielle par-dessus ça, donc tous les processus qui pourront être faits par des applications d'intelligence artificielle, vous venez de simplifier la vie de vos concitoyens d'une façon incroyable.
Je pense que ça fait un peu le tour des questions qu'on a reçues par le chat là, jusqu'à date, là, mais peut-être que je peux vous poser une question à titre personnel. Vous avez beaucoup parlé de cybersécurité, évidemment, avec une quantité grandissante de données qui sont retenues par l'État sur les citoyens. Sujet vraiment très, très important. J'ai entendu parler plutôt lors de conférences précédentes du quantique, parce que ça va rendre beaucoup les mots de passe obsolètes.
Oui.
Est-ce que c'est quelque chose que vous envisagez, mais est-ce que vous pourriez peut-être nous parler un petit peu plus là-dessus?
Oui, ben écoutez, d'abord, c'est un secteur qui, comme l'intelligence artificielle, nous amène des promesses qui sont importantes. Vous n'êtes pas sans savoir que l'Université de Sherbrooke fait des travaux qui sont extrêmement importants avec les grandes sociétés. Oui, effectivement, c'est des éléments qu'on regarde, qu'on considère. Maintenant, évidemment, avant d'introduire ça de façon importante, il faut qu'on puisse avoir une technologie qui arrive à maturité. Et avec l'Université de Sherbrooke, on espère, et je vous dirais, puis ça me permet peut-être pour bien expliquer la démarche du gouvernement. Le gouvernement du Québec a mis en place le Centre québécois d'excellence numérique. On voulait avoir justement cette entité-là centrale, développait ses connaissances dans toutes ces technologies innovantes-là, dont l'informatique quantique, qu'on parle de chaîne de blocs, qu'on parle de l'Internet des objets, etc. Donc, on souhaite justement travailler avec l'écosystème, avec les différents spécialistes pour développer ces connaissances-là, pour développer cette capacité-là à dire qu'est-ce qu'il y a là-dedans, what's in it for us, et c'est dans cette démarche-là qu'on s'inscrit. Donc, je vous dirais, pour l'instant, l'identité numérique que nous sommes à développer ne considère pas l'intégrer à court terme, mais on est en relation avec l'Université de Sherbrooke et on souhaite effectivement regarder ce qui va ressortir de ça et ce qui pourra être intégré. Et il faudra toujours, et ça c'est vraiment fondamental, il faudra toujours qu'on soit capable de faire évoluer au fur et à mesure que des technologies arriveront à maturité et nous permettront d'aller un peu plus loin dans la robustesse de la technologie et dans la convivialité de la technologie. Et c'est sûr qu'il y a beaucoup de promesses de ce côté.
C'est sûr que pour le moment, c'est quelque chose qui est purement théorique, le quantique,
oui.
Mais ça s'en va. Je vois qu'on a encore peut-être environ 10 minutes, donc Daniel, je suis sûr que...
Oui, c'est ça, M. le ministre, il nous reste 10 minutes. Je vais vous amener essentiellement, rapidement, est-ce que... Comment s'est passé vous avez parlé tout à l'heure qu'il y avait des métiers qui n'existaient pas il y a 10 ans, qui existent maintenant, d'autres qui sont disparus. Il y a aussi une force de travail qui s'est ramassée littéralement chez elle après la COVID. De quelle façon ce changement-là au niveau de la force de travail a peut-être influencé comment vous travaillez dans le numérique? Comment s'est passé finalement cette transformation-là selon votre perspective en ce moment? Et est-ce que c'est un agent de transformation potentiellement à long terme?
Ah oui, clairement. En fait, ce qu'on disait, Daniel, c'est que la transformation numérique ne connaît pas de frontières physiques. La frontière du numérique, c'est notre capacité à être connectés les uns avec les autres. Je vous dirais, puis là, dans le contexte actuel, je pense que c'est encore plus pertinent parce que le contexte de la pandémie a amené cette obligation-là que nous avions à nous isoler les uns des autres, ce qui n'est pas naturel pour l'être humain, évidemment.
Ouais.
Mais là, force était de le faire Et je vous dirais que toute notre force de travail était organisée autour du concept qu'il fallait tous se réunir au même endroit entre telle heure et telle heure. Et ça, c'est l'impact sur le transport, l'impact sur la façon dont on collabore ensemble, l'impact dont on travaille les uns avec les autres. Ça a été jeté à la poubelle dans l'espace de quelques jours pour nous amener de plein pied dans l'univers numérique qui, lui, ne connaît pas ses frontières. Alors, c'est toute la réorganisation du travail, c'est toute la façon de collaborer, c'est toute la façon d'échanger, de rester en contact sans se toucher qui a été impactée. Et c'est là où on a fait une gymnastique au gouvernement du Québec qui est assez exceptionnelle parce que je vous dirais que lorsque le premier ministre du Québec nous a demandé de mettre l'ensemble des travailleurs de l'administration publique en télétravail, nous possédions, et je suis presque gêné de le dire, là, nous possédions une capacité de 750 connexions à distance pour 68 515 travailleurs de l'administration publique. Est-ce que j'ai besoin de vous dire que le compte n'y était pas? Et là, finalement, c'est toute la question de la bande passante. Bon, je pense que ça a été vécu un peu partout au Canada. Donc, l'idée était d'augmenter notre capacité de bande passante. L'idée, c'était d'avoir des connexions. Mais ce qu'on a développé comme concept maintenant, c'est toute la notion du bureau virtuel. Et là, vers quoi on veut s'en aller? Parce que pour moi, ce qui est fondamental, c'est que des gens qui ont une première expérience, cette première expérience-là, elle doit être concluante. Sinon, ça va s'arrêter là. On a une seule chance de faire une première bonne impression. Et donc, ce que j'ai demandé aux équipes, c'est de mettre en place un environnement de travail virtuel qui va créer une espèce de confort d'utilisation pour nos employés. À savoir qu'ils retrouvent de façon simple et conviviale tout ce qu'ils retrouvaient ordinairement, de façon numérique, évidemment, dans son espace de travail. Ça veut dire toute la téléphonie IP, s'en aller vers la téléphonie IP pour tout le monde, avoir des outils collaboratifs, ce qu'on a déployé pour l'ensemble de nos employés, de façon à ce qu'on puisse tenir des réunions et travailler en collaboration de façon numérique. Retrouver tous les éléments de bureautique. Évidemment, ça, c'était probablement l'aspect le plus simple parce que déjà, on était à cette heure-là. Et donc, de faire en sorte que à l'intérieur de la tablette ou du portable, un employé, où qu'il soit avec une connexion un tant soit peu décente, puisse retrouver son univers de travail de façon simple et conviviale. Parce que si c'est le cas, l'expérience va être positive et l'employé va avoir envie de répéter cette expérience-là. Alors que s'il se bat avec son portable pour faire fonctionner sa bureautique, son téléphone, son outil de collaboration, ça se peut que ça s'arrête là, puis ça se peut que le retour en présentiel soit privilégié. Ça, c'était le premier aspect. Le deuxième aspect qui était fondamental, c'est la notion de gestion. Le gestionnaire, évidemment, est habitué d'avoir l'employé à proximité. Il est habitué de contrôler la prestation de service par des mécanismes de présence. Et là, c'est toute cette dynamique-là qui explose. Et maintenant, il faut évaluer la prestation de l'employé sur la base des résultats. Et c'est toute une philosophie qui change à ce moment-là parce que l'employé, vous ne le voyez pas. Et donc, c'est toute la question des livrables qui doivent être évalués et non pas le fait que oui, il est arrivé à 8 heures, puis oui, c'est après 4 heures. C'est une dynamique de gestion qui est complètement différente. Et là-dessus, écoutez, il n'y a pas de magie, c'est de la formation, c'est de la pédagogie, c'est de permettre à l'être humain de s'adapter à cette nouvelle réalité-là. Mais écoutez, l'expérience a permis au gouvernement du Québec, dans les 4 premiers mois, d'économiser 30 millions en frais de fonctionnement. Alors, vous comprendrez que ça, c'est une belle motivation pour nos gestionnaires quand on dit, dans ton budget de fonctionnement, tu viens d'économiser X centaines de milliers de dollars, voire millions de dollars. Donc, on est vraiment dans une dynamique où on veut garder le télétravail. Maintenant, il faut l'encadrer parce que ça amène toutes sortes d'autres questions pour lesquelles il va falloir réponse. Mais sur l'efficacité, je pense que ça a été très concluant.
Le ministre, sur une opinion personnelle, je dois vous le dire, j'apprécie beaucoup votre candeur par rapport à ce problème-là, parce que je dirais, c'est une opinion que j'avais, parfois les personnalités publiques ont des fois un petit peu la gueule de bois, et c'est un problème pourtant que tout le monde a rencontré dans toutes les organisations.
Mais ça, Daniel, il m'arrive d'avoir la gueule de bois.
Oui, mais en tout cas pas aujourd'hui, alors déjà c'est...
de moins en moins.
Bon, ben, c'est super, alors c'est bon ça. Écoutez, il me reste seulement quelques minutes, puis je voudrais faire un retour sur vos propos, juste pour nos auditeurs et nos auditrices, pour faire un petit peu le tour. Rapidement, votre application sur la COVID, qui est un cas d'espèce dans un sens, qui a été mis en place en octobre, je pense. Quels ont été peut-être les plus gros enjeux que vous avez rencontrés? Il y a toujours des questions qui ont été soulevées au niveau de la vie privée. Comment ça a fonctionné?
Je vous dirais l'enjeu numéro 1, c'était toute la désinformation.
Ouais.
Malheureusement, je vous dirais, puis le Québec fait probablement pas exception, mais ceux qui parlent ne savent pas et ceux qui savent ne parlent pas.
Ouais.
Et malheureusement, quand il y a été question, le gouvernement fédéral, vous le savez, a déployé l'application Alerte COVID. Chez nous, on a entendu toutes sortes de légendes urbaines sur le vol de données, sur le vol d'identité, sur la prise de contrôle de tel ou tel appareil. Écoutez, là, il n'y a rien que j'ai pas entendu sur une application qui, somme toute, se rapproche autant que faire se peut du risque zéro quand on connaît vraiment le fonctionnement. Alors, ce qu'on a souhaité faire au gouvernement du Québec, c'est d'abord une consultation. Que les prémices de l'utilisation d'une application comme celle-là, c'est que les gens doivent se l'approprier.
Voilà.
Si personne la télécharge, c'est bien cute, mais ça donne rien. Alors donc, d'avoir cette consultation-là, ça permettait d'avoir cet échange-là avec nos concitoyens, échange qui nous permettait d'avoir quelles sont les craintes que les citoyens ont, puis l'idée, ce n'est pas de ridiculiser, c'est d'informer. Donc, si on sait sur quoi les citoyens sont anxieux, ça nous permet d'apporter des réponses. On a tenu une commission parlementaire aussi, on a écouté les experts, je pense qu'on a fait beaucoup de pédagogie, et quand est arrivée la deuxième vague, ben, le dernier élément était là, ça s'est très, très bien passé, mais ces démarches-là initiales, je pense qu'on ne devrait jamais en faire l'économie. Consulter nos citoyens, aller au rythme du citoyen, ce sera toujours gagnant.
Monsieur le ministre, merci beaucoup. Je ne ferai pas le tour de vos interventions. Je pense qu'ils étaient extrêmement bien structurés. On voit un plan, on voit une stratégie, on voit un écosystème aussi. Et ça, j'en suis témoin là, comme dans ma compagnie AREA auprès de nos interactions avec les gouvernements, les universités. Il y a vraiment un renouveau de ce côté-là. Vous avez été extrêmement généreux de votre temps et de vos perspectives. On a passé 1 heure ensemble, ce qui est extraordinaire. Et considérant votre emploi du temps, je vous en remercie infiniment. Puis ça a été très agréable de vous entendre et j'espère vous entendre encore essentiellement.
Ben, ce sera avec plaisir. Puis je vous remercie parce que je peux vous dire que ça a été au moins aussi agréable pour moi que vous pouvez dire que ça l'a été.
C'est gentil. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Merci à tout le monde, puis bonne continuité.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Un grand plaisir.
Merci.
Merci, Kevin. Merci, Julian.
Excellent. Excellent présentation. Thank you, Daniel. Much appreciated. Excellent job. Thank you very much, Julian.
Thanks.
Absolutely a pleasure.
Thank you.
Okay, talk to you soon.
Yep.
Alrighty, got my panelists, Serge Blair, Fred,
Salut.
Liz. Missing Jeremy. Oh, there you are. Oh, it just disappeared on me for a sec. There we go. So you guys all ready to go?
And yes, we don't have a necktie. We don't have a beautiful necktie like you, but
not by choice, Serge.
Okay, all right.
Okay, well, if you guys are ready to go, we can basically jump right in there. But are there any last questions, comments, or whatnot before we go in?
Too late to change our minds now.
Yeah, assuming our audio and video are working, I think we're set to go.
Okay, yeah, we've got lots of questions for you, so you better have some answers. All right.
Okay, that's great. Well, thanks very much,
Fred,
everyone.
Fred, I'll kick it off, and I'll hand it off to you. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. That was an incredibly rich presentation by the minister. That was awesome. I'm really happy we were able to get the province of Quebec involved. Sometimes the language barrier can be challenging, but I'm very happy that we were able to find a way to make that live translation work. So coming up next, a theme that has been consistent, whether it was cybersecurity, digital transformation, and now data, is talent and upskilling within the Canadian Public Service. We noticed, in fact, even during the Treasury Board session at 11 a.m. this morning, they were talking about the various projects going on within government and how cloud was really a game changer for the federal government in terms of offering a new variety of tools to public servants to enable them to try different projects and whatnot. And of course, talent came up there as well. And in fact, the Digital Academy, which you're going to hear about a lot during this session, came up as a means to provide some of that upskilling that was needed. So Fred Popowich, who you met this morning from Simon Fraser University, will be kind of moderating the session. So Fred, I'll hand it off to you.
Great. Well, thanks very much. And thanks everyone for joining us today. And yeah, this panel where we're taking a look at, public and private sector approaches to augment skills within the Canadian public sector I think it's a very timely thing for us to be diving into. And so what we're going to do today is we've sort of decided to divide up the panel into 3 sections. So we're going to have the introductions where we're each able to introduce ourselves and in terms of that. And then we're going to dive into some of the tough questions that we've prepared for each other. And then we're going to open it up to questions that we have for the audience. So that gives you an idea for how it's going to be structured for today. So, bienvenue à tous, and I'm Fred Popowich. As Kevin said, I'm the Scientific Director of SFU's Big Data Initiative, and we've been involved with things at Simon Fraser University supporting not only, this morning I was talking about some of the research collaborations and so on, but really the focus for this panel session is aspects of the training. And as we know, universities have been involved in training, retraining, education for many years. My own background in terms of that, I'm a professor in computing science there. I'm also an administrator there, aside from the current roles that I have as with the Big Data Initiative. I'm a former associate dean in applied science and all around an AI researcher, educator, data science educator, and I thought that would be great in terms of some of the things here to give some context for our panelists and for our panel before I ask them to introduce themselves. So to set some of that context, many people are very familiar with universities are known for their degree and certificate programs, whether it be at the undergraduate level or the graduate level, whether it be professional programs or more research-oriented programs. And they're also known for their, not-for-credit programs, whether you hear of things like continuing education, terms like lifelong learning or exec education. And whereas many people are very familiar with the for-credit programs being like in universities, semester-long, 3 days a week kind of things with, going to lectures, doing labs and things like that. These not-for-credit programs have have a lot degree of flexibility in terms of you hear of day-long events being put on, multi-day events, week-long events, even sometimes month-long events where you have some of these summer camps and so on. So, like an example in terms of that is even in the summer where we get women high school students, like as part of Invent the Future or AI for All, where they're coming students who are the next generation of the technology people in AI, where they're focused on some working with the researchers, working with the educators, working on real world problems and so on. Even in terms of some of these not-for-credit programs, we've by partnering with Athena Pathways, which is a Canadian digital technology supercluster project, been able to bring together some of these for-credit and not-for-credit offerings, in terms of providing, training for people that are wanting to get into the workforce or are already in the workforce. So that's setting the stage where, we have the traditional things where, what are you doing after you get out of high school? What are you doing once you're already in a job? What do you do when you're already in the public sector? What do you already do when you're in the private sector? We see the same kind of things, lunch and learns. They're happening all the time, whether it be in the public sector or the private sector. We even have things where we've been involved with customized training for different organizations. So one example I was involved with was being involved with a provincial government organization where they wanted to have a 2-day workshop for training the people up, but working with their data with their processes, seeing how some of the things that are currently being done that are at the cutting edge of research or the cutting edge of training in the academic programs, how they can be folded into specific the specific needs of that organization. So you see there's a whole spectrum of things that we can talk about in terms of training and retraining and skills development for the public sector. And we have a great panel of people that are going to be able to have already been active in this area and have great stories to tell. And I've got some great questions to ask them as well. So, I've sort of given you 4 minutes of sort of context and some background here. I want to ask, we're going to go through our other panelists, allow them to introduce themselves and ask them to speak for 4 minutes as well. So, Jeremy, why don't we pass it over to you for you to introduce yourself and tell us a bit about basically your not only yourself, but the approach your organization takes to augment skills in the realms of digital and data. Jeremy, over to you.
Thanks so much, Fred, and great context setting for this panel. Very excited to be here and talking to everyone. So my name is Jeremy Shackey. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Lighthouse Labs. We are a national education organization that is specifically focused on rapid reskilling and upskilling in the digital and data space of the workforce. So people, we tend to help people who are past the university, at least the undergraduate stage, who don't have enough time to change their careers or improve in their careers by taking longer programs. And our programs are short, concise, to the point, and helping people get into the market as quickly as possible. And as COVID-19 has kind of moved in, it's reiterated kind of our big focus, which is that, first of all, there's a huge interest in gaining digital skills. So obviously here today to talk more about that, but more so that people don't have the time to make these changes that they ultimately do really want to make. And so for us, it's about how you do stuff fast, supported, and with outcomes that actually achieve the thing that the person is kind of coming in to gain as a skill. So as we've seen the world change around us, I believe that digital skills are on the rise for everyone. Digital and data skills, very important. But it's also created some really interesting problems that we're looking to solve, or that we continuously look to solve. And they're problems for education generally, which are things like, how do we stay relevant if we want to be hyper relevant? If education is going to be hyper relevant, how do you stay relevant when things are changing faster and faster and faster? And what does education infrastructure look like that can actually keep up with that speed in order to provide people the things they need? And how do we even know what people need? I think these are really big questions that all education is kind of tackling, and very happy to be here today to speak a little bit more about that as we go through the questions and be with this very esteemed panel.
Great. Well, thanks very much, Jeremy, for that context and your background in your organization. And Liz, why don't we pass it over to you, Liz?
Yeah, so Liz McEwen, I'm with the federal government, the Canadian federal government, specifically in an organization called the Canada School of Public Service, which has a mandate to deliver horizontal learning across the entire federal public service. And within our organization, we stood up a new branch 2 years ago now called the Digital Academy, with a singular mandate to raise the level of digital acumen across the public service. And so I'm here for 2 years, just to have fun, just to design some content, deliver it, iterate, improve, rinse, repeat, all that good stuff. And so that's what I'm doing until this coming June. Prior to that, I was actually in another federal department, Shared Services Canada, and I was their Chief Information Officer for 3.5 years. But prior to that, about almost 20 years in the Canadian public service, which is super long. And before that, some leadership development, and I was a teacher. So it all seems to have rounded out into this place where I'm finding myself later in my career, again, focusing on education. And what really drives me from a passion perspective is I hate getting crappy service, whether it's at work or at home or in any way, shape, or form. And that drives me to figure out how we make it better.
Great context there, Liz, and I'm great to see that passion there. I'm glad to see that you're having fun. I have to say, being back in the classroom, even now it's virtually online, it's really given some new energy, I think, to, it's a trying time, but being able to deal with that, I think that's great. So thanks very much for that context. And for our final panelist, just want to pass it over to Serge for you to give your self-introduction there. Serge?
Yes, thank you, Fred, and thank you, Kevin, for organizing this. So, Serge, I'm the Executive Director of the Professional Development Institute here at the University of Ottawa, which is a somewhat autonomous entity within the university. We're self-funded, we're cost recovery. In fact, we're expected to generate revenues for the university. And so we have a fair bit of autonomy within the university and are quite distinct from the degree level programs. So what we do is offer, or have been up to now, and I'll tell you more about the future, the near future, but up to now I've been offering, as Fred alluded to before, the not-for-credit training. We offer about 1,000 courses a year to about 10,000 people per year, the majority of which actually is from the federal government. So we also work with the Canada School, where Liz is. As I said, there's a huge difference between what we do and what the degree level people do, what we call the 18-25-year-old crowd. We are more, of course, externally oriented to the market, to working professionals in the workforce. Our approach, therefore, is to be very market responsive. We have to have our ear to the ground to know what are the needs out there. We have access, for example, we just purchased now huge databases which help us not only identify the skills that are today needed in the workplace, but projections about the skills that will be needed in the near future. As people were talking in the previous presentation with the minister, there are jobs out there today and skills required out there today that weren't even in the vocabulary 5-10 years ago. And so the upskilling, the reskilling, the constant continuity of learning, as we like to call it, is very, very important. The way for us to do that is to integrate with industry. Organizations like Lighthouse, for example, would be of interest, working with Sengen, these kinds of things, because it is very important that our training be offered by practitioners to practitioners so that it has direct, immediate impact. So we're looking for short, just in time. And then one last point that we've learned over the past few months is that certification is really important, especially in the world of data. The CISSP, for example, certification, hugely important. So we can't just go out there, deliver courses and say, thank you, give us your money and off you go. No, there is certification expectations from the learners. So in a nutshell, we're very much into what we call the 60-year curriculum, where universities have finally clued into the fact that, education doesn't stop at graduation. You can't just, shake hands on the stage at graduation, kick them off the stage and say, have a good life, right? It's an engagement. It's a full career-long engagement that we try to foster.
Great. Well, thanks very much, Serge, for that context and that introduction. And I'm glad to hear all of the panelists raising some of the issues which we're going to be able to dive into in the discussion here on the questions. So to get things started, what I was going to do, and we started touching on this even in your introductory comments, all of us have. So the question I'm going to pose to each of you, for each of you to give a response to, is, well, given the current situation, really, how has the last 9 months been? Could you each maybe take a minute to talk about the experience and where you see your business model going? And Serge, why don't we, since you've just been speaking, why don't you speak to that first, and then I'll pass back to Liz and then to Jeremy. Serge.
Yeah, well, to be very transparent about it, and as I said, 9 months ago, it feels like a pregnancy, doesn't it? I mean, 9 months ago when we started this thing, virtually none of our courses were offered by distance. Now 100% of our courses are offered by distance. So it's a significant challenge to reconfigure our course, investments that we had to put in to do that. But it's opened up a huge opportunities. Our catchment area now is way beyond Ottawa. Like, we used to be very Ottawa-centric. All of a sudden, we have access to the entire country, if not the entire world, without exaggeration. So that is one positive outcome of this. Now, the fact that we get to go outside Ottawa means that people outside Ottawa get to come to Ottawa. So the competitive landscape is changing very, very quickly for us, with a business mindset. And so we have to keep our eye on the ball, say, what differentiates us, what's our niche, the university brand versus others. And as I said before, out there are lots of multinational, private training opportunities, most of which are really, really good, some not so much. And so there's opportunities for partnerships as well that we're looking into, and that has accelerated our strategic plan, that's for sure.
Okay, that's some great context there. So, and it's, with all that wonderful space that you have, I remember the last time I saw you there in Ottawa, the complex you have there with the Yes. All the students full of students. Now it's the virtual rooms that full of students. That context has changed.
We've solved our space issues.
Yeah, in terms of that. So, Liz, pass it over to you if you want to speak briefly on the past 9 months and where you see your business model going.
Yeah, sure. So it hasn't felt like a pregnancy for me, but I have to say I have enjoyed the last 9 months very much, probably because I'm an introvert and so is my family. But I have to, on a personal note, I've had just extraordinary opportunities in the last months to all of a sudden, for example, have my family close by all the time, which I've never had during my entire career, which has been extraordinary. And the lack of the 10 hours of commuting time a week means I have more mental, physical, and family health time, which is extraordinary. And I think about that when I think about how we're shifting in our work environment as well. So within our organization, as of April, we did a really massive and rapid pivot, and I'm very proud of the way that we reacted, actually. So first of all, we started designing content and delivery methodologies, assuming that we were 100% virtual remote. So we were designing for the new norm immediately. I don't know if it's because we were just perceptive or we just realized that we had a really golden opportunity here. So we didn't assume, like some other colleagues in the school, that we were going back to a physical classroom. And so what did that mean? We had to think about modular, facilitated only when needed, self-directed learning components, taking action steps between facilitated sessions, and leveraging the functionality of our platforms and seeking feedback in different manners. But as well, we super increased the speed at which we were designing curriculum, recognizing that now more than ever, public servants needed to get on this digital modernization journey. And although we saw rapid shifts in some government organizations as a result of COVID, we saw some organizations who stood up programs such as the CERT program extremely fast. We also saw that the divide between those who get it and have the skills and those who haven't got a clue is only getting bigger. So we realized that those that are out of touch are rapidly becoming more out of touch. So we realized we needed to deliver and design at a faster pace.
Okay, that's interesting insight there, and being able to respond in the agile manner, switching and doing it. It's not just for during this period, but it's like this is a method going forward. It means that once we're back in the physical classrooms at all, we have to say, why are we really needing to be together face to face, given what we've been able to do online? I remember that 2-week period where basically there was the note from the administrator say, you have 2 weeks to put together a plan for how you're going to finish teaching your course online, in terms of that. So it's astounding in terms of that way that organizations have been agile and being able to respond to that. So Jeremy, I want to pass it over to you for how the past 9 months have been.
Well, I'm gonna start if we're keeping the pregnancy theme. It's going to be that I had a child just before COVID started. My wife would kill me if I said this was anything like pregnancy. But also that actually, to Liz's point and Liz's answer, it's been really quite, as an extrovert, the ability to be an introvert and stay with my family and be here with a 1-year-old growing up around me. I would have never had this moment in time, and it's definitely made me reconsider how I spend and how I organize my own life around it, because I would never give back this time with my family ever. It's been very, very life-changing for me and fantastic. As far as what's going on in the education space and our business of Lighthouse and all the things that actually Serge and Liz kind of spoke about, I'd double up on all of that to say that online learning has increased dramatically because people had to do it, and because they had to do it, people's ability to learn online has increased dramatically. And all of a sudden, the results in Lighthouse Labs has always really felt its power and its strength in its outcomes. Our 95% of people getting jobs within 120 days was kind of our big call to action for a long time, which is why we were in person the whole time. And being online, watching people actually gain the skills, the difference between people even 3 months after COVID started, where they actually had to figure it out and figure out how to learn online, changed everything for us. We had the technology already set up. We were able to give this just-in-time support and rapid assessment and evaluation through our technology that we already built, because we had multiple locations and we're kind of centrally watching this stuff. But the ability to now work with students who are very committed to learning online and figuring that out changes, for all of us educators, how the learners commit is 50 to 80% of the battle. Like that's really where it comes down to. So that's changed a lot. The interest in gaining digital skills has changed a lot, and people's urgency to learn fast in a supported way, to gain outcomes and to actually have just-in-time support and learn by doing, like these elements are very different than they were 9 months ago. We're seeing it was a problem we were already looking to solve, but it's a problem that's kind of accelerated rapidly. And the ability to then start working with all, the only other thing I'll say that's changed a little for us and stuff that we're seeing is all the technology around education is no longer just about schools or universities or groups. It's actually starting to make its way to the end users, the students themselves, and what do they set themselves up with and what helps them learn themselves. And that changes quite a lot as well, actually, for what we've seen in the ed tech space around as well. So it's been a fascinating time. Much to Liz's point, I think we committed to that change as soon as we saw it and said, we think this is going to be here for a while. I'm glad we have. And we're seeing a lot of different types of collaboration opportunities through all of this in much the same way Serge kind of talked about. It's been a very interesting 9 months for us. Yeah.
No, I appreciate those insights there, and even from the personal insights as well. Talking to different people, how they've adapted in these situations. I think it's really illuminating for us to realize how flexible we are as a society, and the notion of being able. Actually, one thing that I'm going to come back to you in terms of the question right here, because in terms of that current context, this is. What really we've seen right now is reinforcing the need to have a workforce that is digitally skilled and really connected as well. When I think back of just even a few years ago, where I was spending time in rural Alberta, and there was no high-speed network there. Now there is, and you're thinking, thank goodness, that we have that kind of infrastructure in place. It's increasing across Canada. It's not everywhere yet, but we're working on it. But when we do talk about digital and data literacy, what are we really talking about? What are the specific skills that are needed within the workforce? And maybe from a retraining perspective, given your organization, where do you start? What skills, Jeremy, would you say are the most essential?
Well, especially because we're talking about here public servants and around like all the wide variety of skills needed. Let me start off by saying that evaluation and assessment of the skills needed and the skills people already possess is still well behind, which we have a lot of work to do. Everybody does, which is why questions like you just asked actually exist. So I think I see that question all the time, and for the most part, I see very vague answers, because the problem is we don't, there's so many different small iterations of those skills that we have to be able to look at. And we have a lot of work to determine what skills are actually making a difference in the workplace. And I know, for instance, on this panel, I know CSPS, that's exactly, that's part of their mandate. It's been what they've been working on. And I think that kind of work is extremely important. So to give a very definitive and specific answer, because I like to do that better, I'm going to focus specifically on data, because if I also add digital, there's just such a wide variety of skills that could be used. And I think data specifically is just so important for the entire public space and the public sector. I think when you look at what's going on with COVID currently, and how important data has been to everybody understanding what's going on, to public policy, to the kind of solutions, and the ability for people to question it. I think this is where, for public servants, like I would start with data skills as the most important skills that we are looking at. And not to give a general answer, I will start off with the basic foundational ones. So really quickly, that leads to me to some core. It starts with analytical process, Excel foundations, and descriptive statistics. Before anything else, I think if people learn those three basic foundational pieces, you need to understand that to move on data appropriately, as opposed to just look at numbers, and to be able to manipulate it. And I think you move very quickly into things like data collection and organization. So you could look at core small skills like VLOOKUPs and pivot tables. Very important for organizing your data when you're starting out. Combining multi-data sets. How do you have different sets of data and bring them together? Data cleaning techniques and best practices. We have tons of messy data in the world. How are you putting it together in a way that is actually organizable and where other machines can actually do more work for you? These are really basic, but they're very important. I then go on to data analysis techniques that involve understanding tools, basically like Tableau, very important tool when you're doing data analysis, building basic dashboards, and doing basic linear regression. I think if every single public servant, and actually every single employee, understood some of these basic skills, the key is they'd be able to evolve further, because then you can go into data analysis, visualization, that the best practices around visualization concepts are core skills here. But I would say that what we mistake when we are looking at all these skills is we think of such a wide set, but it really starts with just getting comfortable and not intimidated by this stuff and being able to just see some actual results in manipulating the stuff you're working with. Yeah. When you can do that, your ability to learn and grow in the way you need to transforms. And I think our ability to learn fast is actually the core skill that's behind all this other stuff that we should be working on every day, like we go to the gym, right? Yeah. How you learn more rapidly and evolve rapidly is key.
Yeah, and those data basics, like I think that's the thing is everybody, it's applicable across a wide spectrum, and in that way, people can see one thing they learn in one area, they can see how it applies to their specific problem there, and as you get more advanced. So I'm going to turn it over to Liz now. So from a public sector perspective, what skills do you find are in need, and how do you are addressing how are you addressing those gaps? Liz, over to you.
Yeah, and I'm really glad that Jeremy focused in on the data stuff, and I'm going to focus in on the digital. And today maybe we can do a comprehensive. So that's perfect. That worked out well. So I had mentioned in my intro about digital acumen, right? So what the heck is that? And that's because that's the focus that we have at the Academy, and it's what we hear on a daily basis within the government from other jurisdictions as well. Because we work closely with the provinces on what we're missing in the core behaviors of our public servants. So in the federal public service, we began with the creation of some digital principles, and then those morphed into digital standards, and they're now embodied in the public service with a recent policy on service and digital. So that's that merging of service and digital, meaning that no services are non-digitally enabled. They go hand in hand. And with that comes the digital standards, where we talk about how we need to behave as public servants in order to ensure that we in our programs and services evolve quickly, and to make sure that we remain either become or remain a relevant government. I think that depends on relevant public service. So, in other words, a public service that designs and delivers in the manner to which we as citizens have become accustomed to. Because that's not what we think about when we think about government services, right? We don't think about the same thing as when you pick up your phone, you don't like an app, you delete it, you get another one that's better. You can't do that with government. So these digital standards, which are the focus of most of our digital courses, they're non-technical in nature. And I don't know if we can share a link or not, but I'll put it in the chat in case we can. The 10 digital standards were designed with many provinces. The Ontario Public Service has very similar principles, and they can all be walked across, meaning that we've got them, we've nailed them. They're very similar to what we see in other jurisdictions. And they're things like design with users, iterate and improve frequently, empower employees to deliver good services, work in the open by default, design with accessibility. Like they're fundamental things, and they don't speak to technology, but they speak to how we need to behave in whatever domain that you're in, whether you design policy, whether you code, whether you're a frontline worker at a help desk. And in fact, our courses are predominantly for all public servants, not necessarily for IT professionals, although the IT professionals, they desperately need to be working with the digital standards in mind. So what we're doing is, so we have the policy, which is key, right? Because that tells the government deputies, you have no choice, you have to do this. So it's a heavy stick in case anybody needs that. But we also have a Minister of Digital, and that's really big, because our first Minister of Digital at the federal level was 4 years ago, and now our current Minister of Digital, Minister Murray, that's all she does. She is just about digital. She doesn't have any other portfolios. She just makes sure that we're modernizing programs and we're raising the level of digital acumen and making sure that we get the budget in order to do that. That's super important. And then lastly, I think the area that we're seeing the biggest demand, the biggest need, and perhaps the least attention is with regards to the executive level. We've put together some really interesting content for executives and help them understand how their role as a leader is shifting. Like, it's no longer about managing into the bureaucracy, managing upwards, thinking about your next step and doing all the pretty reports. It's about enabling the work of your teams and actually changing some of your legacy behaviors, which were very, very debilitating when it comes to iterating and improving frequently. That being said, I have to say we're having a hard time getting executives into the classroom. I'm sure that other organizations are seeing that as well, is that they're just so focused on managing upwards in those legacy behaviors that learning is the lowest priority of all. And when we've seen that evidenced in our APEX surveys, that our executives in the federal government, they're drowning. Year over year, they're having a harder time keeping their heads above water. And now with COVID, it's even worse. So
yeah.
that's the skills that we're
that provides some great context. Particularly, I like the way that the two of you were able to take a look at not only from the data side, but on the digital side. And for both of you, reinforcing the notion of the human and the human in the loop, specifically, like in terms of the different aspects of because ultimately all of this training, it's not only training humans, but it's people being in processes that involve humans, because we're not automating society, we are improving society with automation and with training, and the pace of change that we've seen already it's been going so quickly, in terms of because of these external factors. And actually, I'm glad that a plug for Joyce Murray, given that she's from the West Coast here, we have to make sure that we have that influence covering across the Canada there. But with this rapid pace of change, I'm going to ask Serge to follow up on this, because given that pace of change, Serge, how do you see training evolving to match the pace of the new skills and processes required? And in particular, like we were hearing, given that people are so busy just trying to tread water to keep up with their jobs in the current environment. Over to you, Serge.
Yeah, you're quite right, Fred. I mean, there's so much fluidity, so much movement in the workplace, very few people stay on the same job more than 3-4 years now. They just move on. So the upskilling, the reskilling is a lifelong lifelong thing now. You look at the future of work, it'll remain so for the foreseeable future, and perhaps even more so in what I would call the digital world. Things are evolving so rapidly. You were alluding to the fact that some of the technologies that we have today readily available weren't even taught in computer schools 5-6 years ago. So what people need, as we've all said, short, just in time, accessible, accessible by price, by location, by format. To be sure, and not to discredit my degree level colleagues, but people don't have time to go back for a second master's anymore. I mean, we put them through 4 years and then another 2 years, which is a 6-year commitment. We can't expect someone to take 3, 4, 5 years off now, go back to school and start over again. By the time they leave that school, they'll still be behind because technology will evolve even further. So the notion of the just in time in this rapidly environment is very, very important. What we've noticed is an interesting trend, or is it two trends? I don't know, but what we're seeing is that there are two levels of need, or two sets of needs. One is for general managers, mid-managers who know a bit more about digital. Okay, let's talk about cyber security, for example. Managers who are not necessarily cyber literate need a basic level of knowledge so that they can manage a team of experts, within which there might be some cyber experts, some IT experts. It's been my case at the university. I'm not an IT expert at all, but I had to build a team that has, IT expertise in it, risk management around IT and around cyber and these things. So that's one level of training that we do, is to provide technical knowledge, technical literacy, if you will, for the general managers, the mid-managers. On the other side of that coin, you have IT specialists, computer science people, really bright and smart people, but who end up in management positions maybe, by progression through the ranks or whatever, but that don't have the cross-cutting, wider management skills, around, managing human resources, managing budgets, basic financial literacy, these kinds of things that you need to run a department. So we really have those two audiences: the specialists needing some technical knowledge, technicians needing some general management knowledge, and we try to cater to that as much as we can. And then I'll just finish by saying that the notion of badging becomes really important. Like blockchain allows now to provide badges which are official recognitions of having acquired a skill. And going forward, the universities will not be the only ones credentialing learning. Credentialing will be self-driven in the sense that people will go take courses, get those badges that ascertains the learning that has been done, and then they can carry that around in their portfolio with them. As they move from job to job and responsibilities.
Hey, I appreciate that context, and thanks very much, Serge. And keeping on this theme of change, I want to do focus a bit more in terms of this. And Jeremy, a question for you there. How do you see training organizations changing the way that they work? you see more collaborations, for instance, between organizations such as yours and post-secondaries, or where do you see the opportunity for collaboration, and what are the advantages? So over to you, Jeremy.
I mean, what a great person to follow in Serge, when he kind of said, you know, that open to working with different organizations and groups. And I can't imagine that that's always been where university and post-secondary and other education institutions have felt. And I think likely bringing in people like Serge to do exactly what he's doing and think about is where this is changing. On Lighthouse's end, we realize that kind of when people come to learn, they're not necessarily coming to learn in what you own as material or what you own. They're coming to trust you as an institution to get you where they want to get you. And I think universities and post-secondary groups especially who've looked at this kind of stuff, there's obviously a huge value in owning and building amazing material and having amazing teachers. There's no doubt that universities hold a very special and unique place in building research and in building thought leadership and in building kind of the way people learn. But I think especially in the just-in-time support and the now needs, much like Microsoft had to change from trying to own everything to being an open source organization that allowed many people to contribute in many different ways, and for it to have to work with a lot of organizations that weren't just Microsoft owned. I think what we're seeing is the university model and the post-secondary model really adjust to this idea that there is a lot more we can do together because it is too costly to try to keep up with relevance and excellence in delivery and different formats and different things that people need all on our own. And I saw it during COVID. I saw a kind of consortium of post-secondaries, never mind Lighthouse, but a consortium of post-secondaries all work on the same curriculum and build the same curriculum so that they had it ready to go in the fall because there was some stuff that needed updating specifically for online learning. Lighthouse has partnered with multiple post-secondaries at this point to be delivering, especially in the continuing ed space, continuing ed training for adults. And our job is the delivery of that education, is the curriculum, because we were already creating it. Their job is marketing it and putting together potentially the career services side of it. But more important is universities and post-secondaries have a gravitas in terms of why people look at them and trust their signaling of this is good, this is high quality, and this means something. And not just the individuals, but the employers as well. Working with organizations like ours is an excellent idea because what the universities get to do and post-secondaries get to do is put pressure on us to keep ourselves extremely relevant and make sure we're keeping up with curriculums and make sure that our education delivery is excellent, because if we don't, there's likely other organizations to work with as well. And that's the university, and that's where the post-secondary has really adjusted. And what I've seen in that model from a collaborative aspect is a much more open model of conversation at the very least, and slowly it's changed. And I guess, Fred, I'll lastly say that I actually see something very similar happening the way CEOs have run companies. And the reason I think in person has been so important is because there's a lot of charismatic, extroverted CEOs who really felt that culture needed to happen in the workspace. And as things have shifted by nature, by necessity, what you've actually seen is a very quickly introverted CEOs and people who are actually excellent at planning and foresight and thinking really rise to the occasion, and some extroverts struggle. It wasn't their staff that couldn't work remotely. It was their struggle. And I think in universities, that leadership has changed a little bit as well with that mentality, and it's making a big difference across the board.
Yeah, and you raise an interesting question there, which I'm going to ask Liz to sort of elaborate on in terms of the kind of audience when we were talking about the need at the executive level. You know, like there's people that don't need to have the full technical aspect of things, but then there are people that basically in the public service, there's a very diverse range of skills that people have, and then where people need to either upskill or reskill. So Liz, how do you approach reskilling when your sample population is at all different levels, and how can you offer something that addresses this in a practical way? That sounds like a good response.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so we do have a number of different specific, that was really loud, wasn't it? They're usually quiet in the bed. That's why I bring them in when I'm teaching. But so we do have a number of different specific audience and different skills depending on those. But the first is the broad public service. You know, 250,000 public servants all need to have that foundational digital acumen that I talked about, that understanding of how they need to be working aligned with those digital standards. And again, it doesn't matter whether you're in policy or you're a coder or whatever it is, you need to be stopping with the old school, going away and designing something and working on something for days, weeks, hours, months, years, or whatever, and not getting feedback. So iterating and improving frequently, those basic skills are for absolutely everybody. And that's the foundation of what we do at the Academy. But in parallel, we also recognize that we need to build teams we equipped with more technical skills to support digital modernization. So in areas such as artificial intelligence, DevOps, data analytics, cloud, etc. So we also have a premium program, an accelerator program, which we've run 2 cohorts now, and we're just getting ready to start our 3rd cohort. And that's where we take teams of generally IT specialists, but not necessarily so much, but who want to become more specialists. And we bring in their executive because it's a whole team. Because if the executive can't manage them, they can't operate the way that they need to operate, then it's not going to work. And they bring in a really good problem that's required to be fixed in their organization. And we take them through our foundational learning, and then we go into some deeper dives in some more of those technical areas. And then they actually go through an accelerator, like a startup in a private sector, where they actually solve that problem and take it back to the organization. With regards to the content for those offerings, we don't build it all. We're not in that business. That mandate has shifted for the school. Content curation is more of what we do. So we take, we borrow, we share, we collaborate. I give the content of my offerings to many different jurisdictions, teach it to the other public jurisdictions such as the Ontario Public Service, etc. But then where we have a little bit more of a gap, though, is when it comes to the deep technical skills. And in the Government of Canada, we have a skill shortage when it comes to being specialists, specifically in different technical areas. We do try to do collective hiring so that we go to university programs and hire people with backgrounds and graduating with those specific skills. But once people are in the public service, it gets a bit trickier because we're open and we're transparent, and we have to make sure we don't give preferential treatment to one vendor over another. So generally we have somewhat duplicated efforts by different departments where they leverage different content from different organizations like that.
Okay,
yeah.
Great. Well, thank you for that context there. And being mindful of the time, I'm just going to ask Serge for a quick comment before I go into a rapid fire quick question after that, and then open it up for questions from the audience. But since you were talking about the range of skills and a range of different things that you've been offering there, from the perspective, Serge, of the University of Ottawa, what are you finding are the skills and the training that people are asking for? Are there some areas of professional development that are in more demand than others these days? Serge, over to you.
Absolutely, and regardless of the field, digital, medical, engineering, whatever, the highest demand is always for courses that used to be called soft skills that we now much prefer to call universal skills or transferable skills, okay? Those are still very, very much in demand. In fact, that's our bread and butter, okay? So courses like communication skills in IT, project management, business writing, business process improvements, analytical thinking, strategic thinking, these kinds of courses, I would say that those are the fundamentals, that can be carried from one job to the other, from one level to the other. And regardless of specialty, these are still our best sellers, to use our language. Yeah.
Okay, good to know. For those soft skills, yes, great stuff.
There's still life in those guys. Yeah.
Okay, so for the last 3 minutes right now, I'm going to ask Liz, then Serge, and Jeremy in that order to each take up to 1 minute to highlight a success story. So Liz, over to you. What success story would you like to share with us?
Okay, COVID brings lots of success stories, right? So one of the success stories, I think, of the Federal Public Service was around the delivery of the CERB program, which involved 2 of the biggest government departments, Canada Revenue Agency, 50,000 employees, and Canada Revenue Agency, 20,000 employees. And from working in an organization that big, their cultures, they just put blockers in front of everything that you do. The fact that they delivered on that, and they delivered on it so fast, was absolutely extraordinary. The challenges for those organizations was to recognize that they had shifted from the risk of making a mistake to the risk of not doing it fast enough. And now what we have to do is we have to figure out how do we capitalize on that so that our organizations recognize that risk shift position changed a long time ago. It changed long before COVID. Citizens are expecting services fast. And going back to the pre-COVID is just a moral imperative to not go back on that path.
Okay, that was a good, quick answer. Thanks. Serge, over to you for a quick highlight of a success story.
A quick success story, one which I hope to replicate with Lighthouse now that I know Jeremy better. We've just recently, we were seeing increased demand for courses on cloud computing, which is a very specialized area. Instead of developing our own courses, what we did, we went out and collaborated with industry. We developed a formal arrangement, a collaboration agreement with Sengen, which is a national organization, and now they are providing the course content. We bring in the students. We have the marketing capacity for that. We bring in the student, hand them over to Sengen. There's a cost recovery and revenue sharing agreement between the two, and students are getting a fantastic product. And what Sengen gets is a University of Ottawa seal of approval, if you will. I mean, the fact that they can say this is under the banner of a university kind of differentiates their product, if you will, from others. And I hope to replicate that with Lighthouse one day.
Okay, great. And Jeremy, over to you for your 1-minute success story.
Yeah, I had someone in the public service in Alberta who had moved over towards oil and gas right before everything really went the wrong way. And they had been a newcomer to Canada previously, so went into oil and gas. That fell apart. We offered a scholarship for people who'd lost their jobs during COVID. They ended up coming and taking our data science program, which was fantastic. Turned around, graduated from that program, went back into service, a public service job that was specifically helping newcomers come to Canada in a data science role, and we're now helping people kind of emerge who through a service they had previously been supported by in a very different way. And so they kind of went through their full story. They wrote me a kind of really nice email back around how this all came full circle for them and loved it.
Well, nice to have these bright stories there. As we move into the final section where I was hoping to have 15 minutes for questions. We have about 10 minutes for questions. And so we have questions from the audience, and if not, I will come up with my own questions from it. And s'il y a des questions en français, on peut essayer de répondre en français aussi. So, Kevin, are you mediating? Who's mediating the question?
Me, Fred. So I got a whole list of questions here. One of them is about the Ministry of Education going to cloud first. So that's a provincial jurisdiction, folks. So we'll park that one for now. The other question that came in was, you guys talked about a lot around obviously courses being online and that it's global now. I know Selj talked about that. Do you think that because everything's virtual now, that it just abolishes the idea of class sizes? Do you think that you can just have as many people in a class as you want now? Does it, from a business perspective, has it just basically, made it so the possibilities are endless in terms of how many people you can teach at a time? You know what I mean? So, Fred,
it's great to hear everybody talk on that one. Serge, you want to speak first there, then Liz, and then Jeremy?
Two things on that. I mean, to be sure, there is the temptation of, packing in, so to speak, 300, 500 people in the same room, and of course, it generates revenues. The pedagogical quality has to be, taken into account, especially with adult training. You don't want a room full of, 200, 300 people. It becomes a conference. It's not a course anymore, and when you get into adult learning and reskilling, upskilling, the interaction between the participants is as important as what the instructor actually provides. So in order to generate that interaction, you have to have small groups. Our groups are typically 12, no more than 15. This being said, the fact that we're online now doesn't mean that we'll never go back to face-to-face. Also, we'll never go back to exclusively face-to-face, but there is still a need for it, a demand for it. Although, much to our surprise, we surveyed 600 of our participants lately. Asked, are you looking forward to coming back face-to-face? Only 30% said yes. 70% said this works just fine for me. All right, so we'll probably do a little bit of both and go on like that.
Liz, quick response on that and follow up?
Yeah, so agreed. I think that when it comes to actual facilitated online learning, I think the numbers need to be kept to a point where you have you offer some value, where you have those great conversations and people can interact. Otherwise, you're just a face in a classroom with 300 other participants. So what we've done though is we've split up our content because we recognize that everybody has Zoom fatigue. So what is best to be delivered in a classroom? What needs to have those discussions and have that interaction? And then the other stuff we farm into different types of learning modules where you can have as many people as you want. It's about splitting the content into the most appropriate methodology to get the greatest bang for your buck.
I think it's a great point on splitting the content, and we've been doing that as well and keeping what needs to be small, keeping it small. Jeremy, over to you.
I would just say, we have to look at the difference. So I agree completely in the sense that from a lecture perspective versus a video perspective, if there's no engagement, it doesn't really do anything. 300 people is way too many people for one person to just sit and talk at. People might as well just watch a video at that point. I think it really comes down to how are you engaging the people in that room. And so to me, having a big lecture room, perfectly fine if you have the additional people in there who are going to engage with all the questions and answers. And I think that's where this kind of stuff really changes. It's all about that level of engagement. If you can figure out so your level of support for that engagement, that's what defines a classroom more than the one person standing up front and talking at this point to me.
Good point. Great. Kevin, over to the next question.
This one it pertains to that same question too a little bit, but maybe a little bit of a different spin. Learning on demand. So that's something that's come up a lot where if you're recording videos and people are learning off videos, why can't they watch those videos at their own leisure, right? And still get a certificate or recognition out of that. And I assume that the engagement component would pertain to this as well, but is that something that your organizations are looking at or considering, where people can learn at their own pace?
Okay, in terms of that, Jeremy, you want to go first on that one?
Yeah, we already do some level of that. There's definitely video. We get our lecturers to do video. I think, as long as the student isn't needing to engage with the lecturer themselves or the person speaking themselves, I think video is a perfect replacement for a lot of it. I really think it's all about the just-in-time support. With learning on demand comes support on demand, and how you set up your support on demand ends up defining the value of that learn on demand approach.
Interesting. Liz, how, from your perspective, I see you nodding your head there. So your comments?
Yeah, same thing. The only example that I wanted to bring to that table is that we have had some experiences where we've been able to bring like a lecture or a panel discussion, and we capture that in a video, but then we make sure that the actual discussion with those panelists happens in real time. So you can have the learning on demand with having the actual dumping of the content. But for most learning products, I really think there has to be some sort of a touch point where you ground it in what you're doing. So we do have quite a few courses at the school you can just do on your own, and they're 30 minutes, 40 minutes, or whatever. But I think that they only take you to a certain point. You then need to have that facilitated discussion to make it pertinent to you and your environment.
Good point there, Serge. Anything else to add on that?
Well, no, just exactly same thinking. I mean, learning is a fundamentally human interaction kind of thing. And yes, there's a lot that can be done asynchronously, but at one point there has to be a touch point where people meet, at least screen to screen, if not face to face. But absolutely, so the hybrid model works well.
Okay, great. I think we have time for another question. Kevin, back over to you.
Okay. Liz, this one pertains to you specifically, not you specifically, but government specifically. You talked about like departments having a problem, and then they come to CSPS to see if they can work with you to come up with like training or whatnot to address the solution. Are problems what drives the content creation at CSPS, or is it the tools that the departments have, or is it projects? Could you add a little bit more flavor in terms of what informs the content that you create?
Yeah, so that particular example was for one specific learning product of ours, which is our premium accelerator product, and that's specific only to that. So generally our content is derived from from feedback from Treasury Board, from surveys, from Canadian Digital Service, who actually parachutes experts in and modernize programs. So when they go into the departments, they see the skill shortage, and that influences the design of the digital standards, and that's what influences the design of our courses. But the Premium Accelerator program actually takes intact teams from departments with a problem from that department, teaches them specific digital skills plus some more technical skills, and then puts them into a startup type of environment where they solve the skill. But that's only for that specific course offering. So the actual mandate to fix problems in organizations does not belong to the school, more to the Canadian Digital Service.
Great.
Okay, I got one more rapid fire one for you, Fred.
Good. Let's go for it.
We talked a little bit about this earlier around like industry informing content creation. Perhaps each of the panelists could give an example of, like, if I'm a Dell EMC or if I'm at Microsoft, I'm watching this presentation, I've got content that I think that public servants could benefit from. What would you tell industry, or how about, how they can interact and work with you guys? Perhaps we can do that as a rapid fire.
Okay, sounds good. Serge, you want to start on that one?
My first question is, prove that there is a need. Show me that there is a need, because it always has to do with market responsiveness. We have to be responsive to express needs out there. Putting something on the shelf, hoping people will buy it, doesn't work anymore. Everything has to be customized or tailor-made. And I would ask these people coming to us, show us that this need has been expressed, and then we'll work together. Absolutely.
Great. Jeremy, over to you. Your thoughts.
Personally, I like to see and Lighthouse does a lot of this. I like to see companies put forward one of their experts as a subject matter expert to help develop and think through where the trainings can get better and what education is needed. So while content is valuable but there is tons of third-party content, and generally when you work with companies, they try to put their content that sells their products. What I actually really want is the subject matter experts that understand the combination of learning and the technology and can think that through, and to work with our learning experience designers, develop a proper curriculum or piece that, yes, to Serge's point, you don't do anything without the demand, but also understand that if these skills are necessary, what would it look like? Building the briefs, the course outlines, the pieces like that, so that when the moment comes, you're ready to build it faster, is something that industry can be working with schools a lot on.
Yeah, good point there. And Liz, we're going to give you the final word on this question.
Oh, and I don't have too much to put forth in this one. The only examples I think that I can think of specific to this are areas that the government used to provide training in and that we don't even bother anymore. Like when I think about the whole scale implementation of Microsoft Teams as an example, right? First of all, most of our systems should be so intuitive now that we shouldn't have to have a whole lot of training. But that being said, organizations like Microsoft, etc., provide they're learning organizations in many ways, and they provide stellar content. So in some circumstances, I think go to the vendor if we already have that product and learn their product. But when it comes to actual non-product specific learning, I think that's when you need to have, as Jeremy mentioned, you need to have that partnership where you contextualize it.
Yeah, and that subject matter expert, the people that they know what the problem is, and bringing them to the table is extremely valuable. So I think I see we're pretty much out of time here. We've really covered a lot of topics, and in some respects only scratched the surface of many of them. But I think what we really have managed to do today is I think we've brought people together as a starting point to address some of the current challenges that we're dealing with. And we're going to be going into an interesting time in the future as we've been doing a lot of these things online. How is it going to look in the future while we keep the best of what we put together and take it forward in terms of a hybrid environment going forward? So I just want to thank all of our panelists, thank all the organizers and you, the participants in the audience, for joining us here today. We've really, I think it's a very interesting discussions we've started to have, and I want to really encourage you to feel free to follow up with any of us to continue on with these discussions. So thanks very much, Kevin, for your team for inviting us all here to participate on this panel.
Thank you.
Of course. Thanks to all the panelists for participating. That was an extremely rich conversation, and to take it full circle here, at the beginning of this thing, Jeremy was mentioning, the challenge of trying to figure out what skills are needed and then how to offer those skills in an agile and quick way. And obviously we have a lot of work to do, but you guys are all doing great work in addressing those issues. So kudos to you. So we're going to take a very short break here, and then at 3 o'clock in a minute or so, we'll have UiPath coming in to talk about bots for an hour. So thank you all for joining our session today.
Thanks very much,
Thank
everyone.
you, Kevin, and you want to check on your cat back there. He's eating your plant.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, we're here at our 3 o'clock EST session with UiPath, and we had the province of Manitoba come in and present at our last session on November 10th for digital transformation. And man, oh man, the chief digital officer was a huge fan of UiPath or of RPA in general, I should say. But he was talking about like layers of bots, wherein you have bots doing remedial tasks or whatnot, and then you had bots in charge of those bots that would manage those bots. So that was the first time, Rob and Jonathan, I've heard of that kind of concept, but that was pretty interesting. It kind of led to a whole theory around class warfare between the bots. But we can get into that for your presentation. So joining us is Robert Romberg and Jonathan Ouimet, who are working with the federal government and the provinces in implementing RPA strategies. So I'll leave it to Rob and Jonathan to present on what they're working on.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it. So my name's Robert Romberg. I lead our federal business here in Canada. I'm based out of Ottawa, and I'm joined by my colleague, John Ouimet. He's a pre-sales technical consultant, so he works with me in supporting the conversations, the projects or initiatives that we've been engaged with in support of the federal government. So we'll move to the next slide just to touch on a few things that we'll speak to. Our intent today is to really just frame what is RPA, or robotic process automation, and how and why organizations are embracing it as a way to accelerate a lot of their digital interests. There's other benefits that we'll speak to that we commonly see as well, or value drivers that the public sector can hook into or realize from RPA. We'll provide a little bit of an overview in terms of the platform, so very scalable in terms of its reach and enterprise in scale, and then some use cases. And what we hope to be able to do, if the videos will allow us to, is really show you some use cases that put real context into what RPA is, more importantly, the impact that it's having. So it'll just make it tangible for you. So next slide, please. Just to sort of set the stage for automation, Gartner, as we all know, one of the leading researchers in technology, talks about hyperautomation as the #1 technology trend for 2020. And hyperautomation is not exclusively RPA, but RPA is really sort of at the core of what they speak about in terms of hyperautomation. And hyperautomation is the ability to really automate or eke out as much as you can by automating disparate technologies, which includes artificial intelligence, process mining, different analytical tools, and various other advanced tools in the most efficient and effective way. And they talk about 6 pillars or elements to how hyperautomation can be accelerated and sustained that we've developed our platform to align to, and we'll speak to that. And what industry is saying, Gartner and customers, is that RPA is really an accelerant to a lot of the digital transformation initiatives that organizations are aspiring to address. And I heard Liz mention that citizens are expecting services to be delivered fast when she was talking about CERB. ESDC and CRA as the 2 primary departments or agencies that are at the forefront of that. And a lot of examples of under CERB and prior to that that we could speak to that demonstrate how that's actually materializing. Next slide, please. So we talk about what are the benefits of enterprise-wide automation, or automation that can be deployed at a working group level. But when we look to the broader benefits from a department, agency, or an enterprise perspective, obviously they get greater in terms of the reach and the impacts that they can have. But there's 4 core value propositions or benefits that we see commonly realized by organizations that embrace automation. Increasing employee engagement is one. A couple of parts to that. Robots are not taking people out of work, they're taking away the mundane. So it's really giving people and the existing staff greater capacity to do more work. COVID has only exacerbated the constraints or the workloads that are now imposed on existing staff. But also the ability then to scale up digital workers to address peak loads, unexpected workloads like we're seeing from COVID, if you like. Robots can handle a lot of those processes that would otherwise land on people that create backlogs. So by offloading that, it improves the employee experience, because generally people are not coming to work to do the mundane. They're coming to work to put their brains to work and contribute in other ways. Improving customer experience. The ability to quickly deploy or accelerate how programs and services that touch customers and citizens more quickly is a huge play for automation. And CERB-like applications, some of those in government today that automation is accelerating are but a couple of examples. Call center is another, where we can reduce handling time by having robots handle tasks that would otherwise slow agents from resolving calls or responding to requests more quickly, thereby improving the customer experience. We talk about minimizing risk and improving organizational resiliency in operations. Robots don't require, or automation doesn't require, existing systems to be reconfigured or to be replatformed. Automation can work natively within your existing technology landscape, legacy systems, newer systems, in a variety of different ways. So when people become the conduits to do these types of, or manage processes across systems, there can be some risk, but automation provides a mechanism to ensure that there's consistency and resiliency across those as you need to scale and deploy things quickly. And then the ability to accelerate. We're seeing organizations deploy automations in days. They can handle hundreds of thousands of processes very, very quickly, again, because there's no need to replatform or reconfigure existing systems. So we're seeing tremendous benefit in terms of efficiencies and savings by avoiding other approaches or looking at automation as a key way to do things cost effectively and efficiently. Next slide, please. If we look at HR onboarding as but one example, it used to be that people could onboard an employee over handshake, but there's a lot of systems, and what this slide is intended to sort of speak to is that the technology complexity has created more work in some ways that land on people. And if we look at HR onboarding, which we do have a video to display later, assuming we can, it'll illustrate how a robot can ingest an application, read that, interpret it for its fit, potentially score it using an AI model, but then manage all of the downstream activities that would cut across different systems, generally speaking. So it overcomes some of the challenges of technological complexities, whether that's legacy systems and or just disparate newer platforms. Robots can work across those very efficiently, thereby reducing the time it takes to complete these types of tasks or activities. Next slide, please. So what do robots do? Robots basically, RPA, which at its core are software robots, they emulate what people do by executing manual and repetitive tasks. So think of the mundane, think of backlogs of work. That's often where robots are be well suited to reduce backlogs or constraints that land on people. They make decisions based on rules. So they're configured by people to execute according to how people expect them to execute. They can just do so very quickly, very efficiently, and consistently. And as I mentioned, they seamlessly integrate with existing applications. There's a number of different methods or ways by which robots can be developed or deployed, and we'll speak to that quickly. But again, you don't have to rip and replace anything. It sort of fits in with your existing technology landscape. Next slide, please. So what robots can do, they can log into applications the same way people would, using credentials that are provided by your existing security, within your existing security architecture and credentials. So they behave as you would expect. They move files and folders to and from different systems. They can read and write to databases, scrape data from websites, web properties. Connect to system APIs. We have native integrations with several platforms. There's hundreds, in fact, and we can, if those don't exist because they're not published or they were never written through some legacy systems, robots can read natively off of the user interface using things like computer vision. So a number of different ways that can be approached. Robots can extract content from documents, whether those are PDFs, emails, or different forms. Very easily done. Creating a lot of capacity. They can open emails and attachments and make calculations. So Kevin, we do have a video that shows a robot executing some tasks within SAP behind a chatbot, and I don't know if the video will run. It is on the next slide. We don't need the audio, but the intent of this is to show how, a chatbot, if we click forward, okay, so it may not work. If we click on that slide, it may just launch the video, but if not, we can carry on. Yeah, it may not work. The video, and we'll send the links out after. Sorry?
Rob, we do have the links here, so maybe we can click it here for you and just run it. Just 1 sec, okay?
Sure. It's only 1 minute, so it's not anything lengthy or complex. It just really puts context around how a robot can extend what a chatbot service is able to do, and then how the robot would interact within back-end systems. In this case, it shows SAP to augment what the chatbot service can actually do.
Just 1 sec.
Sure.
No, while we're waiting, Rob, I hope you don't mind if I pitch in a little bit of a couple of points here. What's nice, and the way you framed it up makes a lot of sense. What is really cool from a software perspective is the way that our automation platform is installed is kind of like a layer on top of all the other applications that you might use on a daily basis. There's no rip and replace, just like Rob said. And because our robots are mimicking the actions of the users, there's also no rip and replace of the applications that are sitting there on the user's workstations. So in terms of an addition of something like this to your environment, it's very non-invasive, especially from a security standpoint. So the IT teams that manage the security and manage who has access to what and who can log into which systems, all of that stays the same. But now you also have an application that can do all those fetch and grabs for you using those same credentials. It's very nice that it works this way because there's a lot of other automation platforms that don't work in that way, that require an overhaul, that require full API integration, which is application programming interface, or a full deployment onto a set of servers and a full re-credentialing of a bunch of accounts. Our software is meant to tack on to everything you might have at your disposal at any given moment. And it allows you to get stuff done more quickly.
Rob, for this one, what we're going to do is I'm going to put the link in the chat so that our guests can watch at their own time, and then we'll let you continue, okay?
Yeah, it's fine. Thanks, Kevin. And Kevin, are you going to moderate if there's questions? I don't want to overlook any should they come in. I just thought that.
Yep, I'm creating an inventory of it, yeah.
All right, cool. So yeah, the intent, and if we wanted to go back, the intent of that video was again to show that a robot can be configured to follow a set of instructions from a request that may come in from a chatbot. So it extends the value of a chatbot, and the use case there is someone through a Facebook chatbot is requesting a status update on the shipment of a parcel from Acme Electronics, and it's a 1-minute video. Well, what the chatbot does is it hands off the query or the question to a robot that then goes into SAP, opens up a purchase order to get a faster ship date for the same product from a different supplier, and then confirms the ship date, availability, and closes off the transaction in SAP as an agent would do, but it's all being managed behind the scenes by the chatbot. So it's precluding the need for a person to have to do that. So it puts it into relevant context in that way. Next slide, if you don't mind, please. Actually, we can go back one. I apologize. The intent of this slide is to really speak to many of the use cases that we're seeing across public sector. And that's largely from a federal lens, where John and I are most heavily focused, but also it could cascade down to provincial and municipal. A lot of the services, programs, and challenges, if you like, are quite similar. But when you hear about backlogs of work, generally that's a very good application for where automation can have a very material impact very, very quickly. And Kevin, I can't seem to see the slide. It's minimized on my screen, but it's hard to read. Is there a way to bring that up, or is that on me?
I think the best way to do it, guys, would be to close your video, and then that will increase the size of the slides.
Okay, that's fine.
Jonathan, you got to close yours too.
There we go. Okay. So the ability to augment your existing workforce, again, just to add capacity where there are constraints that people can only do so much. There's only so many people and so much time, and workloads get congested. We have yet to hear anyone in the federal public sector tell us that they're concerned about automation taking people out of work or robots replacing people. It's more the contrary. It's rather, there's too much work for my existing staff and I'm worried about them burning out because they're just overworked. And if we can reduce the burden of work that we can hand off to a robot, we create capacity and we give our people back time that allow them to be more productive in other ways. And it's better for their overall well-being. They can contribute back to the jobs in more effective ways. So delivering higher value work. So examples of that and some of the things that John and I have been close to. Call center support. As I mentioned, agents spend a lot of time opening up different applications, navigating through different systems of record to find data that is pertinent to the call. So whether that's for social benefits, whether that's for immigration related purposes, whether it's an IT service desk type of application, oftentimes there's time spent traversing and or navigating through different systems and interacting in ways that are time consuming, but again, consistent. John and I went in and looked at a process where within one system of record, all that information resided across different tabs and different fields. And it would take the average caller 2.5 to 4 minutes to source all of the information visually and then provide a response back to the caller. In less than 2 days, we automated that and the robot could pull that same data together in under 25 seconds. So you think of the capacity that creates for the existing staff within the call center in terms of being able to handle more calls. It's quite significant. The other playback that we heard from the customer was that they have a turnover challenge. They can't hire people fast enough, and it's a hard environment to work in. So there's about a 30% turnover. If the robots could reduce the need for them to do some of the mundane, they saw that as a huge benefit for the employee morale and their ability to handle more calls, but more importantly, respond to calls, not fetch and grab data from within the systems. The other piece that they played back was it can have a positive impact on training, in that they no longer need to train people on all of the intricacies and nuances of legacy systems. The robots can do those activities, feedback information that allow the callers to then respond to those that are looking to have a service delivered to them. We'll talk about ATIP. We have a video, but similar thing. We've worked with IRCC, and they're the highest volumed ATIP department in the government. It takes an average person about 5 minutes to take a request from the portal to key that into their application that they use as a case management application for the ATIPs. Robots preliminarily, they're early days with this, but they're seeing about a 50% reduction in time to queue those into their case management system. So very compelling. HR onboarding, finance, IT service desk, claims processing. We talk about CERB and COVID, huge applications, and there's a couple of use cases that I'll speak to there where on the ingestion, the extraction, the validation, and then the uploading or subsequent downstream activities that robots manage in terms of high volume processing of applications and the like. Very, very big sweet spot for where RPA can have an impact. Next slide, please. And there's a few builds on this. We can probably just move through it. This is intended to give a lens to the platform. Gartner's hyperautomation wheel talked about 6 core pillars that allow for organizations to accelerate digital transformation through hyperautomation. And we've built our platform out to include, built off of 6 core pillars. Discovery includes, in each of these segments on the wheel, have product or capabilities within them. Discovery being the first. Basically the ability to identify, crowdsource, and curate candidates for automation very easily is a key component of discovery, in addition to using evidence-based approaches or data to surface up where there's opportunities that automation can have an impact. As we move over to the top or the other side, we talk about design and build. Basically, the ability to build or design automations across all of your systems using the tools that we have that are conducive to either RPA developers or citizen developers. You don't need to be a programmer or a very advanced user. We have interfaces and tools that are very conducive to a variety of personas, thereby helping, extend the reach and the value across the organization. Down in the lower right in the orange quadrant, we have manage. It's important as you deploy more automations that you have the ability to manage the environment, the robots, the users, the credentials, any integrations with AI type of processes that we'll speak to become very important. So we have that manageability across the entire spectrum of the platform. And then engage. The one thing that we've obviously learned is not everybody needs to have a robot, nor do they need to be a developer. But if you want to extend and maximize the reach of automation, automations need to be easily available for people to interact with without them necessarily knowing. So we've got a series of, or a suite of tools that allows for people to interact with robots or automations for longer running processes where a user just may need to approve, authorize, acknowledge, or reject something and then hand a process back to a robot unbeknownst to them. So those are the, sort of the four capabilities of the outside. At the core in the middle is run, and those are the robots that do the work. So when we design them, we have to deploy them, and the robots, be it robots that can run local on a workstation for an individual user, or robots that can run on servers that can run scheduled high volume based event or triggered workloads at scale. We have both, and the nice thing is you have flexibility to address a variety of different workloads with that. And then the ability to both measure and govern all of this is very important as well. So as automation scales, you need to be able to understand, are we getting the expected benefits from the automations, quantify those, report on those, more importantly, give those that are overseeing the program at the center of excellence level full visibility to how everything is performing and the value that it's delivering back at an aggregate level to the organization. So all those components or capabilities are part of the underlying or the platform as a whole. All of them exist in terms of products and capabilities on the supply arrangement that's referenced on the left. To date, we have about 20 agencies, departments, and crowns that have adopted the platform. Some further down in terms of early days of adoption and smaller number of users, some up to enterprise class deployments already. But it's a very healthy adoption from within the Canadian federal government, and it's only continuing to grow with more pace. In terms of deployment, whether we deploy on-premise in your existing data center infrastructure, whether we deploy in a hybrid cloud, we can deploy in a public cloud. Generally, it's not where we see a lot of deployments within the federal government, but also on the protected B clouds. So the existing partners, the CSPs that are authorized to run protected B workloads within the government of Canada, we can deploy our software on any or all. So there's no restrictions or no constraints. One thing that we did want to make mention for those on the phone is that we've just formalized an agreement with ThinkOn, who is one of the cloud service provider protected B partners that has a marketplace, their G Cloud open. So UiPath can be sourced and provisioned as a service through ThinkOn. So a very exciting announcement and recent partnership that we wanted to make sure those on the line were aware of. Next slide, please. And I think, John, I'll hand it over to you just to talk about the integration or the complement between RPA and AI and intelligent automation. Yeah,
absolutely. Thanks, Rob. So here, actually, let me turn on my video. So there's something to be said here, actually, about a video that is included as part of the 4 that have been shared in the chat. What you are looking at here is what are called AI workflows. So in UiPath, we have a component to our platform called AI Fabric. A lot of folks talk about doing AI, we want to do machine learning, we want to get machine learning decision making as part of the stuff we do from a day-to-day on a day-to-day basis. What you're looking at here is a high-level representation of a component of our platform called AI Fabric. So AI Fabric, a couple of years back, UiPath took the initiative to build out a portion of our platform dedicated to hosting your own machine learning models. And the reason why this is important is because now, instead of just having robots that follow pre-prescribed business rules in a, how could I say, a tacit manner, meaning they know they have to do action A, B, and C in that specific sequence, but the inference, the ability to say, should I go left or should I go right, that was not part of our platform, but we've made it part of our platform. So AI Fabric is the ability to include machine learning models into your robotic processes and to allow for your robots to actually have a bit of machine learning cognition added to their logic determination. So what you're looking at here on the left, choose a model, build an ML skill in AI Fabric, and drag and drop ML skills. We do have what we refer to as drag and drop AI, in the sense that you can use some of our out-of-the-box machine learning models, or you can bring your own if you do have a data science team internally that has been developing them. You can then make use of our AI Fabric platform to upload those models or to modify them to whatever degree that you see fit. Rerun pipelining, rerun training on those models, things like invoice extraction, very, very popular, things like receipt extraction. And we have one of our videos that's actually specifically about receipt extraction. After you have deployed your models and made them available to your robots, you can then deploy what are called ML skills. So what that means is that in our studio, which is our workbench for developing these processes, as someone developing the processes and putting them together, you can then grab your ML skills that have been deployed and drag and drop them into place for whatever reason you might see fit. So if you're doing some things like document understanding, that's an ML skill. If you have decided to provide the robot the ability to make a call on whether or not someone who has applied for a loan from a bank, as an example, should be approved or denied based on a variety of factors. Those factors can be fed into a machine learning model, and then the robot can take action in whatever systems are involved based on the reaction of the machine learning model. So this is what we've brought to the table. We've now augmented our robots with essentially machine learning and artificial intelligence. It's pretty cool stuff.
So it makes it very practical in being able to deploy models and machine learning skills in a heterogeneous type of environment, meaning there's R, there's Python, there's SAS, there's you name it. All of these AI engines and cognitive services can be called into a process that we could register within the platform, and then the robots know how to manage that. Both, you know, once that function is called, you get a result set, do something with it. That's really how it all ties together in a very practical context, with feedback loops and learning being a part of that.
It's pretty well
The
lit,
next
yeah.
slide expands on that a bit, I think, John.
Yep, if we could just go to the next slide there. I'm bringing it up on my side as well. And this is the outcome of using something like AI Fabric. This is what you can start doing using AI and using machine learning models. And these are the results of essentially what you can get out of it if you decide to go down that path. So things that, like I was just mentioning in uncertainty here in that pillar, loan defaults at the bottom there, that's just one very specific case, but you can feed bits of information, depending on how you built out a machine learning model, to the machine learning model, and then have it come back with an answer, which is essentially an inference to say yes or no, or tell me how certain you are that I should, this person will default on their loan or not. Things with high variability. So like we see down there, resume matching, we do have a bit of an onboarding process that we explain here in one of our videos as well. And you can have machine learning models deployed. that can do things with things like resumes. It would take them, match the candidates to the best fit. Do they fit well for the proposed position or not? And you can have your robots using those machine learning models to make that inference and then to throw them, down the pipeline to say, yeah, this is a great candidate, or put them on the I'm not so sure stack and see where they go from there. It depends. But you can build it into the way you want your robots to actually operate. And then unstructured data, and this is a big thing for us. So document understanding is a huge part of our platform now, and really what we can do with unstructured data such as PDFs, or contracts, all kinds of documents of various natures like receipts, purchase orders, invoices, and then even structured stuff like forms and how can I say this, web forms of information that come through from sites. You can now do extracting on all those different types of sources of information using machine learning model inferred extraction. And that's a great thing because you don't have to perform the custom tailoring of an extraction of a specific type of document. You can allow artificial intelligence to do that for you. And what that means is, for instance, invoices. A given company or government agency or literally any operating organization on the planet is going to be dealing with vendors, as an example. And the number of vendors they deal with will be variable. So maybe you deal with 1,000, 2,000, 10,000, 20,000, 100,000 different vendors as part of your landscape. Well, if you want to intelligently extract all of the information from all the invoices that come through your mailroom for the invoices that are sent over, are you going to custom tailor a form and a structured template for every single one of those 10,000, 20,000, 100,000 different invoice templates? Or are you going to do a limited number of them and allow a machine learning model and artificial intelligence to take over from that point and do the rest for you? These are the types of things that we now in UiPath actually have out of the box as part of our AI Fabric platform. It's really cool stuff to see actually in action.
Yeah, and some
next slide.
Just to build on that, some conversations we've had around document processes that puts it into context. A lot of the value that is gleaned from the data is really what the organizations doing the extraction of invoices are trying to get to, meaning they need to put it into SAP or they need to put it into their system of record, or they need to push the information into an analytical environment where they can query that to look for patterns, anomalies, things like fraud or other insights that are meaningful. But for people to take time to do that extraction and format the data inside of Excel or other databases is not productive whatsoever. So it's a sweet spot for automation, to be very honest. So, and the ability to do that dynamically, like John was alluding to, where throw a document into a bot and it uses a machine learning skill to know this is an invoice, this is a receipt, and then understand where to look to pull the right data from that. It's a huge productivity gain, but it really builds the bridge nicely between RPA and AI and puts it into a very practical context, as but one example. So what we wanted to do is speak to a couple of use cases, and given some of the videos that we had don't render in the right way, we'll speak to those that we had as well. And obviously we welcome some dialogue and questions because we'll probably have a bit more time. But if we move to the next slide, there's two use cases that speak to similar types of applications. One is pre-COVID, one is a result of workloads that came from the COVID crisis, but they're both within social benefits departments in the public sector. It's on the next slide, actually. So the Department of Work and Pensions is the equivalent of Employment and Social Development Canada in the UK. So they administer benefits to seniors, to citizens, and there was a backlog of about 30,000 pensions claims that was very politically visible. So this was pre-COVID. It was about, I believe it was 2018 when this use case was sort of put into production. So the client was contemplating, how can we reduce this? Because there's a lot of political visibility in an election year, and we've got to do better at getting benefits to our senior citizens, those that are vulnerable, more quickly. So they contemplated staffing up versus using automation. They deemed that automation would be the faster approach, more economical, and would avoid them having to onboard people that takes time and then either maintain them or see them walk out the door after they no longer need them, being mindful that the backlog could then later resurface. So they took the approach to bring automation to the table, brought it into an innovation garage, and within 12 weeks from concept through to deployment, they were able to deploy 12 robots, and within 2 weeks of when those 12 robots were turned on, the backlog was reduced to 0. So they saw very, very rapid benefit in terms of employing automation as a way to create capacity and reduce the backlog that was creating a lot of challenges within the business. If we go to the next slide, it's a very similar use case, but it's attributed to the Paycheck Protection Program under the CARES Act in the United States, and the Small Business Administration, that is the government entity that needs to receive all of the applications that are submitted from the financial institutions who are getting the applications from those employers looking to get benefits for their employees. So COVID hits, it was a monumental surge of volume in terms of applications that the banks were receiving. And the use case here, it doesn't call it out, but it was within about 2 to 3 days that the automation was developed and put into production. And there was about 850,000 applications from applicants that were processed and remitted by financial institutions into the Small Business Administration. There's 3 key parts to that process that are significant. The intake. So for the robots to be able to understand the various forms, and these are tax forms, employment record forms, they're identification documents, all of which support the applicant's viability or eligibility for the benefit that they're seeking through their employer. Robots would ingest those and do the data extraction from all of those applications. The next thing that the robots would do is do the validation of that information against back-end systems. So think of the time and effort it would take for people to do that, or how alternative methods may take a fair bit longer to develop. Within a couple of days, these rules and these processes were deployed, but the robots were doing the execution of the validation against multiple systems to say, is John worthy of this benefit or is he not? So ingestion, validation, ingestion and extraction, validation, and then the upload. All of the forms that need to be remitted through to the SBA or the Small Business Administration needed to be completed, but it's a different set of forms that the SBA needed the financial institutions to remit. So the robots would take application information after it's been validated, populate all of the documents that need to be remitted to the SBA on behalf of the bank, and upload that. And the upload process was reduced from about 30 minutes to a minute and a half to 2 minutes per application. So it shows you the breadth of capabilities and the volume of work that robots can handle very, very quickly under COVID types of situations. But it illustrates how they can quickly be developed and deployed to have real impact. So those were 2. I think, John, we have a couple of other slides and maybe use cases that we could just talk to that aren't as, I'll say, far-reaching, if you like, in terms of the COVID use case here for the US or even in the UK. But there's a couple other little things that we can show to give people an understanding of what does the interface look like, meaning it's not a coding-based computer science or programming type of environment. And then what are some of the other conversations that we've had with different customers that we've done some work with?
Yeah, for sure. If we could scooch on to the next slide there. And we can bump once more. Okay, I can't quite tell if the animation is actually going in this particular case. It looks like it's just flat. Yeah, there's not much going on. But This is just to illustrate the fact, normally what you would see happening is just some mouse clicks and drags and drops and things coming from the left of the screen and being brought into the middle. And this is what our workbench looks like. So it's called Studio. We have we have three flavors of Studio right now. We have Studio X, Studio, and Studio Pro. And the three flavors have different intents and different uses. So Studio X is a version of Studio, it's the one in the bottom right, that is really intended for business users. So it's for folks that might already have an aptitude for this type of thing, might have already drummed up some VB or VBA or complex formulas inside of Excel, and they want to get started with our automation platform and start building out some pretty cool stuff. So that's what Studio X is really for. It is a stepping stone to get you into UiPath and to get you understanding what the concepts are, because the way it really works is that it's iterative, it's drag and drop. You take the activities that you want the robot to perform, you show it on the screen, the things that you want it to do, and then you test your process. So you rerun it, you make sure that it's actually doing the things you want it to do. And then once you're happy with it, you can deploy it at large. And maybe you have some colleagues that would say, hey, how do you do that reporting recompilation every morning? Oh, well, I just use my robot that I built for myself to do it. Much like in the same way that someone would show off or share the things that have been created in something like Excel. So actually, as a matter of fact, the value proposition of a platform like UiPath is analogous to something like Excel. How do you justify putting Excel on someone's workstation? It is a productivity tool. It is meant to enhance people's experience, get things done more quickly that they would otherwise be doing with sheets of paper, probably. With our robots, you can do the same types of things. You can automate any kind of action and bring any number of different bits of software together to reach an end goal. So Studio X, as I was saying, is really about citizen developers and business users that are given an environment that has an easier nomenclature to grasp. It's got even more descriptive tooltips that show you, well, you might want to do this after this particular step because of such and such. So there are two other types of versions of our Studio, and those really are our bread and butter. They are foundational. Studio itself is one of the earliest products within the platform because it's the most important. So Studio is where you would go about building out your actual processes, and you have the full breadth of tools at your disposal if you were to use something like Studio. Same type of concept, all drag and drop, bring the things into place, put them one after another, and branch off any which way you see fit based on the result of the business process that you're looking to map out. So you take business process on the left, you take UiPath on the right, and you essentially just translate, well, I do this at this point, I validate this bit of information at this point, and then you mimic that, you recreate it, and then the robots will perform those specific exercises. So we also have another version of Studio called Studio Pro, and that's for test development. So that's something quite a very, very specific thing, a little bit more advanced, not something I'm going to talk too much about in this particular demonstration, but this is just to say that we have different flavors of Studio that allow a number of, or a variety of users to pick up and run with as they see fit. Rob, did you want to add anything to that?
No, I think you framed it well, John.
I guess the last thing I could talk about is, I don't think we have a slide dedicated to it, but it's a tool that we have called Task Capture. And Task Capture is a small application that we have the ability to install on workstations that, say you're a business user and you have an idea for an automation, but for the life of you, you don't have time to sit down and build out what you want it to look like or how it's going to be, or you've got too much work on your plate, but you do have a team of developers or a team of folks that can put together something like this for you. Task Capture is a little application you install on your Windows workstation, record your actual process, and what it does for you is two things. It spits out what we call a process design document, a PDD, which is a document that outlines this happens at this point, this happens at this point, this happens at this point, as well as a file that can then be taken and exported into Studio so that a developer that gets that can start running with it really quickly and actually build out the application, your process through the robot very, very quickly. But most importantly, Task Capture is a very simple recorder. That's all it does. It records your steps. You can type things into various fields. you can show the robot what you want it to do, and it will give you, at the end, a usable framework for building out your actual process and handing it off to someone who will take it and actually turn it into an enterprise-wide automation that not only you will be taking advantage of, but maybe multiple people. So very cool little tool. I don't think we have a slide to it, but it's just something I wanted to bring up. If we can go to the next slide, please.
The black screen.
The black screen. Excellent.
The black screen.
If I could share my desktop, I could show this, but it's okay. This is just fine. I can speak to it. So I built out a little process for one of the federal agencies that we work with, and this one specifically is the most, and Rob, correct me if I'm wrong, the most heavily ATIP'd agency in the federal landscape. Is that correct?
Federal Department, correct. Yeah.
Federal Department, thank you. And what we built out was a robot that would automate the process of treating ATIP requests. So for all those of you not familiar, ATIP is access to information and privacy, and those are requests that any citizen within Canada is allowed to submit to this agency asking for information of various natures. Now, they get a ton of these. They get, what was it again, 280,000 a year, something to that effect. And that's about 750-ish per day is what they receive in terms of volume. And each of those specific requests take, on average, about 5 minutes to deal with. We have put a 50% reduction in input time per request at the top of this slide right here. During the testing that I did on the, and you can't see it right here, but if you click on the video link for that, you will be able to get access to it. On the actual robot, on the actual testing that we performed, which was just with dummy data, so there's no PII there. It was all actually, he called it Kermit the Frog and all kinds of various folks of that nature. In that automation, we actually brought the process down from 5 minutes to about 1 minute. But the average that we were seeing over the course of running the robot for a while was, you're looking at about a conservative 50% time savings. And not only that, you're looking at a time savings of not even having a person need to look at these things anymore. You're reducing the amount of time it takes to actually churn through this backlog of these ATIP requests in the systems that are concerned, and I'll explain what all that is. But you are gaining efficiencies. You don't have people hand bombing all this information into these systems and making sure that they go into the right fields and avoiding errors in copy pasting, those types of things. So what we did was, using their software, which is a software called APCM, which is Access Pro Case Management. Every ATIP request that comes in a PDF format needs to be scraped for specific and relevant information. That information needs to be brought into this case management system, but most importantly, it also has to validate for things like payment. Has the person placed the $5 submittal fee to make sure that that went through? And our robot, and if you watch the video, you'll see our robot traversing a variety of screens per request. So if you have a folder, a file that has, say, 10 requests pending, the robot will just take them one after another, and once it's done working on one, it'll move that source file over to the next, or to the, how can I say, it's the archive, rather. So in the video, you will notice the robot moving through all the screens, clicking, dragging, dropping, pasting information from the source data that was ingested at the beginning and putting them into all the relevant fields within the actual application so that a person doesn't have to, and completing it with an 80% time reduction. That's, for some of the runs that we did, we were, again, conservative in saying 50% in terms of reduction of time, because there are parts to the actual process that come before and parts that come after. So the whole thing end to end, we were simply stating a 50% reduction in time and not having to have someone actually working on it. So that's the so what of that. It's a massive time saving for a process that people should, in our opinion, not be tasked to do. That doesn't make you excited to go to work in the morning, to sit there doing copying and pasting from PDFs into specific computer systems. Going
John,
into
sorry, to expand on that, they're very early days still too. There's
yes.
It's not across the entire ATIP team, but the validation of those results has been acknowledged by the ATIP team there, and there's plans to expand upon it. What John's speaking to is just the input of a request.
Yes.
That the robots are managing today. What the robots can do, and what we're seeing in other departments and agencies, both here and abroad, is the robots, based on keywords defined in the request, can be permissioned or credentialed to go to back-end systems and pull information that contains those keywords. Robots could then also be conditioned or trained to redact protected B or personally identifiable data so that people don't have to do that. Then you're giving the analyst a complete set of documents or information that's been pulled by the robots, such that it's saving them the time of doing a lot of that in a more manually intensive manner. They're not doing that yet. It's just now queuing in the requests that are coming through the portal.
That's right.
So that provides a bit of a window into where or how else automation could deliver some extended benefit. Okay. And we're seeing that in other jurisdictions outside of federal.
Absolutely. And that's just but one example. If we can go to the next slide, please.
Maybe just talk about the third one, John, the data aggregation.
Yeah, I think that's
an interesting one.
That's a good idea, given that right now here all we see is a blank screen, but it is part of the videos that we have. If we can just skip to the next, please. And this is a black screen, so that's fine. So this is just to say that one thing that is definitely in our wheelhouse and definitely our bread and butter is if ever you have a system that is open source, and when I say open source, I'm not talking about software. I'm talking about a source, say online, a website, for instance, that's what this particular case is about, and you have the recording available to you. In open source situations, meaning websites that are available out there at large that you have native way of actually tapping into, the point is that you might want to scrape information from that at any given point during the day or during the processing of anything that you need to get done. And what that means is, say on a day-to-day basis, one of my jobs is to go to a website that we don't have native access to. We cannot make what are called API calls, which is application programming interface call, like a REST request, which allows client to server communication directly. Say you can't do that, if you are unable to do that in that particular fashion, but you do want an ability to go out there and scrape programmatically, our robots are great for that. So in this particular case, what I had built out, which was again kind of like a proof of concept for the other agency that we were talking about before, what I built out was a simple robot that would go to weather.climate.gc.ca, and it would traverse various weather stations. It can traverse all the different tables that are presented back to the robot, and it would download climate information. And this was, in this particular case, specific to the Bank of Canada. And they wanted to take information, feed it in, and they needed to pipe that information along so it could be used in other analytics. And the reason why this is powerful is that now you don't have to have people dedicated to applying the business process knowledge to going to an open source website and clicking on all the links one after another. That's not what they should be paid to be doing. They should be focusing on the analytics aspect and making their actual reporting better over time. Our robot now can scrape all the climate information that they need on a recurring basis, scheduled, and then piped to any other format that they need. If they want to take it and download all the CSVs off the website, like you will see in the actual video, and then send all that information off into a database, we can do that. So the goal of our robots, again, all the manual stuff, all of the boring, repetitive stuff, we compensate for that by putting robots in place to help augment.
Yeah, and it's transferable to some of the intelligence-related applications where there's an applicant. So think security screening. They need to validate, the integrity of the applicant, do queries against systems of record internally, but then also do some open source queries against public sites. Well, they can, based on the name of the individual and or other keywords, have the robots go scrape, compile, present back information. So you're saving the analysts a lot of time. And in one case down in the States at the Customs and Border Patrol, they were looking at a federal court website where an analyst would spend a couple thousand hours over the course of a year pulling down updates to criminal proceedings so that would inform their targeting team on interdictions that needed to be taken or not. So if there's been an update to a criminal proceeding that would suggest this person shouldn't be allowed to travel into the country, grab that, put it into a database, and ensure that it gets out to, you know, the targeting resources efficiently. In some cases, it was taking them too long, so people were coming in, but the robots are now doing that, and it's saving an analyst who's a highly skilled employee a couple thousand hours a year. Similar to the data scientists. Data scientists are not paid to copy and paste data. They want to get data in as much as they can, as quickly as they can, and hammer at it with different tools. So robots become an instrument that helps them do that. So maybe, Kevin, we're kind of good. The videos, we're going to support some of the talk track, but those on the call have them available to view if you can send that out. Maybe just the last piece, there's more to what we have as tools in terms of partners and free training that's online. There's a whole ecosystem of a community around the product, but I know we're sort of at the end of time, and I appreciate everybody.
Actually, guys, I got some really fast rapid-fire questions here from the audience that you can probably address right away. The classified data, are you guys working with the protected B stuff? Are you able to work with classified data at this point?
For sure.
Protected B?
Yeah, and that's a function of where does the data reside, where do the bots run? So it's absolutely running on protected B data in several environments today.
Okay. The second question I had here, earlier on during the Treasury Board session, they talked about AIA, or these various directives that governed the use of AI within the departments, and that departments had to prove that there wasn't a whole lot of risk in using AI when they wanted to use it. Did you guys go through those processes at Treasury Board when departments were looking at leveraging RPA?
So we don't remit any of those approvals on behalf of the client, but we were clear to articulate what, you know, the automation platform enables and the governance that's needed around that, meaning the discipline for those developing the automations, doing the quality assurance on those, ensuring that organizations understand robots only do what they're instructed to do, and those instructions are established by the people that configure the processes for the robots to execute. So I'm happy to have that conversation. We've spent time at Treasury Board making them aware of RPA, what it is and how it does conform to the guiding principles and ethical best practices, but people are a part of that broader conversation as well.
Okay, a couple other really fast ones. Through ThinkOn, is UiPath technology available to municipalities?
Can be, yes, for sure.
Okay. So, okay, there was that one, and then there was, is RPA being used for service delivery? So we talked a lot about operations. Is there anything around like citizen-facing use cases that you've seen?
Yeah, so in the CERB context in the Government of Canada today, absolutely, both at ESDC and more at ESDC on the intake of benefits and the processing of those, benefits and pensions, even call center. So very much citizen-facing, it's just that interaction. They're being used to streamline the amount of time that it would take for a agent to respond to a call, such that they can deliver a service to the caller more efficiently and handle more calls. Chatbots would be another, but there's a whole plethora of use cases that we could come back to, and if there's context from the person asking the question, then we're happy to speak to that. But the short answer is yes, in the Government of Canada today, unequivocally.
Okay, I do have some longer questions. Like, one of them is, what's the next innovation in RPA technology? But we're running close to out of time here. So what I'm going to recommend, gentlemen, is I did flip around the links to the videos. We'll resend that to all attendees after the fact, and then what I'll do is I'll tag team with you guys with the other questions that we weren't able to get to, and we'll send those responses to all the attendees as well.
Sure.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Rob and Jonathan, for your time today. And we're going to take a very, very quick break here, and we'll be back with more use cases with Simon Fraser University.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thanks for having us, Kevin.
Okay, we're back with Simon Fraser University, and we're going to be talking more about use cases for AI and data and whatnot. And joining me from Simon Fraser is Dr. Carolyn Collin from Simon Fraser University, who's being very, very generous with her time because she's been very, very busy the past few months working with data to inform policy insights and policy direction with the province of BC and with the federal government in and around COVID-19. So thank you very much, Carolyn, for joining us today. I know you're extremely busy, so we very much appreciate it. And I'm sure we're going to have lots of questions for you around data and the pandemic and whatnot. So I'll leave the floor to you. We'll have your deck up in just one sec.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for having me. And for those wondering, no, I did not complain too much about being super busy to do this. I'm happy to be here, and thanks for having me. I'm going to talk about some of the modeling work that we've been doing since the start of the pandemic in collaboration with the BC CDC, but in our own academic group here at Simon Fraser University. And it's been an adventure and an honor to work with the public sector on these models and to kind of help feed into the conversation about what's happening with COVID and what to do. Okay, so next slide, please. So this is an illustration just to show the context of our pandemic here in BC. We started, as did everyone in the world, in early this year, here in March, it's shown. And we had this tiny little first wave, so-called. And as did most places, we ramped up our social distancing and canceled large gatherings in schools and all the other things. And we really, prevented that curve. And then since then, in the summer, we proceeded, as many jurisdictions have, with reopening because we know that the shutdowns and lockdowns or slowdowns or widespread distancing measures were extremely costly in healthcare, but also in economic terms, in mental health, in opioids, and in other ways. So we need a level of reopening beyond, of course, what we did in April and May, and we're proceeding with that. And the result, unfortunately, has been transmission, and that shows just our ramp up that's actually already a little bit out of date. We're nearly had a few days when we had nearly 1,000 cases on that curve there. Okay, so next slide. So I got involved early on with a hackathon here at SFU, in fact, right here in the Canadian Statistical Sciences Institute space. And we started digging into data from other places where they had some COVID already. And from that, I met, and through other conversations, through grant proposals and so on, I met Naveed Janjua and Michael Otterstader from BC CDC, and we built a group that collaborates closely with them, with people from SFU, UBC, the Ministry of Health, the Children's Hospital, and a couple of awesome contributors from Fisheries and Oceans. And we also have a broader external academic group, including people from a range of fields around UBC, SFU, and UVic, and UBC Okanagan, and others. So we've had quite a few modelers on board doing different, a whole diversity of things with data, which I won't talk to you all about, but I'll keep to a couple of the different modeling efforts that we've looked at in collaboration with these folks. Next. Okay, so early on, the main thing we did was distancing, social distancing. And what we wanted to do initially was describe that in a simple enough model that we could use data to understand what was happening, use data together with the model to understand the impact of distancing and the impact of changing measures, changing distancing in the future. So this is obviously a cartoon of our model and one equation here for those of you who love equations. For those who don't worry, there aren't that many, but for those who do, here is the one central one. So the assumptions of the model are, people who are willing and able to do distancing are less likely to go out and contact others. These are people who can work from home on their laptops and who are willing to reduce their social lives and these things that we're all familiar with. When they do go out, they're less likely to bump into other distancers when they're out there. So, and distancers' contact rate, how much distancing they're doing, changes as things reopen, as we reestablish workplaces, people ride transit more, all the kind of social contacts that we have. So we embedded these assumptions in both a model, shown here, the one equation, and a cartoon. The equation shows the kind of strength of distancing f of t as a function of time, and it just scales down the contacts between people, people who are infectious and circulating and people who are susceptible. And the cartoon shows the green folks who are distancing are more staying home, and the pink folks are going out, and when they go out, they see other pink folks, the non-distant. Okay, next slide. Right, so we can use a mathematical model like this, which embeds, somehow there's an integral sign missing between that 0 and 45, so apologies for that. I think that's a operating system mismatch between my fonts and Kevin's. Okay, so we can describe in our computer the dynamics of what's happening with COVID, but at some point we need to relate that to what we see. And of course, we know that when people go out and get exposed, that's not the moment that they get tested. And we also know that the number of people we test changes through time. And there's kind of a time course between getting exposed, getting symptoms if you do, getting ill enough or worried enough to seek a test, and then that test has to be performed and reported. So there's a whole kind of delay there. And there's also some noise. Not everyone seeks a test. We test different base populations at different times. So there's kind of a complex process. And the way we use those data is we pull together estimates of those timing from individual line list data sets that we've been granted access to within the BC CDC team, and collect a kind of observation model that links our understanding of what we would see if there were 1,000 cases today in a region. How many, and how fast would they get symptoms, get tested, and get reported? So that gives us the average number we would expect to see given a truth in the model. Next slide. And then from that, we can say, okay, well, what did we see in the world? And we can fit the model to the data that we did see. And what we want to fit is, or we wanted to understand at the time, is really the impact that social distancing was having. How low is that contact rate among distancers? And we do this with Bayesian inference, and here's the second equation. For those of you who like equations, there should be more brackets here, but I think you can see most of it. So we know from what we understand about testing through this previous data analysis, how we relate observed cases to something in the model. So we use that to build a likelihood, and we say, well, we're going to, on average, think we're going to see this many cases, but maybe we'll see, 100 more or 100 fewer than that. And we have some likelihood for that that's based on a negative binomial distribution. So then we can make our Bayesian posterior and say, okay, what's the likelihood or the posterior for these parameters given the reported cases, C sub r, and it says, well, that's how likely you would be to see those reported cases under these model assumptions, and then times some priors. So we explore this. There's lots of things you can infer with this model, but not all of them at the same time. That still leaves quite a bit of room for uncertainty. And this is available in an R package called COVID-SEER, which is very beautifully developed by Sean Anderson at Fisheries and Oceans. So you, if you like, can also explore these things if you're a COVID model fitting geek like some of us. Okay, so proceed to the next slide. Hopefully the figures at least will come through. Okay, so the results of this are kind of what we would see in the model and overlaid with what we did see in the world, the reported cases. And then in the future, what would we see if we changed something? So these sometimes come up in Dr. Henry's slides. And I think they're coming up in part to sort of show the data and show what the modeling looks like, but also because it's a nice way to communicate with the public that we are, in fact, still even now in the midst of the fall and all the changes we've seen, we are in charge in some sense of what happens with COVID. If we increase our contacts, we drive transmission, and if we decrease our contacts back to social distancing, we reduce that. And I think it's been found to be helpful in communicating to really show, all the way from the data to the model to the actions that we can take and what impact they will have. So this has been part of the paradigm of communicating COVID and COVID measures in BC, and we hope that it's been useful. Next slide. We've also been looking at this in collaboration with the Public Health Agency of Canada, and again, I don't know why the format has changed so much since since I emailed it, but it has. These are 6 provinces in which there are COVID cases substantially enough that we can model them. And in case you can't read them there, Alberta, they're alphabetized, so across the top, Alberta, BC, then Manitoba, Ontario, then Quebec and Saskatchewan. And we do the same thing. We take our model and we fit data, and then we can just say, okay, imagine if the current state of affairs continues for 6 more weeks or 8 more weeks. What will this look like? And it's really a projection. It's not a forecast. It's not a prediction. But it sort of says, what is the path we are on according to the best data we have now and the best inference tools we can deliver, at least with our technical capabilities in our team, for saying what will those look like over the medium to and near and medium terms. And so that's helpful because, well, it shows us the path we're on. It doesn't predict what we're going to do. It says, here's the cliff. If you don't want to walk over the cliff, you could change direction, take a left, change the curve, change the policy, but we can't predict what policymakers or individuals will decide to do. However, we can kind of use models like a flashlight to illuminate that path. Okay, go next slide, please. Sometimes these also get wrapped up into the national level. I've called this Christmas Yet to Come because there was some discussion of these plots and the idea of kind of being at a crossroads over past weeks. What we do is collect the provincial forecast into a national model, and so these projections are not projections from one national model, they're projections from all the provinces and then merged together. And it shows the same thing. If we increase or decrease our level of control, which is distancing behavior, but also public health and testing capacity and other things, of course these curves can flatten out, or they can go up, or they can go down. Okay, next slide. Okay, so beyond broad distancing measures that place the burden of COVID control in our hands as individuals, and beyond kind of estimating from integrated data streams what those curves will look like, that's what I've already talked about. Here I want to spend the last few minutes talking about what else we can do. We're not just distancing, of course, we're also doing things like testing symptomatic individuals and then identifying and contacting the people that they may have been exposed to or who they've exposed. So there were papers on this early on in the pandemic, and I think in science, the scientific world, this is kind of known, but maybe it's not known in practice how it plays out in Canada now. So we are asking, how effective can contact tracing ever be, given how long it takes for test seeking, turnaround time, and then of course you need humans to phone contacts and reach them. And in particular, when this whole process is initiated by someone getting symptoms. So you can see, I guess you can't see my mouse if I point at my screen, it's completely useless. Just to the right of the first blue vertical line, there's symptom onset there. So at the time the index case has symptom onset, they get tested, they get test results, and then their contacts need to be informed. So the first red blob here is the index case, and the second red blob is the person that they infected. And so, of course, they happen later, and they may get symptoms later. And we just ask, like, how much of that second red curve are we going to be able to interrupt with contact tracing? And that's where there's a black X. Towards the bottom left is there's that tiny portion of that red curve that we're able to stop by this contact tracing process. And that's because it just takes time. You need symptom onset, and then those other things, and then contact tracing. And if someone can infect before they even have symptom onset, those cases are already there. The secondary cases have already been infected. Hopefully when the first one gets symptoms, they then start to stay home assiduously and diligently, and they don't infect their family members who they live with, but those are all assumptions. But even if it works really well, how much can we prevent? Okay, next slide, please. Well, it turns out we can't prevent necessarily all that much. So on the bottom axis here, I've got, your names are in the way. On the bottom axis, we have the coverage, which is among those contacts, like how many do you actually get in touch with, and do they like really stay home very, very well? If that's 100%, you're doing better than if that's 0. Of course, it's somewhere in between 0 and 100. And then on the y-axis, there's the delay between symptom onset to contact tracing. So how fast can you test and turn around and find the contacts? Faster if you do this with a digital app, and everybody has the app, and we've released it, and it does contact tracing and all the whistles and bells. And of course, more slowly if not. And it turns out, at the kind of Canadian parameters where we think there's maybe 50 to 80% coverage and a 3 or 4 day delay, we're actually only stopping about 1/3 of the new cases with contact tracing that is triggered by testing someone with symptoms and then initiating contact tracing. So 1/3 is great. Like, let's not put our thumbs, wrinkle our noses at 1/3 of the cases. But it won't get you from an R value of 3 down to 1. You would need to get 2/3 of the cases in order to do that. And for, on this picture, you can see that you would need to be testing and contact tracing nearly instantly, and everybody would need to be perfectly compliant, pretty much. Okay, so next slide, please. Then you can say, well, okay, we know this R or R naught, we've heard of this number, and that's the mean number of new cases that someone infects. If you have some kind of baseline R, like in the world that you would have if you were not doing contact tracing, and you say, well, now I'm going to add contact tracing to that, is it going to do the job for me? So what R can I handle? If R is 1, sure, no matter what you do, it's great. But if R is 3, then it won't work, right? So this is the same axis, so the coverage and the delay, but it's saying, how strong of a pandemic are we going to be able to deal with here? And the answer is not very strong. So at our kind of normal levels, we think maybe we get 80% or 70% that we reach and that really isolate, and it takes us 4 days to get there. We could actually only deal with a pandemic that has an R value in the absence of contact tracing, of about 1.3 or 1.4. And we know for COVID, this number is under baseline, full reopening, this number is much higher than that. It's 3 or 5 even in some estimates, or 2.5, or anyway, it's not 1.2 or 1.4. So that means we have a pathogen where we know that testing symptomatic people and then contact tracing them is not going to work in the absence of doing something else. So what are the something else's? Okay, let's go to the next slide, because I think I have something else's here. Yes. What are the something else's? So I'll make the first point first. So I think it's clear that, we're willing to keep distancing measures in place for a long time in some ways. So we haven't reopened mass gatherings, for example. We haven't reopened in a lot of places, large parties and kind of very high-risk activities. But it's clear that we need reopening that goes beyond what our symptomatic testing and contact tracing can actually manage. Because, we know this in almost all Western jurisdictions. We have had reopening that we need because we need schools, we need workplaces, we need our social events, we need our community gatherings, we need, and the needs are genuine and the needs are right. But the needs don't mean the virus doesn't spread when we get together indoors and when we, in high numbers. So it seems like it's become clear that the level of reopening we need goes beyond what we can do with this kind of cornerstone approach of symptomatic testing and then contact tracing. So what else is there? We can do what we're doing. Continue to mitigate and balance, try to get the right balance between shutting down and reopening and not overwhelming our healthcare and running out of oxygen and building field hospitals and overwhelming ICUs and having tragedies in long-term care. We can try that, but it's hard, we're finding, and it is going to require continued broad and expensive shutdowns, lockdowns, slowdowns, distancing measures. We could, or we could have, maybe we still can, roll out much wider testing. Places are doing this, the film industry is doing this, some sites are doing this, pooled testing, screening. The country of Slovakia did this recently. It's expensive. Is it more expensive than the continued lockdowns? Possibly not. We could focus our wider testing, not at the whole population level, but at key sites, long-term care facilities, high-risk workplaces, essential workplaces, even schools. We could, in some areas, go with a COVID-0 approach where we do all of that, the first things, and try to get cases really low and then stop introductions as much as we can, getting people to really stay in hotels and so on. So I think these are things, conclusions that are kind of policy type conclusions, or at least policy questions that really come from a kind of pandemic length integrated data analysis that moves from kind of individual data where we estimated these times to testing and these times to tracing and these times between infection and infecting others using individual level data, but also combining data at the population level with reported cases and distancing and trying to see, how strongly are we maintaining distancing, or are we reopening beyond what we can take. So this is, my conclusion of this past few weeks is really that we need to be thinking about this framing, that we need reopening going beyond what our current cornerstone approaches can manage. And so we need to be thinking about other approaches or accepting that we won't get that reopening that we need. Okay, next slide I think is acknowledgements. So I want to thank the BCCDC and our collaborators at Fisheries and Oceans and my team at SFU, including Paul Tepper, who's a colleague who did some of the plots around contact tracing, and the funders. So thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. I want to encourage all the attendees to continue to submit their questions here. We'll get through as many as possible. I got a ton of interest here, Carolyn. The first question is, what can Canadians expect? I think this question's about the vaccine and the vaccine being the answer kind of thing. So do you, based on the data, right, do you expect more is there going to be a third wave, for instance, unless, these other approaches are taken? What can you tell us about, what it's going to be like until this vaccine hits the street, if the vaccine is in fact the godsend?
Yeah, I think the vaccine will be great. Preliminary data are great, and if we can get 80% even of transmission prevented, that's a huge thing. We're already doing well with this contact tracing with 30%. What can we expect? If we go into some temporary shutdown or slowdown now and then we reopen, we will definitely see rises again because we are not immune. We need that vaccine. I think we can expect, it's not practical to immediately vaccinate everyone in Canada. I wish it were practical. So I think we will see a continued need for distancing measures and for, these kinds of testing changes. The vaccine won't solve this fast enough. We don't want to be not seeing our friends for the next 8 months. But I think the beginning of the end of this pandemic is really next summer and next fall. And so we have a long way to go. The vaccine is going to be great. I can't wait to get mine when Health Canada approves it. I will trust it and I will get it. But I think, we need to prioritize certain groups first, and that's right. And we'll do that. So I think there's a long path ahead, and there's still time to be thinking about these changes to our COVID control if we want to maintain a high level of reopening. And I think we do want to do that. And I hope we can make that happen.
Thank you. Another question has to do, so in the summertime, at least from an Ottawa perspective, I think this person lives in Ottawa. So like we had very, very low cases at one point in August. I think there were some days where we had no cases at all. And then in September, October, I mean, it just exploded in cases, back to code red in Toronto, for instance. I think this person thinks that it had something to do with schools, but like what would explain like that huge jump in cases in the fall?
Yeah, so I think with a smaller jurisdiction, you can have no cases for quite a while. And Vancouver Island had that, New Zealand had that. And the more you reopen, the more likely you are to be unlucky when you do get an introduced case from another place. So there's kind of a process of maybe cases come to your jurisdiction and mostly you're lucky, but then one time it's a karaoke bar or it's a spin class or it's I don't know exactly what your Ottawa experience was. But I think, combining reopening where we know once we reopen, we're not immune. We know we're setting up a population where this virus can spread like wildfire. We can be lucky for a while and start with a very low baseline, but then you will see those unfortunate events of high transmission, and it can get out of hand very quickly.
Okay, thank you. Another question has to do with the sun. From a data perspective, did you notice any differences in the amount of cases being produced in the summertime versus the fall time? Is there any analysis supporting the fact or supporting the sun as being a prohibitor, I guess, of the virus spreading?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think definitely being outside more. So in that sense, yes, there's a seasonal impact of contact indoors. And schools may well be part of that, but also just other indoor activities. If sunlight itself was going to do it, the U.S. wouldn't have had huge resurgences in the summer, particularly in the southern U.S. They do use air conditioning there, and they do spend time indoors in air-conditioned and kind of sealed environments. So I think it's really people congregating indoors, and there are seasonal impacts of that, but I don't think it's sunlight in and of itself.
Okay, yeah, because I know, like in the States, even Fauci was talking about vitamin D and stuff like that, and people should be taking vitamin D supplements and whatnot.
Oh, yeah, take vitamin D. It's good for your immune system. Like that's a great thing to do, but it's not. We know it's like a small piece of the COVID puzzle. It's great to take vitamin D and follow those guidelines, but sunlight itself wouldn't. The U.S. wouldn't look like it does today if sunlight was going to be about COVID.
Okay, no, it's great to have you on because I mean some of these there's so much not misinformation, but like I would say general confusion about what to do and whatnot. Another question from Mike Walker here. Do you have a sense of how much air quality and particularly indoor dry air from heating affects RT?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I don't have a good answer except to say that I know ventilation and fresh air is really important. I think one of the things we're a little bit behind on in Canada is really recognizing the potential role of aerosol transmission. It's clear that it's not just, you're guaranteed fine if you're over 2 meters. We know that this can spread longer distances, and keeping those windows open and ventilation working is great, but I don't know the specifics for that question.
Okay, I'm going to try to get two more in here. In your view, from like a comparative perspective, like is Canada doing well, relatively speaking, to comparable other nations?
Yeah, it depends. I mean, it's interesting to speculate. If we considered our border to be the Pacific Ocean and we looked across that border instead of the border to the south, would we be doing a totally different approach to testing, more like what they do in Taiwan? We are not an island jurisdiction, so doing what New Zealand does or what Taiwan does would be very hard for Canada. Yeah, I guess, are we doing well? It depends what your comparison base is. Yes and no. I think we've done many things incredibly well. We've not had very strict lockdowns with tons of fines, especially in BC, and we've had a trusting population. We've had policy based on science. We could have maybe stepped up testing in better ways and stepped up asymptomatic testing, and I think we could still do that now. So I think there are things we could have done better, but I think all in all, there are many things we've done well.
Okay, I got so many questions here, but I only got time for one more, and that has to do with not to get too much into politics here, but like the provincial versus federal perspective, like a national approach versus a provincial approach. Do you think that a national approach to, I don't know, mask wearing or opening and shutting of businesses, well, maybe not that one, might be a bad example, but like, is a national approach, would that be more effective in your view based on the data than a provincial approach?
Yeah, I can't really say except to say that I think public health is fundamentally local. it's more like fire stations than space stations, and it doesn't help for Imperial College London, much as I love them and used to work there, to have the world's best space station or fire station if your fire is in Manitoba. So I do think we need local boots on the ground public health. Contact tracers are local. Having improved data flows would help a lot, and having a well-funded public health infrastructure that isn't ever, down to fax machines, and whose contact tracing teams have access to the technology that they need and the data flows they need. I think that could transform things, and I hope we'll build that public health infrastructure now, or after. Well, yes, yesterday is the first best time, today is the second best time, and hopefully, starting now is the time to do that.
Okay. Sorry, folks, we're out of time here, but I will send Carolyn your questions in case, Carolyn, you have an opportunity to respond back to them. I'll get it to the audience, of course. Carolyn, thank you very, very much for taking the time. It's been an absolute pleasure, and man, oh man, it's enlightening to hear just the facts about and the data, right, and what the data is proving one way or another. So thank you very much for coming on and sharing your insights with us. Really much appreciated.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Okay, we're going to take a very, very short break here, and then we'll be back with another session with Simon Fraser University. So back to you in 30 seconds. Hello, everybody. For our 4:30 session, I'm here with Ruth Joy and Stephen Bergner from Simon Fraser University, and we're continuing along the theme of really practical applications of AI and big data. So I'm really excited about this one. We're going to hear about a case study involving the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, which has come up many, many times actually throughout the day. So now we're going to get to hear what it's all about. So Ruth and Stephen, I look forward to it, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ken. Okay. Okay, I can see my slide. Okay, the way that we thought we would present this presentation is as a joint one. So I will be going first, and then I'll pass the microphone over to Stephen, who will introduce some of the AI and big data components, and then I'll just finish up at the end to kind of draw the lines back together. So if we could have the next slide, please. So what I'd like to present today is just a case study of a number of studies that we've been working on in the last few years. And the case study centers around southern resident killer whales, which is an endangered population of whales that calls the Salish Sea, the waters between Victoria, Vancouver, Seattle, and Tacoma home in the summer period. And these killer whales and their critical habitat are federally protected both in Canada and in the US. And many people are very fond of these whales. They're intelligent, charismatic, and fun to watch. So next slide, please. So as I said, we're going to do a galloping race through 4 separate studies that we've been doing in the last 3 years. So the first is, do slower ships make quieter oceans? And the point of that is to try and make more foraging time for killer whales. But we want to know where the killer whales are at different times of the year. We're going to be using both visual observation and acoustic data to identify where those whales are at different times of the year, and that involves both big data and AI to locate those whales in real time. And then finally, we'll touch on a new initiative where we're predicting whale movement paths, and this is to both reduce collision risk with commercial vessels and to, again, create more foraging time or less harassment of whales by large ships. So next slide. And I want to just emphasize that this work that we're doing is a massive collaboration between industry, academia, citizen scientists, conservation groups. And so there's many, many people behind the work that you're presenting today. And here is a few of them on this slide. So without further ado, next slide. So this is the first study that the initiative from this came from the Port of Metro Vancouver. The idea behind it was if we slow down commercial vessels in parts of the shipping lanes, the noise generated by the engines and other parts of machinery on board will make those oceans quieter, and that will provide more foraging opportunities for southern resident killer whales. The next slide. So every summer since 2017, the Port of Vancouver has asked commercial vessel pilots to slow while transiting the Salish Sea to reduce underwater noise. And we've been building movement models to better understand how these vessel slowdowns and noise reductions impact the southern resident killer whale. And I want to just emphasize that this initiative is volunteer participation from the Vessel Operator Committee, who has been working closely with the Commercial Pilotage Authority in order to make this happen. Next slide. So here's a results slide. On the left, you can see the red indicates that there's a large amount of ship noise that's inhibiting foraging by southern resident killer whales. So that's under baseline conditions with no slowing down. The middle panel there shows less red, which is just indicating that there is a reduction in the amount of lost foraging time, and killer whales have longer to catch fish and be effective at foraging. And then on the right or left, depending, I suppose, what you're looking at, on the far side there, you see no yellow and no red, and that indicates under a compulsory slowdown what we might expect to see in terms of lost foraging time. So there's the middle panel is a 20% more foraging paradigm, and the one under compulsory could be as high as 40%. So this indicates the effectiveness of slowing down commercial vessels. Next slide, please. The second study we're going to rush through is building a system of, or a mathematical framework for compiling different kinds of data in order to understand where killer whales are at different times of the year. And the impetus behind this is to really target areas of the Salish Sea where we could be most effective in slowing commercial vessels down. Next slide. So we take on different kinds of data that have effort associated, and some of it does not have efforts associated with it. So the DFO, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans data, is the long black squiggly lines. We've got over 60,000 kilometers of DFO effort track lines, and the number of southern resident killer whales that we see out on the east side of Vancouver, or sorry, the west side of Vancouver Island is really low. There's around 250 killer whales there, and the Whale Watch and citizen science, BC ferry captains, various people who contribute the effort-free but presence-only data is shown in yellow. So it's almost completely independent of who collects those different sources of data. So we need a framework where we can bring in these different kinds of data. So this, next slide, please, culminates in producing some spatial maps that vary by seasonally, or by each month we have a map of where we expect whales to be along the, or within the inshore waters of the Salish Sea. And this figure here shows not only where the whales are expected to be, but also the translucency of the figures, the uncertainty, or how confident we are with where we expect to find those whales. And so we have monthly projections of where we think whales will be based on visual sightings. Next slide. And I'm going to pass over the microphone to Stephen.
Yeah, thank you, Ruth. So yeah, I'm working with SFU Big Data, and I'm one of the many collaborators that Ruth pointed out that belong into this picture of making such a complex project work. And so what you're seeing here in this picture is an example of one of the data sources that we're working with. It's a hydrophone installed on a buoy. We've heard of those as nodes. And in fact, what it records, I can give you a brief example of what it might sound like when a southern resident killer whale passes by. Let's see if that works. Okay. Now, that was a 15-second clip that really was focused on when you actually have interesting calls. But otherwise, these microphones record a lot of just static noise or engine sounds or things that are not evidence of whale. And to now make use of this data source in the context of a real-time alert system, right, that where ship pilots can steer their path around detected whale pods, there needs to be continuous monitoring, and just listening to it, like have human observers or bioacousticians listen to it and flag it, is not feasible. And we're aiming to have a machine learning system, something that is trained, an algorithm to automatically detect when whale calls are nearby, and then flag a detection event. And next slide, please. To give you some example of the volume of data that we're dealing with, a very high throughput microphone, one that captures a lot of signals per second, is recording about 30 megabytes per minute, and that adds to a little more than 40 gigabytes per day, or 15 terabytes per year. Those are deployed near a lime kiln, and others, more conventional ones, are slightly less high rate of data, but overall it adds to many terabytes of data that are being collected as the data streams into the hard disks of wherever we do the computation for the analysis. Next slide, please. Here you see an example of an app that Ruth's research group is using and developing, showing the locations of some of the nodes, of some of the microphones. And in the next slide, you'll also see the shipping lanes, the prescribed paths that commercial vessels are supposed to take, right? Recreational ones are able to go even to other places. But you see that these microphones are already placed near such paths that have very loud and very, very strong vessels operating on them. And next slide, please. The color-coded surface that you see now is already an output of further research efforts. It's actually a map of the probability of whales to be detected, to be found, but that was created based on visual sightings. So we're in this ongoing collaboration, we're aiming to have the acoustic detections added to this, which is, of course, then much more dense. It operates 24 hours a day, and also in places where humans don't really care to look. So we're hoping that the quality of these predictions will also go up. Next slide, please. And the way this machine learning system is supposed to do this is, well, just to give you the general idea of machine learning, it's a computer algorithm that gets as input the sound signal, does some processing and outputs a detection and say, for these 5 seconds that you just fed me, I think there is a whale call present there or not. Like, that's a classification problem. And rather than us researchers sitting down and writing rules on what it means for whale sound to appear in an acoustic signal, machine learning operates on a lot of examples that you give it, training data, and then it learns these rules by itself of what it means to have that, to be listening to an actual whale call. And so this annotation effort actually to collect the training data and then to get some input from experts who label whale sounds is a significant a component of any machine learning project, really. And then, yeah, once we have a large amount of that, you can use these modern systems called deep learning that then automatically find out what a relevant feature is to make these classification decisions. And if we get far enough with these annotations, we're hoping to distinguish even different whale sounds, distinguish between different killer whale ecotypes and pods, in particular between transient and residents, because it's the resident killer whales, the ones that do not leave the Salish Sea, that are really endangered. The transients are more healthy. And we would want to use the calls to make those distinctions. And next slide, please. These are just way more details about the project than I can go over, but in the top left corner are our data sources, right? And then this yellow highlighted box highlights all the annotation efforts that have to go in and also to prepare the data. And then we're hoping that the data repository where audio signals, some raw audio extracts and labels are going to be available publicly, so to be given back to the research community beyond our own group to see if other people can make even further improvements in their own models. But of course, our own objective to have our own model that can detect whale call events is in that purple box there. And then we would like to integrate this with existing tools that bioacousticians use, and of course integrate it into the warning systems as well. And yeah, there's a lot of infrastructure underneath essentially to make the data go into the right places to perform the training, reach sufficient quality, and then connect it with all the recipients, the consumers of the outputs. That's falling under the headline of big data. But yeah, we wouldn't be able to do this without the experts who know the domain and who know the sound. So we're quite grateful to Ruth. I think have at least 3 or maybe even more bioacousticians who can even distinguish a transient and a resident killer whale. So their time is very valuable, and therefore in the process of collecting training data, we try to do some pre-processing to only cater the data where we really need their input. Those are some detailed challenges I want to point out to you, and I'll give it back to Ruth now. And the next slide, please.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. So this last paper is chosen to try to pull all of this together. So we've talked about slowing down vessels. We've talked about using visual sightings to be able to have an idea of where whales are in different months and different places of the Salish Sea. Stephen's done a nice introduction to how we're using AI and to process some of these big data into meaningful outputs that we can use in real time to know where whales are. And so this last paper that we're working on is about creating a real-time alert system so that ship captains know when there's an expected whale in their path and that they can change their behavior in order to reduce possibilities of collision, as well as reducing their impacts on foraging whales. So next slide, please. And so on this slide here, you can see that the Salish Sea is a very busy place. All those sort of gumdrop looking things are vessels. And so the vessels are outfit with what we call AIS, which stands for Automated Identification System. I use AIS so much I don't really know what it stands for. Anyway, the idea is that we know where commercial vessels are at any time. And so if we can have a real-time forecast of where whales are, then we'll be able to understand how we need to manage shipping within the Salish Sea as it comes into both the Port of Vancouver and all of the ports south of us into the Puget Sound area that are servicing Everett and any number of ports. But Vancouver is in Canadian waters, and it is the biggest export port of North America. So the main concern is about the Port of Vancouver. And so we take the real-time acoustics that Stephen described, as well as the visual notifications. And next slide, please. And then we use various information that we know influences the movement of whales. So we know they use the tides and currents in the Salish Sea. We know that their movement changes based on environmental covariates, sea surface temperatures, and chlorophyll A, which are markers for ocean fronts, as well as some static things like coastlines and bathymetry being ocean depth. So we can assimilate or integrate all of this data together. And next slide, please. And so what we've done is we've built a framework using sequential methods, and particularly we use the framework of a state space model. And we can use the machinery that people are familiar with in terms of weather forecasting. And so we use these sequential Monte Carlo methods in order to predict forward and what we call a forecast of possible paths. And those paths are informed by previous locations of whales that have been observed in the past, as well as all of the spatial and temporal information that comes in real time about those environmental covariates. And so what you see sort of in the dotted line coming out the front end of that is as a forecast. And what we can do with that forecast is we can inform ship pilots of where we expect those whales that we observed at the current location, where we expect those whales to go over the next 2 or 3 hours, giving the pilots time to move out of the way of potential whales. And as you can imagine, some of these ships are massive. They can be as long as 400 meters long. So these are really big ships that might be take a while for them to slow down or to move to move the ship out of the pathway of a whale. So having some advanced warning of whales is key to being able to make this system work. Okay, next slide, please. And so this basically wraps up what we wanted to present today, which is we're moving towards this real-time prediction of whale movements. And the idea behind this is a whale alert system so that we can give pilots time ahead to adapt their movement and give an opportunity for the southern resident killer whales to get the food that they need in order to survive and reduce that risk of disturbance on this endangered population whales. And I'd just like to finish off with the next slide, which is an acknowledgement to all of the volunteers and partners that we've had that have helped us along the way get this sort of almost to the finish line. And that's the end. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Ruth and Stephen. I love how you laid that out. You started with the problem, and then you kind of went through the process of solving the issue, and then kind of wrapped it up at the end with, kind of the final, what you achieved with your partners. One of the questions that came in was around KPIs, and the person was wondering, like, have you been able to determine if your strategy has been successful yet in terms of protecting whales against commercial fishing? Or commercial, not fishing, shipping
vessels. Yeah, commercial stuff. So one of the presentation slides was about what was the impact on foraging southern resident killer whales, and so the noise we've had. We've done the analysis using some noise modeling that JASCO Applied Sciences did for us, and that was looking at the impacts of the reduction of the noise footprints of these vessels into the regions where the southern resident killer whales are foraging. And so we've been able to look at that and seen a 20% reduction in the lost foraging time. That was a direct result of the action of the slowing of those vessels.
Okay, thanks for that. No, that's pretty amazing how you're able to determine how effective it is so precisely. Another question we had was like when you've got the microphones out at sea and you're intaking all those sounds, like does the AI tool or whatnot, like is it able to does it take in all the various sounds and it just takes out the whale related ones and analyzes those? Like how does maybe you could add a little bit more flavor on like how it works when it intakes the data and then how it sorts out what's relevant and what isn't?
So it's a system, and I would Stephen can correct me. I'll just give my straightforward definition, and he can give you more details. Is that it's a system that's learned on existing data. So it takes, as Stephen alluded to, a room full of people that are identifying sounds, and those are training for a training set of data that trains the neural net. So it picks out itself in a way where it's able to identify. It trains that well, you know what? I'm going to push this over to Stephen. He can do a much better job at this than I can. Go ahead, Stephen.
Okay, no, I think you are almost there. So yeah, it's the distinction here in working with this data is whether we're doing training or whether we're actually deploying the configured model and just listening and then making classification decisions. So yeah, Ruth was starting with the part where we have labeled audio segments where experts have told us there's a whale call here and there's a whale call there. And we're assuming that in other places there's noise. So now in the training process, the model can learn what is the non-interesting part of the signal. What is like there may be a high volume signal coming in, lots of acoustic energy, but it's not a whale, right? And that so the detection can proceed in several stages. There can be a cheap model that we run all the time that just says whether there's something interesting or not, like just silence or not silence. And as soon as that first level model says there is something worth looking at, another more expensive model operates and makes a distinction. Is this just a boat passing by, or is this actually an animal making a sound? And so I'm hinting at the fact that there are models of different complexity and different computational costs that you can stage together, right, to deal with this large amount of data, and that decisions of worth looking closer or not can be made early, and that's about the deploying part. And the training bit that Ruth was talking about is how to build the model that can make the classification decision. So I guess I kind of answered the question in a slightly serpentine way, but I hope it was clear enough.
Yeah, you kind of touched on like this other question we got too, which was like, what's the greatest potential, or where do you see the innovation? So now you got the system set up and you know that it works. Like where do you see it going? How can the model be improved upon even further? Where do you see that opportunity?
Yeah, so the current challenges that we're facing is that this time of human annotators who have the knowledge, right, is very precious. and we cannot make them listen to everything and give us. So this effort of getting high quality training data is a place that can use a lot of innovation, because if, for instance, if we use a model that's already somewhat certain about there is a whale call or not, that we leave the human annotators only to look at the parts where the model isn't quite sure. So that's one thing. To look at the workflows, how human operators tie into the whole workflow, and to make use of them as efficiently as possible. There are innovations needed there. Other things that we're hoping to do is, in addition to just an alert system, by being able to analyze the data and separate out the different types of signals that are interesting, to also have tools for biologists and marine scientists to open it up to other communities and support their research questions. So that is, again, a challenge of providing the right user interfaces for them to express their queries, and to have the machine learning model supply the right kind of answers for them. So there's some innovation there that we're hoping to achieve. And in terms of models themselves, so I focus very much on the quality of the training data and the effort of producing it, but there's also what architecture you actually plug in, what kind of neural network do you use, how many layers of processing does it have, and there's a lot of research on that right now. And we're actually benefiting a little bit on the research that computer vision people are doing in detecting objects and images, because there is this early step where we're transforming a sound into a spectrogram, something of frequency versus time, where sounds turn into shapes, and then we do shape detection essentially on that and use image analysis techniques. And there's a lot of innovation on that to cross that line. So are we going to keep this picture of turning sound into an image and apply image analysis to it? Or are we going to work on the sounds directly with the models that we're using? Those are open frontiers in research.
Ruth, did you have anything to add to that?
Just to say that we're pioneering this in the Salish Sea, so this is particularly being focused on getting the annotations for the Salish Sea using the nodes that are already in various places along those lanes. But the idea is that this could be used outside on the west side of Vancouver Island, and again could be used in other places with other ecotypes of killer whales. So I know in the Southeast Alaskan residents and various other ecotypes of killer whales that are also of concern for shipping. So it's this is we're right at the forefront of developing systems for letting commercial pilots know where whales are. I know on the East Coast with the North Atlantic right whales, again, they're struggling with similar issues, again, with blue whales down in off of the ports in San Francisco. They've been trying to do similar systems as well, but I think we're all just trying to keep whales off of out of the shipping lanes, and it's all this innovation that is very fast moving at the current in all these places. Yeah, all these different whales.
Yeah, the amount of data you must be collecting must be just astronomical. I mean, if those microphones are just running all the time, picking up all the sounds. The last question we have here to maybe wrap up on would be, maybe a silly one, but like, what's the strangest thing, or what's the strange insight that you've gotten so far from all the research you've done? Has anything come up, or some insight come up, or a sound or something that was like a huge surprise to you guys? Like, what's the greatest like surprise that you've experienced as you've been doing this research?
I guess I never get tired of listening to killer whales, and they're just so chatty and lovely to listen to that, I know lots of people have actually added music to it and feng shui of listening to whales. I would say there's a lot of colorful characters in this world as well, people who are very passionate about whales, and it's a really fun project to work on because people care so much about these whales.
Stephen, anything final to add?
No, not to that.
Okay. All right. Well, Ruth and Stephen from Simon Fraser University, thank you very much for providing that excellent outline of that very practical example of AI, which we've been talking about all day, and you guys are doing it. So thank you very much for sharing that story with us. We're going to take a very, very short break here. I think we're a little bit past 5 o'clock here, so we're going to take about 30 seconds and get CSIS ready to go, and then that will be our final presentation. Thank you very much, Ruth and Stephen. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
Okay, good evening, everybody, at least evening on the East Coast. This is actually the last session of our Canadian GovTech Summit Series, and we're ending extremely strong here with CSIS and Simon Fraser University tag teaming on the final presentation. Joining us from Simon Fraser University's Uwe Glasser. Uwe is the professor of computing science and associate dean of the Faculty of Applied Science at SFU. Dr. Glasser uses computational logic and discrete mathematics for analyzing, modeling, and reasoning of systems in a wider range of applications. And don't let that description fool you. He's one of the top data authorities in the country. And from CSIS is Phil Coton, Director General of Data Management and Exploitation. Phil leads a team of security practitioners in creating innovative and compliant data solutions in support of national security investigations. Phil joined CSIS in 1997 as an intelligence officer and has since been involved in a broad range of national security investigations at the national and regional and global perspective. Great to see you, Phil. Thank you very much for participating. I know the audience is very keen to hear from yourself and Dr. Glasser. So without any further ado, I believe Dr. Glasser has a presentation that he'll quickly go through to kind of lay the landscape, and then Phil, you will follow. So I'll hand off the microphone to Dr. Glasser.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm trying to see the slides, so hang on just a second. So I have a problem. I can't see the slides. Is there a way to change this? Yeah. No, it's all good. Thank you very much. Okay. So I just, and thank you for the opportunity to talk about this. I just give a brief overview of what we are doing in the work we're doing in my group at the Software Technology Lab in the School of Computing Science at Simon Fraser University. Essentially, all the main projects we have focus on predictive analytics using data mining, machine learning, deep learning, anomaly detection methods for essentially applications in the wider field of public safety and security. One of the pillars is maritime security, where I've been working there in close collaboration with MDA, the satellite company, and other companies for many years. A second newer pillar of our work is cybersecurity analytics. And the last one is predictive policing. This is also a field we have been working in for more than 10 years. We published a book on this in 2016, shown here at the upper right corner. Let me go just briefly and touch on these three things to give you an idea what this is and why it's important to have big data and machine learning and AI methods to help with this. Next slide, please. Thank you. So in the maritime domain, as is illustrated here, one can see, with all the goods that are shipped, there are also some not so good things coming. And it's about, drugs, smuggling of drugs and human trafficking and all kinds of concerns. And we've been working on these things by using huge data sets. In the previous presentation, we heard a little bit about AIS, the Automatic Identification System, providing for essentially each vessel out on the oceans a data point at least every minute, providing us the unique ID, the speed and course of the vessel, and the geographic position, the GPS information. And by analyzing with machine learning methods, machine learning models, such data sets, we can automatically detect patterns that point to some kind of possibly suspicious activity. And this is going way beyond what humans could do because of the sheer volume of the data. Right now, the main focus is on illegal phishing, trying to automatically detect activity patterns that point to illegal phishing activities. And we are working in a big project with MDA, part of the Digital Technology Supercluster here in BC. Next slide, please. Cyber security analytics and cybersecurity in general has received a lot of attention recently. And the specific focus we have in this field is using essentially the same methods and tools for behavior-based intrusion detection. So we are looking at specifically intrusion detection in supervisory control systems for critical infrastructure like our power grid, transportation systems, communication systems, and so on. And with this new breed of zero-day attacks, there is no other way than detecting such breaches, security breaches, when they actually made it into the system and changed the behavior of the system in a way that's a concern. And nowadays we have to use AI and machine learning based methods for this because of the short response time that's required in order to contain a breach before it starts spreading across a wider system. Next slide, please. That's already in my last slide. Predictive policing is about using, again, the same methods, data mining, machine learning, anomaly detection, to analyze massive crime data sets, police-reported crimes. We've been working on, in collaboration with law enforcement and criminal intelligence agencies in Western Canada and in the east of Canada on especially the analysis of co-offending networks and criminal organizations, organized crime, studying what kind of pattern one can find in these data sets that clearly point to such activities and allow the police then to have a global perspective what's going on, which is very difficult to get otherwise because humans cannot permanently evaluate all the data that's dynamically changing on a daily basis. We have done things like developing algorithms for suspect investigation. It's a little bit like a recommender system works, the kind of algorithm you use for Netflix that recommends what kind of movie you want to watch next. This can be applied in a very similar setting to find the most likely suspect that is linked to a certain crime and or produce a ranking of suspects depending on how likely they were involved or not. Again, these are all fields, I'm not saying the problems have been solved. We are just scratching the surface, but they all have enormous potential for what we are discussing here today. And I'm wrapping up my part and hand it over to Phil. Thank you.
So, Uwe, thank you so much for the introduction. That was very kind of you. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I had to remove my virtual background because it was making the video choppy. This is my green screen. I'm not actually sitting in my shower. It's my pleasure to speak to you today about CSIS's projects and priorities in the context of big data and artificial intelligence. And I'm going to do this also by talking about the challenges we're facing in this data-rich world. And first, I'd like to acknowledge the organizers of this impressive tech summit, the distinguished and very impressive guests who spoke before me today, sponsors and partners of the event, Simon Fraser University, of course, the co-moderator for the session, Professor Uwe Glesser, who I just met virtually, who made some very insightful opening remarks that I could absolutely relate to. I thought I might give you a quick CSIS 101 presentation. I find sometimes people don't know that much about our service, if at all, even in government, and I'd like to dispel any notions of us being any kind of secretive, shadowy organization. Can you please slow slide one, please? Well, I think it's fair to say that we are Canada's spy agency. The reality is that CSIS is actually Canadians dedicated to protecting Canadians. Slide 2, please. So, okay, very quickly, what is CSIS, or rather, who is CSIS? We are a national security intelligence service, and our role is sometimes conflated with what law enforcement might do. But our work is very different. First of all, it's preventive in nature, so we work to identify threats to Canada's security before they happen. And unlike the police, we have no powers to arrest or detain. So in short, CSIS investigates threats to the security of Canada. We employ over 3,000 Canadians. We have offices across the country and around the world, including in the United States, the United Kingdom, France, and other places, which I can't talk about. Next slide, please. We have a mission statement that says we are dedicated to the protection of Canada's national security interests and the safety of Canadians. And we can and will chase these threats to Canada's security wherever they are, even around the world if we have to. Our mandate, which is enshrined in legislation, the CSIS Act, includes investigating threats which may on reasonable grounds be suspected of posing a threat to the security of Canada. Like I said, it's preventive. We also have the authority in certain circumstances and with the proper approvals to take reasonable and proportionate measures to reduce threats that we detect. We collect and analyze information, we produce intelligence reports, and we then advise the government about these threats. In doing so, we disseminate a variety of reports and provide formal advice, including threat and security assessments, to various departments of the federal government and to law enforcement. Some of these reports are even public, and you can visit our website to read more about them. Next slide, please. So this is usually a longer overview of CSIS with more detail, but today I'm not here to deliver a recruitment pitch, and I think we've probably had enough PowerPointing for today. So this is our Twitter account and our website address. This is also my email address. If you want to reach me directly, please don't spam me. Please visit this website. You get more information on there, and just take a look at the documents we publish in the public realm. It can actually be quite eye-opening. All right, so let's just go back to me as a talking head there, please. I talk about threats a lot, and for the sake of this discussion today, I'll be focusing primarily on the threats of espionage and foreign interference. But of course, we also prioritize threats of terrorism and extremist violence. There are opportunities and challenges for big data and AI in all kinds of investigations. One way to look at the importance of what CSIS does in confronting the scope of these threats is to understand that terrorism threatens our lives, while espionage and foreign interference threatens our way of life. I don't have to tell all of you about the enormous potential that big data and AI hold for shaping and advancing our societies and our daily lives. But I can tell you a little bit about the potential that they hold for intelligence gathering and analysis, and also for the attraction that this sector holds for our adversaries. I hope you'll indulge me in further contextualizing my remarks today by telling you a little bit about myself and how my journey with the service brought me here today talking about big data and the challenges of the data-rich world. I've had the pleasure of working at CSIS for over 20 years now. I started as an intelligence officer in the late 1990s, and it was a very different time then. My first assignment was on a counterintelligence desk as a case officer, which is a kind of analyst. And indeed, CI is why I had always wanted to join the service. You could say that the Cold War era was still with us, but change was in the air. Already the cool kids in the office were working counterterrorism. Very shortly after that, as a field investigator, I experienced the transition myself from this Cold War era to the era of the War on Terror, as the Bush administration called it. Counterterrorism had been growing as a program at CSIS with the rise of groups like Al-Qaeda, the Tanzania and Nairobi bombings in 1998, and of course the infamous 9/11 attacks. Everything changed in the early 2000s, and for me, if not for the greater part of the service, it was all terrorism all the time. I might also suggest it unintentionally obfuscated the arrival of this most recent era, an era that would not necessarily characterized by threat per se, but perhaps by an emerging phenomenon that essentially followed the rise of the internet and the web and the free flow of digital data. I'm talking about the digital data era, the era we live in now, and I might add the era that is that this pandemic is forcing us to contend with, whether we wanted to or not. By 2010, if not before, cyber attacks, and I mean state-sponsored cyber attacks, had become a major concern. In many ways, counterintelligence took back some of its prominence, and our service again was forced to adapt to contend with this shift to the digital as a threat vector. And as society also shifted to the digital, with consumers spending more time shopping and banking online than they were in the real world, and with people meeting and interacting on Facebook rather than at the local coffee shop, and with people having access to virtually all of humankind's collected knowledge at their fingertips, we saw our own targets of national security investigations also move into this digital space. And this required new ways of investigating threats and the acquisition of new skill sets. There were opportunities, but also new challenges. Commercial, even free encryption became available to everyone. It wasn't something reserved for the military or the spy agencies anymore. And I remember a time when our bad guys would travel long distances to arrange meetings in hard-to-access places to have a 5-minute whispered conversation just to evade surveillance, or when aspiring terrorists climbed to remote mountain camps in Afghanistan for indoctrination, communication, training, and planning. Now they have communications apps on their smartphones that are pretty darn secure. So enough with the history lesson. Let's talk about what's happening today. We know that foreign actors want Canada's intellectual property and proprietary information to further their own economic, military, and political agendas. These same hostile actors will leverage all elements of their state power, including their intelligence services, to advance their national interest. CSIS has observed persistent and sophisticated state-sponsored threat activity for many years. From coast to coast, some nations are aggressively advancing their own economic, intelligence, and military state interests at our expense. This threat, in my opinion, represents the greatest danger to Canada's national security and can have a tremendous negative impact on our economic growth, on Canadian jobs, and on our ability to innovate and the preservation of our democratic institutions and our way of life. Our investigations have revealed that cutting-edge Canadian research entities are increasingly targeted by foreign intelligence services. You're aware of the importance of your sector from the perspective of Canadian innovation, technological advancement, and economic growth. It likely won't be difficult for you to appreciate then that the data, the technologies, software products, and knowledge being developed, manufactured, and applied in Canada are hugely valuable targets for our adversaries. The value is not limited to economic and technological advancement. Acquisition will also support the work of our adversaries, intelligence services, and militaries. Now, let me give you an example of CSIS work in protecting Canada's biopharmaceutical and healthcare industries and businesses. During the pandemic, CSIS stepped out of the shadows to shine a light on the threats targeting this important sector. We leveraged our expertise and footprint in every region of the country and liaised with other government departments, identified entities, businesses, and sectors, including various non-pharmaceutical high-tech sectors involved in Canada's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. That's over 250 entities and hundreds of individuals, by the way. And we worked with these partners to ensure that their work and proprietary information was protected, and jobs and economic interests along with it. If you go to our Twitter account, you'll have to scroll back a few weeks, but you can read about how we investigated the threat from foreign interference under what we called the 4 gates of economic security. These 4 gates, or avenues, are used by our adversaries to attempt to acquire Canadian knowledge assets, exports, investments, knowledge transfer, and licensing agreements. They can target you because you possess the information they want, because you have access to the information they want, or because you are in a position of influence. Opening any of the 4 gates can be facilitated by lack of awareness, of due diligence, or of resilience in our institutions. In order to not unwittingly assist our adversaries in achieving their objectives at our expense, we need to do all we can to protect our institutions and our most valuable assets. At the same time, we recognize and respect that Canadian innovation simply cannot succeed without robust research partnerships, including international collaborations. This means engaging in these collaborations with eyes wide open, ensuring due diligence before entering into partnerships or funding arrangements, and increasing awareness of all those in the community, be it pharmaceutical, high-tech, academia, whatever. So let's talk about big data. Let's talk about big data and AI. There is a lot of open source reporting about China's use of big data and its AI strategy. These reports highlight that China's leadership believes that being at the forefront of AI technology is critical to the future of global military and economic power competition. Similarly, you can find many articles about Russia's use of AI to support its disinformation campaigns. I recently had the opportunity to speak at a Ryerson University journalism class about the threat posed by foreign disinformation campaigns in the context of democratic elections. It was a fascinating discussion. As with the other types of dual-use technologies, big data and AI have the potential to be used for peaceful civil applications, but also military and other hostile uses. Consider the various ways that malicious actors could use big data and AI to support cyber attacks, surveillance, disinformation, or weapons development. It's predicted that future progress in AI will be a transformative national security technology on par with nuclear weapons, aircrafts, computers, and biotech. And I might add that a new kind of space race, perhaps more commercial at the moment, is also shaping up as an interesting new sector that could transform national security technology. In the Cold War era, when CSIS was founded, espionage activity was typically directed at illicitly obtaining Canadian political, military, and diplomatic secrets, most secured in top-secret government bunkers and military facilities. Today, most big data and AI advances are not happening in these government labs and bunkers, but in the relatively open environments of academia and in the private sector, including in small startups. Unfortunately, smaller private sector firms in academia pose extremely attractive targets, not only because of the information they hold, but because they are considered soft targets. Academia, because the culture of sharing and openness can be exploited, and startups, because limited resources often means relatively weak security controls and vulnerability to control foreign influence due to their reliance on external fundings or international partnership arrangements. Canadian organizations targeted by foreign adversaries have been the victims of cyber attacks. Their employees or partners have been coerced or induced into providing valuable information or access. Information has been acquired through covert investment, prospective partnership or funding arrangements, or damaging licensing agreements. The good news is, it means that you're probably doing a really good job at it. If the bad guys weren't interested, I might suggest you need to step it up a little. I can tell you that all this digital era this digital data era presents some novel opportunities in terms of investigating people based on the trail of digital data left behind. As you know, you can gain incredible insight simply from what we call OSINT, or open source intelligence, things posted online or in the public realm with our location and timestamps. Just imagine gaining access to a person's device. Private and public infrastructure also presents some interesting opportunities in terms of data collection, especially with the almost unbelievable connectivity promised by 5G technology. The service has always excelled at human intelligence, or HUMINT as we call it, and we continue to do so. We are an all-source intelligence service, and HUMINT continues to be a kind of go-to technique. Working with human sources has always presented risks in terms of reliability and difficulty in corroboration, and it can take time to develop. Even the most intrusive measures, the more covert things an intelligence agency might do, still often rely on things people say. And then even things said in private can be misunderstood, right? The data, however, can be incredibly accurate and reliable if it's properly captured and interpreted. Your device knows things about you that no one else does, even things you're not even aware of yourself. And nowadays, your device is always with you. Your device even interacts with other devices and data nearby or afar. Advances in data generation, storage, and analysis have broadened the capacity of the intelligence work and facilitated a new wave of powerful threat assessments based on increasingly systematic and sophisticated data collection and analysis techniques. Advances in instrumentation and sensors, digital storage and computing, communications, and networks have generated and give access to more and more data. Some 2.5 quintillion bytes of data are produced by humans every day by my own research, and it could be more or less, and I'm sure you have your own sources. This deluge of data provides countless opportunities for data mining to extract patterns from datasets in a variety of contexts. For us at CSIS, it means that we have more robust and sophisticated abilities to analyze data in support of our operations, corroborate human and technical sources, to further identify individuals of interest, and to generate leads for our investigations. The era of digital data, the data-rich world, has also presented us with some very tough challenges. First, it's a lot more complicated from a technology point of view, but I think you all know this. And second, the volume of data, this deluge of data I talked about earlier, is daunting from a compliance and retention point of view. We can all remember the days when hard drive space was an issue. Now you can find yourself having to sift through terabytes worth of data, and even with the best algorithms and AI, at what point does a human look at it? How much do you give to the human to look at? Retention alone is scary. How much can we collect? Who gets access to it? Do they get to see all of it or just parts of it? Is it all important and threat related, and how long do we all keep it for? That's gotten us in trouble in the past. One of my managers breaks down the challenge into 3 categories: people, process, and technology. I don't dare talk about technology today. I could go in a million different directions on technology, and while I manage a technical branch, I'm not a computer scientist or engineer myself. I could talk about the people, but that's a relatively straightforward one, at least from a common sense perspective. Having the right people with the right skill sets, data exploitation analysts, data scientists, people with a high degree of data literacy are crucial to the success of such an endeavor. We are crossing a threshold at CSIS where I think everybody needs to know about data, and indeed the Government of Canada is driving all its public servants in that direction. This leaves us with process, and process is what I'll touch on next and last. And I'll highlight that one of the most recent developments on this from a CSIS perspective. And when I talk about process, I should really be using the term governance, but sometimes that word gets misinterpreted. Process is simpler and more generic, I think. Process is where, as they say, the devil is in the details, and process is where it gets complicated. Process speaks to our legislation, our structures, the established practices that are in place to assign authorities, to define decision-making, to deliver, monitor, and report. In the last few years, CSIS has undergone significant legislative changes that have affected the way we acquire, analyze, and store a vast amount of data. The National Security Act of 2017, or Bill C-59 as it was more commonly known, came into force in the summer of 2019 and introduced some of the more significant changes to our act since our organization was created back in 1984. These changes add greater transparency and accountability to our work and modernize our authority in specific areas, including what we call our dataset framework. These elements to which big data techniques and AI can be applied. The Act provides a clear legal mandate for CSIS's collection and retention of datasets, including laying out which parameters by which CSIS can collect, retain, and query datasets containing personal information that is not directly and immediately related to a specific threat to national security, but can be useful in helping paint a picture of a threat or trends towards a threat. In this realm of non-threat related datasets, our Act now sets out three types of datasets: Canadian datasets, foreign datasets, and publicly available datasets. A Canadian dataset is one that predominantly relates to individuals within Canada or Canadians, which includes Canadian residents, permanent residents, or Canadian corporations. And while these Canadian datasets are, in my opinion, of greatest value to the investigations, they also require the most laborious processes to acquire from a process perspective, with us having to apply to the federal court to retain it and, of course, to exploit it. Canadian and foreign datasets must remain segregated, and this is done through technology, from operational holdings, and can be only queried by designated employees in accordance with the provisions of the CSIS Act. There are also numerous record-keeping and audit requirements, and all of this is subject to review by the National Security and Intelligence Review Agency, or NSIRA, the body that replaced CERC. Are you with me on this so far? If it sounds complicated, trust me, I've only skimmed the surface. This particular process has been widely reported online. Just Google C-59 and datasets if you'd like more information. One peculiarity of this dataset framework is that the specific section in our legislation that refers to it, Section 11 of the CSIS Act, is now the longest section of our Act. For contrast, the section that allows us to actually collect and investigate threats to the security of Canada, which is Section 12, is only about 80 words long, a single paragraph. Even the section that allows us to use federal court warrants to investigate, and this is Section 21 of the CSIS Act, it's about 820 words. And as you can imagine, warrants allow us to perform some of the most intrusive investigative activities there are. Section 11, the section that deals with non-threat related datasets, is over 3,800 words long, is highly prescriptive, and features its own process-oriented safeguards that, I think, speak to the complexity of working with datasets. So in addition to teams of data exploiters and data scientists that query and exploit these datasets, I also have a strong governance team that helps me stay on track of the acquisition and retention process requirements. And as you can imagine, I also have our legal department on speed dial. Are you guys still with me on this? I'm almost done here. I'm exhausted. Now, of course, Section 11 is just one of the arrows in our quiver. There is still a lot of that we can do under other sections of our Act. These legislative and operational advancements have resulted in cutting-edge intelligence, let me tell you. Everything we do stems from our Act. And while we have a part of our Act that deals with non-threat related data sets, we also have the ability to get warrants from the federal court under Section 21 of the Act, which allow us to, like the police, capture data outside the public realm with the permission of the federal court. And like I said, there is so much data out there. Key federal court decisions have also had a significant impact on our authorities and their limitations, creating tensions between the use of or defense against exponentially more powerful technology in the context of a modern investigation, and a statute drafted over 35 years ago. In a data-rich environment, it is essential that we have the authorities to leverage modern tools to support investigations while ensuring Canadians' privacy is protected. In this context, CSIS is working to ensure our authorities are and continue to be fit for purpose in our dynamic landscape. Notwithstanding these challenges, we at CSIS continue to work with our current legislative authorities to produce innovative intelligence products that are of significant value to our government and partners around the world. We will continue to evolve, hopefully, at pace with technology. I do like to point out that we recognize and respect that Canadian innovation, including ours as a security service, simply cannot succeed without robust partnerships, including international collaborations. And this is why I was glad to present at this Tech Summit today. So thanks again for your time, and I look forward to our moderated discussion coming up next.
Thank you very much, Phil. Dr. Glasser, I'll leave it to you. I know you have a couple of questions to ask Phil, and I do have some questions from the audience, so I'll come back in about 10 minutes, okay, to address those questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Phil, for your presentation. I think that was very insightful. I wasn't aware of that you guys have to deal with so many rules. Doesn't make life any easier. I can see that. So in your presentation, you talked about process and how important it is and what exactly it is. But you also mentioned that it's very important to have the right people in order to be successful. Maybe you can elaborate a little bit on this.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say at CSIS we have a big workforce with a sufficiently high level of IT IQ. If you could call it that. I think we struggle with any. From my perspective, it's about bringing the rest of the workforce on board. This other workforce, the more traditional workforce that may not have the same background or maybe the same data literacy knowledge that our IT or data science workforce might have. And the intelligence business is changing quite rapidly in this environment. I remember reading an article from the Telegraph just a little while back about, I think it was called Spying in the Age of COVID. And the author, it was the article was about a novel. And do you have the book? So the article was about a book by a novelist, a UK novelist who has contacts at MI6, the British Security Intelligence Service. And his point was that his contacts were telling him that it was more difficult than ever now to do things in the real world. Well, this has been happening gradually over the past decade now, where people in society are actually no longer interacting in the real world so much. You know, I mentioned in my presentation, not going to stores as much, not going to coffee shops to talk to each other. So the folks who would normally have been taking care of that now find themselves, I don't want to say without a job, but certainly they need to adapt to this new reality. And so there is a challenge of bringing these people on board, and at our organization, nobody gets left behind. So we are working very aggressively to bring this workforce on board and making them more data literate, and working much more collaboratively with our data scientists, with our data exploitation analysts, people who know how to work with data. And it's partly an education piece, but it's also at the same time a way to upskill our overall workforce. Mm-hmm. So I do think that the people dimension there is very important. Of course, we have a perpetual sort of a career opportunity on our external website if people are interested. You know, we call it the technical officer, but it's really the category that's reserved for computer scientists and engineers. But I think currently we also have a data scientist position there. So if anyone's interested, a little plug for our organization.
Thank you, Phil. That was great. Good answer. Thanks. Let me have one more question. So I know that very recently CSE published the National Cyber Threat Assessment 2020. And there it's mentioned, no surprise, that there are state actors trying to interfere with our critical infrastructure, things in particular our electricity grid. Now it sounds a bit concerning. I think people wouldn't want to have a huge blackout or so. So I'm wondering, how would you see big data, AI, and things like this, machine learning, could help to build additional resilience against these kind of threats and maybe help with situational awareness? How are you taking advantage of this in pieces to the extent you can talk about this, of course?
Yeah, thanks. I do think that AI plays a huge role in the detection of these threats. I think you alluded earlier in your presentation about the speed at which these threats can manifest themselves, right? So we're talking speed, but also volume. I think, I've worked extensively with CSE on cyber issues in the past myself. And I know back in the day, this is only maybe a couple of years ago, I think the number was something like 600 million cyber attacks or attempts at intrusions against Government of Canada computers every day. I mean, it's an amazing, incredible volume in the number of potential attacks that need to be detected. So humans can't deal with that kind of volume or the speed of it. So AI comes in to kind of like help us deal with those two issues, I think, and that's where it comes in.
Thank you. Good point. It's also just to elaborate a little bit on this. For the longest time we were hoping if we only put up enough firewalls and what else it takes, a breach will never happen. This is not a valid assumption anymore. So the assumption should be, give it some time and the breach will happen no matter what we do in order to build a strong security perimeter around our IT infrastructure. So when it happens, then it comes down to, contain the breach. And this is where time becomes very critical. So it's a question of an hour and something on average before such a breach to any bigger system, especially these supervisory control systems that I mentioned, running in the background, monitoring our services for us, before it spreads across such a system. And then the damage will be so much worse. On the attacker side, they start now more and more using AI. And the only thing that can really beat AI is AI. So we have to use AI on the defender side. And it's a bit like a dance between attackers and defenders, but time is getting more and more critical.
Yeah, it's a fantastic point. I think, you talked about just putting up firewalls as the kind of like, put them up and then you can leave it. And, it's kind of like assuming that the threat landscape won't change, that the adversaries, it could be, for the most part, it's not always like big bad state actors who are doing it. Most of it is probably criminal in nature but it's constantly evolving. The bad guys, if I can generalize and use that term, the bad guys are constantly adapting and constantly coming up with new creative ways to get around those firewalls. So we just can't afford to be complacent. And like you said, if they started using AI to do it, it's a game changer for the bad guys. So we also need to change our game.
Plus, it's a very unfair game because the attackers, they have to be only lucky once, and defenders have to protect against all possibilities all the time. So, maybe I can ask another quick question, something I'm personally very interested in as well. Of course, in Canada, privacy is has a very high value, and we are happy it is like this. But on the other hand, when working in the field of big data, and doing machine learning. What we need to work on real world problems is data from the real world. And this is where it gets tricky, because then, there is the desire to improve our security, but on the other hand, we are also limited by privacy concerns in sharing this data widely, and even if it's just shared with researchers in an academic research environment, it can be very tricky. And I've done this in the past quite a bit, but it's not easy to do it. And how would you see this? Is there a way of getting it both ways? We improve our security and we protect our privacy, and still we allow researchers to analyze some data.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very difficult. I think it's something the government of Canada very broadly struggles with, because we're not the only folks who work with data to solve problems. Some of my colleagues at Statistics Canada, for example, have very advanced data programs, and they work with real data collected by Canadians who sort of in many ways voluntarily give up this information, or it's collected by for different means through surveys and things like that, very legitimately, right? We as a service, we leverage our own authorities to capture some of this data. But you're right, particularly in the development of new AI for us, for example, I can't speak for all of my data scientists and my developers, but they do work with a lot of dummy data just to kind of get the applications up and running. I do think that this is an advantage for our adversaries, where certain countries that I wouldn't mention have the ability to use real data in real time to develop and test their AI and algorithms, and it doesn't matter where the information come from. It's not necessarily an issue for them. It would certainly be a huge challenge for a country like Canada, where the rule of law is top concern, and there's no way around it. I can't speak for how it's going in academia, but I would imagine we face some similar issues.
Oh, I see. Let me maybe mention one of the examples that we went through. We were working with a real police-reported crime data set for the province of BC, in a project that was initiated by Public Safety Canada, the Organized Crime Division, and we were looking for organized crime patterns in the police data. In order to make that work, we had to place the data that we got from the RCMP in this case in a data center that's at our university main campus in Burnaby, sitting 2 levels underground. It's a bunker-style building, all concrete walls. And then the servers that we used to store the data were still protected in this with a steel cage that was mounted to the floor and to the ceiling, and you need biometrics to actually enter this, and so on and so on. I needed security clearance for myself and my students to work on this. Yes, in the end, it's extremely interesting and rewarding, but it takes a while to get this research going, and yeah.
Yeah, I sympathize. I sympathize because that's my everyday. This is every day for me, right?
Okay. Yeah. Wow. Let's hear if Kevin has any questions from the audience you would like to share with us.
Okay. Yeah, I do have a couple here, guys. You actually covered a couple of them as you were discussing. I could listen to you guys chat the entire night here. The one that I saw here has to do with the pandemic and everyone working from home. This question can be posed to both of you guys, to be honest. How do you see, with everyone working from home, the attack surface has increased for small and medium-sized companies in Canada who might not necessarily have the resources to immediately augment their cybersecurity in parallel with working from home. How do you see, what kind of advice would you give a small and medium-sized company in Canada, perhaps a more digital-focused one, in terms of how to protect themselves in this new environment? Like maybe Phil, from your observations or your team's observations, has the fact that they're all working from home actually increased the risk to small and medium-sized companies or the attacks on them?
Yeah, I mean, I would say it has. I can't speak in terms of specifics or even tangibles right now because I think, not enough time has passed to give you a proper assessment of the sort of volume of how much it might have increased, but definitely the potential for it is definitely there, right? I think we talked about it in my presentation where some of the smaller startups, for example, are much more vulnerable about it because, like you said, like they don't have the money to invest in proper security or sufficient security. So some of the things that they can do, for example, is actually reach out to two agencies like ours. We have information on our website about resources on how some of the smaller enterprises can protect themselves. We have started a very aggressive outreach campaign over the summer, despite the pandemic, in talking to conferences like this one, but also to chambers of commerce and other places where small businesses might reach out to for information, so that we are as much as possible to try to make sure that we cover as broad a territory as possible. But I would say, yeah, it is a challenge. Uwe, I don't know if you might have any insight on that.
Oh, yeah. Let me first cite the National Cyber Threat Assessment. They came to the conclusion that these breaches that happen, the really bad ones, where company proprietary networks get compromised because they are connected to the internet. These breaches often go unnoticed, on average, actually, close to 200 days. About 200 days, the bad guys hang on to the system and no one knows. And even once they are detected, it takes about, on average, I think it's 60-something, what was it? It was about 60-something days, 65 days or so, to clean this up. Once the breach has spread all through the network, that's not an easy way to fix. In the current situation, I mean, it was already in a way bad before, because we all have the tendency to use the same devices for working from home or even at the workplace, like our phones, like our laptops and so on. And there is, of course, this compromises security. That's not a question. But nowadays, this has become the new normal, right? So I'm using my phone for my work, all day long. I'm using my laptop for work all day long. But I also do, financial transactions on the same laptop. And so clearly, the attack surface has increased exponentially. And it also increases with the time we spend in cyberspace, performing all kinds of transactions, collaborations. So simply because the chances for attackers to be successful, and think about ransomware, where they try to reach as many people as possible. This is heaven right now for them, and it's very difficult for us to protect against this. So I think a main point is to be absolutely aware of the risks that we are facing, and often it doesn't take much. You just have to be a little smarter than the rest of us in protecting yourself, because they go after the lowest hanging fruits. And
and they also do it from the security of their own home, right? There's a lot less jeopardy in cybercrime now than there used to be in real crime.
It has become so much more convenient for attackers.
Yeah, they don't even need guns anymore. On the small, medium-sized business part again, Phil, you mentioned CSIS and CSE do offer resources to small, medium-sized companies with advice and whatnot, and some of that advice is very simple. Don't click links that you don't know who it's coming from, kind of thing. Is it really that simple to protect their networks? Does it come down to those nitty gritty details, or like if like one of those nations of thou shall not be named really want to get into a network? Like, is there anything that like you can really do to stop them? Or does it really just come down to those simple hygiene things?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a combination of all of the above. I think when it comes to state-sponsored cyber attacks, like the sophistication of these kinds of attacks are no match for your sort of average small business, if that's the concern, perhaps. But I don't, I wouldn't go as far as to say that's your biggest threat. I think your biggest threat from a small to medium business enterprise kind of perspective is probably the criminal stuff, the stuff that you might deal with on a personal basis every day. So if you do sort of like, keep your security protocols up, for the most part, you should be fine. But I mean, there's always a risk, right? Like I think as Uwe said, it's a lot of times it's the low hanging fruit. It's also targets of opportunity. So people, don't, the cyber criminals don't go after the places where they know the networks will be more secured. But it's hard to say. It's so hard to say now because the business is so much of business is now online as opposed to being brick and mortar, right? The product that you sell doesn't reside in your living room. It's hosted on a server somewhere, and how secure are those cloud servers? I don't know. Like I imagine for the most part they're very secure, but certainly the opportunities are slightly different here. We're talking about a world now where the transactions are happening so quickly, and people depend on the technology. They depend on the fact that they've been told that it's secure. So how can you be sure you can trust that? There's no easy way other than through trial and error and reputation and things like that, right? Uwe, I don't know if you have a different perspective.
I completely agree to everything you just said, and I think what's very important is to be more cyber risk aware and do at least the bare minimum, right? So use a proper antivirus software, use proper passwords and the password management application. Don't use the same password for all kinds of different things. And it's these things that go such a long way. If one does this, one is already so much better off and raises the bar for attackers to actually breach the security. But most important of all is don't assume for some funny reason it's always hitting the others. We have to live with the inconvenient truth that it will eventually hit us. And then it comes down to how prepared are we in order to mitigate the impact and contain the damage, having proper backups of our software to protect against ransomware and so on. But it's an extra effort we all have to accept in our daily working life to follow the rules, to follow reasonable procedures, and avoid the most stupid mistakes.
Yeah, and I also add, like, we're so coupled in this modern globalized society that a data breach, which is not our fault, like if there's a data breach at my bank, it's not my fault, but all of a sudden somebody else has all of my personal information, and they could use that information to not necessarily just go after me directly, but go after the list of clients that was breached on the bank. So a lot of times this stuff is completely out of our control. Just recently I was using my Chrome browser, and I saw that it was alerting me to the fact that some of my stored passwords and the ones that I use for my everyday low level stuff had been found my email address had been found in a data breach somewhere. Oh my God. So I had to change all these passwords, So I think the companies are getting better at also creating awareness of the problem. But like I said, it's just a shifting landscape, like nonstop.
And maybe just one comment on this. Most of the breaches in the range of 95% or so intrusions into a company's network start still with opening a Word document from someone people don't know or clicking on that link that sounds so promising, don't do it. Never, ever. Okay.
Yeah, I wish I could wrap up with that one, but I got one more for you guys.
Okay, go ahead.
Has to do with disinformation. So we talked a little bit about that earlier, and I mean on Twitter, Facebook these days. I mean, you don't even know who's real and who's not real, or if people are spreading misinformation. I mean, obviously they are spreading misinformation on purpose. And Phil and UV, I mean, please chime in as well. Like, what do you think are the best? How do you combat the massive amount of disinformation out there right now that's just prevalent in society nowadays? I mean, is that a responsibility of like the Twitters of the world to, you know, start censoring people more, you know, or is that a government responsibility, or where do you? I don't want to ask you for a solution here, but like, how do you? Whose responsibility should it reside on primarily, in your view?
Yeah, thanks for asking me to not find a solution to it, because it's a very widespread problem. You know, like I talked about how in our Twitter account that sees us, there's that. If you go back a few weeks, we talked about how we were protecting, you know, businesses and for the pharmaceutical industry during the COVID summer. There's also some tweets over the summer about misinformation and disinformation, and I think it was part of our public report this summer. It came out. We talked a little bit about that, the difference between the two, and you know, some of the things that could be done about it. It's definitely a very, very difficult question, because you're immediately thrust into this world of, like, you know, free speech and you know, differences of opinion and things like that. I think it's fair to say that some disinformation, if it can be detected coming from really, you know, some bad state actors or even criminals who put it out there to do things like disrupt or to purposely spread incorrect, wrong information in order to affect change in society. I think those are the kinds of people that need to be investigated, and maybe there is a role to play by the Facebooks and Twitters of the world. But it's a very difficult question, because, you know, for us as an intelligence agency, we provide advice to government, so it's hard for us to say, you know, let's shut down these accounts because we know these are bad guys. You know, we need to tread carefully in those areas. But definitely, like, these are things that we have been able to detect, and there is a lot of it out there.
Yeah, good point. I would like to add one thought, because we are talking about tweets. A very common threat now is that botnets are widely used to spread tweets, and it makes it appear like it's real people sending them. It's probably not easy to attack, not even with AI or other big data methods. And I think the most important way to protect against this is critical thinking. So be careful. Don't believe everything someone tweets just because it's on coming as a tweet. These botnets, just to give an idea, is like Mirai is one of the most powerful botnets we know. It can easily recruit 300,000 and more little devices. Often it's these little IoT devices that we are using in our home environment for, controlling our lights or so. These are tiny little toys, but this is enough to, when they are recruited by a botnet, that they start sending out, because they are often typically connected to the internet, sending out tweets then. It's no easy way to escape from this.
Yeah, I notice this all the time. You can almost point them. I mean, you can definitely find them online all the time, especially under particular politicians' tweets. You can see the ones that are clearly bots. I'll leave it at that. Okay, well, we're 11 minutes over, but man, oh man, what a great way to wrap up the Canadian GovTech Summit Series. So that's a series of 3 summits, and man, that was awesome. A lot of rich content. So thank you very much, Phil, for representing CSIS. It's a real pleasure to hear from the organization. Dr. Glasser, thank you very much for representing Simon Fraser University. You brought a incredibly unique but expert perspective on this. So really appreciate your participation. I want to thank Summit for Asia University and the University of Ottawa's Professional Development Institute for being our partners for these events. Of course, Think On as the B2B2Go sponsor, NetApp as the keynote sponsor for this summit, and of course all the public sector folks that really stepped up and volunteered their time to participate. It's been an incredibly challenging year for all of us, particularly all of those that had to work from home so suddenly, right? So, you know, these kind of summits could not have happened without their participation. So thank you for everyone for the time they put into it. And of course, the audience for tuning in. So I will, as soon as I get these videos edited and approved by all the stakeholders, I'll post the ones I get approved to the YouTube channel as promised. But I hope you guys, everyone has a great, well-deserved holiday with lots of time with family and friends. Well, family. Let's leave it. Everyone in their own households, and wishing everyone, you know, a great end of the year. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Phil, and thanks to Kelly. Take care.
Yes, absolutely. Take care. Bye.
Good night.
All right.